Chapter 133. English Football Hooligans. Chelsea weeps after Chelsea initiated the match. Forward Timo Werner passed the ball back to Mason Mount. Faced with Barcelona's pressing, Mount calmly executed a pullback maneuver in an attempt to evade the approaching Antoine Griezmann. However, Griezmann had anticipated Mount's intention, positioning himself effectively to intercept the ball, causing Mount to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. As Chelsea's players protested, Griezmann swiftly transferred the ball to the center, where the agile Martin Braithwaite received it. With a deft flick of his heel, he directed the ball towards the onrushing Li Mingyu, who then made a rapid move towards the flank. Chelsea's formation was immediately thrown into disarray by this sequence of passes. The players, unprepared for such an early concession, found themselves scrambling to counter Barcelona's attack. At that moment, communication within Chelsea faltered. Remarkably, no one pressed Li Mingyu, allowing him to advance approximately 5 meters with ease. This maneuver brought him into Chelsea's 35-meter zone, well within striking distance. Finally, Chelsea's players realized the urgency and rushed to block Li Mingyu. Yet, this only exacerbated the already precarious defensive situation. Li Mingyu, with a deft touch of his right foot, sent the ball directly to the unmarked Braithwaite on the right flank, before continuing his advance. All eyes shifted to Braithwaite as he received the ball, leaving Li Mingyu's swift movement towards the edge of the penalty area unnoticed. As Braithwaite approached the byline, he spotted Li Mingyu's trajectory and executed a precise ground pass, sending the ball to the edge of the penalty area. This location represented a significant defensive lapse for Chelsea. With a gaping void between the midfielders and defenders, Li Mingyu capitalized on this opportunity, timing his run perfectly. Without needing to control the ball, he launched a powerful shot upon receiving the pass. Chelsea's defenders merely glimpsed a blur as the ball sailed past them. Turning back, they found their goalkeeper, Edouard Mendy, frozen like a statue as the ball found the back of the net. In an instant, Stamford Bridge fell silent, the only sound being the jubilant celebration of Barcelona's players. 2 seconds later, as if ignited by a sudden fury, Chelsea's fans erupted into a chorus of boos, expressing their outrage. Li Mingyu's spectacular strike had leveled the score for Barcelona on their visit. Chelsea's situation became increasingly dire. A draw held no significance for them. Even if Besiktas triumphed over Juventus, Chelsea's draw with Barcelona would not suffice. Both Chelsea and Juventus stood at 8 points. Yet Juventus held the advantage with 1 win and 1 draw. Consequently, Chelsea was compelled to secure victory to have a chance at second place in the group. The players were momentarily stunned by the goal, while Barcelona's squad drew renewed inspiration from Li Mingyu's remarkable achievement. Upon the restart, Chelsea's approach became notably cautious, leading to fierce battles in midfield. In the first half, the once timid Barcelona team seemed to regain their fighting spirit, while Chelsea found themselves under pressure from Barcelona's momentum. Particularly affected was the young Mount, whose earlier mishap appeared to weigh heavily on him. After receiving the ball, Mount hesitated to make a play, opting instead to pass it back. This decision rendered Chelsea's attack nearly impotent. On the sidelines, Thomas Tuchel sighed, recognizing Mount's youth and the significant self-doubt that followed his critical error in this pivotal match. As the initiator of Chelsea's frontline, Mount's loss of confidence threatened to halt their offensive efforts entirely. The Chelsea supporters recognized their team's predicament. The attack faced immense pressure, failing to penetrate Barcelona's 30-meter zone. Mount, appearing almost dazed, had seemingly vanished from the pitch. The seasoned Sergio Busquets shadowed him closely, employing psychological tactics to rattle Mount further, deepening his frustration. With no alternative, Chelsea again directed the ball to Mount. However, this time Busquets executed a brilliant interception, deftly snatching the ball away from Mount's feet while subtly pushing against his chest. Mount, exasperated by Busquets' relentless verbal jabs, lost his composure. In a moment of rashness, he swung his arm, striking Busquets across the face. Busquets recoiled dramatically, falling to the ground with a pained cry. As Mount realized the gravity of his actions, his face paled in shock. He glared at the writhing Busquets, understanding that he had fallen prey to a cunning opponent. On the sidelines, Tuchel's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Mount's reckless act, muttering a desperate plea for restraint. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Mount acted impulsively, shouting accusations at the fallen Busquets, branding him a fraud and a shameless actor. The referee hastened over, retrieving a red card from his pocket, effectively signaling Mount's dismissal from the match. Meanwhile, Viewers at home witnessed one of football's most farcical moments. The camera first focused on Busquets, and as he rolled on the ground, he discreetly opened his fingers to glimpse the referee's red card, revealing a triumphant smile. This expression was captured faithfully by the broadcast. Busquets, an accomplished actor from La Masia, had once again used his theatrical prowess to ensnare an inexperienced young player. Upon seeing the red card, Mount could not contain his tears of despair. He understood that his moment of indiscretion might very well spell the end of Chelsea's Champions League campaign that season. Given Chelsea's already inferior strength compared to Barcelona, being reduced to 10 men, particularly losing a key offensive player, was a devastating blow. Mount's dismissal represented a thunderclap of despair for his teammates. Angry Chelsea supporters encircled Busquets, who was seated on the ground, feigning to rub his face. The players of Barcelona, refusing to back down, rushed forward to shield Busquets. Among them was Li Mingyu, a proud member of the La Masia training camp, who boldly confronted the opposing players. The referee, with an expression of stern authority, separated the players and issued yellow cards to both Li Mingyu and Chelsea's Pulisic, acknowledging their involvement in the recent altercation. Li Mingyu, displaying indiferenza, spat and turned away from the scene. The Chelsea players were left feeling utterly disgusted as their key player faced expulsion, leaving them to ponder how they would continue the match. With one more player, Barcelona found themselves increasingly in command. Although Li Mingyu struggled to find his rhythm, he maintained a firm grip on the midfield's possession. As time progressed, the Chelsea players grew more agitated, while the referee's whistle fragmented the game into disarray. Within 10 minutes, Chelsea had accumulated 4 additional yellow cards. Observing the situation, Barcelona's coach, Koeman, decided to substitute Li Mingyu in the 65th minute, prioritizing his well-being over this inconsequential match. Despite his absence, Barcelona continued to dominate Chelsea with superior ball control, keeping them confined to their half. As the final whistle blew, Chelsea finished the match with a 1-1 draw against Barcelona. Immediately after the game, Chelsea's players sat despondently on the pitch, while Barcelona's players, amidst a chorus of boos, hurriedly retreated to the players' tunnel under the protection of security personnel. Furious Chelsea fans unleashed their frustrations by hurling any throwable items toward the Barcelona players. Thankfully, the security forces were numerous enough to shield the players with riot shields, allowing them to safely return to the locker room. The notorious reputation of England's football hooligans was once again substantiated. The situation escalated further, as news spread worldwide of the actions taken by Chelsea supporters. When the Barcelona players prepared to board their bus back to the hotel, they were informed that it had been severely vandalized by enraged Chelsea fans. Following the match, these supporters, under the influence of instigators, stormed into the parking lot and destroyed the Barcelona team bus. All the windows were shattered, the tires slashed, and some extreme fans even threw gasoline-soaked rags through the broken windows into the bus. By the time security and firefighters arrived, the bus had been utterly consumed by flames. Fortunately, the firefighters arrived in time to prevent the fire from reaching the fuel tank, averting a catastrophic explosion. This violence was not limited to the bus. Even Barcelona fans who had come to Stamford Bridge faced assault from Chelsea hooligans after the match. Several Barcelona supporters were inexplicably pushed into the fountain in the central square outside the stadium. Such atrocious behavior incited irrational brawls between the two fan bases. Ultimately, 2 Barcelona fans sustained severe injuries and required hospitalization, with many others suffering varying degrees of harm. London police arrested over 10 Chelsea extremists, 2 of whom had a history of similar violent behavior from 3 years prior. This malicious incident involving England's football hooligans attacking Barcelona fans quickly spread across the globe. UEFA responded promptly, first by canceling Chelsea's participation in this year's European competitions, including the upcoming Europa League. Additionally, the club faced a fine of 500,000. The fans' misdeeds fell squarely on the shoulders of the club. Chelsea took full responsibility for their supporters' actions, even going so far as to purchase a luxury bus as compensation for Barcelona. That day, Chelsea could only use their own bus to escort the Barcelona players and staff out of the stadium. The shaken Barcelona team opted not to return to their hotel, but proceeded directly to the airport to board their flight home. This deplorable event profoundly underscored the menace posed by English football hooligans. The repercussions for Chelsea extended beyond UEFA's sanctions. In light of such a serious outbreak of football-related violence and the destruction of the opposing team's bus, along with the assault on Barcelona fans, the FA responded firmly. Chelsea would play all their home matches for the remainder of the season behind closed doors. Upon the announcement of this punishment, despair enveloped Chelsea Football Club. With only 8 rounds of the season completed and 30 more matches to go, 15 of which would be at home, the loss of ticket revenue was catastrophic. Additionally, the club would need to compensate season ticket holders, who were among their most devoted fans. Following the match, Chelsea issued a statement declaring a lifetime ban on the extreme fans arrested by the police, ensuring they would never set foot in their home ground again. This time, Chelsea had been irrevocably harmed by the actions of these football hooligans. Despite the wealth of their owner, Abramovich, the financial losses were compounded by the significant damage inflicted upon the club's reputation. Upon returning to Barcelona, the shaken team suffered an unexpected defeat to Sevilla in their next league match, causing them to plummet from 1st to 4th place in standings, while Sevilla retained the top position, with the Madrid clubs following closely behind. On December 14, 2021, at UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, the draw for the Champions League round of 16 took place. Group A, Bayern Munich first, AC Milan second. Group B, Benfica first, Liverpool second. Group C, Manchester United first, Paris Saint-Germain second. Group D, Barcelona first, Juventus second. Group E, Real Madrid first, Manchester City second. Group F, Leicester City first, Atletico Madrid second. Group G, Inter Milan first, Ajax second. Group Red Star Belgrade secured first place in their group, while Borussia Dortmund claimed the second spot. The rules for the draw for the round of 16 are as follows. Teams from the same country cannot face each other. Group winners cannot meet. Group runners-up cannot meet. Teams from the same group cannot meet. Group winners will play away first, followed by home matches for the group runners-up. UEFA's Secretary-General, Michel Youva, personally presided over the draw ceremony. Given the formidable strength of this season's Champions League's top 16, there appear to be no unexpected underdogs. However, there were some surprises in the groups. The number 1 seed in Group A, Zenit, astonishingly finished in 4th place, failing to qualify even for the Europa League, something quite unforeseen prior to the tournament. Villarreal, the strong La Liga team from Group B, ended up in 3rd place and will vie for the Europa League alongside their compatriots, Sevilla. The Serbian team, Red Star Belgrade, has indeed impressed, securing their advancement to the next stage a round early and ultimately defeating Borussia Dortmund to claim first in their group. The draw for the round of 16 commenced. Initially, UEFA presented a short film to the guests at the venue, showcasing the journey of the 16 teams entering the knockout stage. When it came to Group C, the former star of Barcelona, Lionel Messi, was replaced in the film by Li Mingyu. Li scored an astonishing 14 goals across 6 group matches, an efficiency surpassing the total goals of many teams. Truly, he is worth an entire squad. The film highlighted several of Li's spectacular goals, including one that resulted in a rib fracture for Ronaldo. The Juventus representatives in attendance appeared somewhat dismayed. For this draw, UEFA selected 2 retired football legends, 1 male and 1 female. The female player was an American League player named Jenny, while the male was the renowned Spanish star, Luis Garcia. After reciting the draw rules, the draw officially began. Jenny first retrieved a ball from the glass bowl and announced the name of the team, Liverpool. Jenny's draw revealed a group runner-up, thus marking the first team for the Champions League round of 16 as Liverpool from England. Next to Luis Garcia stood an assistant with 8 glass bowls, each containing the balls of the group winners. Since Liverpool had been drawn first, Benfica, who shared the same group, could not be drawn against them, nor could Manchester United or Leicester City. The assistant retrieved the remaining team's balls and placed them in front of Luis Garcia. After stirring the balls, he randomly selected one and announced, Real Madrid, a familiar foe. Last year, Liverpool eliminated Real Madrid, avenging a previous defeat. Remarkably, the 2 teams are set to clash in the round of 16. Jenny then drew another ball, revealing Juventus. Consequently, Barcelona, who shared a group with Juventus, could not face them, and neither could Inter Milan. Ultimately, Luis Garcia drew a favorable opponent for Juventus, Manchester United, Ronaldo's former club. The first 2 draws had already stirred excitement among fans, with 2 thrilling matchups ahead. The third ball drawn was Milan, paired against Barcelona. Messi in the audience revealed a satisfied smile. Milan has long lost its former glory, having not reached the Champions League quarterfinals since 2012. This once mighty team now seems to be in decline. This decline is not solely Milan's. The entirety of Italian football has been on a downward trajectory. From the days of the small World Cup to now languishing in the middle tier of the top 5 leagues, Italian football appears to lack a promising future. To illustrate, since Inter Milan's triumph in the 2010 season, there has only been one instance of 2 Italian teams reaching the quarterfinals in any given season. Therefore, for Barcelona, facing Milan is a favorable matchup. Soon enough, all draw results were revealed. The final fixtures for the round of 16 are as follows: Liverpool versus Real Madrid, Juventus versus Manchester United, Milan versus Barcelona, Ajax versus Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund versus Benfica, Atletico Madrid versus Inter Milan, Paris Saint-Germain versus Leicester City, and Manchester City versus Red Star Belgrade. The Champions League round of 16 will take place on February 12th and 13th, as well as February 19th and 20th for the first leg, with the second leg scheduled for March 5th and 6th and March 12th and 13th. Following the draw, fans eagerly anticipated the thrilling matches of next year's Champions League knockout stage. Meanwhile, in Madrid, a scheme that could potentially alter the entire football landscape is underway. Barcelona remains optimistic about drawing a team like Milan. However, with over a month until the Champions League knockout matches commence, the imminent Spanish Super Cup match beckons. Historically, the Spanish Super Cup was a 2-legged contest between the La Liga champion and the Copa del Rey champion, held at the season's outset. Recently, the format has shifted to a single-match showdown at a neutral venue. In the past 2 years, the Spanish Football Association has altered the format again, now featuring 2 semi-finals and a final between the league champions and the Copa del Rey champions, culminating in the crowning of the Spanish Super Cup champion. Last season, the La Liga champions were Barcelona and Atletico Madrid, while the Copa del Rey champions were Real Madrid and Sevilla. Therefore, the semi-finals will see Barcelona face Sevilla and Real Madrid take on Atletico Madrid. The winners of these 2 matches will then compete in the final to determine the ultimate champion. Notably, all 3 matches will occur at neutral venues. The match between Barcelona and Sevilla will take place at the Estadio Molinón, home of Sporting Gijón. This arrangement is part of the Spanish Football Association's initiative to benefit lower division teams, as hosting 2 La Liga teams will undoubtedly result in substantial ticket revenue for Sporting Gijón, a team that has, on multiple occasions, ascended to La Liga in its history. The pinnacle of historical achievement for the club occurred in 1980 and 1981 when they twice secured the runner-up position in La Liga, marking a remarkable moment in their history. The subsequent 2 years saw them finish as runners-up in the Copa del Rey, earning the team the moniker of 4-time Kings of the Cup. However, the current standing of the team in the Segunda División is less than ideal, as FC Barcelona arrived in Asturias, home to Sporting Gijón. The region, which borders the Pacific and experiences a temperate, moist climate, remains surprisingly mild despite the winter season. The arrival of Barcelona created a stir throughout the Asturias region. Many local fans, while supporting their home team, also hold allegiances to Barcelona or Real Madrid. In this locale, the supporters of Barcelona are indeed plentiful. Traveling on a bus provided by Chelsea FC, the players of Barcelona reached the modest Molinón Stadium, which accommodates merely 30,000 spectators, a stark contrast to the grandeur of Camp Nou. Even from adjacent buildings, one could observe the entire scene within the stadium, which was already filled to capacity. Countless fans awaited anxiously outside the stadium. In the previous season's Supercopa de España, Barcelona suffered a defeat to Athletic Bilbao, where Lionel Messi received his first red card in his illustrious career, a moment that left him deeply regretful. Consequently, Messi is resolutely determined to reclaim glory in this year's Supercopa. Sevilla has exhibited remarkable consistency this season, currently leading the league with 9 victories and 1 draw. In their last encounter with Barcelona, Sevilla decisively triumphed 2-0 at Camp Nou, leaving Barcelona in disarray. Even the outstanding Li Mingyu could not turn the tide in that match, highlighting the psychological impact of the chaos on Barcelona's players. Presently, Barcelona stands 4th in the league with 8 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, while Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid follow closely in 2nd and 3rd, respectively, both with 9 wins and 1 loss, although Real Madrid holds a superior goal difference. In today's Supercopa match, Barcelona is poised to avenge their previous defeat, eager to demonstrate to Sevilla that they are not to be trifled with. Good evening to the viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Tonight, we present a semi-final of the Supercopa de España, featuring the reigning La Liga champions, FC Barcelona, against the runners-up of the Copa del Rey, Sevilla FC. Just this past weekend, these two teams clashed in La Liga, where Sevilla emerged victorious with a 2-0 win at Camp Nou, propelling them back to the top of the league standings, while Barcelona's loss dropped them to fourth. This match is held at the Molineux Stadium, home of Sporting Gijón, a team that once competed in La Liga during the 2008-2009 season before relegating back to the Segunda División, only to return to La Liga in 2016. Currently, Sporting Gijón remains in the Segunda División, and hosting this Supercopa semifinal has greatly benefited the club. The players have now taken to the field, positioning themselves as they await the referee's whistle to commence the match. The referee checks his watch and blows the whistle, signaling the start of the Supercopa semifinal. The crowd erupts with cheers for both teams. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Molineux Stadium, receiving the comprehensive shooting skill set of Sporting Gijón legend David Villa. David Villa, affectionately known as Gourd Boy, is a prolific Spanish forward who emerged from the youth ranks of Sporting Gijón. Despite his modest stature, Villa possesses a robust physique and remarkable speed, complemented by his versatility. Whether striking with either foot, heading, or executing set pieces and penalties, he consistently delivers stunning goals. Acquiring Villa's comprehensive shooting skill set elevates Li Mingyu's arsenal to new heights. Sevilla initiates the kickoff. Barcelona's forward press is ferocious, especially after their recent defeat at home, which ended a 10-match unbeaten streak. This loss not only shattered their home record, but also interrupted a remarkable 23-match unbeaten run spanning the previous season. Therefore, the Barcelona players are resolute in their intent to show Sevilla their true strength. In less than a minute, Barcelona has subdued Sevilla's ability to pass, forcing them to revert to their goalkeeper, who clears the ball towards midfield. Busquets anticipates the trajectory and deftly redirects the ball with a header to Piku. The possession shifts. Sevilla's players breathe a sigh of relief, having endured intense pressure from Barcelona, fearing an unexpected goal against them. Piku passes to De Jong, who skillfully plays the ball to Li Mingyu, who is retreating to receive it. The ball swiftly crosses midfield and enters Sevilla's half. Barcelona's offensive efficiency is striking. They rarely pass back in defense, instead opting for quick transitions through the midfield, allowing Li Mingyu to orchestrate the play. Upon receiving the ball, Li Mingyu deftly evades Rakiti with a brilliant right-footed touch and accelerates towards Sevilla's penalty area. However, Sevilla's defense responds effectively, quickly surrounding Li Mingyu with a tight three-man press. Li Mingyu, unwilling to be negligent, swiftly released the ball, sending it towards the sideline where Pedri awaited. Sevilla adhered to the tactical philosophy that secured their previous victory over Barcelona, resolutely denying Li Mingyu any opportunity to receive or distribute the ball. Even Messi did not escape such stringent treatment. This illustrates that in the mind of Sevilla's coach, Li Mingyu's threat has surpassed that of Messi. In the last match, Li Mingyu was effectively neutralized by Sevilla's midfield, leading to significant issues in the forward play. Messi had to revert to orchestrating the game, exacerbating Barcelona's existing attacking deficiencies. Griezmann alone posed little threat to Sevilla's goal. However, in this match, Li Mingyu had already devised a counter-strategy. If they sought to immobilize him with midfield players, he would act contrary to their intentions. After passing the ball, Li Mingyu did not advance, but instead darted away in the opposite direction. This peculiar movement momentarily bewildered Sevilla's defenders. Yet, upon noticing Pedri advancing with the ball, they could not afford to hesitate, leaving Gomez to closely mark Li Mingyu while the other two pursued Pedri. Although Gomez drew nearer to Li Mingyu, his gaze remained fixed on the ball, his hand resting lightly on Li Mingyu to gauge his position. As Li Mingyu veered towards the left flank, he saw Pedri pass the ball to the advancing Messi, and with a sudden burst of speed, he dashed towards the edge of the penalty area, leaving Gomez unable to react in time. Due to Li Mingyu's unconventional movement, the distance between him and the ball had widened significantly, preventing Sevilla's defenders from crowding around him. Consequently, the attention of the midfield and defensive players shifted entirely to Pedri and Messi on that side. Upon seeing Messi with the ball, Sevilla's defenders heightened their vigilance. After all, the mere mention of Messi's name sent shivers down the spines of any defensive unit, even if he currently stood in Li Mingyu's shadow. As Sevilla's defensive focus concentrated on Messi, Griezmann suddenly surged forward from the center, causing a momentary disarray in Sevilla's central defense. However, Messi did not pass to Griezmann. Nevertheless, Griezmann's advance had already drawn the opposing center-backs away from their defensive positions at the edge of the penalty area. Messi executed a feint towards the byline, misleading defender ACUA, and with his left foot, pushed the ball into the center of the penalty area. This area became a vacuum. The opposing midfielders had been pulled wide, while one frantically chased back behind Li Mingyu. The center-backs, who should have occupied that space, had been drawn back a couple of steps by Griezmann's sudden incursion. In mere seconds, through the seamless interplay of three forward players, Barcelona effectively tore a massive hole in what appeared to be Sevilla's impenetrable defense. The subsequent events unfolded effortlessly. Li Mingyu made a late run, striking the ball with ferocity, channeling all his frustration from the previous match into this shot. The ball flew past the defenders like a bullet. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Yassine Bounou, had no time to react. He felt that the interval from Li Mingyu's kick to the ball entering his net was less than half a second. Unless the ball struck him directly, he had no chance of responding. With Li Mingyu's roar, Barcelona's players rushed towards him, encircling him in jubilant celebration. Sevilla's defenders wore expressions of resignation. Their previous defensive efforts had been sound, yet with two attacking cores on the opposing side, restricting one left the other unchecked. Unless, as in the last match, one was effectively contained while the other was out of form. It was evident that both Li Mingyu and Messi were in formidable form today. This posed a significant dilemma for Sevilla. After all, the semi-final of the Spanish Super Cup was a single elimination match, necessitating that the trailing Sevilla team adopt an offensive approach. The remainder of the match was entirely under Barcelona's control. As the first half concluded, Sevilla's players returned to the locker room with their heads hung low. The 3-0 scoreline made it clear just how unstoppable Barcelona was in their current state. In the first half, Li Mingyu, Messi, and Griezmann each scored a goal, with Pedri providing 2 assists, showcasing an outstanding performance. The 3 goals had effectively stripped Sevilla of their veneer. In the second half, Li Mingyu was substituted off in the 65th minute. The final score settled at 5-0. Barcelona unleashed their pent-up frustration from their earlier league defeat to Sevilla, leaving them utterly bewildered. In another semi-final of the Spanish Super Cup, the Madrid rivals engaged in a goal fest, finishing regular time at 3-3. In extra time, Ibrahimovic, exhausted, was substituted, leaving only the recently unbanned Suarez in Atletico Madrid's attack. After Haaland scored first, in the 120th minute, Suarez successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap, rounded goalkeeper Courtois, and scored into an empty net, equalizing the match and pushing it to a penalty shootout. In the shootout, Real Madrid triumphed, with goalkeeper Courtois performing heroically, saving 2 penalties from Atletico Madrid, thus securing Real Madrid's place in the final of the Spanish Super Cup. The final of the Spanish Super Cup would see a rematch of the National Derby. Just 4 days later was the final. The intensity of the schedule left Real Madrid feeling profoundly fatigued. This month, Real Madrid's fixtures have been nearly back-to-back every week. Barcelona's situation was not much better, with matches scheduled every 4 days. Therefore, with the outcome secured, Koeman substituted off both Li Mingyu and Messi, preparing for the upcoming final. Since the beginning of the season, although Real Madrid had performed admirably, achieving commendable results in both the league and the Champions League, the grueling schedule had led to varying degrees of injury among many players. Conversely, Barcelona had fared relatively well, with no frequent injuries among their key players, and Fati had returned to regular training. According to doctors, he was expected to make his comeback in the upcoming final of the Spanish Super Cup. Fati, an exceptional talent from La Masia's youth academy, had entered the academy around the same time as Li Mingyu, yet he had always outshone Li Mingyu during their time there. Fati is nearly a year younger and had joined Barcelona's first team 6 months prior to Li Mingyu. In the 2020 Golden Boy Award, Fati finished second to the rising star Haaland, highlighting the extent of his extraordinary talent. However, fate often seems to conspire against talent. At a tender age, he has undergone 3 surgical procedures on his knee, allowing him to return to the field. Yet, the partial removal of his meniscus will undoubtedly cast a shadow over his professional career, contingent upon his ability to first conquer his psychological barriers. Many stars, upon returning from serious injuries, find their form utterly shattered. This phenomenon is primarily a psychological one, where players hesitate to execute certain moves. When a player is plagued by doubts on the pitch, their performance inevitably falters. Thus, the crux of Fati's return hinges on whether he can recapture the brilliance of his former self, a once promising superstar. In 4 days, The final of the Spanish Super Cup will unfold at the Rose Garden Stadium, home to the Segunda Division team, Málaga. Once a stalwart in La Liga, Málaga has languished in the lower division due to poor performances in recent years. The decision to host this Super Cup final here is a gesture of support from the Spanish Football Federation towards Málaga. Prior to the match, the Rose Garden Stadium, filled to its capacity of over 30,000 spectators, is surrounded by a throng of fans from both teams, creating an atmosphere of fervor and anticipation. This is the allure of Spain's national derby. The clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona reignites the passion for football in this city. Good evening, dear viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Welcome to our broadcast of today's match, the final of the Spanish Super Cup, featuring the ever-familiar rivals, Real Madrid and Barcelona. This encounter marks the second meeting of the season between these two teams, the first having concluded with a score of 4-3. In that match, Barcelona's golden boy, Li Mingyu, delivered a stunning goal in the dying moments, sealing a dramatic victory over Real Madrid. The match was a fierce exchange of blows, with both Piqué and Haaland receiving red cards and subsequently leaving the field. As today's match approaches, players from both sides have exchanged fiery rhetoric, particularly Haaland, who is determined to demonstrate that Real Madrid is the greatest team on earth, vowing to score and secure the season's first championship for his team. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu of Barcelona casually asserts that the outcome will mirror their previous encounter. While his words may seem lighthearted, they carry weight, for he has netted 8 goals in 2 national derbies, a striking feat that leaves one wondering how many goals he might score in this match. Let's first examine today's lineups. Real Madrid adopts a 4-3-3 formation, featuring goalkeeper Courtois, with defenders Marcelo, Nacho, Varane, and Carvajal. The midfield trio consists of Casemiro, Isco, and Modric, while the forward line boasts Haaland, Benzema, and the returning Hazard. Hazard's return adds a new strategic dimension to Real Madrid's attack, as they aim to overpower Barcelona's defense in what promises to be a thrilling offensive contest. Barcelona's lineup remains largely unchanged, employing a 3-5-2 formation. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen leads a backline of Lenglet, Eric Garcia, and Mingueza, with De Jong and Busquets providing a stable midfield foundation. Alba and Pedri serve as sharp weapons on the flanks, while Li Mingyu orchestrates play from the attacking midfield position, with Messi and Griezmann spearheading the attack. This Barcelona formation, honed over 2 months, has displayed formidable control in both League and Champions League matches, reminiscent of their invincible form from years past. With both teams fielding highly offensive lineups, it is no surprise that the top scorers and assist providers are prominently featured within their ranks, setting the stage for an exhilarating match. Without further ado, let us witness this titanic clash of national derbies. As the referee's whistle pierces the air, the final of the Spanish Super Cup officially commences. Li Mingyu's eyes light up upon receiving the skill Isco's nutmeg. He casts his gaze toward the opposing player with the bushy beard. Midfielder Isco may not possess extraordinary speed, seldom embarking on long runs or darting down the wing, but his technical finesse is exquisite. Renowned for his dribbling, he has drawn comparisons to Real Madrid's coach Zidane. In a memorable match against Valladolid in 2013, Isco executed 5 consecutive nutmegs on an opponent's defender. Nutmegging is not Isco's sole specialty. Many stars excel in this art, with Ronaldinho being a notable example. Nevertheless, Isco's nutmeg prowess is certainly on par with those superstars. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Barcelona takes the initial kickoff. Contrary to the expectations of commentators, the match begins with both teams adopting a cautious approach. Despite being merely the Spanish Super Cup, a trophy is still a trophy, and both teams understand the value of securing another title. Though both sides field aggressive formations, the play is marked by caution in the early stages. The midfield battle is intense, with Messi and Griezmann, alongside Haaland, Benzema, and Isco, all tracking back to contest possession. Coaches Zidane and Koeman exchange glances, recognizing the mutual caution and respect reflected in each other's eyes. Isco and Modric for Real Madrid, along with Li Mingyu and Pedri for Barcelona, serve as the engines for their respective midfields. Whichever side gains the upper hand in ball distribution will pose a significant threat. In the opening 10 minutes, a fierce struggle for possession unfolds in the midfield, with the ball constantly changing hands, yet neither team manages to penetrate the opposing 30-meter zone. While the match may lack dazzling ball control and goals, the tension of these initial moments keeps fans on the edge of their seats. The players on the field represent some of the finest talents globally, and their dazzling skills and resilient defenses create a spectacle that leaves spectators in awe, their hearts racing with excitement. Fans in attendance witness a fierce contest between two of the world's elite teams, each giving their all. The swift transitions between offense and defense, coupled with relentless pressing and counterpressing, have left the spectators utterly captivated. However, after merely 10 minutes, the rhythm of both teams began to decelerate. After all, neither side is composed of automatons capable of sustaining such high-intensity clashes indefinitely. When Barcelona opted to return the ball to their defender, Real Madrid's players surged back to their half like a receding tide, an impressive display of cohesion. It was not only Real Madrid's players who needed to catch their breath. The players of Barcelona were equally fatigued. Within that brief span of 10 minutes, Li Mingyu had covered nearly 2 kilometers, a grueling burden of sprinting and changing pace. At this juncture, the player with the stronger will would seize the upper hand. Gritting his teeth, Li Mingyu pushed through his weary legs, retreating to the 40-meter zone to receive a pass from Busquets. With a swift turn, he caught sight of Haaland, poised near the center circle and ready to press. A glint of ferocity in his eyes. Faced with the advancing Haaland, Li Mingyu exhibited no hesitation. With the outside of his right foot, he deftly directed the ball to Pedri on the flank and raced past Haaland, eager to receive the ball again. Yet Haaland was equally quick, pivoting to pursue Li Mingyu closely, almost mirroring his every move. In their previous encounter, Haaland felt he had been unjustly defeated. Had the referee not sent him off, the outcome might have been quite different. Thus, in this match, the proud Haaland was determined to prove to everyone that he is the most formidable player of this era, with Li Mingyu and Mbappé needing to look up to him. This ambition underpinned his choice of Real Madrid over Paris Saint-Germain, who had offered him a more lucrative contract. Li Mingyu sensed immense pressure from behind and found himself unable to shake off Haaland's tight marking. Pedri, intending to execute a 1-2 with Li Mingyu, was forced to retreat as Li Mingyu struggled to elude Haaland, ultimately passing the ball back to De Jong. Last season, De Jong served as Barcelona's primary playmaker, but Li Mingyu's emergence had rendered his position somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Coach Koeman initially deployed him as a center-back, where De Jong showcased defensive capabilities that matched his offensive prowess, much to Koeman's satisfaction. Eventually, Koeman positioned De Jong as a defensive midfielder, pairing him with the experienced but physically waning Busquets. In this role, De Jong excelled, embodying the youthful essence of Busquets, capable of both attacking and defending. He became a shield for Li Mingyu. When Li Mingyu was unable to receive the ball, De Jong emerged as another focal point for the attack. Receiving a return pass from Pedri, De Jong wasted no time and surged forward with the ball. With Li Mingyu off the ball, Haaland could not follow him indefinitely. After all, he was a forward, not meant to shadow an opposing midfielder. As De Jong advanced, he sent the ball to the opposite flank, where Alba awaited in the passing lane. Li Mingyu pressed forward, and without Haaland's relentless pursuit, he quickly found a position to receive the ball. Alba's pass found Li Mingyu's feet, who had stealthily positioned himself in the gap of Real Madrid's defense. With Messi and Griezmann having drawn much of Real Madrid's defensive attention, Li Mingyu had not previously engaged in the attack. De Jong's sudden run created a momentary lapse in Real Madrid's defense, allowing Li Mingyu to exploit the space between the midfield and defense on the left flank. Upon seeing Alba's pass, Li Mingyu deftly touched the ball with his right foot, shifting it slightly towards the center. Glancing at the goalkeeper's positioning, he unleashed a powerful shot with the inner side of his right foot. The ball sailed through the air in a magnificent arc, heading straight for the upper corner of the goal. This shot was executed with remarkable swiftness. From his appearance on the scene to receiving the ball and shooting, it took no more than 2 seconds. Due to obstructed sight lines, Real Madrid's goalkeeper Courtois only reacted as the ball soared toward the goal, desperately leaping to his left and stretching to intercept it. However, Li Mingyu's shot, with its pronounced curve, eluded Courtois' grasp, striking the inside of the post and finding the net. The Rose Garden Stadium erupted in joyous uproar as Barcelona's fans celebrated with deafening cheers. Li Mingyu raced toward the stands, gesturing for the crowd to amplify their applause. The cheers intensified in response. The Real Madrid players, confronted with this goal, displayed visible frustration. Li Mingyu's off-the-ball movement, De Jong's timely run, and the distractions caused by Messi and Griezmann culminated in this goal. Barcelona's current attack exhibited remarkable organization, demonstrating that not all plays needed to originate from Li Mingyu's feet. Given that opposing teams were now acutely aware of Li Mingyu's significance to Barcelona, they were likely to mount stringent defenses against him. Nevertheless, Barcelona boasted more than just Li Mingyu. De Jong, Pedri, Messi, and even Busquets could serve as vital initiators of the attack. With the score at 1-0, Barcelona took the lead in the Spanish Super Cup final, asserting their dominance. On the sidelines, Zidane gazed at Li Mingyu with envy, appreciating the emergence of such a talented midfield prodigy, even if he was not part of his team. However, when Zidane's gaze fell upon Haaland, he regarded him with considerable admiration. While Haaland may not possess the same versatility as Li Mingyu, his offensive prowess undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in contemporary football. Having secured Haaland for Real Madrid, Zidane felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After the kickoff, Real Madrid shed any pretense, unleashing a frenzied offensive onslaught. Haaland, akin to a lion hunting for prey, incessantly tested Barcelona's defense, successfully evading offside traps on multiple occasions, yet failing to breach their backline. Nonetheless, this urgency prompted Barcelona's defense to remain vigilant. Had they failed to intercept the ball during one of those instances, Haaland would have found himself with a clear opportunity against the goalkeeper. Li Mingyu also retreated to his half to engage in the offensive play. Despite Real Madrid's relentless assaults, Barcelona's defense exhibited resilience, revealing no significant vulnerabilities. In fact, Barcelona capitalized on Real Madrid's desperation to score, executing counterattacks after successfully regaining possession, leaving Real Madrid in a cold sweat. Although they did not score, these efforts effectively stymied Real Madrid's attacking momentum. In the midst of a midfield tussle, Li Mingyu displayed physical prowess and heading ability that rivaled his opponents. Blessed with the extraordinary aerial talent reminiscent of the legendary Greek player Angelos Charistias, Li Mingyu's heading skills had grown remarkably strong, albeit rarely showcased. His innate sensitivity to the trajectory of high balls, a gift he possessed, set him apart. A crucial moment unfolded when Barcelona's attack faltered, prompting Courtois to execute a long pass aimed at the forward, Haaland. Li Mingyu, however, refrained from joining the offensive and positioned himself near the midfield. Observing the ball's descent, he swiftly retreated, positioning himself directly in front of Haaland. Both players craned their necks to track the ball, yet Li Mingyu arrived at the spot first. Realizing this, Haaland hesitated, understanding that Li Mingyu would likely make contact first. If he rushed into contest, it was probable that Li Mingyu would head the ball away. Instead of approaching Li Mingyu, Haaland took a half step back, feigning a forward charge to deceive him. His intention was to provoke a tactical error from Li Mingyu, hoping he would opt to control the ball with his chest rather than heading it away. Such a choice could lead to a miscontrol, either losing balance or allowing the ball to escape, presenting Haaland with an opportunity to intercept. As anticipated, when Li Mingyu noticed Haaland's lack of advance, he chose to control the ball with his chest instead of heading it. In that instant, as Haaland lunged towards him like a cheetah, Li Mingyu remained unfazed, fully aware of Haaland's intentions. With Haaland closing in, intent on knocking him over, Li Mingyu executed a deft lift of the ball just as it descended. The ball soared gracefully, seemingly animated, while Li Mingyu elegantly spun away from Haaland's bear-like collision. Haaland, thwarted by his own momentum, stumbled dangerously close to falling. Frustrated, he turned to see Li Mingyu poised beneath the descending ball, ready to control it. Remarkably agile, Haaland quickly regained his balance and charged towards Li Mingyu from behind, attempting to reach for the ball. Yet, Li Mingyu, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, sensed Haaland's move. Before Haaland could extend his leg, Li Mingyu flicked the ball over both their heads and executed a seamless turn to settle it at his feet. Haaland, having narrowly missed Li Mingyu, lost his footing and fell to the ground. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, captivated by Li Mingyu's performance, which resembled a masterful display of juggling, leaving the brutish Haaland utterly confounded. Even the players from Real Madrid felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that this moment would undoubtedly become a highlight of the match. Haaland, appearing foolish, had been outmaneuvered by Li Mingyu's deft touches. While this play did not contribute to Barcelona's offensive efforts, it significantly bolstered the morale of his teammates and instilled a sense of unease among the Real Madrid players, relieved that it was Haaland who had been made to look foolish. Following this display, Li Mingyu swiftly passed the ball away. Rising from the ground, Haaland, feeling humiliated, stormed towards Li Mingyu, his eyes ablaze with fury, and forcefully collided with him using his chest. Had Li Mingyu been a skilled actor, he could have easily feigned injury, falling to the ground and prompting the referee to issue Haaland a red card without hesitation. However, Li Mingyu, displaying a commendable composure, spread his arms to indicate a lack of intent to escalate the confrontation. The referee rushed over, blowing his whistle urgently. Although Li Mingyu sought to avoid conflict, his Barcelona teammates had different intentions. The nearest players, Busquets and De Jong, quickly advanced to defend him. Busquets, incensed by Haaland's aggressive actions, shouted and charged forward, while De Jong followed suit without hesitation. Upon arriving, Busquets pushed Haaland away, causing him to stumble and fall. This escalation prompted a reaction from Real Madrid's players, who were now prepared to engage in an all-out brawl. The referee, visibly frustrated, lamented the difficulty of officiating the national derby. Despite the urgent whistle, neither side calmed down. Fortunately, as seasoned professionals familiar with one another, the players reluctantly separated with the intervention of several Spanish players. The referee, exasperated by the disruption of the match, summoned Haaland and Busquets aside to issue both a yellow card, labeling Haaland for provoking and Busquets for pushing. While Busquets argued that his actions were in protection of Li Mingyu, the referee deemed that Busquets' push had instigated the ensuing chaos between teams. Nonetheless, he sternly warned Haaland to temper his temper, making it clear that he had shown leniency this time. In truth, issuing a red card to Haaland would have been justifiable. However, given that this was the Spanish Super Cup final and the match was still in the 25th minute of the first half, the referee opted for caution, issuing only a yellow card as a warning. He indicated that should Haaland persist in his reckless behavior, a red card would be forthcoming. Regardless of the players' thoughts, the spectators relished the unfolding drama, especially enchanted by Li Mingyu's exquisite displays of skill, which had undeniably etched themselves into the annals of classic football maneuvers. After all, the backdrop for this moment is none other than the illustrious Haaland. The clash between the two Golden Boy winners of 2020 and 2021 seems to favor Li Mingyu. Although Haaland's face has regained its composure, the fire within him remains unextinguished. The earlier incident where he was mocked will undoubtedly become a blemish on his professional career. The only way to erase this stain is to defeat Li Mingyu and conquer Barcelona in this match. History is written by the victors, and should Real Madrid triumph in this encounter, Haaland will have vanquished Li Mingyu, rendering the influence of those two earlier dribbles negligible. However, should Barcelona emerge victorious, Haaland dreads to imagine how the media will depict him post-match. A chill runs down his spine, intensifying the resolve in his eyes. He must win this game. As the previous match had been halted by the referee, the game will commence with a kickoff. It was Barcelona's ball, and Real Madrid would not take advantage of this moment. So Modric promptly returned the ball to Barcelona. The fans in attendance offered polite applause as encouragement. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. As the ball rolled slowly towards defender Lenglet, a figure resembling a cheetah began to accelerate madly from the vicinity of the center circle. Clad in white, a flash of lightning racing towards the ball. The expression on the faces of Barcelona's players shifted dramatically, and even Real Madrid's players were taken aback. Typically, in such situations, possession is handed back to the team that previously held it, allowing the opposing side to regain control before any defensive action can be taken. However, as Modric had just kicked the ball, before the opponents could even gain possession, Haaland had already initiated his attempt to seize the ball. The stadium erupted in a cacophony of boos, with even some Real Madrid fans expressing discontent over Haaland's actions. Yet, Haaland remained unfazed, his focus solely on the ball. Upon noticing Haaland's sprint towards him, Lenglet felt a surge of panic. Modric's pass had been weak, and often in such cases, the player passing the ball might inadvertently kick it too hard, sending it towards the opponent's goal and potentially resulting in a score. Thus, Modric had chosen to gently nudge the ball forward. But with the ball moving so slowly and Haaland's speed so formidable, Lenglet feared that if he stood idly by, Haaland would snatch the ball first. In that moment, disregarding any ethical considerations, Lenglet sprang into action, aiming to clear the ball with a powerful kick. However, it was too late. As Lenglet prepared to strike, Haaland had already arrived. Faced with Lenglet's swinging leg, Haaland gritted his teeth and extended his foot, colliding with Lenglet's. Due to Haaland's preparation and sheer force, Lenglet's kick was overwhelmed. Losing his balance, Lenglet let out a cry as he fell to the ground. Haaland, undeterred by Lenglet's plight, seized the ball from beneath him and charged into Barcelona's penalty area. Confronted by the furious Ter Stegen, Haaland unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into the net. After scoring, Ter Stegen stormed towards Haaland, furiously shouting accusations of unsportsmanlike conduct. Yet, Haaland paid no heed to Ter Stegen's outburst, instead choosing to celebrate at the sidelines. Meanwhile, at the point of contention, Li Mingyu frowned as he regarded Modric, who appeared equally embarrassed by Haaland's lack of decorum. All eyes turned to the somewhat bewildered referee, Guarin. Internally, Guarin lamented the situation, recognizing that Haaland's actions had indeed disregarded sportsmanship. Nevertheless, according to the rules, Haaland's goal could not be revoked. With a resigned expression, Guarin gestured towards the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. A deafening chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, even Real Madrid supporters hesitating to celebrate the goal. The expressions of both coaches on the sidelines were revealing. After witnessing Haaland's contentious goal, Barcelona's coach Koeman, furious as if his ancestors' graves had been disturbed, rushed towards the fourth official, vehemently denouncing Haaland's lack of sportsmanship. In contrast, Zidane, upon observing the goal, wore a peculiar smile, turning away silently to return to the bench, though his demeanor suggested a tumultuous inner state. While the controversy surrounding Haaland's opportunistic strike was ambiguous, it did offer some solace to Real Madrid's players, equalizing the score. Under the referee's intervention, Barcelona's players finally retreated to their half, glaring at the nonchalant young man on the opposing side. "You're finished." This goal ignited the fury of the Barcelona players. Lenglet, now limping, rose to his feet. The clash had left his thigh aching, but he was fueled by anger, determined to teach Haaland a lesson. Haaland, sensing the ire of the Barcelona players, instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier actions. As play resumed, Barcelona's attack was sharp, while Real Madrid appeared somewhat lacking in confidence, perhaps feeling the weight of the previous goal's ethical implications. Haaland charged at Li Mingyu, intent on intercepting the ball at his feet. Initially, Li Mingyu had held a favorable view of Haaland, even appreciating his skill. However, the earlier incident had revealed to him the depths of Haaland's disregard for boundaries. With a simple feint, Li Mingyu effortlessly bypassed the advancing Haaland. While Haaland's offensive prowess was world-class, his ability to intercept was rather ordinary. After his attempt to seize the ball, he remained unfazed, knowing his defensive style relied on speed and strength. If his opponent was intimidated, he could easily reclaim possession, just as he had against Lenglet earlier. However, to his surprise, after evading him, Li Mingyu did not advance, but instead maneuvered sideways, reappearing directly in front of him. The entire stadium was taken aback. What was happening? A one-on-one showdown? This was a rare sight indeed. Such scenarios are common in basketball, where one player faces off against another while their teammates pull away. However, in football, it is exceedingly rare for a player to bypass an opponent only to continue engaging them. Haaland, incensed by Li Mingyu's audacity, charged forward like an enraged bull, his eyes ablaze with fury. Li Mingyu deftly flicked the ball to the right with the outer instep of his right foot, igniting a spark of hope in Haaland, who rushed eagerly towards him. However, with an almost magical motion, Li Mingyu pulled the ball back with the inner instep of his right foot, reclaiming the football that had seemingly escaped his grasp. Haaland, like a clumsy fool, dashed into thin air, while Li Mingyu kept the ball firmly in place. A splendid cow-tail maneuver. Chapter 138. Messi's lob pass, Griezmann's delicate shot, a perfect coordination upon realizing he had been deceived. Haaland hastily attempted to regain his balance, yet the series of feints had already misaligned his body and thoughts. His foot slipped, and he found himself awkwardly seated on the pitch. The stands erupted with mocking jeers, as Barcelona fans celebrated with the exuberance of a festive occasion. In contrast, the supporters of Real Madrid covered their faces, unable to bear witness to their star forward being so thoroughly outplayed. But they had it coming. Had they not disregarded sportsmanship, such scrutiny would not have been falling them. After outmaneuvering Haaland, Li Mingyu cast a disdainful glance at him and advanced with the ball. Although the Real Madrid players were unimpressed by Haaland's earlier opportunistic goal, they were incensed to see Li Mingyu toy with their teammate. Casemiro executed a brutal challenge, sending Li Mingyu sprawling several meters away, rolling twice upon hitting the ground. This spectacle ignited a furor among the Barcelona fans, their voices of outrage and disdain echoing throughout the Rose Garden Stadium. The players from both teams once again faced off against each other. The referee, Guarin, wore a frown, exasperated by the antics on the field. Are you all toying with me? I just told you not to play these games. Li Mingyu remained expressionless on the ground, adjusting his shin guards and tying his shoelaces. Though the collision with Case Moreau appeared severe, Li Mingyu had anticipated it. Sensing the hostile intentions of Case Moreau, he had heightened his alertness. As he was knocked back, he adeptly protected himself, reducing the impact to a minimum, despite a lingering pain in his shoulder. He was largely unscathed. The referee issued 4 yellow cards in quick succession, to Case Moreau, Marcelo, and Ramos of Real Madrid, and to Pedri of Barcelona, who had pushed an opponent down in defense of Li Mingyu. Within just 20 minutes of the first half, 6 players had accumulated yellow cards. The tension on the field was somewhat alleviated by the referee's decisive actions. Guarin found himself in a state of dismay, questioning why he had been assigned to this match. Truly, it was a stroke of bad luck. However, for Real Madrid, the situation was dire. Their defensive midfield stalwart Case Moreau, center-back Ramos, and fullback Marcelo had all received yellow cards, foreshadowing significant defensive issues ahead. Indeed, within 5 minutes, Barcelona launched an offensive. Li Mingyu passed to Messi on the flank, who feigned past Marcelo and surged towards the Real Madrid penalty area. With a yellow card already in hand, Ramos dared not extend his leg, resorting instead to using his body to obstruct Li Mingyu's path. Yet, Messi's unparalleled ability to exploit tight spaces with his lightning-quick footwork allowed him to bypass Ramos effortlessly. As the other center-back, Varane, rushed to assist, Messi deftly flicked the ball over Varane's head. Varane, startled, leaped to intercept, but could only feel the ball graze his hair as it sailed past him. Suddenly, Griezmann darted into the penalty area, positioning himself for the descending ball, opting not to control it. Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Courtois, had already reacted swiftly, charging out of the small box upon seeing Messi's lob. Had Griezmann chosen to stop the ball, the opportunity for a shot would have vanished. With keen composure, Griezmann noted Courtois' advance and, without panic, lifted his right foot to strike the ball as it descended to waist height. The football soared in a high arc, leaving Courtois stranded, who could only reach up in vain as he watched it find the net. Following his goal, Griezmann, brimming with elation, dashed towards Messi and enveloped him in a jubilant embrace. Messi reciprocated, affectionately ruffling Griezmann's hair. This goal showcased Griezmann's remarkable football intelligence. In the 28th minute of the first half, Griezmann capitalized on Messi's lob, scoring successfully and propelling the team to a 2-1 lead over Real Madrid. The Barcelona fans erupted in song, waving their team scarves, transforming the Rose Garden Stadium into a vibrant rendition of Camp Nou. Outside the venue, Barcelona supporters, witnessing the goal on the big screen, celebrated exuberantly in the square. Meanwhile, Real Madrid fans, disheartened, chanted their team's name in a bid to uplift spirits. In the defensive line, Varane expressed his dissatisfaction with Ramos's earlier defensive maneuver. He had been meant to mark Griezmann, but had to abandon his post to assist Ramos, who had allowed Messi to penetrate the penalty area. Ultimately, the responsibility for the conceded goal rested on his shoulders, as it was his assigned opponent. Hermes, aware of his own shortcomings, glared at Varane, who, being 7 years his junior, had the audacity to voice his criticism, which stung his pride. Coldly, Ramos brushed past Varane, saying, "Mind your own business." With that, he continued on, leaving Varane visibly displeased. At just 29, Varane was in the prime of his career, brimming with experience and vitality. While Ramos, at 36, had long surpassed his peak, his physicality and reflexes having diminished significantly. Varane believed it was time for Ramos to relinquish his position as the defensive linchpin. Yet, Ramos's established stature and influence within Real Madrid had allowed him to maintain his place, serving as an obstacle to Varane's aspirations for advancement. As one of the most successful clubs in the world, Real Madrid had long been divided into factions, but recent successes, including a trio of consecutive Champions League titles, had managed to suppress internal discord, at least for the time being. However, when Ronaldo departed from the Apennine Peninsula, the performance of Real Madrid over the past 2 years has been truly disheartening, leading to the eruption of internal conflicts. Zidane, as a distinguished coach, has managed to keep the team under control, albeit with difficulty. Yet, with the arrival of Haaland, the issue of shooting rights between him and Benzema has emerged as the paramount concern for Real Madrid. Historically, the club has been divided into 3 factions: the Spanish-speaking faction, predominantly led by Ramos, the French-speaking faction, under the leadership of Benzema, and the Portuguese-speaking faction, which has suffered greatly since Ronaldo's departure, with Marcelo and Casemiro now representing their interests. Previously, the Portuguese faction held sway over the French faction due to Ronaldo's presence, while also being comparable to the Spanish faction. However, in the wake of Ronaldo's exit, the French faction has significantly strengthened its influence. As a Norwegian player, Haaland finds himself unable to align with any of these linguistic groups. Nevertheless, the Portuguese faction hopes to draw Haaland into their ranks to bolster their voice. Yet, Haaland is disinterested in their internal strife. He has joined Real Madrid solely to prove his worth. However, in the realm of football, neutrality is a luxury seldom afforded. Benzema, as the undisputed top scorer of Real Madrid post-Ronaldo, finds Haaland's arrival and the subsequent threat to his shooting privileges intolerable. Although Zidane, a fellow Frenchman, remains impartial, he possesses a broader perspective than Benzema, especially considering Benzema's age of 34 and his failure to secure a contract renewal with the club. With Benzema's contract set to expire in the summer of 2023, if a renewal cannot be achieved this season, there is a strong possibility that he will be placed on the transfer list by the summer of 2022. Thus, Zidane has already contemplated who holds greater significance between Benzema and Haaland. The reason Zidane allows the competition between the two players to unfold is partly due to his nationality, making it difficult for him to overtly favor Haaland, and partly to motivate Benzema by introducing competition. After all, if Benzema could agree to a pay cut for a renewal, Real Madrid would not need to search for a replacement in the transfer market. Once the celebrations concluded, Barcelona returned to their half, and Real Madrid prepared to kick off. Haaland, filled with pent-up frustration, chose not to pass the ball back to the midfield after the kickoff. Instead, he charged towards Barcelona's half. More precisely, he aimed directly at Li Mingyu. Observing Haaland's aggressive advance, Li Mingyu showed no signs of retreat. With the skills he had acquired from numerous midfielders and even fullbacks, Li Mingyu's defensive prowess was undeniably formidable, though he rarely showcased this aspect of his game. As Haaland approached, he intended to overpower Li Mingyu physically and, upon bypassing him, to shove him to the ground in a display of his pent-up rage. However, what Haaland did not anticipate was that Li Mingyu would step forward and, at the precise moment the ball left his right foot, deftly poke it away. After losing the ball, Haaland stumbled, nearly falling again. He watched, infuriated, as Li Mingyu passed him by without a glance. Li Mingyu thought to himself, "Damn it, does he take me for a mere wooden post? No feints whatsoever. He is practically inviting me to intercept." The ball, poked away by Li Mingyu, rolled directly to Messi. Seeing Li Mingyu advance, Messi promptly delivered the ball to him. Haaland, in hot pursuit from behind, wore an expression of defiance. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Li Mingyu noticed he was entirely alone, with none of his teammates in support, and Real Madrid's defensive positioning was exceedingly tight, leaving him no room to penetrate forward. To avoid squandering this attacking opportunity, Li Mingyu planted his right foot on the ball, pulling it back and retreating towards his own half. This maneuver caught Haaland, who was preparing to intercept from the other side, off guard. From the television footage, it appeared as if Li Mingyu had misjudged the direction of the attack, feigning an intent to advance towards his own goal. Seeing Haaland brush past him, Li Mingyu smirked, thinking, "Still not learning your lesson, are you?" He then executed a back pass, sending the ball to the holding midfielder, De Jong, while signaling for a slowdown in the attack. Given that Barcelona was leading, there was no need for haste. A gradual build-up would lure Real Madrid's players out, creating openings to exploit. As anticipated, after several exchanges in midfield, Real Madrid's players could no longer remain passive. Their line began to push forward, with even Haaland and Benzema intensifying their pressing in the front. However, Li Mingyu's positioning and ball control rendered Real Madrid's pressing futile, ultimately wasting their energy. The first half concluded with the referee's whistle, the score standing at 2-1 in Barcelona's favor as they returned to the dressing room. Indeed, during the halftime break, discussions across major sports websites erupted concerning the match, predominantly focused on the legitimacy of Haaland's goal. Numerous football legends, unwilling to remain silent, voiced their opinions. Previously, when Haaland and Benzema contested a penalty kick, many legends had rallied in support of Benzema, criticizing Haaland for his lack of understanding of the rules. This time, these figures once again directed their ire towards Haaland, contending that his goal should be annulled as it constituted a shameless ambush devoid of any ethical principle, violating sporting morality. The referee ought to invalidate the goal to prevent fostering such malevolent conduct. This goal tarnished the purity of the white jersey of Real Madrid. Haaland's ascent to superstardom is fraught with challenges, the foremost being the need to discern what actions are unacceptable. Chapter 139. The swan song of the ball king, the online vitriol directed at Haaland continues unabated. With numerous fans expressing outrage at Li Mingyu's repeated humiliation of Haaland in the first half. Li Mingyu's provocative behavior should warrant appropriate punishment post-match. If not for Li Mingyu's frequent taunts, Haaland would not have reacted with indignation and charged at him, leading to a confrontation between the players. The blame lies squarely with Li Mingyu. Indeed, all the blame falls on Benzema. No, it all rests on Li Mingyu. Nevertheless, a greater number of people stand in solidarity with Li Mingyu. His initial 2 successful nutmegs were merely a standard dribbling technique. Slow-motion replays reveal that it was Haaland's aggressive challenge that prompted Li Mingyu to employ such a maneuver. Furthermore, Li Mingyu's subsequent 2 successful dribbles were a justified response to Haaland's prior breach of sporting ethics. I believe Li Mingyu's actions were entirely warranted. The damage may be minimal, but the insult is profoundly significant. In the presence of Li Mingyu, Haaland appears as a mere brute, manipulated at will. He ought to reflect upon his own shortcomings. Indeed, even a player as refined as Li Mingyu has been provoked by Haaland's antics. When an honest individual loses their temper, the consequences can be most alarming. After observing the first half of the match, Neymar, the Brazilian star of Paris Saint-Germain, took to social media to express his views. I support Li Mingyu's retaliatory approach. Haaland behaved like a thief, robbing a goal in the first half. When faced with Li Mingyu's dazzling dribbling, Haaland resembled a clown, tumbling to the ground. And in a display of childish petulance, he collided with Li Mingyu, igniting chaos between the 2 teams. I hope Real Madrid will seriously consider whether Haaland is suited to don that white jersey, as his actions have brought dishonor upon you. As a former Barcelona player, Neymar has always harbored disdain for Real Madrid. Moreover, he shares a slight history with Haaland. During the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League in the 2019-2020 season, Paris Saint-Germain faced the formidable Borussia Dortmund. In the first leg, Dortmund triumphed 2-1, with Neymar scoring once while Haaland netted twice. Following that match, comparisons between Haaland, Neymar, and Mbappé rose, with many claiming Haaland surpassed Neymar in skill. This infuriated the typically arrogant Neymar, leading him to score first in the second leg, leveling the score for his team. Just before halftime, he orchestrated another goal, securing victory. As the match neared its conclusion, Dortmund players, sensing defeat, resorted to excessive aggression, resulting in a minor altercation. During this skirmish, Haaland shoved Neymar, who was attempting to mediate, thus solidifying their enmity. Consequently, Neymar now aligns with Li Mingyu, relentlessly mocking Haaland. Neymar greatly admires Li Mingyu's playing style, particularly the audacious one-on-one maneuvers he exhibited last season. As a Brazilian, Neymar revels in the art of flamboyant dribbling on the pitch. However, this has drawn criticism from many fans, who argue that his extravagant moves are often unnecessary and can squander opportunities. They remind him of 2 illustrious Brazilian predecessors, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, who also adored flashy dribbling but executed it with greater simplicity and effectiveness, rarely facing retaliation due to their artistry. In contrast, Neymar has suffered countless retaliatory fouls throughout his career. Notably, during the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, he endured one of the most brutal fouls, nearly jeopardizing his football career. Although he has since recovered, his absence contributed to Brazil's devastating 7-1 defeat against Germany, marking one of the darkest days in World Cup history. Now at 30, Neymar has matured, adopting a more composed style of play, having shelved his extravagant dribbling. Yet, upon witnessing Li Mingyu's exquisite footwork, his restless spirit reignites. How splendid it would be to return to Barcelona, joining forces with Messi and Li Mingyu. The 15-minute halftime passed swiftly. The players on both sides remained oblivious to the fact that this match had become an online sensation. The 3 goals scored in the first half were overshadowed by discussions centered around Li Mingyu and Haaland. Li Mingyu and Messi emerged from the players' tunnel, sharing light-hearted banter and displaying relaxed expressions, while Haaland emerged with a grim demeanor, seemingly in a foul mood. As the second half commenced, Real Madrid launched a fierce assault on Barcelona's penalty area. Hazard, who had barely made an impression in the first half, burst into action at the onset of the second half, showcasing his talents along the flanks. The Belgian captain, Hazard, has struggled to find his rhythm at Real Madrid since his arrival in the summer of 2019 when he donned the legendary number 7 jersey. Fans had hoped he would herald the return of a true champion. Unfortunately, his fragile physique led to widespread disappointment, resulting in fans expressing their frustration with Chelsea, demanding a refund for the defective product. Over the course of 2.5 years, Hazard has spent 1.5 years on the sidelines due to injuries. And even once healed, he quickly succumbed to further setbacks. In that span, he has endured 15 various injuries, causing fans to nearly forget him. However, 2 weeks prior, Hazard announced his return to fitness, and Zidane placed considerable trust in him, starting him in this crucial match. Yet, due to several interruptions caused by skirmishes in the first half, Hazard found himself with limited opportunities to shine, leaving him feeling somewhat invisible. In the second half, Zidane aimed to facilitate more collaboration between the midfield and Hazard, hoping to catch Barcelona off guard with his ingenuity. Indeed, as Zidane had envisioned, Hazard, who had been largely overlooked in the first half, became a surprising threat, unnoticed even by Barcelona's defenders. Within 5 minutes of the second half start, Hazard received a pass from Madrid, deftly maneuvering past 2 Barcelona defenders before unleashing a stunning long-range shot that found the back of the net, leaving Ter Stegen in awe. The king of dribbling finally illuminated the pitch with his brilliance. This goal sent the long-silent Real Madrid fans into a frenzy, with cheers erupting throughout the stadium. Hazard's strike showcased his regained physical condition, as his agile footwork indicated that he had indeed recovered. Ecstatic, Hazard raced toward the bench, embracing Zidane, who had steadfastly supported him despite the doubts of others, believing that Hazard would eventually return to form. Hazard did not disappoint Zidane's faith, scoring a magnificent goal in this pivotal match to equalize at 2-2. Following the goal, Real Madrid's momentum surged, and they immediately pressed forward into Barcelona's half. Launching a relentless pursuit, Barcelona's formation became increasingly compressed, and passing lanes narrowed significantly. After scoring, Hazard exhibited remarkable liveliness. Upon seeing the football reach Busquets' feet, he noticed that Busquets' foot slipped slightly as he attempted to control the ball, causing it to drift a bit away from his body. With a spark of opportunity in his eyes, Hazard charged forward, extending his left foot with the intent to intercept. Busquets, flustered, raised his foot to reach for the ball, but Hazard, quicker by a hair's breadth, managed to make contact with the football. Just as Hazard prepared to dribble past, an excruciating pain shot through his foot. Busquets inadvertently stamped down hard on his left foot. What should have been a minor incident turned grave as Hazard's body had already committed to the forward motion. Shifting his center of gravity, he felt a sharp crack in his left ankle, a chill running through him. This was it. Hazard sank to his knees, slowly lying back as the intense pain rendered him speechless, his hands clutching his ankle. Meanwhile, Busquets stood there with an innocent expression, insisting he hadn't T-struck Hazard's ankle, merely stepping on his foot. Yet, upon seeing the sweat on Hazard's brow, he realized this was no act. His opponent was genuinely injured. Busquets quickly signaled for assistance from the sidelines. Zidane, upon noticing the situation, wore a grim expression and urgently summoned the team doctor, silently praying that this injury would not be severe. The Real Madrid fans clasped their hands together in prayer, aware of their dissatisfaction with Hazard's prolonged absences from matches. Yet they wished fervently that injuries would not mar the career of such a talented player. Hazard has become one of the most lamentable figures in football in recent years. As the captain of Belgium, the world's top-ranked team, he is undoubtedly among the elite players. In 2019, upon his arrival at the Bernabéu, his market value was a staggering 150 million, surpassing the transfer fee of Ronaldo to Juventus by a significant margin. However, as Ronaldo's successor, Hazard has failed to validate his worth through performance, with repeated injuries causing his form to plummet. His current market value has plummeted to below 50 million euros, making him the player with the steepest decline in value. The team doctor approached Hazard, and after a brief examination, his expression turned grave. Once again, it was Hazard's left ankle. With 3 prior surgeries, his left ankle had become his Achilles heel, unable to withstand further strain. This time, a ligament tear had reappeared, and the prospect of another surgery posed significant risks, potentially jeopardizing Hazard's career. This scene is one that not only Real Madrid would struggle to accept. Even the Belgian national team's coach must be lamenting at home. Here is their national captain, the star player of Belgium, rendered a shadow of himself at Real Madrid. The 2022 Qatar World Cup, despite being held in November rather than the traditional summer months, raises a daunting question. Can Hazard fully recover within a year? An ambulance was promptly summoned onto the field, securing Hazard's left foot before transporting him away, directly to the hospital. The referee, without hesitation, issued Busquets a yellow card, followed by a red card, resulting in his ejection from the match. Barcelona was left to fight with 10 men. Yet, it seemed the Real Madrid players were somewhat distracted by Hazard's unfortunate situation. In the 70th minute, Li Mingyu intercepted a pass from Casemiro in midfield, sending the ball to Messi. Messi wasted no time, cutting inside before unleashing a shot that soared towards the top corner of the net. Although Navas attempted to save it, the ball was too swift, resulting in another goal. The score stood at 3-2, with Barcelona regaining the lead. This goal seemed to extinguish Real Madrid's spirit. In the ensuing moments, mistakes plagued Real Madrid. When Haaland received the ball, he stumbled and fell, gifting possession back to Barcelona. Zidane rubbed his temples, beads of sweat trickling down his bald head, realizing the tide had turned against his side. In the 78th minute, Li Mingyu executed a 1-2 with Messi, who cleverly allowed the ball to pass him. Utilizing his speed, Li Mingyu bypassed two defenders and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box, forcing Courtois to helplessly retrieve the ball from the net once again. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid with a score of 4-2, claiming the title of the 2021-2022 Spanish Super Cup champions. This marked Li Mingyu's second championship trophy of 2021. Following the match, the dejected Real Madrid players trudged to the sidelines, while Barcelona's team celebrated exuberantly in the center of the field. Staff from the Spanish Football Federation began setting up the podium for the award ceremony. Haaland sat alone on the sidelines, watching the podium with envy. Despite his early fame, he'd yet to secure any accolades at the club level. Awards like the Golden Boy and the Norwegian Footballer of the Year held little significance for him. Witnessing the Spanish Super Cup slip through his fingers brought tears to his eyes. Haaland had given his all during the match. Despite scoring a sneaky goal, he had also struck the woodwork twice, leaving him frustrated. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Barcelona's players joined hands, ascending the makeshift podium. As captain, Messi received the Spanish Super Cup trophy from a representative of the Spanish Football Federation. The team erupted in joyous celebration atop the podium. Last season, this accolade had been claimed by Athletic Bilbao, a match in which Messi had received his first red card. Many Barcelona players had shed tears of frustration after that defeat. This season, Barcelona had made a triumphant return, reclaiming the trophy from their fierce rivals, Real Madrid. With this victory, Barcelona secured their first championship of the 2021-2022 season, with numerous more titles awaiting them in the near future. Post-match, the spotlight remained on the performances of Li Mingyu and Haaland. However, a day later, Real Madrid's official website announced that Hazard would miss the remainder of the season due to his left ankle injury. Once again, a profound sigh echoed throughout Real Madrid. The king of dribbling, Eden Hazard, has once again been sidelined for the season after having played only a few matches. It is anticipated that his market value will plummet further, even if Real Madrid wishes to offload him. It is uncertain whether any team would be willing to take the risk. It is indeed disheartening. Over the past 2 years, Real Madrid has invested a staggering €200 million in Hazard, yielding merely 10 goals and 3 assists in return. Such expense is utterly extravagant. Subsequently, Belgium's national team coach, Roberto Martinez, issued a stern rebuke towards Real Madrid regarding Hazard's season-ending injury. In light of this setback, Sergio Busquets paid a visit to Hazard at the hospital. Although Hazard did not blame Busquets, the forced smile on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. This latest injury has rendered his previous surgeries futile and has led to even more severe consequences. If not managed properly, it is feared that Hazard may never play football again. Injuries are a common occurrence in the realm of sports. For any superstar, technical skills and form are secondary. The paramount consideration is maintaining a robust physique to avoid severe injuries throughout their brief careers. This is the essence of achieving superstardom. The sports world has witnessed the fall of countless superstars due to injuries. The renowned Brazilian footballer Ronaldo, if not for 2 serious knee injuries, would undoubtedly hold an unparalleled status in the footballing world today. For Li Mingyu, he possesses a unique advantage. His system grants him immunity from injuries while playing at Camp Nou. This is indeed a tremendous blessing for any player. Moreover, Li Mingyu has acquired various ointments to bolster injury resistance and expedite recovery during several sign-in events. Such advanced technology is something he would not dare to share casually with others. Returning to league play, December's matches are densely packed, with a game every 4 days, resulting in some fatigue-related strains within the Barcelona squad. In 4 consecutive league matches, Barcelona has faced little resistance, winning decisively each time. Meanwhile, Sevilla has encountered obstacles from both Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, resulting in a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses across 4 matches, causing their league ranking to slip to 4th place. Real Madrid stands unbeaten with 4 victories, boasting an impressive record of 13 wins and 1 loss in the first 14 rounds, securing the top position. Barcelona also maintains a perfect record in their 4 matches, climbing to 2nd place, just 1 point shy of leaders Real Madrid. Atletico Madrid suffered a defeat against Villarreal, trailing Barcelona by 2 points and currently ranking 3rd. Following the December matches, the calendar turns to December 31st, 2021. For the Spaniards, aside from Christmas and Holy Week, the most significant day of the year is January 1st, akin to the Chinese New Year. On this day, Li Mingyu's home is brightly illuminated, with his father no longer present. The visitors are relatives from his mother's side. Although his grandmother has passed away, his grandfather remains in good health, albeit with lingering dissatisfaction about his daughter marrying a Chinese man. His discontent is not born of prejudice, but rather stems from differing lifestyles and customs, leading him to question the couple's potential happiness. However, the reality is that after marrying Li Junfei, Sonia has found great joy, leaving Alexander, the grandfather, with little to say, though he remains somewhat indifferent towards Li Junfei. In contrast, he harbors great affection for Li Mingyu. Yet, Alexander wrestles with inner conflict, being a fervent supporter of Espanyol while his grandson has joined their archrivals. This is one of the key reasons for his estrangement from his daughter's family. On this occasion, Li Mingyu personally drove to invite his grandfather to his villa. Observing his handsome grandson, Alexander felt immense pride, but the thought of his grandson's affiliation with Barcelona dimmed his smile. He cannot forget that during the season's opening match against the newly promoted Espanyol, Li Mingyu showcased his prowess with a hat trick, firmly establishing his dominance in the derby. Watching from home, Alexander was torn. He yearned to cheer for his grandson's goals, but felt compelled to suppress his excitement, subsequently scolding his daughter over the phone in a fit of frustration. Li Mingyu's mother, Sonia, was bewildered by the reprimand, only understanding the reason after learning about her son's triumphant performance in the derby. Alexander has 3 daughters, with Sonia being the youngest. Her 2 elder sisters, now married and living elsewhere, have returned to Barcelona to celebrate the new year together. Observing the joyful family gathering, Alexander's face softened with a smile. "Dear cousin, is that really you? My heavens, it is indeed my cousin." Li Mingyu's cousin, a 25-year-old named Andrew, has been away at university for quite some time. Although he has always known that his cousin plays football, the years apart have blurred his memory of Li Mingyu's appearance. Furthermore, he has always referred to Li Mingyu by his Spanish name, a name used only among relatives, while Li Mingyu uses his Chinese name outside family circles. "Hello, cousin Andrew. It has been so many years since we last met." Li Mingyu exclaimed. Andrew currently resides in the Madrid region and is a staunch supporter of Real Madrid. Following 2 national derbies, Andrew's animosity towards Li Mingyu has reached its zenith, wishing to tear him apart. However, upon realizing that Li Mingyu is his little cousin, Andrew promptly defected, declaring, "From this day forth, I, Andrew, am a Barcelona fan. No, I'm a fan of you." As Andrew succumbed to excitement, Li Mingyu could only shrug in resignation, glancing at the quiet young woman seated nearby. This young lady, strikingly beautiful with the quintessential features of Spanish beauty, deep-set eyes that shimmer like jewels, and a face adorned with charming dimples, could enchant anyone with her smile. She is Bella, Li Mingyu's cousin from his aunt's side. While Bella is not a football enthusiast and holds no particular curiosity about Li Mingyu's status, she is intrigued by the presence of such an accomplished relative. As time pressed on, Alexander's voice resonated. "All right, everyone, let us gather at the dining table for our final prayer." All fell silent and approached. The guests were seated around the dining table, their eyes fixed on a grand clock standing in the center of the living room. This clock, evidently a relic of the past, emitted a clear, ticking sound that resonated throughout the quiet room, allowing everyone to hear the pendulum's rhythmic swing. The time had arrived at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, 2021. Each person had a small plate before them, adorned with 12 purple grapes. As the clock struck midnight on January 1st, 2022, it rang out the chimes of the new year. With each toll, everyone picked up a grape and placed it in their mouths. 12 chimes for 12 grapes. In Spain, the liveliest celebration was taking place at Madrid's Puerta del Sol, where thousands had gathered in anticipation of the new year. The tradition of eating grapes for New Year's originated in Spain. There are various theories regarding its inception, with one popular account stating that in 1909, a bountiful grape harvest in Alicante led local farmers to create the concept of lucky grapes to sell their surplus. They ingeniously linked the act of consuming grapes at the stroke of midnight with the hope of good fortune for the coming year, resulting in a successful marketing campaign. To this day, the Alelo white grapes from Alicante are regarded as the quintessential New Year's lucky grapes. This custom has spread to other Spanish-speaking countries, though some areas prefer to consume raisins instead of grapes during the new year. Within the villa of Li Mingyu, as the final chime resonated, the grapes on everyone's plates had been devoured. All present joined their hands in prayer, earnestly wishing for a safe and prosperous 2022. Grandfather Alexander's prayer was particularly heartfelt. Li Mingyu, meanwhile, prayed for victory in the UEFA Champions League and perhaps even a World Cup, if fate allowed. After consuming the grapes, the family gathered outside with an array of colorful candles, each person selecting their preferred hue and lighting them. This, too, is a Spanish tradition, where different colored candles symbolize various wishes. Yellow for prosperity and career success, red for love, white for brightness, green for health, and orange for wisdom. Li Mingyu gazed at his pale yellow candle, emitting a gentle glow, and a satisfied smile graced his face. André had wished for a yellow candle, but his father handed him a red one with a serious expression, stating, "André, you are 25. It is time for you to start a family." Reluctantly accepting the red candle, André lit it amidst the teasing glances of Li Mingyu and Bella, muttering under his breath about something indecipherable. Bella, on the other hand, lit an orange candle, believing that her wisdom was her greatest treasure as an academic achiever. Once the candles had burned down, the family returned inside, gathered around the dining table, lifted their glasses, and commenced the final toast. The celebration continued until past 2 a.m., when Grandfather Alexander had already retreated to rest. After sharing one last drink, the family exchanged warm embraces, hoping for happiness and fulfillment in the new year. Li Mingyu gazed out at the stars and cheerfully declared, "Hello." 2022, Chapter 141. The journey to the King's Cup the first month of 2022 proved to be a veritable odyssey for FC Barcelona. Throughout January, the team faced a grueling schedule of 78 matches, including 6 league games and 1 King's Cup fixture. Should they progress in the King's Cup, a subsequent quarterfinal awaited them a week later. The Spanish King's Cup, officially known as the Copa del Rey, is one of the nation's most prestigious tournaments. Initially, it featured a knockout format that allowed clubs from all 4 tiers of Spanish football to compete, fostering opportunities for smaller clubs to challenge their more illustrious counterparts. Clubs from lower divisions, such as the 2nd and 3rd tiers, often faced off against first division teams, which provided essential financial support to local football and encouraged the growth of smaller clubs. Many third-tier teams could secure a year's worth of sustenance from a single match against a La Liga side, traditionally held at the home grounds of lower league clubs. The ticket revenues were sufficient to sustain them. However, since the 2005 to 2006 season, the tournament's format underwent reform due to the lack of competitiveness in initial rounds for top division teams. As a result, La Liga clubs were shielded from the earlier rounds, allowing lower-tier teams to face each other until they eventually met the first division clubs. This adjustment significantly reduced the likelihood of upsets, but also diminished the revenue prospects for smaller teams. Currently, for Barcelona to claim the King's Cup title, they must navigate at least 6 matches in the tournament. In the 2 league matches leading up to the Cup, Barcelona triumphed effortlessly, maintaining their position in 2nd place, while Real Madrid, unaffected by the New Year celebrations, also secured 2 victories, sitting atop the standings. The day of the King's Cup arrived, and following the draw, Barcelona's opponent was revealed to be mid-table side Rayo Vallecano from the 2nd division. Once a participant in La Liga, Rayo Vallecano struggled financially and eventually returned to the 2nd tier after a brief stint in the top flight. In this encounter, Li Mingyu started the match. While Messi did not travel with the team to Madrid, Li Mingyu scored 2 goals in the first half and assisted Griezmann with a beautiful through ball. He did not re-enter the game in the second half, as it posed no significant challenge for him. Ultimately, Barcelona emerged victorious with a resounding 5-0 win over Rayo Vallecano. As Li Mingyu prepared to exit the field post-match, he was approached by 2 forwards from Rayo Vallecano, who sought his signed jersey. Faced with the fervent request of both players, Li Mingyu felt a sense of exasperation. It was the first time he had been simultaneously asked for his jersey by 2 opposing players, and he watched as they nearly came to blows in their eagerness to obtain it. In the interest of team unity, he instructed the staff to fetch a spare jersey from the locker room, signed it, and presented it to the 2 players, who departed with contented smiles. Li Mingyu looked at their retreating figures, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation. Come to engage in a match and inadvertently acquire 2 jerseys. What a considerable loss. Little did they know, this scene had already been faithfully recorded by the nearby camera and broadcasted into countless homes across Barcelona. The fans of Barcelona brimmed with pride, as it is not uncommon for opposing players to idolize their athletes. However, the occurrence of 2 players simultaneously requesting a jersey is indeed a rarity. I recall the time when Messi's jersey was fervently sought after by opposing players. This incident transpired in 2012 during the Champions League knockout stage, when the formidable Bundesliga team Bayer Leverkusen was defeated 3-1 at home by Barcelona. A rather comical moment unfolded in that match. As the first half concluded, Czech international Kadlec rushed to Messi's side as the referee blew the whistle, expressing his admiration and hoping to acquire Messi's jersey. Having played for so many years, it was indeed a first for Messi to have a player seek his jersey right after the first half. Yet, the affable Messi did not deny his little admirer, readily removing his jersey and handing it to Kadlec. Ecstatic, Kadlec returned to the locker room with the jersey. However, this act incensed one individual within the Leverkusen squad, then vice-captain Friedrich. Friedrich had intended to exchange jerseys with Messi after the match, but Kadlec's actions infuriated him. Thus, in the locker room, Friedrich, taking advantage of his seniority, seized Messi's jersey from Kadlec, leading to a heated argument between the two. Astonishingly, after the match concluded, Kadlec shamelessly approached Messi once more, expressing his desire to exchange jerseys again. Although Messi found it somewhat peculiar, he kindly fulfilled the wishes of his devoted fan, exchanging jerseys again. This time, Kadlec was thoroughly satisfied, showcasing Messi's jersey during a post-match interview, exclaiming that it would occupy the most cherished spot in his collection. However, following this undignified episode, the German media erupted in outrage. It was deemed a disgrace that, during the Champions League knockout round, some individuals could think of nothing more significant than exchanging jerseys. The Bild newspaper stated that such an occurrence brought shame upon German football. It appeared that for these 2 millionaire players, the most pressing concern was obtaining Messi's jersey, rather than acknowledging Sanchez's goal before the halftime break. The Deutsche Zeitung mockingly remarked that, in comparison to their opponent's identity, Leverkusen resembled Messi's fans. The higher-ups at Leverkusen were infuriated by the near conflict between their 2 players over Messi's jersey. Director Wieler stated that this incident was a disgrace for Leverkusen. While 90 of the players were focused on the game, only these 2 were preoccupied with exchanging jerseys. Furthermore, Wieler declared that the jerseys acquired by the 2 would not be kept as treasures. Instead, they would be auctioned off, with the proceeds dedicated to charity. For Kadlec and Friedrich, it was indeed a case of losing both the lady and the soldier. Today, a similar scene unfolded within the Barcelona team, but with even more excitement, as 2 players simultaneously requested a jersey from Li Mingyu. However, Mallorca club refrained from punishing these 2 players, as it is quite normal for Spanish players to idolize Barcelona and Li Mingyu. This incident has since become a topic of amusement in Spanish football. It also signifies that many players in Spain have shifted their admiration from Messi to Li Mingyu. Through his outstanding performances, Li Mingyu has captivated a substantial fan base. Within the Barcelona squad, the sales of Li Mingyu's jersey ranks second only to Messi's, and the upward trend is quite evident. Last season, Barcelona's jersey sales were the highest among clubs worldwide, with Messi's jerseys accounting for 70 of Barcelona's total sales, a staggering figure. This season, due to Li Mingyu's exceptional performance, Barcelona's jersey sales have reached new heights. Presently, Messi's jersey sales account for only 50 of Barcelona's total, while Li Mingyu's sales have surged to nearly 30. Together, They are nearing an 80% share of Barcelona's jersey sales. However, as Messi's jersey sales face significant challenges in achieving further breakthroughs, and with Li Mingyu's popularity rapidly ascending, it is plausible that next season, Li Mingyu's jersey sales may rival Messi's. Owing to Li Mingyu's Chinese heritage, his jersey sales in Asia, particularly in China, are gradually approaching parity with Messi's. Li Mingyu has now become Barcelona's new cash cow. The round of 16 in the Copa del Rey has concluded, with the top 4 teams in La Liga advancing smoothly to the next round. Following the Copa del Rey, Barcelona received delightful news over the weekend when Real Madrid suffered an unexpected 0-1 defeat against Espanyol. Woole scored a brilliant goal, handing Real Madrid a loss at a critical moment. In just 2 hours, Barcelona triumphed over Granada, who had fallen into the relegation zone, delivering a harsh blow that pushed them further into the abyss. With this victory, Barcelona reclaimed the top position in La Liga, leading Real Madrid by a margin of 2 points. The Copa del Rey competition re-emerges, and this time, Barcelona's opponent is another team from the Segunda División, Sporting Gijón. This team had previously faced Barcelona in a friendly match earlier this season. The score of this match mirrored that of the friendly, 3-1, though Barcelona displayed a momentary lapse in concentration, allowing the opponent to capitalize on a defensive error and score a goal. While this goal did not impact the outcome, it greatly irked head coach Koeman. Despite having played half a season, such elementary mistakes in defense persist. Nonetheless, Barcelona advanced to the quarterfinals. In a surprising turn, Barcelona's quarterfinal opponent in the Copa del Rey is Atletico Madrid. The grueling away matches in January have concluded, with Barcelona achieving a perfect record of 8 victories. February brings an even denser schedule. On February 1st, Barcelona triumphed at home against Athletic Bilbao, maintaining their lead. On February 4th, Barcelona traveled to the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium to face Atletico Madrid, their quarterfinal foe in the Copa del Rey. Both teams, having reached the quarterfinals, are unlikely to entertain thoughts of relinquishing their pursuit of the trophy. In the lead-up to this match, both sides had already begun to exchange fierce words during interviews. Ibrahimovic, Atletico Madrid is currently in excellent form, and I have fully integrated into this team. We are fortunate to have the greatest coach, the most incredible fans, and exceptionally talented teammates. Today, we shall deliver a resounding blow to Barcelona on our home turf, making it abundantly clear just how formidable Atletico Madrid truly is. During an interview, Li Mingyu spoke sparingly yet powerfully. This year, our objective is straightforward: to seize every championship within our grasp. The Spanish Super Cup is already ours. Next, we aim for the Copa del Rey, the league title, and the Champions League, each one a coveted prize. Li Mingyu's words ignited frenzied support from Barcelona fans. It also drew ire from rival teams. Real Madrid's official stance was expressed through a mere smirk emoji. The interviews of other players were equally fervent. Even the typically reserved Messi publicly voiced his support for Li Mingyu. The 2 stars of Barcelona simultaneously declared their intent. This year, we seek every championship. In an instant, the gaze of Europe, and indeed the world, was riveted upon Barcelona. Could it be that the team, which once dominated Europe, has returned? Upon arriving in Madrid, the Barcelona team was met with a cacophony of boos and protests from Atletico Madrid supporters. Inside the bus, Li Mingyu donned headphones, meditating in silence. Beside him, Messi swayed his head to the rhythm of music. Koeman, seated in the front row, glanced back at these 2 giants, unable to suppress a wry smile. The pre-match uproar had thrust Barcelona into the eye of the storm. Now, not only Spanish teams sought to thwart Barcelona, but even those in the Champions League were itching to step in and challenge Barcelona, eager to replace Milan as their adversary. However, Milan remained taciturn, likely mulling over their own frustrations and wishing to avoid a confrontation with Barcelona. Chapter 142. Suarez's revenge in the Copa del Rey. This marked Li Mingyu's second visit to the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. In the penultimate round of last season, he had inflicted a hat trick that dethroned Atletico Madrid from their top league position, ultimately leading to Barcelona's championship victory. The Atletico Madrid players and fans harbored deep resentment towards Li Mingyu for this loss. In the 3rd round of this season's league, Barcelona hosted Atletico Madrid, resulting in Li Mingyu scoring twice and assisting once, sealing a last-minute victory over Atletico. Old grievances were reignited with this new enmity. The Atletico Madrid supporters had developed an intense loathing for this young man. Now, he returned to the Wanda Metropolitano, ready to settle scores, both old and new. As the players took to the field, a deafening chorus of boos erupted. The stadium resonated like a colossal beehive, the piercing jeers overwhelming even the Atletico players, who found themselves instinctively rubbing their ears. After all, the sound was indiscriminate. It did not spare any players simply because the fans were targeting Li Mingyu. The Li Mingyu of today was no longer the fledgling player he once was. Unfazed by the uproar, his countenance remained serene, embodying the calm before the storm. Li Mingyu had fortified his confidence with a string of victories. Observing him, with a tranquil demeanor yet lethal intent in his eyes, Atletico's star striker Ibrahimovic squinted slightly. Next to Ibrahimovic stood Luis Suarez, who had missed the first 2 months of the season due to a 6-month suspension for a biting incident in a crucial match last season. Despite his absence, Ibrahimovic's presence had ensured that Atletico's attacking prowess remained intact. Upon Suarez's return, he unleashed his ferocity on the pitch, pairing with Ibrahimovic to wreak havoc. In the Champions League, after 4 matches, Atletico stood third. However, Suarez emerged as a savior in the final 2 rounds, helping them secure a spot in the Europa League at the expense of Zenit. Now, the fully realized Atletico Madrid had transformed into a fearsome squad. Ibrahimovic and Suarez were undoubtedly among the elite forwards, rivaling the likes of Li Mingyu and Messi. This match was akin to a collision of celestial bodies, drawing the attention of fans worldwide. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of this highly anticipated quarterfinal of the Copa del Rey, Li Mingyu heard a voice in his mind announcing his signing at the Wanda Metropolitano and granting him the absolute power of Christian Vieri. Upon realizing this change within himself, Li Mingyu felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Vieri, epitomizing the archetype of a power forward, was famously unyielding in the face of opposition, as demonstrated during the 2002 World Cup. The Ecuadorian defender who attempted to tackle him found himself unceremoniously dispatched, akin to colliding with an immovable object. Vieri's formidable presence had left a lasting impact, leading to the adage, "After Vieri, Italy has no more forwards." Checking his attributes, Li Mingyu discovered that his strength had soared to an impressive 93/99, placing him among the top 10 athletes in the current football landscape. Feeling an extraordinary core power coursing through him, Li Mingyu's initial kick faltered slightly, causing him to misjudge the ball's placement. Ibrahimovic seized the opportunity, swiftly approaching to intercept. Undeterred, Li Mingyu charged forward, and their bodies collided with a resounding impact. To everyone's astonishment, Li Mingyu did not succumb to the force of Ibrahimovic's bulk. Instead, he staggered back only a step, deftly nudging the ball away in the process. Ibrahimovic, taken aback, regarded Li Mingyu with newfound respect, having sensed an unexpected strength during their encounter. The force he had felt from Li Mingyu was not akin to that of a player of his stature. Had he not known better, he might have mistaken him for a titan. When Li Mingyu collided with Ibrahimovic, it felt as though he had struck a wall. Yet his enhanced core strength prevented him from being easily knocked aside as he had been on previous occasions. However, the ball dispatched by Li Mingyu still landed at the feet of the Atletico Madrid player, yet he prevented Ibrahimovic from seizing it for a swift counterattack. The players engaged in an intense tussle at midfield. Suarez, with a fierce expression and growling sounds, tirelessly sprinted around the pitch. Having been ruthlessly abandoned by Barcelona after failing to renew his contract last season, he angrily joined Atletico Madrid, embarking on a new chapter. Yet, just as he was on the brink of claiming the league title, he was ensnared by Barcelona's players, ultimately losing his composure and committing acts he would deeply regret. For 6 months, he was barred from participating in any football-related activities, meaning he could not even watch matches or train on the field. The torment he endured was beyond verbal expression. Fortunately, Atletico Madrid proved to be a compassionate team. If Real Madrid is akin to an opera house performing grand symphonies and Barcelona an art gallery showcasing masterful talents, then Atletico Madrid resembles a warm home. Here, the presence of superstars is less pronounced, and there are no overwhelming boos or flying handkerchiefs. Instead, there is a greater abundance of encouragement and solace, even in dire straits or torrential rain. While they naturally hope for positive outcomes, They cherished the complex emotional experiences gathered along the journey with the team. The executives at Atletico Madrid demonstrated their sincerity, despite Suarez's complete withdrawal from the football world during the past 6 months. The club did not withhold his salary and even offered him a renewal contract, set to expire in the summer of 2023. Such warmth is a rarity in the footballing realm. A soldier dies for his allies. Upon his return, Suarez quickly integrated into the team, and the anticipated clash for ball possession with Ibrahimovic did not materialize. Suarez harbored a singular ambition: to help Atletico Madrid reclaim the league title they had once lost. With the fervent support of Atletico Madrid's fans, the team gradually began to suppress Barcelona's midfield. Lacking the full support of his home crowd, Li Mingyu struggled to maintain his composure amidst the cacophony of jeers. The midfield control firmly rested with Atletico Madrid. On the sidelines, Koeman furrowed his brow tightly, astonished by Atletico Madrid's formidable attacking desire. It appeared that the pre-match comments made by Li Mingyu and Messi had roused their adversaries. A hasty mistake. Although Atletico Madrid had seized control of the midfield, threatening Barcelona's goal proved no easy feat. Barcelona's defense became exceedingly congested, complicating Atletico Madrid's passing. Suarez and Ibrahimovic wrestled fiercely, but Barcelona's defense remained steadfast. Thus, a stalemate ensued, with both teams entangled in a fierce struggle. In the first 20 minutes, the two sides exchanged blows, with Barcelona's possession hovering around 30%. Li Mingyu found it challenging to receive the ball and orchestrate attacks. On the sidelines, Simeone displayed a sinister smile. His rogue demeanor, even in a tailored suit, could not mask his wild spirit. Having suffered 2 setbacks against Li Mingyu, Simeone was determined not to trip over the same stone thrice. This time, he devised intricate tactics for the midfield, particularly in defending against Li Mingyu, insisting that he must not be allowed to receive the ball comfortably or turn freely. Nearly every time Li Mingyu touched the ball, a defender shadowed him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find passing lanes, forcing him to either retreat to his own half or make lateral passes to teammates on the flanks. However, such lateral passes bore significant risks. In the 23rd minute, after receiving a pass from De Jong, Li Mingyu sensed a player closely trailing behind him, making it impossible for him to turn. He quickly scanned the field and spotted Pedri retreating for the ball on the wing. Although Pedri was in an optimal position, Li Mingyu could only see him, unaware of Llorente lurking in his blind spot, waiting for an opportunity. Leaning against Lamar, Li Mingyu deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, executing a subtle pass to Pedri on the wing. Immediately after passing, Li Mingyu swiftly turned, blocking Lamar behind him, ready to accelerate. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that his pass had been intercepted mid-flight by Llorente. Llorente surged forward with the ball, causing chaos in Barcelona's defense. While Li Mingyu had made mistakes before, a mispass in his own half was a rare occurrence. His errant pass seemed more like an assist, heralding Atletico Madrid's counterattack. Suddenly, the pitch transformed into a 5-on-5 scenario in Barcelona's half. Li Mingyu sprinted back desperately, but due to his previous forward motion, he had lost the best opportunity to defend. Like a swift stallion, Llorente charged towards Barcelona's penalty area. De Jong's attempt to tackle was effortlessly bypassed by a clever pass, enabling a beautiful 1-2 with Ibrahimovic. As they faced Barcelona's defense with ease, Lenglet's reckless advance exposed a significant gap behind him, leading to a positional error among 3 defenders. Suarez, resembling a shark scenting blood, swiftly positioned himself behind Lenglet. Llorente's timely pass slipped through Lenglet's legs, landing at Suarez's feet. Faced with a one-on-one situation, Suarez had time to adjust his body before unleashing a powerful shot that sent the ball into Barcelona's net. Ter Stegen, exasperated, threw up his hands. Such a goal was infuriatingly inevitable. Following the goal, Suarez dashed towards the stands, fervently waving his arms in celebration. This goal unleashed the pent-up fury that had simmered within him for months. His previous shot had disregarded angles, as he poured all his animosity towards Barcelona into that singular strike. Ter Stegen barely registered a flash of white light as the ball sped past him into the net, leaving him with only a futile wave of his hand. In the 23rd minute of the first half, amidst the ecstatic cheers of the fans, Atletico Madrid led Barcelona 1-0 on their home turf. Li Mingyu had halted his pursuit, watching Suarez celebrate passionately. Yet he stood there with his hands on his hips, frustrated and spitting in dismay. How familiar this scene felt. After the goal, Atletico Madrid surged with newfound momentum. Upon resuming play, Barcelona struggled to even cross midfield. The fervent Luis Suarez, alongside his equally impassioned Atletico Madrid teammates, is orchestrating a midfield blockade against Barcelona. The prospect of overcoming Barcelona fills both the players and fans of Atletico Madrid with exhilaration. Rapidly, Atletico Madrid seizes possession from Barcelona. However, Barcelona's vigorous counterpressing prevents Atletico Madrid from launching a swift counterattack, forcing them to revert to backward passes and reorganize their offensive strategy. At this juncture, Koeman, observing from the sidelines, promptly issues directives. The two flanks of Barcelona retreat to assist in defense, transforming the 3-5-2 formation into a formidable 5-3-2 defensive setup. The seasoned Koeman, confronted with this situation, refrains from blindly engaging Atletico Madrid in a head-on clash. While confident that Barcelona excels in such exchanges, today's Atletico Madrid is in exceptional form, while Barcelona is yet to find its rhythm. As the first half reaches the 30-minute mark, apart from Griezmann's solitary shot, Barcelona has astonishingly failed to register any attempts on goal. During this period, Messi seems to have vanished from the pitch. Atletico Madrid's relentless midfield battles render Li Mingyu nearly incapable of advancing the ball forward. Despite Messi's repeated efforts to receive the ball, he is unable to mount an offensive. It appears that Atletico Madrid has pinpointed Barcelona's vulnerabilities, effectively severing the connection between Li Mingyu and Messi, isolating both players. Based on the first 30 minutes, Atletico Madrid has succeeded. However, Li Mingyu remains unperturbed, having identified a weakness in Atletico Madrid's strategy. The intense physical exertion displayed by Atletico Madrid players during the midfield skirmishes has led to a significantly greater depletion of their stamina than usual. Li Mingyu can hear their uneven breathing as he approaches them. For professional athletes competing in a top-tier league like La Liga, such labored breathing after merely 30 minutes speaks volumes. The players of Atletico Madrid are running on empty. This scenario resembles a 10,000-meter race, where one may initially gain an advantage through a sprint in the first 3,000 meters. Yet if that lead is not substantial enough, fatigue can easily set in later. On the sidelines, the stern expression of Coach Simeone reflects his understanding that his lineup requires players to conserve more energy. He hoped for at least a 2-goal advantage by the 30-minute mark, allowing him to retreat defensively and focus on counterattacks. However, even though Barcelona has been pressed by Atletico Madrid during the initial 30 minutes, their increasingly confident midfield and defense are becoming more resolute. With only 1 goal scored by Atletico Madrid during this period, Simeone's tactical aspirations have faltered. Observing his players beginning to tire, Simeone reluctantly signals for them to abandon the midfield tussles and revert to defense. Atletico Madrid's tactical acumen is commendably high. Their rapid transition back to defense momentarily leaves the beleaguered Barcelona disoriented. Just moments ago, Atletico Madrid appeared ferocious, but now they resemble timid rabbits. Koeman, watching from the sidelines, wears a look of realization as he glances at Simeone, muttering a silent expletive. Since you, Simeone, have relinquished the initiative in attack, allow us to showcase the potency of Barcelona's offense. Atletico Madrid positions Ibrahimovic at the forefront, maintaining a threat against Barcelona's defense. Suarez returns to his central attacking role, his fierce gaze indicating that his animosity towards Barcelona remains undiminished by the recent goal. Yet, Atletico Madrid's retreat grants Li Mingyu the opportunity to regain control of the midfield. Despite the immense pressure he faced during the initial 30 minutes, Li Mingyu is acutely aware that a team like Atletico Madrid cannot sustain such an exhaustive level of intensity throughout the match. They will inevitably encounter a moment of fatigue. Thus, Li Mingyu bides his time, waiting for Atletico Madrid to falter before he reclaims the initiative. After enduring 30 minutes of suppression, Barcelona finally reveals its fearsome prowess. In the 35th minute, the seemingly invisible Messi suddenly emerges, receiving a pass from Li Mingyu at the flank. Surrounded by 3 Atletico Madrid defenders, he effortlessly dances through their attempts to thwart him, as if gliding over blades. Despite their best efforts to grapple and pull him down, The elusive little flea remains untouchable. As Messi approaches the penalty area, Atletico's center-back Jimenez, with no other recourse, resorts to a desperate foul to prevent him from entering the box. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the consequences would have been dire. The referee blows the whistle, promptly presenting Jimenez with a yellow card, commending his self-sacrificial action. Barcelona earns a free kick on the right flank, approximately 20 meters from a goal. Simeone's expression darkens. Prior to the match, he had repeatedly cautioned against granting Barcelona free kicks within 30 meters. Li Mingyu's prowess in set pieces has become legendary. He has transformed free kicks into opportunities akin to penalties, boasting an unparalleled conversion rate that eclipses even the most renowned free kick specialists. With 16 direct free kicks scored, including 2 hat-tricks achieved from 50 attempts, his conversion rate of 32% is staggering. While it may not rival the efficiency of penalty kicks, a 30% success rate for a team could warrant a dedicated strategy centered around Li Mingyu. Thus, securing free kick opportunities becomes paramount, raising the stakes for the defending side, who must now tread carefully to avoid fouling in their own half. As Li Mingyu stands poised behind the ball, Atletico Madrid's goalkeeper Oblak wears a grave expression. Before Li Mingyu's emergence, Oblak had dominated the Zamora Trophy for best goalkeeper in La Liga. However, in their 2 encounters, Li Mingyu has netted 5 goals against him, including a hat-trick and a brace. No one understands a threat Li Mingyu poses better than Oblak. From this close distance, Li Mingyu retreats to approximately 12 or 13 meters from the ball, casting a radiant smile at the anxious Atletico Madrid wall before him. However, this smile, reflected in the eyes of the Atletico Madrid players, was no less sinister than that of a demon's grin. Cristiano Ronaldo, struck by Li Mingyu's free kick, suffered a fractured rib, leaving all players and fans utterly astonished. The monikers Wall Destroyer and Brute Butcher were hastily bestowed upon Li Mingyu, much to his displeasure. Yet, a nickname from Huaxia brought him some comfort: Mighty Diamond Leg. In his youth, Li Mingyu had watched a Hong Kong film titled Shaolin Soccer, where the comedic icon Stephen Chow portrayed the master of the Mighty Diamond Leg, an impressive technique. As Li Mingyu prepared to showcase his own version of the Mighty Diamond Leg, one could only wonder how the Atletico Madrid players would react. Sitting in the broadcast booth, I felt an eerie chill at the intensity in Li Mingyu's gaze. Reflecting on Ronaldo's parting words, the referee marked a 9-15-meter line, instructing the Atletico players to remain behind the white line. The players, obediently forming a wall, secretly wished to retreat further back. Typically, when others took free kicks, players in the wall would inch forward. However, after witnessing Li Mingyu's last encounter with Ronaldo, no one dared to advance. If a robust figure like Ronaldo could not withstand Li Mingyu's strike, one could only imagine the fate of others. The wall stood tense, each player wishing they had more arms to shield themselves from potential harm. At that moment, one could envy a centipede, capable of using its many legs to protect vital areas. As the referee stepped back, he blew the whistle, and an eerie silence enveloped the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. Even the Atletico Madrid fans held their breath, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Li Mingyu sprang into action. With quick, light steps, he accelerated, covering the distance of over 10 meters in approximately 2 seconds, reaching his maximum speed. The wall of Atletico Madrid began to stir. Historically, these players had scoffed at Ronaldo's evasive maneuvers during Li Mingyu's free kick, but now they felt the weight of that same terrifying pressure. Li Mingyu's free kicks were known to inflict injury, and none wished to sacrifice their bodies to block his shot. As Li Mingyu approached the ball, the commotion among the wall intensified. The cameras captured a variety of grim expressions on the faces of the Atletico players. When Li Mingyu's right foot collided forcefully with the ball, the immense pressure shattered the wall. 2 Atletico players instinctively turned, presenting their sides to Li Mingyu, only for the ball to fly directly between them. Their simultaneous turn created a significant gap, and the ball zipped through effortlessly. Oblak, upon hearing the thud, witnessed the ball sail past the wall and towards the goal. With no time to react, he could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. The extraordinary power and speed of Li Mingyu's shot left the Atletico Madrid fans in awe, momentarily forgetting to boo and protest. It was not until 3 seconds later that a few scattered boos emerged, awakening the fans to the embarrassment of having been intimidated by Li Mingyu's free kick. Many realized how foolish they felt, resulting in a chorus of boos aimed at him. Yet, in their eyes, there was not an abundance of hatred, but rather a complex mix of admiration and discontent. In the 35th minute of the first half, Li Mingyu's powerful free kick equalized for Barcelona. The Atletico players shook their heads at the two who had turned away, clearly rattled by the ferocity of that shot. Messi was the first to rush to Li Mingyu, embracing him in celebration. Gradually, Messi had begun to defer free kick opportunities to Li Mingyu. Recognizing the threat and efficiency of his shots, which eclipsed many one-on-one goal-scoring chances, Griezmann found himself increasingly frustrated, now relegated to being the third choice in the attack, only receiving passes when Messi was out of form or position. He cherished each opportunity, determined to convert Li Mingyu's passes into assists to earn more of his attention. Griezmann had grown accustomed to being a loyal supporter of Li Mingyu. Upon witnessing Li Mingyu's goal, Simeone erupted in anger, cursing under his breath, knowing his tactics had faltered. Initially, he had hoped to vanquish Barcelona decisively, but now they had regained their footing, making future encounters all the more challenging for Atletico Madrid. Following the kickoff, Suarez attempted to capitalize on Barcelona's momentum, but after evading one defender, he was quickly intercepted by De Jong. Frustrated, Suarez sat on the ground, shaking his hand, pleading with the referee for a foul, but to no avail. The referee had observed the clean nature of De Jong's tackle. Suarez had stumbled after a legitimate clash following the ball's interception. Chapter 144. The unexpected and tomorrow. Neither can predict which will arrive first. Barcelona's counterattack was razor-sharp. After regaining possession, De Jong surged forward. Li Mingyu, positioned near the center circle, executed a wall pass with De Jong, who continued advancing with the ball. Li Mingyu pulled to the left, causing Atletico Madrid's defensive line to crumble in disarray. With Li Mingyu on the left, Messi on the right, and Griezmann ahead, the tension in the air was palpable. De Jong's sudden foray with the ball momentarily bewildered the defenders of Atletico Madrid. Last season, his synergy with Li Mingyu in the attacking third was exceptionally harmonious. However, following tactical adjustments this season, Li Mingyu transitioned from the wing to a central attacking midfield role, while De Jong was assigned to a defensive midfield position by Koeman, enhancing the team's defensive strength in the midfield and backline. Although De Jong's preferred position remains in the attacking sphere, he harbors no objections to the coach's decisions. Since assuming the defensive midfield role, he has diligently alleviated significant pressure from Busquets. Yet, his yearning for offensive play persists, prompting him to surge forward at every opportunity, regardless of whether he makes contact with the ball. In this instance, Li Mingyu, fully attuned to De Jong's intentions, willingly played a supporting role, drawing Atletico Madrid's defense away to allow De Jong to advance centrally. The Atletico defense found themselves caught off guard, as De Jong carried the ball forward for several meters without a single defender approaching him. On the sidelines, Simeone was visibly frustrated, vocally demanding defensive action, but only Koch responded to the urgency. Koch's advance disrupted the cohesion between Atletico's midfield and defense. Rather than lingering on the ball, De Jong delivered a precise through pass to Li Mingyu, who had sprinted into the space on the flank. Receiving De Jong's pass, Li Mingyu assessed the defensive positioning behind him, executed a swift turn, and deftly nudged the ball with his left foot to his side. The defenders were taken aback by the decisiveness of Li Mingyu's maneuver, losing their defensive positions and witnessing him, after a half-turn, face the goal and unleash a powerful shot. The ball soared toward the net, navigating between two central defenders. Oblak, the Atletico goalkeeper, maintained acute focus, having anticipated the moment Li Mingyu received the pass. Despite the defender's surprise, Oblak was well prepared for Li Mingyu's rapid turn. Li Mingyu's shot was executed with an exquisite angle, targeting the upper left corner of Oblak's goal. Oblak swiftly moved 2 steps to his left, propelling himself into the air with the grace of a soaring eagle, fully extending his body to make a forceful save with his left hand, deflecting the powerful shot away. In midair, Oblak glanced back at the goal, only to see the ball, redirected by his intervention, strike the crossbar and ricochet out of play. The Wanda Metropolitano Stadium erupted with a collective gasp, as Atletico fans were filled with trepidation. Li Mingyu's attempt had been nothing short of spectacular, and Oblak's save was equally remarkable. Upon witnessing his shot being thwarted, Li Mingyu clutched his head in disbelief. He had felt the shot was perfectly executed, both in angle and power, destined for the net. The fact that Oblak had managed to save it was astonishing, reaffirming his status as La Liga's best goalkeeper over the years. Following this remarkable save, Oblak shouted with exhilaration, while the two central defenders rushed over to congratulate him, sharing a moment of relief. A top-tier goalkeeper is akin to half a team. In today's football landscape, exceptional goalkeepers are a rare commodity. Those who can be deemed sacred guardians are few and far between. Securing a goalkeeper of such caliber is often more valuable than acquiring a top striker. Oblak's recent save exemplified his elite goalkeeping qualities. Throughout his tenure with Atletico, Oblak has remained steadfast despite the interest from numerous top clubs, showing no desire to transfer. Typically, the goalkeeper position, especially for starters, is rarely subject to transfer. With a face full of regret, Li Mingyu approached the corner flag, preparing to take the corner kick. His high-quality curling ball soared toward the back post of the small box, where the towering Piku outmaneuvered the opposing defender and delivered a powerful header, only to be smothered by the informed Oblak. Having denied two certain goals, Oblak's performance dampened Barcelona's morale. Conversely, Atletico's spirits soared, ignited by Oblak's brilliance. Although Atletico's own attacks yielded little, their defensive resilience was markedly enhanced once they settled into a defensive stance. In the remaining time of the first half, Barcelona failed to secure any further opportunities. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, the match stood at a draw of 1-1. As Li Mingyu returned to the locker room, he spotted Oblak in the player tunnel. Observing the 29-year-old Slovenian goalkeeper, Li Mingyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Today, Oblak's form was exceptional. Several of Barcelona's attempts, whether from Messi or Griezmann, had been thwarted by his vigilant guarding of the net. Each high-quality shot seemed to bolster Oblak's confidence. It remained uncertain whether he could sustain such remarkable form into the second half. During the halftime break, Koeman restructured the tactical arrangements for the second half, particularly cautioning the midfield and defense to be vigilant against sudden attacks from the opposition. In Atletico's locker room, Ibrahimovic sat back in a chair, a towel draped over his face, quietly absorbing the tactical directives from Coach Simeone. Having conserved energy throughout the first half, Ibrahimovic was determined to redeem himself after two prior encounters with Li Mingyu, where he had been substituted in the final moments due to fatigue. Helplessly watching as Li Mingyu delivered decisive blows to his team, this sense of powerlessness had left Ibrahimovic quite displeased. Therefore, in today's match, he aimed to save his strength for the second half, as he sought to exact revenge on Li Mingyu, intending to demonstrate through his own goals that the young player still had much to learn. Meanwhile, in the stands, fans from both sides passionately chanted, as Atletico's true rivals have never been Barcelona, but rather their city adversaries, Real Madrid. Historically, Atletico Madrid had been regarded by both Real Madrid and Barcelona with disdain, much like Espanyol's position against Barcelona. However, in recent years, Atletico has capitalized on the transitional phases of both Real Madrid and Barcelona, steadily rising to challenge their dominance in La Liga. Last season marked Atletico's closest encounter with the championship in years, only to have it snatched away by Barcelona at the last moment, cementing Barcelona as one of Atletico's most hated rivals. Leading up to this match, not only had the players and coaches engaged in heated exchanges, but the fans had also fervently rallied against one another. Today, within the confines of the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, hundreds of security personnel are present, vigilant against any potential conflict between the two competing teams. Chelsea, having suffered severe penalties from UEFA due to prior fan clashes, has heightened its security measures. As both teams' players emerge from the tunnel after halftime, the stadium reverberates with the encouraging chants of their supporters. During the break, neither side made any alterations to their lineups. As predicted by Koeman, Atletico Madrid initiated a rapid counterattack right from the outset of the second half. Upon the kickoff, Ibrahimovic deftly passed the ball back to Llorente, prompting Atletico Madrid's formation to encroach into Barcelona's half. Ibrahimovic and Suarez, like two razor-sharp swords, pierced toward the very heart of Barcelona's defense. Fortunately, Barcelona's players heeded Koeman's instructions and maintained their vigilance at the start of the second half. The double pivot of De Jong and Busquets effectively thwarted Suarez's attempts to receive the ball comfortably, seeing the sudden assault yield no fruit. The Atletico Madrid players refrained from high pressing in Barcelona's defensive third, retreating like a receding tide. Suarez exhibited an intense desire to attack. relentlessly pressuring the opposition alone in the forward line. Ibrahimovic, timing his advance perfectly, disrupted Barcelona's attempts to pass freely from the back. Nevertheless, Li Mingyu's timely drop to receive the ball rendered Suarez and Ibrahimovic's pressing attempts futile. Following a series of swift passes, Suarez ultimately relinquished his pursuit, gradually retreating toward the midfield area. However, this short burst of intense running took a significant toll on Suarez's stamina, proving somewhat counterproductive. Ibrahimovic, displaying wisdom, merely feigned an effort in this fruitless pressing. As Li Mingyu advanced with the ball, Barcelona's formation gradually pushed forward. Given their familiarity with each other, Barcelona found it exceedingly challenging to gain an advantage in structured attacks. Nonetheless, their current offensive tactics bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Dream Team, employing frequent ball possession to compel the opposing defenders to chase, thereby enticing them into committing mistakes or creating openings through disarray. The rhythmic sound of passing was almost hypnotic, causing the defenders to relax their guard amidst Barcelona's relentless ball circulation, leading to a certain inertia in their thinking. Suddenly, Barcelona would accelerate or change the direction of their attack, catching the defenders off guard. This was the reason many criticized Barcelona's matches as monotonous, yet they consistently emerged victorious. In the opening 10 minutes of the second half, Atletico Madrid's defense could still keep pace with Barcelona's tempo. However, as time elapsed, Atletico players found themselves engaged in futile running, which was incredibly taxing on their stamina. Such exertion was entirely passive, and the immense defensive pressure compounded their psychological strain, further exhausting their energy reserves. By the 70-minute mark, numerous Atletico players were struggling to keep up. This was not due to inadequate fitness, but rather the cumulative effect of continuous, ineffective running that had surreptitiously drained their energy. Professional athletes typically monitor their stamina allocation throughout a match. However, when faced with Barcelona's suffocating possession tactics, it becomes exceedingly difficult for defenders to manage their energy effectively. The rhythm of the game rests firmly in Barcelona's grasp. They dictate whether the pace slows or accelerates. Against many teams, Barcelona often achieves a possession rate of 70 to even 80. This significant possession disparity is a key component of Barcelona's success, allowing them to control the game's tempo. As long as Barcelona's offensive efficiency remains high, victory is almost assured. Yet, tomorrow is uncertain, and one can never predict what surprises may arise. Li Mingyu executed a cleverly concealed through ball, exposing a vast gap in Atletico's defensive line. A sudden lapse in marking by the center-backs allowed Griezmann to navigate into a blind spot behind two defenders, swiftly curving back into a safe position. Just as Li Mingyu's pass reached him, Griezmann, now on the move, found himself in a perfect position just outside the penalty area. One-on-one with Oblak, Griezmann aimed to be clever, attempting to slide the ball through the goalkeeper's legs. However, the alert Oblak anticipated Griezmann's intentions, closing his legs swiftly and deflecting the ball high into the air. Griezmann, undeterred by his near miss, rushed forward, preparing to head the ball into the net. Yet, the ball was too close to Oblak, who leapt and secured it in his grasp. Griezmann, with his head in his hands, displayed a look of disappointment. Upon hitting the ground, Oblak surged forward, launching a powerful throw toward the midfield. Ibrahimovic was already positioned to receive it. In a breathtaking moment, Li Mingyu glanced back and witnessed Ibrahimovic using his robust physique to shield the ball from Eric Garcia, expertly controlling it with his chest. With Barcelona pressing Atletico Madrid relentlessly, their formation was positioned high on the pitch. Garcia was the last defender, desperately trying to push Ibrahimovic from behind. Yet, Ibrahimovic stood firm like a rock, effortlessly collecting Oblak's throw. Li Mingyu sensed the urgency and sprinted back. After controlling the ball with his chest, Ibrahimovic did not wait for it to drop. He deftly flicked it with his heel, pivoting swiftly while leaning against Garcia, who lost his balance and nearly fell. Ibrahimovic surged forward, charging toward Barcelona's defensive line, pursued by 3 or 4 frantic defenders. Li Mingyu, gritting his teeth, pushed himself to chase back, but the distance between them was too great. At 40 years old, Ibrahimovic was not slow in his stride, and the defenders trailing him felt no significant reduction in the gap. In this moment, the benefits of Ibrahimovic's earlier conservation of energy became evident. Ter Stegen stood solemnly in the small box, awaiting Ibrahimovic's impending arrival. Such a scenario typically discouraged goalkeepers from recklessly charging forward. Ibrahimovic sprinted an impressive 50 meters, finally reaching the edge of the penalty area. Time waits for no one, and he felt as though his lungs were about to burst. This was the first time in 5 or 6 years that he had sprinted at full pace over such a distance. At the edge of the penalty area, Ibrahimovic slightly slowed his pace, adjusting his footwork. As he faced the onrushing Ter Stegen, he lifted his right foot, simulating a powerful shot. Ter Stegen could only dive to block the angle of Ibrahimovic's strike. However, it was merely a feint. Once Ter Stegen had committed to the ground, Ibrahimovic deftly nudged the ball past him with a gentle touch of his right foot. Confronted with an open goal, he made no mistake. At that moment, Li Mingyu, who had sprinted to the edge of the penalty area, came to a halt in despair. Despite having nearly caught up to Ibrahimovic, the initial distance had been too great, and even with all his effort, he could not surpass Ibrahimovic. Watching the veteran score into the unguarded net and celebrate jubilantly towards the stands, Li Mingyu could only shake his head in wry amusement. This man is truly remarkable. After a sprint of approximately 50 meters, even Li Mingyu felt a suffocating pain. Yet witnessing that man reveling in celebration, he couldn't help but marvel at Ibrahimovic's enduring prowess. Ibrahimovic's goal ignited the entire Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, as Atletico Madrid's fans rose in unison, paying homage to the 40-year-old veteran. That goal commanded profound respect from all present. Even the Barcelona supporters in the stands, upon witnessing the strike, displayed commendable sportsmanship by applauding gently. This is the allure of football. Even opponents can earn applause and respect when their performance shines brightly. Particularly for a player like Ibrahimovic, whose life resembles that of a legend, to possess such stamina and speed at the age of 40. Executing such a flawless shot in a high-stakes match is nothing short of extraordinary. This goal undoubtedly deserves consideration for the FIFA Puskas Award in 2022. The impact of Ibrahimovic's goal was a heavy blow to Barcelona. From a near miss thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper to conceding a goal just 10 seconds later, the Barcelona players experienced a psychological roller coaster, feeling their adrenaline surge only to be doused by cold reality. A glimmer of confusion appeared in their eyes. Oblak, a name that invoked dread among many Barcelona players, had even Messi furrowing his brow, as he had already encountered 3 stunning saves by Oblak today. An outstanding goalkeeper can shatter the morale of the opposing team. No matter how they tried, they could not find the net, while the opponent scored with such ease. This goal shifted the dynamics of the match, with Atletico Madrid regaining the lead at 2-1. After the kickoff, Barcelona unexpectedly made a passing error in their own half. De Jong passed the ball to Busquets, who, in turn, attempted to pass to Alba, only for Suarez, poised to pounce, to intercept it decisively. With no other option, Alba brought down Suarez, earning himself a yellow card. Busquets, having expended nearly all his energy, had faltered due to a lack of concentration, leading to his mistake. Consequently, Koeman substituted Busquets with the returning young talent, Fati. The formation shifted to 3-4-3, with Fati reoccupying the left flank he knew so well. Upon Fati's entrance, scattered applause erupted from the stands, a gesture of encouragement and blessing from the traveling Barcelona fans. At just 19 years of age, Fati's journey at Barcelona had been fraught with challenges. His outstanding performance had garnered him a nomination for the 2020 Golden Boy Award, where he ultimately finished second to the Norwegian prodigy Haaland. Nevertheless, such accolades underscored his immense potential. Yet, injuries had marred what should have been a soaring career. Multiple knee surgeries had left his left leg burdened. In the season's opening match, Fati had re-injured his left leg, leading to a partial meniscus removal surgery, a procedure fraught with risk and a focus of concern for Barcelona fans. Fortunately, the surgery proceeded smoothly, and post-operation, Fati experienced no further issues with his left leg. Miraculously, 3 months later, he returned to the squad for training, having played approximately 20 minutes in the previous 2 Copa del Rey matches, seemingly free from the shadow of his injury. Although his speed had diminished compared to his previous self, it was still a source of relief. Many stars have vanished after such operations, like the renowned Spanish player Torres, who lost his exceptional speed and became just an ordinary player. Thus, Fati's surgery had garnered significant attention, and, as it stands, his recovery appears successful, with no apparent decline in performance. However, The previous two matches had been against weaker opponents, offering little in terms of a true assessment. Today's match represented an excellent opportunity for Fatty to validate his return. Upon seeing Fatty enter the pitch, Li Mingyu approached and exchanged a high-five with him. They had both entered the La Masia training camp at the same time. Fatty had already shown promise at 16 and joined Barcelona's first team at 17. His exceptional talent quickly secured him a place in the squad, though the primary left-wing position was predominantly held by Demel. Yet, whenever Fatty came off the bench, his capabilities made him a prized asset for Barcelona. At one point, he was even regarded as Messi's likely successor. Regrettably, his left knee injuries inflicted immense suffering on the young talent, and with Li Mingyu's emergence, Fatty's spotlight diminished considerably. Upon returning to the pitch, Fatty showcased remarkable activity, exerting significant pressure on Atletico Madrid's defense from the left flank. With the already swift Alba on the left, Fatty's presence further strained Atletico's right-side defense. After his substitution, Fatty refrained from excessive dribbling, cautious of his recently healed leg, which could not withstand overly strenuous movements. The synergy between Li Mingyu and Fatty flourished. As the two La Masia companions reunited on the first-team stage, Fatty's initial jealousy of Li Mingyu's sudden rise to fame had gradually dissipated. For Li Mingyu's performances over the past year had unequivocally demonstrated that his talent was indeed among the elite in contemporary football. Although Fatty may be exceedingly arrogant, he is acutely aware of his own capabilities. After sustaining an injury, his performance could never return to its prior height. When one discovers that a peer earns double their salary, feelings of jealousy may arise. However, when that figure escalates to 100 times one's own, jealousy dissipates entirely, as the very notion becomes unfathomable. It's akin to feeling envious of a wealthy tycoon residing in your neighborhood, living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and marrying an affluent beauty. Yet, one would never harbor jealousy towards Bill Gates, even after his divorce. Upon taking the field, Fatty no longer harbors the desire to outshine Li Mingyu, and their synergy has grown increasingly harmonious. Coach Koeman, observing from the sidelines, wears a satisfied smile. In their previous two matches, when Fatty was on the field, Li Mingyu had already been substituted for a rest, and they had not played together. Koeman had been quite displeased with Fatty's lack of cooperation with Li Mingyu during the match in which Fatty was injured. However, today, Fatty's performance elicits a silent sigh of relief from Koeman, who thinks to himself that this young man has finally matured. Looking at this team, Koeman feels an overwhelming sense of pride. It boasts seasoned veterans like Messi, Busquets, and Piqué, alongside mid-generation players such as Griezmann, Eric Garcia, and Alba, and is further strengthened by the youthful vigor of Li Mingyu, Pedri, Fatty, and De Jong. This amalgamation represents an exquisite team composition, harmonizing old, middle-aged, and young talents. If managed well, Barcelona need not worry about its lineup for the next decade. Fatty skillfully passed the ball to Li Mingyu, who, upon receiving it centrally, executed a feint towards the right. This maneuver captured the attention of Atletico Madrid's defense, which shifted focus onto Messi, who promptly made a forward run, drawing the entire backline deeper. Li Mingyu deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, pulling it back with his left, while his gaze remained fixed on Messi. With a gentle push from the arch of his right foot, he sent the ball into an open space on the left. Fatty, with remarkable intuition, made a rapid advance, striking the ball just before it crossed the goal line, delivering a perfect cross. Although he fell to the ground, his eyes followed the ball's trajectory towards the center. Griezmann soared through the air like a majestic eagle, precisely targeting the cross and crashing his forehead against the ball. The exceptional Oblak, facing such a close-range header, could only stand still and wave his hands, hoping for a miraculous touch. However, Griezmann's header was angled just enough to evade Oblak, who turned to see the ball enter the net behind him. Due to the force of his leap, Griezmann slid into the goal, effortlessly cradling the ball. Quickly regaining his feet, Griezmann could no longer contain his exuberance, kicking the ball into the net's webbing with fervor. As the net billowed from the strike, Griezmann raced towards Fatty, who had just risen, and lifted him in celebration. Fatty, equally exhilarated, marked the beautiful assist in his accomplishments. At 2-2, in the 80th minute, Barcelona, through exquisite teamwork, witnessed Griezmann execute a stunning diving header, leveling the score. Both teams found themselves back on equal footing. Barcelona's resilience cast a shadow of despondency over Atletico Madrid, and Simeone's expression grew grave. The fatigue of Atletico Madrid was palpable, while Barcelona's formidable stamina and enviable execution were becoming increasingly evident. Following the restart, both Suarez and Ibrahimovic felt the weight of exhaustion. At 35 and 40 years old, respectively, they represent a double-edged sword on Atletico Madrid's frontline. Should they fail to decisively overpower their opponents, their offensive capability would significantly wane. In Chapter 146, defeating Atletico Madrid, half-season champions, the youthful Fati, Pedri, Li Mingyu, and De Jong, a group of exceptionally talented youngsters, evoke envy and admiration throughout the world of football. Each of these young players possesses the potential to become the cornerstone of any team, forming strategies centered around them. Yet, they all find themselves united under the banner of Barcelona. Previously, Fati, Pedri, and De Jong had begun to shine individually, gradually securing their places within the team. However, Barcelona seemed to be mired in difficulties, with even Messi contemplating departure. It was during the spring that Li Mingyu's emergence brought Barcelona back from the brink of despair. His arrival not only unified these young talents, but also ignited a youthful storm across La Liga, the Champions League, and World Cup qualifiers. The red and blue of Barcelona reclaimed its status as the world's dominant colors. The formidable Barcelona team seems poised to regain its former glory, reminiscent of their world-conquering days. Following the restart, Atletico Madrid's players hesitated to leave their defensive zones, as Ibrahimovic appeared to have exhausted all his energy in a previous sprint, struggling to find his footing. Suarez, although burning with anger, found his leaden legs unable to support his movements. Atletico Madrid once again found themselves in a precarious position. Simeone, left with no choice, substituted Ibrahimovic for Phillips and reverted Suarez to a familiar 4-1-4-1 formation. He prepared for the possibility of extra time. However, Simeone's substitutions failed to yield immediate results for Atletico Madrid, inadvertently providing Barcelona with a golden opportunity. Upon receiving a pass from Llorente, Suarez intended to transition the play, but spotting Phillips in a good position, he attempted an over-the-top ball. Unfortunately, a misstep on the uneven grass caused him to miss-hit the ball, which instead landed fortuitously at Li Mingyu's feet. Seizing this unexpected gift, Li Mingyu glanced up at the field situation and launched a precise long pass from around 35 meters, perfectly finding Fati on the flank. As Fati sprinted towards Atletico Madrid's penalty area, he admired the beauty of Li Mingyu's curling pass, which arced gracefully through the air like a stunning rainbow, landing precisely in his path as he entered the penalty box. The defender Jimenez of Atletico Madrid charged towards Fati, yet he refrained from closing indirectly, opting instead to gauge how Fati would handle the ball. After all, an impulsive rush could easily lead to a foul. Should Fati expertly control the ball, Jimenez intended to approach and obstruct Fati's subsequent shot angle in space. Conversely, if Fati mishandled it, he could swiftly intercept. To Jimenez's astonishment, Fati partially turned, observed the ball soaring towards him, and executed a bow and arrow motion. Jimenez found himself powerless to defend, merely watching as Fati, with a serious expression and pursed lips, struck the descending ball with the back of his left foot. Like a cannonball unleashed, the ball rocketed towards Atletico Madrid's goal. Not only did Jimenez fail to anticipate this, but even the goalkeeper Oblak was caught off guard by Fati's audacity to volley from that position. It was utterly unconventional. Oblak had no time to prepare and only reacted hastily upon witnessing Fati's shot. However, Fati's strike was of exceptional quality, swift and angled perfectly into the net's corner. The Wanda Metropolitano Stadium fell into a profound silence, as if stunned by the brilliance of these two young talents' long-distance connection. After passing the ball, Li Mingyu stood in the center circle, arms raised high, preemptively celebrating Fati's goal. Upon witnessing Fati's astonishing volley find the net, Li Mingyu clasped his head in disbelief, his face a picture of surprise as he gazed at the sprinting Fati from the penalty area. Messi, standing with arms crossed at the opposite goal, observed the elated Fati and the overjoyed Li Mingyu, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features as he beheld these two promising prodigies from La Masia. This was the Barcelona he had hoped to see upon his departure. As the spectacular goal unfolded, Barcelona's players rushed to the midfield, encircling Li Mingyu and Fati in a jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, Several Atletico Madrid players sat on the ground, expressions of bewilderment etched on their faces. Though the match had yet to conclude, in their hearts, that goal had already sealed their fate. The Atletico Madrid players gazed at Li Mingyu, encircled in the center, a palpable fear gripping them. Even though Li Mingyu had scored only one goal today, his two subsequent assists were pivotal. The first, a precise through ball that tore through Atletico's defense, leading to Fatty's cross for Griezmann to equalize. The second, a swift interception followed by a nearly 40-meter-long pass that accurately found the speeding Fatty, who, without hesitation, volleyed the ball into the net, plunging Atletico into despair. One goal, one indirect assist, and one direct assist. Li Mingyu once again dominated the match. Even the ever-competitive Ibrahimovic felt a twinge of defeat. Having faced Li Mingyu thrice and lost each time, he returned to the bench shaking his head in bitter amusement, acknowledging that his era had undeniably passed. Ibrahimovic sighed as he observed the faces of Li Mingyu, Fatty, De Jong, and Pedri. This was youth. His own youth was irretrievable. The remainder of the match lacked intrigue. Atletico Madrid's confidence had been thoroughly shattered by Li Mingyu. In the 90th minute, he netted a splendid curling shot for his second goal, bringing the match to a satisfying conclusion, at least for Barcelona. As the final whistle blew, the stadium sank into silence, save for the jubilant Barcelona supporters waving their team's scarves in celebration of their impressive performance. Many Atletico Madrid fans had already begun to exit, having witnessed their team's lack of fighting spirit. This display of surrender incited immense anger among the Atletico Madrid faithful. Rational fans chose to leave quietly, while a more extreme faction ignited their team scarves with lighters, igniting flames in the stands. Security personnel swiftly intervened to extinguish the fires. Yet the fury within Atletico Madrid supporters could not be quenched. Once the match concluded, Barcelona's players, seasoned and astute, departed the field in an orderly manner under the protection of security, boarding their bus to leave this contentious venue. Having learned from past experiences, they were determined to avoid a repeat of the chaotic situation encountered in Chelsea. Barcelona's fans, likewise safeguarded by police, left Madrid safely. The irate Atletico Madrid supporters could only vent their frustrations upon their own team. Losing was not the issue. Atletico Madrid's fans had always remained loyal, drawn to their team's resilience amidst the shadows of giants Real Madrid and Barcelona, carving out a path of perseverance. This was the respect commanded by Atletico Madrid. However, today's match revealed a shocking reality. Their team chose to abandon the fight before the final whistle. This behavior enraged the fans, who felt the players had sullied the honor of their jerseys. The Mattress Army would never concede defeat. Shortly thereafter, Atletico Madrid's officials issued an apology letter to the fans, addressing the prior lack of resistance in the match. Additionally, the players released their own apology videos, expressing that fatigue and the manner of the goal had dampened their spirits. They promised such a situation would never recur. The players' admissions gradually assuaged the fans' anger. Meanwhile, the Barcelona team returned to their city, becoming the first to advance to the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey. A day later, the four teams progressing to the semi-finals were confirmed: Barcelona, Real Madrid, Sevilla, and Athletic Bilbao. Barcelona's semi-final opponent would be the currently fourth-place Sevilla. The Copa del Rey semi-finals would be a two-legged affair, with Barcelona playing away first, scheduled for the following week. However, Barcelona had already set their sights beyond the Copa del Rey, as the upcoming midweek would see them face the traditional Serie A powerhouse AC Milan in the first leg of the round of 16 in the Champions League. Milan's recent performances in Serie A had been underwhelming, and despite being the third most successful team in terms of titles, they had failed to exhibit the dominance expected over the past decade. Milan has been deprived of the Serie A championship for a full decade. It has been many years since they last secured a spot in the Champions League. Last season, Milan finally reclaimed a position within the top four of the league, earning a coveted qualification for the Champions League group stage. The last time Milan achieved a top four finish was during the 2012 to 2013 season, underscoring the club's prolonged struggles. The departure of Ibrahimovic slightly diminished Milan's offensive prowess. However, the remarkable performance of Croatian striker Mandzukic propelled the team into the knockout stages. Yet, their fortune would soon wane, as they faced the formidable Barcelona, favorites to win the current Champions League in the round of 16. The clash between the red and blue teams rekindles memories of their past encounters in the Champions League, leaving a legacy of classic battles. Most haunting for Barcelona fans is the 1993 to 1994 Champions League final, where a devastating 4-0 defeat brought tears to their eyes in Athens. At that time, Milan was under the guidance of the illustrious Capello, while the legendary Johan Cruyff managed Barcelona. The match left behind iconic images of the spirited Capello and the furious Cruyff, with the 4-0 scoreline standing as one of the greatest victories in Milan's Champions League history. This match has often been a source of mockery for Barcelona from Milan fans. Today, however, Barcelona shines brightly while Milan treads cautiously into the knockout phase, with few believing in their chances against such a formidable opponent. Even the Italian media hesitated to predict an upset. Yet, Milan star striker Mandzukic declared with conviction in an interview that he would show Barcelona what they were made of. Meanwhile, Barcelona's players remained unfazed. Prior to this encounter, Barcelona had played a league match against Valencia, and the latter, lacking the vigor of previous years, found themselves languishing in 10th place after 18 rounds. In the face of Barcelona's might, Valencia struggled to pose any significant threat, conceding a goal in the 20th minute for Messi, who skillfully maneuvered past two defenders to score. In the 35th minute, Griezmann was fouled just outside the box, granting a direct free kick opportunity. Li Mingyu took the responsibility, executing a stunning free kick reminiscent of Beckham's signature curve. Despite the home advantage and protective systems, Li felt a twinge of pain in his left ankle. The ball arced beautifully into the top corner, leaving the opposing goalkeeper powerless. In the 60th minute, a splendid collaboration between Messi and Li led to another goal, with Li finishing off a deft backheel pass for Messi. By the 70th minute, both players were substituted as Koeman prepared for the midweek Champions League knockout match. The final score stood at 4-0, with Barcelona crowned the halfway champions of La Liga. On Wednesday, Barcelona returned to the Italian peninsula, this time to the illustrious city of Milan. Milan is not only a global hub of fashion and art, but also a city steeped in history. Home to two of Italy's most prestigious football clubs, AC Milan and Inter Milan. The iconic San Siro Stadium, also known as Stadio Giuseppe Meazza, is shared by both teams. A fascinating tidbit in the world of football. Today, however, the venue is referred to as San Siro as AC Milan takes to the pitch. The stadium, which can accommodate 700 spectators, was constructed in 1927 and has undergone 3 major renovations to reach its current grandeur. The main stand is adorned in red, facing an orange counterpart, while the north stand boasts green, and the special seating for Milan's most ardent supporters is painted blue. The south stand belongs to Milan's fans, beneath which lies a museum showcasing the club's honors and history. The north stand is reserved for Inter Milan supporters, who also have a museum dedicated to their achievements beneath their section. Today, Milan is enveloped in a sea of red and black, as the stadium's surroundings overflow with fervent fans. Zhang Shuai, a law student from Milan University and a die-hard Inter Milan supporter, finds himself in the midst of this vibrant atmosphere. Although he admires Li Mingyu, he holds no affection for Barcelona. Eager to witness the Champions League clash, Zhang had secured his ticket well in advance. However, upon arriving outside the San Siro, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Surrounded by fans draped in red and black scarves, many of whom were bare-chested despite the chilly weather, singing Milan's anthem and raising their glasses in cheers. Milan supporters have endured years of hardship, having not graced the Champions League stage since 2013. This year, they finally return, and despite facing the daunting challenge of Barcelona, their spirits remain unyielded. They are determined to show the visiting Barcelona that Milan is no pushover. Clad in a simple shirt, Zhang Shuai navigates through a throng of robust fans in red and black jerseys toward the stadium entrance, feeling somewhat out of place. Nearby, a young Italian, beer bottle in hand, approaches Zhang with an unfriendly demeanor, questioning his origins upon noticing his Asian features. Surrounding him are friends who eye Zhang with scrutiny, adding to the tension of the moment. Zhang Shuai felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. As a devoted supporter of Inter Milan, traversing through a throng of AC Milan fans was already a daunting experience, and to his surprise, someone approached him with a question. However, having resided in this city for 2 years, he had become quite fluent in Italian and was well prepared for such encounters. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhang Shuai flashed a radiant smile and confidently declared in impeccable Italian, I'm also a fan. I'm here to watch the match." The expressions of the young men around him did not brighten. Their gazes filled with skepticism. Zhang Shuai, still smiling, added, "Hey friends, I'm a fan of Milan." At this, the young men's faces softened, revealing faint smiles. The questioner sought clarification. "Milan?" Zhang Shuai nodded affirmatively, stating firmly, "Milan." Deep inside, however, he felt as if he were betraying his allegiance, as if his heart were bleeding. Instantaneously, the group erupted in cheers. A foreigner, a person of Chinese descent, was also a supporter of Milan. In truth, many casual football fans often confused AC Milan and Inter Milan, with some believing them to be one and the same. The term Milan is an abbreviation meaning football club in Italian, thus referring to the Milan Football Club itself, while Inter Milan was established as a separate entity that branched off from AC Milan. It could be said that both teams share a common ancestral lineage. Yet in Italy, whenever Milan is mentioned, it is generally assumed to refer to AC Milan. Hence, Zhang Shuai decided to exploit this ambiguity to navigate the situation. The sight of a foreign Milan supporter excited the Italian youths. The young man who had originally approached him offered Zhang Shuai a beer. As Zhang Shuai accepted the beer, which had been recently sipped by the young man, he wore an awkward smile. However, under the eager gazes of the young men, he steeled himself and took a sip. This action further softened their looks toward him. Yet, a keen-eyed Italian youth noticed a corner of a scarf peeking from Zhang Shuai's bag. Observing that Zhang Shuai had not donned the scarf around his neck, he reached into the bag to retrieve it and drape it around Zhang Shuai. To their dismay, a blue-black scarf emerged from the bag. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. The smiles faded from the Italian youth's faces, replaced by expressions of indignation. The realization that a foreigner had deceived them stung deeply. An Inter Milan supporter among AC Milan fans was akin to a sheep among wolves. Witnessing his scarf discarded on the ground, Zhang Shuai uttered a classic exclamation. The young man who had offered him the beer, now with a menacing expression, snatched the bottle from Zhang Shuai's hand. Disgusted by the thought of the bottle being tainted with blue-black saliva, he smashed it violently against the ground. The sound echoed like a starting gun, igniting the fervor of the Italian youths. Before Zhang Shuai could react, a fist the size of a sandbag flew toward his face. He had deftly dodged the blow, but before he could retaliate, 5 or 6 individuals rushed him, pinning him to the ground, their fists raining down upon his face. Fortunately, the vicinity of San Siro Stadium was populated with security personnel who watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The lessons learned from Chelsea's previous disturbances had rendered the entire European football community on high alert. The cost of security was minimal compared to the potential financial losses arising from a season's worth of home games barred to fans. No club could afford such a hit. Security officers brandished riot shields and clubs, charging toward the onlookers and dispersing them, swiftly taking down the assailants who continued to assault Zhang Shuai. Thankfully, Zhang Shuai's agility allowed him to evade most of the blows, though a slight bruise around his right eye marred his handsome appearance. As security personnel escorted him away, Zhang Shuai repeatedly implored them to return him to the stadium, but they remained unresponsive, leading him away from the grand square of San Siro. Casting a glance back at the stadium, he silently prayed, "Li Mingyu, please help me deal with these Milan scoundrels." This minor skirmish did not affect the match. Fans filed in orderly, and the game was set to commence shortly. However, the omnipresent Italian media quickly located the injured Zhang Shuai in the hospital and conducted an interview with him. He vehemently condemned the thuggish behavior of the Milan fans, asserting that although he was an Inter Milan supporter, today he stood as a fan of Li Mingyu. Before long, the Italian police ascertained Zhang Shuai's identity as well as that of the young Italians involved who admitted to assaulting him, believing that he had deceived them, which incited their violent reaction. Soon after, this news clip aired on Italian television, garnering simultaneous condemnation from both Inter Milan and Barcelona supporters. Milan's official website swiftly responded, pledging to cover all of Mr. Zhang's medical and lost wage expenses, while imposing a 1-year ban on the Italian youths who had assaulted him. The prompt and sensitive response from Milan sent shivers through all football clubs, as the previous disturbances involving Chelsea had served as a stark warning. Clubs understood that they would bear the cost of their fans' misconduct, and thus any incidents involving supporters were now swiftly addressed. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players were en route to San Siro Stadium on their team bus. Li Mingyu, seated in the middle, was resting with his eyes closed. Pedri, sitting behind him, poked him in the shoulder. Li Mingyu turned, questioning with his gaze. Pedri handed his phone to Li Mingyu, displaying a peculiar expression. Li Mingyu, Boujlat, accepted the phone and began to read. Gradually, a look of outrage spread across his face. Zhang Shuai's face, unmistakably of Chinese descent, was easily recognizable, and his name confirmed Li Mingyu's suspicion of his heritage. A fellow Chinese had been mistreated in Italy, assaulted merely for standing up for himself. In an instant, Li Mingyu's fury surged to his temples. He raised the phone, ready to smash it to the ground, but Pedri, alarmed, grasped his arm and exclaimed, "Li, that is my phone." Seeing Pedri's pitiful expression, Li Mingyu regained his composure and returned the phone. However, the fire of indignation within him could not be quelled. Messi, seated beside him, had also witnessed the video and empathized with Li Mingyu's feelings. With a gentle pat on Li Mingyu's shoulder, Messi stood up, drawing the attention of his teammates aboard the bus by clapping his hands. Even Koeman, who had been dozing off in the front, was startled awake by the applause and turned curiously to look at Messi. Normally quiet, Messi rarely rallied the team on the bus. Something had clearly stirred him today. Many players, intrigued, removed their earphones and focused their gaze on him. In a grave tone, Messi spoke of a serious incident that had just occurred outside the San Siro stadium, where a fan had been assaulted. This fan, a local of Li Mingyu's hometown and an ardent supporter, had come to see Li Mingyu, but was met with scorn and violence from Milan fans. Initially, the players were indifferent. Fan riots were commonplace. However, since the incident involved Li Mingyu, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Griezmann, ever the loyal supporter, stood up indignantly, declaring that Milan fans had gone too far and that they must show them their strength on the field later. Pedri echoed this sentiment passionately, asserting that they must dominate Milan today, aiming for 3 goals, then 4, then 5, and even 6. Hearing the fervent shouts of his Barcelona teammates, Li Mingyu felt warmth spread through him. Koeman, seated in the front row, wore a satisfied smile. He had planned to deliver a pre-match pep talk upon arriving at the San Siro, but it now seemed unnecessary. Thanks to the Milan fans, his players were already fired up. The young fans, who had been banned from attending Milan matches for a year due to their reckless actions, could not have anticipated that their irrational behavior would not only deprive them of watching the game, but also provoke Barcelona to retaliate with fervor. One wondered if they would feel a twinge of regret upon realizing the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai, having been examined at the hospital, returned to the San Siro stadium under police escort as the match was about to commence. Chapter 148, Cax Charge. Swift as immediate readings to our viewers on Tencent Sports. This early morning, we present a pivotal match in the UEFA Champions League round of 16, featuring Milan, the home team, facing the Spanish powerhouse Barcelona. Both clubs boast a rich history and have achieved remarkable success in the Champions League. Milan has clinched the prestigious title 7 times, while Barcelona has triumphed 5 times. Though Milan's league performance has waned in recent years, resulting in an 8-year absence from the Champions League spotlight, their return this season has not shown signs of decline. Conversely, Barcelona has consistently reached the Champions League. It has not made it to the finals in 6 years, suffering humiliating defeats during this period. However, this season, Barcelona seems rejuvenated, currently leading in championship odds. Today's match against Milan will reveal whether they possess the capability to advance further. A brief interruption. Our correspondent Huang Jianxiang in Italy has reported that a Chinese student studying in Italy was assaulted by Milan fans for supporting Li Mingyu. Fortunately, medical reports indicate that the student's injuries are not severe, and he has returned to the San Siro to cheer for his idol. Li Mingyu, as a Chinese star, has gained considerable influence, with jersey sales in China surpassing even Messi's. We hope he can showcase his talent in this match and avenge his compatriot. Now, let's turn our attention to the pitch, where both teams have entered. Milan's lineup features a balanced 4-2-3-1 formation, with the young Italian goalkeeper Donnarumma, defenders Dalot, Tomori, Romagnoli, and Hernandez, and midfielders Kessie and Benacer. Their attacking trio includes sailmakers Alhano and Rebi, with the experienced Croatian forward man Ukai leading the line. Barcelona maintains its familiar 3-5-2 formation, with Lenglet, Eric Garcia, and Mingueza as the 3 defenders. The midfield duo of De Jong and Busquets remains pivotal, while Alba and Pedri provide speed on the flanks. The playmaker role is occupied by the promising Li Mingyu, who has emerged as Barcelona's cerebral force, supported by forwards Griezmann and Messi. As both teams take their positions, the referee's whistle signals the commencement of this UEFA Champions League round of 16 match. Standing at the center of the San Siro, Li Mingyu felt the fervor of this historic stadium, with the stands almost entirely adorned in red and black. Save for the northern section, which hosted a gathering of distant and local Barcelona supporters. The atmosphere was akin to a simmering volcano, and Li Mingyu could sense the passionate emotions for football in Milan ready to erupt. This is the essence of a great team. Milan, one of Italy's oldest clubs, possesses a legacy that, despite years away from the Champions League, brings them back to their glorious era. As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially began. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the San Siro Stadium, gaining the active skill charge from Milan legend Kak. Charge. Li Mingyu felt a spark of curiosity. Charge. During long-distance sprints, the host can activate the charge skill, maintaining peak speed for up to 10 seconds, while enhancing body balance and resilience during the surge. This skill can be used once per match. Li Mingyu raised an eyebrow, impressed by the remarkable ability. Kak, as a Brazilian player, was a blend of style that transcended the typical Brazilian flair, embodying a truly European playing style. With exceptional physical attributes, top-tier speed, and impressive organizational and shooting skills, Kak was nothing short of a marvel during his time at Milan. In a memorable friendly match against Argentina, Kak seized upon a mistake from Messi, sprinting from his own half and leaving Messi trailing in his wake, ultimately scoring an extraordinary long-distance goal. The fledgling Messi became merely a backdrop to that stunning moment. Kaka's physical prowess and speed serve as his most formidable weapons. This active skill, assault, seamlessly combines these two attributes. Li Mingyu was immensely satisfied with this skill. Milan commenced the match by kicking off. Mandzukic, who had made bold statements prior to the game, found himself in a predicament against Barcelona's defense. He had not anticipated such a resolute defensive stance from Barcelona right from the outset, which left him with no opportunity to possess the ball on 2 occasions. He was compelled to return it. De Jong, a close friend of Li Mingyu, was determined to assist his friend in avenging past grievances during this match. Barcelona's head coach, Koeman, exhibited an unusual calmness today, in stark contrast to his previous serious demeanor on the sidelines. Today, he relaxed on the bench, comfortably propped up, feeling that he would not need to intervene in the game at all. On the other hand, Milan's coach, Stefano Pioli, wore a grave expression. He had not expected such a suffocating defense and high pressing from Barcelona to commence within the first minute of the match. The teams in Europe's top 5 leagues exhibit distinct differences. The style of play in Serie A contrasts sharply with that of La Liga. Although Serie A no longer showcases the formidable chain defense reminiscent of the past era, their defensive framework has seen little alteration. However, due to the prevailing trend in modern football favoring a possession-oriented approach, Italian teams have lagged behind. The rhythm of the game dictates its outcome. Italian teams have not grasped the Champions League trophy for over a decade, largely due to this reason. Meanwhile, the English Premier League has undergone significant transformations in recent years, aligning its style more closely with global trends. The last 2 Champions League titles have been claimed by English teams, which speaks volumes. Offensive play has now become the prevailing trend in world football, while counterattacks remain a staple. However, the battle for midfield dominance has emerged as the most crucial aspect of the game. The adage, "He who controls the midfield controls the game," is not mere rhetoric. Take Barcelona, for instance. Despite having a formidable forward like Messi in the past, the loss of Xavi and Iniesta rendered them devoid of competitive edge in the Champions League, as they could only watch helplessly as opponents repeatedly overpowered and overturned them. Yet, with the acquisition of the super midfielder Li Mingyu, Barcelona transformed as if they were an entirely different team. The same personnel now exuded the dominance reminiscent of their former glory. Milan's offense encountered obstacles, struggling to adapt to Barcelona's frenetic attacking and defensive style. After several passes, Milan found themselves forced to return the ball to the goalkeeper, who, faced with Griezmann's pressing, could only launch a desperate clearance. De Jong and Busquets effectively shielded the ball in midfield, leaving Mandzukic at a disadvantage. De Jong controlled the ball with his chest and passed it to the retreating Li Mingyu. Upon receiving the ball, Li Mingyu swiftly turned, scanning the situation ahead, and suddenly envisioned a pathway. Inspired, he silently declared the activation of his assault skill. In an instant, a golden avenue appeared before him. Li Mingyu unleashed his legs and surged forward with remarkable speed. The sudden acceleration caught Milan's midfielders off guard, though their defenders maintained their positions, remaining relatively composed in the face of Li Mingyu's advance. Nevertheless, Li Mingyu's speed led to a miscalculation in their judgment. The assault skill enabled Li Mingyu to achieve peak velocity instantaneously, comparable to that of a top-tier sports car. He resembled a shooting star, clad in a black and gold away kit, exuding an aura of unstoppable momentum. As he effortlessly bypassed Milan's defenders, the crowd erupted in fearful boos, attempting to intimidate Li Mingyu. However, fueled by the anger of his compatriots being overrun, his speed reached unprecedented heights. In approximately 5 seconds, Li Mingyu had closed in on the edge of Milan's penalty area. Behind him, 3 defenders scrambled to recover, while 2 center-backs stood resolute in front of him. Li Mingyu, seeing no intention to slow down from the 2 defenders, executed a powerful right-footed touch to the side, dramatically dismantling their defensive line. He leaned heavily against the imposing Romagnoli, who staggered as if struck by a speeding truck, falling to the ground. With the innate strength of Vieri's legacy, combined with the balance and resilience bestowed by the assault skill, Li Mingyu now resembled a formidable bear, unstoppable in his relentless pursuit. Unchallenged, Li Mingyu entered the penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he unleashed a long-neglected skill. Follow my lead, left and right in slow motion, right and left in slow motion replay. As Li Mingyu's upper body swayed like a pendulum, the goalkeeper, despite recognizing the feint, found his body betraying him, collapsing in despair as Li Mingyu glided past. Confronted with an open goal, Li Mingyu unleashed all his might in a powerful strike, sending the ball crashing into the net, which quivered for 2 seconds before coming to rest. The entire San Siro stadium fell silent upon witnessing Li Mingyu's goal, particularly among the die-hard Milan fans in the southern stands. Many wore expressions of bewilderment. Li Mingyu's goal was nothing short of miraculous. After a breathtaking long run across the half, he had toppled the last center-back and bewildered the goalkeeper, as if proving a point with that final shot. Yet, a second later, the southern stands erupted in a chorus of boos directed at Li Mingyu. Despite scoring, Li Mingyu sprinted straight towards his half, where the Barcelona supporters awaited him. His teammates followed closely behind, heading towards the northern stands to pay their utmost respect to the fans seated there. Among them, Zhang Shuai spotted Li Mingyu's goal from a distance, his heart swelling with joy. The goal felt like a resounding slap in the face of Milan. As Li Mingyu and his teammates approached, Zhang Shuai felt a surge of excitement, joining the other Barcelona fans and honoring them. Amidst the throngs of supporters, Li Mingyu did not recognize Zhang Shuai, but the goal he scored for Zhang Shuai's sake resonated deeply with him. Meanwhile, Milan's players simmered with anger, perceiving the goal as a profound humiliation. Their demeanor at the midfield grew increasingly sharp as they cast piercing glances toward the Barcelona players. This was precisely the response Barcelona, eager to demonstrate their superiority, sought. Come on, let's engage in a battle. Who fears whom? The coach of Milan, standing at the sidelines, sensed the players' fervor. Though he wished to rein them in and adhere to their pre-match strategy, he understood that suppressing their pent-up frustration would likely incite the ire of the fans in attendance. After all, one cannot simply offer the other cheek after being struck. Chapter 149. The collapse of Milan. The determination of the Milan players was ignited, and upon the kickoff, they launched a furious assault toward Barcelona's half. However, the essence of football transcends mere willpower. As they approached the final third, Milan's attacks faltered beneath Barcelona's impenetrable defense. Busquets and De Jong tightly sealed the central corridor, forcing Milan to initiate their advances from the flanks. While Barcelona's defense may not have mirrored the traditional Italian chain defense, their compact grouping of 3 for coordinated pressing left Milan perpetually feeling outnumbered. Mandzukic, who had boasted prior to the match, found himself bereft of opportunities in the forward line. De Jong and Busquets were always lurking nearby, ready to envelop him in a formidable trio the moment he gained possession. In one offensive attempt, Mandzukic sought to pivot forcefully, but was swiftly hemmed in by Lenglet and De Jong, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Lenglet deftly nudged the ball away from Mandzukic's feet, sending the forward tumbling to the ground in frustration as he waved his arms, pleading for a foul. Yet, The referee merely gestured for him to rise and turn away. As Barcelona's counterattack commenced, the ball, now liberated by Lenglet, was intercepted by Pedri. Upon receiving it, Pedri swiftly relayed the ball to the retreating Li Mingyu in the center. As Li Mingyu turned his back to the ball, Milan's defensive midfielder, Benacer, sensed the threat and shadowed him closely, determined not to allow him to pivot and deliver a lethal pass. However, as Li Mingyu approached the ball, he executed a feint to the left, causing Benacer to shift his weight in pursuit. Yet, in a moment of brilliance, Li Mingyu pivoted back toward the incoming ball without ever touching it, effortlessly eluding the defender. This act of evasion, dribbling without contact, was a testament to the pinnacle of skill, showcasing not only technical prowess but also football intelligence and psychological acumen. Top-tier midfield maestros excel in such elusive maneuvers. The spectators at San Siro gasped collectively at this display. Realizing he had been outwitted, Benacer attempted to chase back, but Li Mingyu's sudden acceleration rendered him helpless. As Benacer trailed closely, Li Mingyu's speed, already world-class, sent the Milan defense into disarray. With Benacer easily bypassed, a gaping hole opened in Milan's central defense. Li Mingyu swiftly advanced into Milan's 30-meter zone, prompting the center-backs to rush forward in defense. They understood that allowing Li Mingyu another long-range shot would spell disaster, leaving them utterly humiliated. Regardless of the cost, he had to be stopped, even if it meant committing a foul. As he faced the menacing Romagnoli, Li Mingyu's eyes sharpened, and out of the corner of his vision, he spotted a black and gold figure darting into Milan's flank. Observing Romagnoli preparing to lunge for him, Li Mingyu struck the ball with the back of his right foot, delivering a surgical pass that sliced through Milan's defense to the penalty area. Romagnoli, filled with dread, turned to see Messi appear like a ghost in his designated zone. Receiving Li Mingyu's pass, with a slight adjustment, Messi unleashed a glorious left-footed shot, leaving the goalkeeper with no choice but to surrender. In the 20th minute of the first half, Barcelona led Milan 2-0 at San Siro. This goal silenced the stadium, once roaring like a volcano, now hushed as if it were a grave. Many fans shed tears of despair, reflecting on Milan's 8-year absence from Europe's elite stage. The chasm between Milan and Barcelona had become insurmountable. It was not only Milan that lagged. Italian football as a whole had fallen behind the global stage. Once dubbed the Little World Cup, Serie A had long seen the era of its seven sisters fade into oblivion. The tactical evolution of world football, particularly during Barcelona and Spain's reign, had transformed the landscape, while Italy's footballing response seemed perpetually one step behind. The reliance on chain defenses, counterattacks, and the pragmatic 1-0 scorelines had become the original sins that led Italian football astray from modernity. Even more disheartening was the realization that the defensive prowess upon which Italian football thrived had become unrecognizable. For instance, in the recent goal, Li Mingyu's extraordinary individual skill had dismantled Milan's defense, exposing vast gaps that Li Mingyu and Messi capitalized on, leading to a near breakaway opportunity that resulted in yet another goal for Milan to swallow. This goal extinguished any flicker of hope Milan harbored. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. After celebrating with Messi, Li Mingyu glanced at the despondent Milan players and could not suppress a smirk. To challenge them in a head-to-head battle, despite their evident inferiority, seemed a fool's errand. In the northern stands, Zhang Shuai and fellow fans erupted in ecstatic jubilation. As a supporter of Li Mingyu and Inter Milan, witnessing Milan's plight brought him double the delight. The exhilaration of celebration momentarily overshadowed the pain in his bruised eye, compelling him to continue reveling in the moment. Upon resuming play, it was evident that Milan had succumbed to a state of submission. The rhythm of the game was firmly in Barcelona's control. In the 43rd minute, Li Mingyu delivered a precise through ball from 35 meters out, enabling Messi to evade the offside trap. Faced with an advancing goalkeeper, Messi chose not to be greedy, gently nudging the ball forward for Griezmann to convert effortlessly. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, the match drew to a close. 0-3. The home team Milan finds itself trailing by 3 goals against Barcelona. The San Siro stadium reverberates with deafening boos. The players of Barcelona savor this cacophony of discontent, while Milan players, heads bowed, hastily retreat to the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the distant Barcelona supporters in the north stand are singing and dancing, reveling in their dominance on the opponent's turf, a moment of sheer elation for any fan. Milan has deployed a substantial security presence, cordoning off the north stand. Surrounded by stern-faced personnel wielding riot shields and batons, vigilantly watching for any unruly Milan fans and cautioning them against causing trouble. The two sets of fans, separated by security, hurl incomprehensible insults in Spanish and Italian at one another, neither side engaging in any decorum, their exchanges steeped in vulgarity and familial jibes. It resembles a scene from a comedic video, with two barking dogs separated by a fence. However, unlike the video, if the security were to abandon their post, the two factions would not quiet down, but would certainly transform the north stand into a battlefield. Upon returning to the locker room, the Barcelona players exude a sense of ease. Koeman discusses tactical adjustments for the second half with his assistant coach before entering the dressing room. The presence of the head coach prompts a hush among the players. Koeman commends their first-half performance, urging them to maintain their focus and not to grow complacent. As a 3-goal comeback is not unheard of in the world of football, he recalls the unforgettable night in Istanbul in 2005, where Liverpool faced Milan in the UEFA Champions League final. Milan dominated the first half, leading 3-0, and during the halftime break, they began to celebrate, reportedly even uncorking celebratory red wine. Yet, as fate would have it, Milan's arrogance led to one of the greatest humiliations in Champions League history. In the second half, Liverpool scored 3 goals in 6 minutes, equalizing at 3-3, leaving the Milan players in utter disbelief. After 120 minutes of stalemate, the match was decided by a brutal penalty shootout, where Liverpool's goalkeeper Dudek emerged as the pivotal figure, denying 3 of Milan's attempts and securing Liverpool's victory in the 50th edition of the Champions League. Although Milan later avenged themselves in 2007 with a 2-1 victory over Liverpool in Athens, lifting their 7th Champions League trophy, the pain of that night in Istanbul remains etched in the hearts of the Rossoneri. As the second half commences, Milan seeks to exploit an opening to ambush Barcelona's defense. However, Barcelona has already encountered such attempts this season and remains vigilant at the start of both halves, ensuring that no easy incursions occur. Mandzukic's advance is thwarted by De Jong and Li Mingyu, leading to a moment of frustration as Mandzukic shoves De Jong in anger, igniting unnecessary conflict on the pitch. The referee, nearby, swiftly intervenes to quell the altercation. Showing leniency, the referee issues Mandzukic a yellow card, sternly admonishing him to temper his actions. Throughout the match, Mandzukic struggles to find opportunities on goal, often receiving the ball with his back to the net, unable to turn. His previously confident demeanor is now replaced with frustration as he fails to make an impact. The match returns to its rhythm, specifically to Barcelona's tempo. Li Mingyu orchestrates the midfield with precision, efficiently managing the team's offensive maneuvers. Milan's defensive formation is left scrambling to keep pace with Barcelona's fluid passing. With a 3-goal lead, Barcelona is unhurried in their attack, akin to a seasoned hunter maintaining a safe distance from its prey, enticing them to emerge. The Milan players display a sense of desperation. While the skill levels of both teams are comparable, the stark contrast in tactical sophistication is disheartening. It is reminiscent of warfare, where one is equipped with the finest weaponry of World War II, only to be obliterated by an unseen enemy's long-range strike. The cheers from the stands grow fainter, and the match starkly reveals to Milan supporters the significant gap between their team and the world's elite. Years of absence from the Champions League have left Milan supporters mocking other Italian teams for their dismal performances in the tournament. Yet, upon their return to the Champions League, they realize they are but frogs in a well, oblivious to the vastness beyond. The 7 Champions League trophies they once held offer no solace. Their current display is inferior to that of mid-tier La Liga teams. This is not due to a lack of ability, but rather a prolonged absence from the rhythm of elite competition. In the 60th minute, Griezmann is fouled by a Milan defender, prompting the referee to award a direct free kick. Li Mingyu unleashes a powerful shot exceeding 180 km/h, leaving Milan's wall pale and the goalkeeper motionless, watching helplessly as the ball rolls past the goal line. This ferocious strike instills a profound fear of Li Mingyu among them. In the 75th minute, Li Mingyu is substituted by Fati. As he departs, he acknowledges the North Stand supporters with applause. To his surprise, not only do the North Stand fans respond enthusiastically, but even those from the other 2 stands join in, offering sporadic applause. Only the die-hard supporters in the South Stand persist in their jeers, yet the defection of other fans renders their boos increasingly discordant. Li Mingyu, taken aback yet smiling, bows to the supporters from the other stands. Witnessing his gesture, more Milan fans join in the applause, momentarily drowning out the hostility from the South Stand. Although the home team suffered a disheartening defeat, the sheer brilliance of a superstar's performance provided an exquisite delight for the devoted fans. The jeers from the Southern Stand gradually faded away as the overwhelming majority of the crowd turned against the team, leaving the die-hard supporters visibly disconcerted. The players of Milan, too, wore complex expressions as they observed the young man who, while applauding, made his way off the pitch. Earning the admiration of fans at the illustrious Siro is no easy feat, yet this young talent managed to achieve it. In the subsequent match, Barcelona showed no signs of leniency, maintaining a sharp offensive. In the 80th minute, Messi penetrated the penalty area, only to be brought down from the side by Milan's center-back. Tomori. The perfect penalty package sealed Milan's fate in the Champions League, effectively driving the final nail into their coffin. Messi converted the penalty before being substituted. Ultimately, at Milan San Siro, Barcelona triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory, avenging their previous 4-0 humiliation at the hands of Milan. Furthermore, Barcelona found themselves on the brink of advancing to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. In the aftermath, Italian media launched a scathing critique of Milan. Upon the release of the final match statistics, numerous renowned figures in Italian football expressed their discontent. Li Mingyu played for just 75 minutes, yet delivered a staggering 123 passes, marking him as the most pivotal player in the match. In stark contrast, the four players from Milan's midfield and attack managed a mere 160 passes combined. Li Mingyu's performance illustrated the notion of a single player being able to carry an entire team. Not to mention his remarkable 93% pass completion rate. With 2 goals and 1 assist, Li Mingyu's total Champions League tally reached 16, while the second-best, Holland, lagged behind with only 9 goals. In terms of assists, Li Mingyu led the chart with 6, exemplifying an extraordinary attacking prowess and formidable playmaking ability, rendering him the ideal midfield engine for any team. Across Europe, countless clubs viewed Barcelona with envy and admiration, casting numerous offers in Li Mingyu's direction. After all, his current annual salary stood at a modest €500, with a staggering release clause of €2.5 billion. Such a salary qualifies as a top-tier wage in Italy, yet among wealthier clubs is hardly a concern. Even the exorbitant buyout clause is not insurmountable for teams like Real Madrid, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain, and Manchester City, all of whom covet Li Mingyu and would readily pay the €2.5 billion to secure his services. Barcelona's president and manager receive a flood of faxed offers regarding Li Mingyu daily, as Laporta regards him as an invaluable asset in his quest for re-election, firmly declaring him off the market. However, the global pandemic that erupted in 2017 plunged the football world into a grave crisis. Although the virus has gradually been brought under control in recent years, 2 consecutive years of empty stadiums inflicted significant losses across the sport. Numerous smaller clubs have declared bankruptcy, and even a prestigious club like Barcelona now grapples with overwhelming debt. Nevertheless, Laporta has conspired with several clubs on a groundbreaking initiative, and if successful, it could not only alleviate their financial burdens, but also expand the club's influence. As he gazed out at the street from his office window, a smug smile crept across his face. The announcement of this significant development was imminent, heralding an impending seismic shift in the football landscape. Returning to domestic play, Barcelona faced 3 league matches in February. A grueling schedule of 3 games in a week posed a considerable physical challenge for the team. Yet the first 2 opponents, Cadiz and Osasuna, were from the lower tier of La Liga, and Barcelona navigated these away matches with ease, maintaining their top position. Real Madrid continued to exhibit strong form, triumphing in the first leg of the Champions League knockout stage against last season's champions, Liverpool, while also securing 2 consecutive league victories, closely trailing Barcelona. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid faltered in their first leg against Serie A champions Inter Milan, suffering a 0-1 defeat, and subsequently succumbed to a 1-2 comeback loss against newly promoted Espanyol. Barcelona had reason to be grateful to their city rivals. Their prior 1-0 victory over Real Madrid restored them to the top of the table. In this latest 2-1 turnaround against Atletico, reduced their title challengers. The simultaneous failures of both Madrid clubs at the hands of Espanyol left the Spanish media in disbelief. This season, upon their return to La Liga, Espanyol initially lost to their city rivals, Barcelona, but subsequently displayed remarkable resilience atypical of a newly promoted team. After 21 rounds, Espanyol astonishingly found themselves in 5th place. The team's success can largely be attributed to Wu Lei, who, having transformed into an indispensable forward, scored 13 goals in 21 matches, placing him among the top 10 scorers in the league. While his tally pales in comparison to Li Mingyu's 31 goals, it marks a notable peak in Wu Lei's career. At 30 years old, he stands at the pinnacle of his professional journey, though it remains uncertain how long this peak will endure. Nonetheless, it is reported that several teams have begun to take an interest in Li Mingyu's fellow compatriot. On February 28th, the final day of the month, Barcelona faced their last league opponent of February, Sevilla. This match coincided with the first leg of the King S Cup semi-final against the same team on March 4th. Within a span of 5 days, the two clubs would clash twice, both matches held away from home. Coupled with the preceding King S Cup encounter against Atletico and the Champions League match against Milan, Barcelona faced a grueling stretch of 6 consecutive away games. The toll of 4 successive away fixtures had begun to manifest in injuries within the squad. Typically, February and March pose a heightened risk for player injuries due to the demands of extended play and psychological pressures, which can significantly impact both physical and mental well-being. Griezmann suffered from calf muscle soreness, Busquets experienced a muscle strain, and several other players reported feeling unwell. Li Mingyu felt the weight of injury-related pressure on the team for the first time, knowing that numerous key players would be sidelined for the upcoming match against Sevilla. Li Mingyu arrived at the iconic Ram in Santiago Bernabéu Stadium in Seville with his team. This marks his second visit to this venue over the past 2 seasons. In their previous encounters with Sevilla, it was here that he achieved his first remarkable quadruple last season, during his second La Liga match, where he made his first starting appearance. In that game, he showcased his extraordinary talent by scoring 4 consecutive goals, leaving Sevilla bewildered. However, during their first clash of the current season, Barcelona, affected by the international break, lost unexpectedly to Sevilla on home soil, marking their sole defeat this season. Today, as Li Mingyu returned to the Pizjuan, he was met with a different atmosphere. Upon his entry onto the pitch, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, attempting to mask their underlying fear. This young man was no longer the novice he once was. Despite Sevilla's victory over Barcelona in their last encounter at Camp Nou, it held little significance now. Observing Barcelona's recent form, it was evident they were in exceptional spirits, with Li Mingyu's performance soaring, his goals and assists steadily increasing. For Sevilla, managing to secure a draw would be considered a monumental achievement, but their hopes were cruelly dashed in the 15th minute. Agüero, making his first start of the season, received a pass from Li Mingyu in the attacking third, only to be brought down from behind by a Sevilla defender, resulting in a well-placed free kick approximately 25 meters from a goal. The offending defender crumpled to the ground, clutching his head in despair. Although Agüero displayed signs of simulation, the defender had indeed made contact with his heel. Agüero, with his wealth of experience, reacted as if struck by lightning, letting out a dramatic cry before collapsing to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. Once the referee awarded the free kick, Agüero, with a grimace, rose to his feet, prompting the referee's expression to darken in irritation. Accepting the responsibility, Li Mingyu stepped up and executed a stunning curling free kick, netting the first goal of the match. Following the concession, Sevilla did not respond aggressively as Barcelona anticipated. Instead, they reverted to their compact defensive strategy. Nevertheless, Barcelona, now in the lead, remained unperturbed, choosing to maintain possession. For 10 uninterrupted minutes, they passed the ball within Sevilla's 40-meter zone, unwilling to release it until a decisive opportunity arose. Their string of 268 consecutive passes shattered the previous record for uninterrupted ball possession. The hypnotic rhythm of their passing, combined with Sevilla's seemingly passive approach, elicited a growing chorus of boos from the crowd. The volume of discontent escalated, enveloping the stadium in a cloud of disdain. Sevilla's players felt the weight of the pressure, trapped in their own half, reluctant to venture out, which was undeniably humiliating. However, given their lack of strength, venturing out could lead to disaster. Yet, as the boos intensified, Sevilla's players could no longer contain themselves and began to press fervently in midfield. Li Mingyu and his Barcelona teammates exchanged satisfied glances. They welcomed the challenge. While Sevilla's players attempted to defend, their long-standing tactical inertia led to a disconnect in their play. Li Mingyu quickly observed that Sevilla's defense remained static while their midfielders failed to coordinate their efforts, creating a significant gap in the center. Not only did Li Mingyu notice, but Messi, who had been lurking in the shadows, also recognized the opportunity. Their synergy required no words, merely a knowing glance. As Messi made his run, Li Mingyu delivered a perfectly weighted half volley over the defenders, landing at Messi's feet. Receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, Messi swiftly turned to face the goal. The center back rushed to defend, but Messi's movements were akin to lightning. With a deft touch, he evaded the defender's challenge, simultaneously opening up the shooting angle. Messi unleashed a powerful strike from the edge of the box, the ball arcing into the top corner of the net. The goalkeeper, stretching to his utmost, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past his fingertips and nestled into the net. By the 25th minute, Barcelona led Sevilla 2-0, shattering any remaining hopes for the home side. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, a dual expression of dissatisfaction with their team and fear of Barcelona's prowess. In the conclusion of the 22nd round of La Liga, Barcelona triumphed 4-0 over Sevilla, maintaining a 2-point lead over Real Madrid at the top of the standings. February concluded with Barcelona winning all 9 matches, including 1 in the Champions League, 2 in the Copa del Rey, and 6 in the league, with Li Mingyu contributing an impressive tally of 15 goals and 5 assists. This performance was akin to that of a top-tier attacking midfielder over an entire season. Yet for the remarkably efficient Li Mingyu, it was merely routine. His fiery form invigorated the entire Barcelona squad. The first leg of the Copa del Rey semifinals was again held at the Pizjuan. Without surprise, Barcelona displayed their previous dominance, breaking through Sevilla's defenses within 20 minutes, culminating in a resounding 5-0 victory, placing them a step closer to the final. In the other semi-final match, the clash between Madrid's teams ended in a dreary 0-0 stalemate. While in the weekend fixtures, Barcelona thrashed the newly promoted Almer 7-0 at home, while Real Madrid faced a draw against Athletic Bilbao, finishing 1-1. This widened the gap between Barcelona and Real Madrid to 4 points, a margin not easily overcome in a single match. For Barcelona, this presented a golden opportunity. Following this match, Barcelona would remain at home, preparing to face AC Milan in the Champions League round of 16. In the first leg at San Siro, Barcelona had decisively triumphed 5-0, and as they approached the second leg, it seemed a steady victory was within their grasp, provided they avoided significant mistakes. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Camp Nou and receiving a one-time star card for Ronaldinho from the 2005-2006 season. Li Mingyu gazed at the collection of star cards in his system space, which included those of Ronaldinho, Xavi, Iniesta, and even a card of Messi. He intended to deploy these star cards during the most critical matches, as many key games were not held at home, and his performance could not be guaranteed at its peak. In times of struggle for the team, he could leverage the enhancements offered by the star cards to become the architect of victory. However, for this match, it seemed unlikely that such a decisive star card would be needed. Yet, from the very beginning, AC Milan presented a starkly different challenge to Barcelona than in their previous encounter. Merely 5 minutes into the match, Mandzukic received the ball in the attacking third and executed a stunning backheel maneuver, slipping past Lenglet. At that moment, Lenglet tugged at Mandzukic's waist, and the seasoned striker fell to the ground. In a swift reaction, Lenglet signaled to the referee that there had been no contact, claiming it was a theatrical fall. However, the referee was well-positioned and observed clearly that Lenglet's hands had indeed grasped Mandzukic's jersey. Though the infraction was brief, it was undeniably a foul. Furthermore, as Lenglet was the last defender, the referee awarded a penalty kick, an egregious decision. Just 5 minutes into the match, Barcelona found themselves down a defender and facing a penalty. The crowd at Camp Nou erupted with deafening boos, chanting "Corrupt referee! Corrupt referee!" This outcry reflected the collective anger, as Barcelona had been denied entry to the Champions League final for 6 consecutive seasons, often experiencing varying degrees of unjust treatment. Barcelona fans were incensed. How could the referee expel one of their defenders so early in the match? Messi rushed towards the referee, pleading for leniency, hoping even for the penalty to be rescinded. However, The steadfast referee showed no mercy, gesturing for the players to disperse. As the referee prepared to issue a card to the vociferous Messi, Li Mingyu quickly intervened, pulling Messi away. The penalty was to be taken by Mandzukic himself, the very player who had earned it. Displaying remarkable composure, he deceived Ter Stegen with his rhythm and struck the ball into the opposite side of the net. The score was now 0-1, with Milan narrowing the gap to 5-1 overall. Hope flickered for Milan as they sought to claw back the deficit. With Barcelona a man down, De Jong retreated to bolster the defense, striving to maintain a three-man backline. However, the absence of a strong defensive anchor left numerous gaps in Barcelona's defense. The aging Busquets was no longer the formidable defensive midfielder he once was, and the wing-backs, Alba and Pedri, hesitated to stray far from their zones. Li Mingyu abandoned his role in the attack, returning to aid in defense, while Messi also tracked back to help. Only Griezmann remained forward, exerting a modicum of pressure on Milan's defense. Before the match, all media and commentators believed there was little suspense left. Yet, just 5 minutes in, the referee's decision injected fresh intrigue. In the 15th minute, Busquets lost his position in the center, allowing Allianz to glide past him effortlessly, akin to crossing a tranquil morning street. Busquets' reaction was as slow as that of a Parkinson's patient. Allianz and Mandzukic executed a simple give-and-go, dismantling Barcelona's backline. De Jong and Eric Garcia, unfamiliar with each other, miscommunicated, both charging at Allianz and leaving Mandzukic with a gaping opening. Receiving Allianz's pass, Mandzukic entered the penalty area, faced with the goalkeeper. Ter Stegen crouched low, advancing to close off Mandzukic's shooting angle. Yet, the cunning Mandzukic skillfully chipped the ball over Ter Stegen's head and into the net. After scoring, Mandzukic roared in triumph, raced to the goal to retrieve the ball, cradling it as he sprinted towards the center circle. They needed 3 more goals to level the score. Time was of the essence for them. Upon witnessing the goal, De Jong and Eric Garcia exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken blame in the other's eyes. However, both understood the situation, so neither spoke. The atmosphere among Barcelona's players turned somber. The recent goal underscored the fragility of their defense after losing a player. Coach Koeman, visibly distressed, resolved to make a substitution, replacing Busquets with Piku, allowing De Jong to return to a more natural defensive role. Though Piku was aging, his synergy with Eric Garcia provided much-needed stability to the backline. Reassuring the team, Busquets, with a wry smile, exited the field and embraced Piku. Koeman also shook Busquets' hand, expressing his regret. Busquets had committed no error, but the adjustment was necessary to liberate De Jong and fortify the defense. Indeed, Piku's introduction stabilized Barcelona's backline, and De Jong, now in a more familiar role, showcased his exceptional talent, proving he was not outmatched by any defensive midfielder. For the first time, De Jong bore the weight of a lone defensive midfielder. However, with the collective effort of Li Mingyu, Pedri, Alba, and others, Milan's offensive onslaught was finally repelled. The first half concluded without further changes to the score, with Milan leading 2-0 as they returned to the locker room. In the Barcelona locker room, a heavy silence prevailed. The first half had been exceedingly frustrating. Competing with 10 players had drained their energy, leaving many feeling fatigued. Li Mingyu and Messi engaged in hushed conversation, exchanging ideas while frequently gesturing. With Pedri eavesdropping and nodding in interest, Coach Koeman entered, observing the low spirits, and clapped his hands, stating, "The start of this match was unexpected. Milan capitalized on this surprise to score 2 goals, but we are still ahead on aggregate. Let us not forget, we are the ones leading." Although everyone was aware of this, the one-man disadvantage meant anything could happen in the second half. Koeman, addressing the team, urged, "Gentlemen, lift your spirits. We are Barcelona, and this season, we aim to win the Champions League. Have you all forgotten?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, all the players lifted their heads. The phrase uttered by Li Mingyu echoed in their minds. "We shall claim the league title, the Copa del Rey, and the Champions League." This proclamation had sown a seed within the hearts of all the Barcelona players. Reflecting on those words, their gazes converged upon Li Mingyu, who was engrossed in animated conversation with Messi. When he sensed the surrounding atmosphere had quieted, Li Mingyu looked up, slightly bewildered. Koeman's lips twitched in frustration. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm speaking, and this little brat isn't even listening." However, upon noticing Messi's equally perplexed expression, Koeman could only sigh, recognizing the weight of their star players. Pedri quickly leaned over to inform Li Mingyu of the previous discussion. After hearing this, Li Mingyu smiled faintly and declared, "Boss, we merely took a brief nap in the first half. Leave the second half to me. I will lead everyone to reclaim the game, from a coach to the boss." Koeman's standing within the team had steadily risen. Originally, his contract was set to expire that summer, but following last season's success, where Li Mingyu's emergence helped clinch the league title, Koeman's tenure was extended until the summer of 2022. Given their current performance, a contract renewal this summer seemed imminent. Observing the formidable Li Mingyu, Koeman wore a contented smile. Meanwhile, Messi remained expressionless upon hearing Li Mingyu's assurance of leading the team to victory. He understood that Li Mingyu's significance within the team was growing, and, as he anticipated playing for another couple of years, the prospect of gradually handing over the reins to this young talent seemed the most poetic conclusion to his own storied career. In the away team's locker room, the AC Milan players were once again in high spirits, determined to fight until the end. Although they trailed by 3 goals on aggregate, they sensed a glimmer of hope for victory. As they sang boisterously, the Barcelona staff outside found their exuberance quite jarring, prompting one to capture their excessive remarks on his phone. The 15-minute break swiftly concluded. The Barcelona players took a moment to compose themselves in the locker room, having expended considerable energy in the first half, while the Milan players, riding on the momentum of their early advantage, celebrated exuberantly rather than resting, further depleting their already limited stamina. However, their excitement clouded their awareness of their physical state. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Milan's players, reminiscent of their first-half fervor, aggressively pressed Barcelona in midfield. Outnumbered, Barcelona's midfield soon faltered. Li Mingyu passed the ball to the holding midfielder, De Jong, deftly avoiding Alhano Lu's reckless tackle. Yet, he could hear Alhano Lu's labored breaths. Curious, Li Mingyu glanced at him, surprised that just 5 minutes into the second half, the opposing midfielder appeared as if he had played an entire match. Nevertheless, Li Mingyu paid little mind to it, quickly repositioning himself to receive De Jong's pass. To his astonishment, several Milan players, after a brief scramble, slowed their pace, their faces pale and steps heavy. Recognizing this familiar state, Li Mingyu recalled his own struggles with fatigue during his debut season. Despite his skepticism about so many Milan players facing stamina issues, the evidence was undeniable. Resolutely, Li Mingyu received De Jong's through ball and, with a subtle tug, evaded Alhano Lu, whispering, "System, activate my sprinting skill." Instantly, a golden pathway appeared before him, leading directly into the opponent's penalty area. Chapter 152. The goal that sealed the match. Milan stunned Li Mingyu's surge forward, reaching his top speed within 3 strides thanks to the skills enhancement. This terrifying acceleration sent Milan's midfielders into disarray. Benacer's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He recognized this state from their previous encounter when Li Mingyu had scored an unbelievable long-range goal. As Li Mingyu sped past him, Benacer gritted his teeth and attempted to foul him to halt his progress. Yet, propelled by the skills boost, Li Mingyu's strength had surpassed 100, akin to a rampaging bear. When Benacer's hands grasped Li Mingyu's shirt, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from it. The pain in his fingers caused him to release his grip, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Benacer gazed incredulously at Li Mingyu's retreating figure, unable to fathom the strength he had just encountered. Having trained alongside Ibrahimovic last season, he had felt the latter's power, but it certainly did not compare to what he had just experienced with Li Mingyu. Having shed Benacer's hold, Li Mingyu strode confidently towards Milan's defensive line. The approaching threat of Li Mingyu instilled fear in Milan's defenders, the shadows of their previous encounter looming over them. Particularly, Romagnoli, who had been a mere backdrop to Li Mingyu's previous goal, hesitated momentarily. This slight hesitation brought Li Mingyu dangerously close to the penalty area. There was no retreat. Despite their fear and uncertainty, Milan's 2 center-backs had no choice but to confront Li Mingyu. Yet it was too late. He had already advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area, where he deftly nudged it to the right, raised his right leg high, and struck the ball with tremendous force. The sound echoed throughout the stadium as the ball rocketed towards the goal. Romagnoli, witnessing Li Mingyu's move, quickly turned to block the shot, but the ball whizzed past him, brushing his face with such velocity that he instinctively recoiled. Remembering the earlier incident, he cursed himself for his lapse. It was precisely this sidestep that allowed Romagnoli to witness the aftermath of Li Mingyu's powerful strike. The football soared through the air, devoid of any spin, with all its kinetic energy directed along a singular trajectory. The Milan goalkeeper, fully focused, prepared himself for a save the moment he noticed Li Mingyu initiating a shot. As Li Mingyu aimed to the right, with Romagnoli advancing from the center to defend, the goalkeeper instinctively anticipated that Li Mingyu's shot would target his left. Consequently, Donnarumma swiftly moved 2 steps to his left. Indeed, Li Mingyu's shot was aimed precisely at the position to his left. With a surge of excitement, Donnarumma propelled himself to the left, stretching his body in midair, his left hand nearly grazing the left post. He felt the exhilarating contact of his fingertips with the football. A thrill surged within him. I touched it. However, the force behind Li Mingyu's shot was tremendous. Donnarumma felt as if his fingers had been brushed by a speeding truck. Although his fingertips deflected the ball slightly, it proved futile as the football resolutely found its way into the net behind him. As he landed on the ground, a sharp pain shot through his left fingers, prompting him to move them anxiously while casting a wary glance at Li Mingyu, who was already racing towards the stands in celebration. Unbelievable! A shot of such ferocity was something he had only experienced in the league when saving shots from Roma. In training, he had faced Ibrahimovic's strikes, but they lacked such violence. After all, it was merely practice. This goal rejuvenated the entire Camp Nou, where the proud Barcelona fans, who had been dominated by Milan on their home turf, found it intolerable. Yet, with their team reduced to 10 men from the outset, they were powerless to alter the situation. Witnessing Milan score 2 goals in the first half felt like a return to a previous nightmare. In the 2017 to 2018 season, Barcelona faced Roma in the quarterfinals. The first leg saw Barcelona triumph 4-1 at home, leading everyone to believe their advancement was assured. Yet in the return leg, Roma stunned Barcelona with a 3-0 victory at home, eliminating them on away goals. In the 2018 to 2019 season, Barcelona met Liverpool in the semi-finals, winning the first leg 3-0 at home, sending their fans into a frenzy, convinced they were on the verge of the Champions League final. However, in the second leg, Liverpool executed a perfect 4-0 comeback, rendering Barcelona the laughingstock once more. The subsequent 2019 to 2020 season brought Barcelona its most humiliating defeat in recent Champions League history, a 2-8 loss that forever marked them with shame. From that moment, Barcelona found themselves in a downward spiral, besieged by a torrent of negative news, transforming the once mighty team into the subject of ridicule. Yet, in this season, Li Mingyu's stellar performances seemed to rejuvenate Barcelona, rekindling a flicker of hope among their fans. However, the first half of today's match left these unfortunate Barcelona supporters feeling as though nothing had changed. Could 6 goals not secure their team's advancement in the Champions League? Nevertheless, these worries dissipated entirely after the start of the second half, following Li Mingyu's powerful long-range strike that hit the back of the net. Many Barcelona fans shed tears of joy as this goal finally allowed them to vent the pent-up frustration of the first half. In the stands, Barcelona fans bowed in reverence towards Li Mingyu, as if expressing their sincerest respect to a king who had saved them. This goal also sent the Barcelona players into a frenzy of elation, all rushing towards Li Mingyu to celebrate wildly, while he found himself caught in the midst of this joyous chaos, experiencing both bliss and agony. Gentle pats on the head, shoulder slaps, playful kicks, the unspoken camaraderie. Yet, Li Mingyu remained oblivious to the unseen puppeteer orchestrating events. Frustrated, on the sidelines, Koeman exhaled deeply, having just shared an exuberant embrace with his assistant coach, only to slip and tumble to the ground. Though his back ached a bit, the goal had finally eased Koeman's heart. Indeed, this goal transformed the psychological landscape for both teams. Barcelona's players seemed to have been injected with a new vigor, their demeanor undergoing a remarkable transformation. In contrast, the Milan players sensed their once unyielding momentum had been abruptly halted. On the pitch, momentum is intangible, unseen, yet it can be palpably felt. The once overwhelming energy of the Milan players began to wane. In the ensuing play, their attacks began to falter, their fatigue severely affecting their movements. Several players appeared to struggle with their coordination. Stefano Pioli wore a grim expression, continuously urging his team to remain calm during halftime. the match was far from over. After all, the memories of that fateful Istanbul night were still fresh. Yet, it seemed that the Milan players possessed an innate romanticism, perhaps an enduring flaw of Italian teams. Consequently, their fatigue became evident. Pioli was compelled to make substitutions. On Barcelona's side, Griezmann was replaced by Araujo to bolster the defensive line. In the 75th minute, Mandzukic attempted a long-range shot, which Ter Stegen easily collected. As Mandzukic lamented his missed opportunity, he watched Ter Stegen execute a powerful throw, sending the ball directly to midfield. With Milan's formation pressing high, Barcelona's counterattack found them with only 3 defenders to contend with. For Barcelona, the duo of Li Mingyu and Messi was more than sufficient. Li Mingyu, receiving Ter Stegen's throw, controlled the ball with his chest and swiftly turned, advancing it forward. Messi, positioned off to the side, expertly created space, leaving Hernandez awkwardly poised to intercept. Li Mingyu feigned a pass, deftly maneuvering the ball past Hernandez. In an instant, Barcelona found themselves in a 2-on-2 advantage in the attacking zone. The 2 central defenders wore expressions of trepidation. Just the names Li Mingyu and Messi alone inspired fear. Messi's movements were sly, maintaining a distance from Li Mingyu that rendered it impossible for the defenders to cover both attacking angles simultaneously. Suddenly, Li Mingyu directed the ball to the left, compelling the 2 central defenders to split their focus. In a one-on-one situation, Li Mingyu capitalized on his speed to confront Tomori. Given that Tomori was already burdened with a yellow card, he hesitated to engage too forcefully, fearing a second card could lead to his expulsion from the match. Li Mingyu, aware of this apprehension, deftly maneuvered past him. At this moment, Li Mingyu found himself nearly one-on-one with the goal. Tomori was positioned just a step behind him, making it nearly impossible to obstruct Li Mingyu's advance. However, Tomori effectively blocked Li Mingyu's right foot, forcing him to rely solely on his left foot to make contact with the ball. Although Li Mingyu's left foot was competent, it lacked the finesse of his dominant foot. As Li Mingyu entered the penalty area, goalkeeper Donnarumma swiftly charged forward to close off any shooting angles. Within the confines of the penalty area, Li Mingyu's speed was mitigated, and Tomori was now tightly marking him. At this juncture, Li Mingyu had 2 options: either dribble the ball to the left and exit the penalty area or attempt a shot with his left foot. However, Donnarumma's advance had effectively sealed off the angle for a shot, plunging Li Mingyu into a dilemma. In a flash, he lifted his left foot, appearing poised to take a shot. Donnarumma's expression hardened. He believed he had covered all possible angles and that Li Mingyu could not score. Tomori, too, threw himself into the fray, determined to block the impending shot with his body. Yet, to their astonishment, Li Mingyu's elevated left foot did not strike the ball directly. Instead, he deftly flicked it with his heel, executing a brilliant back heel pass. The ball rolled towards the edge of the penalty arc, where a figure clad in the iconic red and blue jersey had just arrived. Nearby, another Milan defender, Romagnoli, looked on in shock, bewildered by the player's sudden appearance. That player was none other than Messi. Messi, meeting the ball with ease, unleashed a precise strike, sending it into the unguarded net. The score leveled at 2-2, and the aggregate score stood at 8-2, a figure that haunted Barcelona supporters. Yet, on this day, the score ignited jubilant celebrations among Barcelona fans in the stands. Messi's goal served as the definitive punctuation mark for the match. In its wake, Milan's players slumped despondently onto the ground, their eyes clouded with confusion. How had the tide turned so drastically? In the first half, they had surged ahead, scoring twice while Barcelona played with 1 less man. As time passed, they should have found it easier to dominate. Yet, the second half had brought an unexpected storm. Upon witnessing Messi's goal, Li Mingyu beamed and rushed toward him, the 2 embracing in shared excitement. This exquisite goal was made possible through Li Mingyu's extraordinary vision and his unspoken connection with Messi. Chapter 153. Entering the quarterfinals. The birth of a death zone. The recent goal resulted from Li Mingyu's sudden leftward dribble, which prompted Messi to intuitively understand his intention. Consequently, Messi's movement shifted to the right, widening the gap between the 2 Milan defenders. With the ball on Li Mingyu's side, Romagnoli's focus remained on him, effectively nullifying his defensive efforts against Messi. As Li Mingyu penetrated the penalty area, Romagnoli, seeing Li Mingyu's shooting angle blocked by Tomori and the goalkeeper, felt a slight relief. But what of Messi? A question lingered in Romagnoli's mind. When he glanced at Messi, He was horrified to see Messi charging toward the center of the penalty arc. Messi was positioning himself to support Li Mingyu. Realizing this, Romagnoli hastily moved to intercept. However, Li Mingyu's unexpected backheel pass sent a chill down Romagnoli's spine. This was merely a flawless collaboration between the two. Li Mingyu drew the defenders away, then returned the ball, allowing Messi to score effortlessly. Their seamless synergy toyed with Milan's defensive line. With just 15 minutes remaining, it was implausible for a dispirited Milan team to score 6 more goals. As the referee's whistle marked the conclusion of the match at 92 minutes, the score remained 2-2, with neither side finding the net again. This was largely due to Milan's lack of fighting spirit, while Barcelona saw no need to provoke their opponents, having already secured their advancement. After all, provoking them could lead to malicious fouls, dragging down players in retaliation. Following the match, Barcelona's players erupted into jubilant celebrations on the field, making it seem as though they had secured the Champions League title. In stark contrast, Milan's players left the pitch in a daze. Koeman graciously shook hands with Stefano Pioli, who reciprocated with commendations. Watching his players reveling in celebration, Koeman couldn't suppress a smile. This match had been thrilling beyond measure. In the first half, Koeman had even entertained the notion that they might lose, given Barcelona's history of dramatic reversals. Was a 6-goal lead truly secure? Yet, the final outcome dispelled those fears. Observing the camaraderie between Li Mingyu and Messi, Koeman felt a wave of reassurance. He recalled Li Mingyu's declaration during halftime, "Leave the second half to me. I will bring the match back." This statement rekindled Koeman's confidence, and indeed, Li Mingyu delivered. At the outset of the second half, he employed the same strategy as in the first leg, steering the match back on course. With the conclusion of this match, Barcelona became the third team to reach the Champions League quarterfinals. The following day, the 8 teams for the quarterfinals were finalized. Real Madrid triumphed 3-0 over last year's champions Liverpool. Juventus narrowly defeated Manchester United 2-1. Barcelona eliminated Milan with an 8-2 victory, while Bayern Munich dispatched Ajax 6-1. Benfica overcame Borussia Dortmund 1-0, and Inter Milan triumphed 2-0 against Atletico Madrid. Paris Saint-Germain secured a 4-0 victory over Leicester City, and Manchester City defeated Red Star Belgrade 5-1. The representation included 2 teams from La Liga, 2 from Serie A, 1 from the Bundesliga, 1 from Ligue 1, 1 from the Premier League, and the final spot claimed by the Primera Liga. On March 19, 2022, the UEFA headquarters hosted the draw for the quarterfinals of the 2021-2022 Champions League season. After Chelsea's triumph in 2012, UEFA modified the draw regulations, introducing a semi-final draw following the quarterfinals. However, this semi-final draw has since been abolished, effectively merging it with the quarterfinal draw. In the quarterfinal draw, not only are 4 matchups determined, but the upper and lower halves of the bracket are also established, thereby outlining the semi-final encounters. This draw is characterized by a lack of restrictions. All previous avoidance protocols have been lifted, allowing Barcelona to potentially face any of the other 7 teams. The draw was presided over by UEFA's Secretary General, Marsetti, with the esteemed German legend, goalkeeper Oliver Kahn, serving as the guest for the occasion. Kahn, a stalwart for both Bayern Munich and the German national team, is undeniably a figure of immense talent. Despite Germany's defeat to Brazil in the final of the 2002 World Cup, where they faced a formidable team featuring Ronaldo, Rivaldo, and Ronaldinho, Kahn earned the Golden Ball for his outstanding performance, becoming the first goalkeeper to receive this honor in World Cup history. Currently, Kahn serves as a member of Bayern Munich's board. At 52, his golden hair and refined demeanor starkly contrast with the fierce persona he once embodied as the Lion King of goalkeeping. Marsetti outlined the rules for the quarterfinal draw, which were notably straightforward. The 8 groups would be divided into 2 halves. As the draw commenced, the first team drawn would play at home in the initial leg. The first 4 teams would occupy the upper half of the bracket. Marsetti signaled Kahn to begin the draw. Accompanying him was Koeman, while Messi and Li Mingyu were notably absent. The moment of excitement arrived as Kahn selected a ball from the transparent bowl on the table. Upon opening it, the name Real Madrid was revealed, marking the first team of the group. Kahn then reached into the bowl once more, and all eyes were fixed on him as he drew another ball. The anticipation was palpable, particularly as this year's quarterfinals featured traditional powerhouses, suggesting that the matchups would be fiercely competitive. As Kahn twisted the ball, his hand trembled slightly, and he struggled to open it. To everyone's astonishment, he unveiled the name Bayern Munich, indicating that he had drawn his own team. The first matchup was set, Real Madrid against Bayern Munich. The atmosphere surged with excitement, as many representatives from other teams displayed expressions of relief, for both clubs are formidable opponents that no one wished to encounter. Real Madrid, boasting Haaland, and Bayern Munich, led by Lewandowski, are akin to goal-scoring machines. Yet Barcelona, still undrawn, also possesses a strikingly powerful offensive lineup. Kahn, caught off guard, realized he had drawn such a formidable opponent for his own team. Nevertheless, the draw continued, and Kahn pulled out a card bearing the name Juventus, solidifying the upper half of the bracket as a veritable death zone. With Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Juventus now established, the question lingered: who would claim the final spot in the upper half? All eyes turned once again to Kahn. He retrieved another ball from the bowl, revealing Benfica. The pairings for the upper half were now complete: Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich, and Juventus against Benfica, with these four teams vying for a coveted place in the Champions League final. Meanwhile, the coaches and managers of the remaining four teams watched with solemn expressions, for they were to be drawn from the lower half: Barcelona, Manchester City, Inter Milan, and Paris Saint-Germain, initially perceived as the death half. The lower bracket indeed presented a formidable lineup, as all four teams had claimed their respective league titles the previous season. Kahn drew the first team from the lower half, Barcelona. The coaches of the other three teams tensed visibly, none wishing to face Barcelona at this moment. All eyes were on Kahn as he revealed Barcelona's opponent, and the coaches of Inter Milan and Manchester City displayed subtle relief. However, Paris Saint-Germain's coach, Pochettino, appeared troubled. Last season, Paris Saint-Germain suffered a semi-final exit in the Champions League, in a bid to thwart Barcelona's ambitions. They retained Neymar with a lucrative contract worth $30 million last summer. Meanwhile, Mbappé has repeatedly declined contract renewal offers from Paris Saint-Germain, marking his fourth refusal. With his career still lacking a Champions League title and a European Championship trophy, the young prodigy sees little hope of achieving these goals at Paris Saint-Germain. Thus, this year may well be Mbappe's final chance with the club. Should he fail to secure the Champions League title, he is likely to depart in the summer. Despite substantial investments in the transfer market, Paris Saint-Germain remains just out of reach of the coveted Champions League trophy. In the 2019-2020 season, Paris Saint-Germain reached the Champions League final for the first time in their history, tantalizingly close to their inaugural title. However, against the formidable Bayern Munich, the relatively inexperienced Paris side squandered numerous opportunities, ultimately succumbing to a 1-0 defeat. This was Mbappe's closest encounter with his dream. Yet he failed to perform at the critical moment, leaving him feeling deeply disheartened. In the subsequent 2020-2021 Champions League season, Paris Saint-Germain faced Atletico Madrid in the quarterfinals, only to be overturned in a two-legged tie. This defeat left Mbappé utterly disillusioned with Paris Saint-Germain. Ultimately, he declined a renewal offer from Paris Saint-Germain. His contract is set to expire in the summer of 2023, and should he fail to secure the Champions League title this year, it is certain that Mbappé will depart from Paris Saint-Germain in the summer of 2022. Thus, the upcoming clash against Barcelona represents a critical juncture for Paris Saint-Germain. If they can surmount Barcelona, their momentum will elevate to unprecedented heights, potentially allowing them a glimpse at the coveted Champions League trophy this year. However, Barcelona, having not reached a Champions League final in 6 or 7 years, is resolute in its pursuit of victory this season. Therefore, this match is akin to a cataclysmic collision. The duel between Messi and Li Mingyu against Mbappé and Neymar could reveal who constitutes the most formidable attacking duo in the present day. The final pairings include Inter Milan versus Manchester City, marking a clash between Serie A and the Premier League. As the matchups were announced, the online community quickly expressed their preferences for the anticipated encounters. Unsurprisingly, the Barcelona versus Paris Saint-Germain match emerged as the most eagerly awaited. After all, both teams boast powerful attacking combinations and currently rank as the top two teams in terms of goals scored in this season's Champions League. The matches between Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain are scheduled for April 7th and April 15th, with Barcelona playing at home first. However, Barcelona faces a daunting challenge as the weekend in between these two matches coincides with the national derby against Real Madrid. For Barcelona, these three matches represent an arduous 7-day stretch, a sentiment echoed by Real Madrid. Presently, Real Madrid trails Barcelona by 4 points. and this national derby might very well determine the champion of La Liga for this season. Before confronting these three grueling matches, Barcelona must navigate 3 league matches and a Copa del Rey semifinal. The first of these is the Copa del Rey semifinal. In the first leg, Barcelona decisively defeated Sevilla 5-0 away, essentially securing their place in the final. In the second leg of the Copa del Rey semifinal, the match took place at Barcelona's home ground, Camp Nou. With the support of their home fans, Barcelona effortlessly triumphed 3-0, thanks to a goal and an assist from Li Mingyu and a penalty from Messi, thus advancing to the final of the Copa del Rey. Meanwhile, the other finalist emerged as the informed Real Madrid. The two teams are set to meet in the Copa del Rey final on April 20th. Upon the announcement of the schedule, both Barcelona and Real Madrid voiced their grievances. From April 7th to April 20th, both teams are required to contend with 2 Champions League quarterfinal matches alongside 2 national derbies, one in the league and one in the Copa del Rey final. Consequently, both Barcelona and Real Madrid submitted requests to the Spanish Football Federation to reschedule the Copa del Rey final. Following a day of deliberation, the Federation agreed to postpone the final to April 25th. In the subsequent 3 league matches, both Barcelona and Real Madrid maintained their impressive form, securing victories. Atletico Madrid, with 2 wins and 1 loss from 3 matches, has effectively distanced itself from the title race. Observing the stellar performances of Barcelona and Real Madrid this season, Simeone could not help but smile wryly. Last season, Atletico Madrid was closest to the league title, only to be overtaken by a resurgent Barcelona led by Li Mingyu. This season, both Barcelona and Real Madrid have committed few errors thus far. Currently, both teams are in exceptional form. Barcelona has achieved 24 victories, 1 draw, and 1 loss over 26 matches, accumulating 73 points and ranking first in the league. Real Madrid stands at second, with 23 wins, 3 draws, and 3 losses, totaling 69 points. While Real Madrid's form is commendable, Barcelona's performance is even more formidable. With 12 matches remaining in the league season, last season, it was at this juncture that Li Mingyu was entrusted with significant responsibilities and emerged as a star. However, last season, Barcelona had no Champions League or Copa del Rey matches at this point, allowing them to focus entirely on La Liga. This season, Barcelona is competing on 3 fronts and has already faced several injuries among players, particularly in defense, with Busquets and Piqué struggling with persistent issues that hinder their ability to endure full matches. In recent league fixtures, Busquets has been absent, taking time to recuperate at home in preparation for the upcoming Champions League quarterfinals. On April 6th, the world of football erupted with excitement once more after a 2-week lull, as the Champions League quarterfinals were about to commence. The first leg of the quarterfinals featured 4 teams from the upper bracket. Bayern Munich secured a 2-1 victory over Real Madrid at home. For Real Madrid, this scoreline is acceptable, as they have an away goal, and in the next leg at home, a mere 1-0 victory would suffice to advance. Meanwhile, in a surprising turn of events, Juventus suffered a 0-2 defeat to Benfica, with Cristiano Ronaldo struggling to find his form after returning from a rib injury. This upset shocked many fans who had high hopes for Juventus. The defeat prompted dissatisfaction from Italian media, as Juventus faced the weakest opponent among the quarter-finalists, yet they stumbled on their home turf. Benfica's victory served as a stark reminder that in the Champions League, particularly during the knockout stages, no team can be dismissed as merely weak. On April 7th, the second half of the Champions League quarterfinals continued. Good evening to our audience on 10 Cent Sports. Tonight we bring you the second match day of the 2021-2022 Champions League quarterfinals. The matchup features Barcelona against Paris Saint-Germain, a match that has been voted as the most anticipated of this season's quarterfinals. Each team boasts one of the most powerful attacking duos in the world, Barcelona's Li Mingyu and Messi, and Paris Saint-Germain's Mbappé and Neymar. This 2-legged tie will reveal which duo reigns supreme. Paris Saint-Germain has invested heavily in recent years, willing to spend lavishly to retain Neymar in pursuit of a Champions League title. However, Mbappé has yet to commit to a contract renewal. This year's Champions League is of utmost importance to Paris Saint-Germain. For Barcelona, the Champions League title also holds significant weight, as Messi has not reached the final in 7 years, during which time he has faced either overwhelming defeats or heart-wrenching comebacks from opponents, leading to criticism directed at him. With the addition of 2021's European Golden Boy winner, Li Mingyu, Barcelona has experienced a renaissance, not only dominating the league, but also reaching the finals of the Copa del Rey and emerging as a formidable contender in the Champions League. The players from both teams have begun to enter the field. Let us take a look at their lineups. Barcelona's lineup remains unchanged, with goalkeeper Ter Stegen. Due to a red card received in the previous match against Milan, Lenglet is unable to participate. The three defenders consist of Piku, Eric Garque, and Mingueza. De Jong and Busquets, who has returned after a 2-week rest, form the midfield duo, flanked by Alba and Pedri, with Li Mingyu as the core of the midfield. Up front, Agüero and Messi, the seasoned Argentine duo, replace Griezmann. Now, let us examine Paris Saint-Germain's formation, adopting a 4-2-3-1 system. The goalkeeper is Keylor Navas, flanked by defenders Florenzi, Marquinhos, Kimpembe, and Bakker. The two defensive midfielders are Gay and Paredes, while the attacking midfield trio comprises Di Maria on the left, Neymar in the center, and Verratti on the right, with the forward position occupied by the French striker Mbappé. The match is about to commence at the iconic Camp Nou, where anticipation reaches a fever pitch for this much-anticipated Champions League quarterfinal. The referee glances at his watch and places the whistle to his lips, signaling the start of the match precisely on time. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Camp Nou and receiving a one-time Messi star card from 2012. In 2012, Messi was closer than ever to the title of the greatest, having secured the Ballon d'Or, the Champions League, and the La Liga Golden Boot, while also achieving the remarkable feat of scoring 91 goals in a single calendar year, 79 for Barcelona and 12 for the Argentina national team, shattering a 40-year-old record and surpassing Gerd Müller's tally by 6 goals. How formidable is this record? 91 goals in 69 matches, averaging 13 goals per match. However, such scoring efficiency may not seem insurmountable for Li Mingyu. Currently, Li Mingyu's total goal count, including club and national team contributions, has surpassed 100, reaching an impressive 111 goals. This achievement spans an entire year from the end of March 2021 to the end of March 2022, as he has already exceeded Messi's goal tally for the same period in 2012. Nonetheless, in 2021 alone, Li Mingyu amassed a total of 83 goals, albeit with fewer matches played, 42 in total, averaging 2 goals per match. Such a terrifying scoring efficiency renders Li Mingyu's performances almost game-like. Historically, no player has rivaled this level of prowess. It is anticipated that by the end of this year, Messi's record may very well be eclipsed by Li Mingyu. Given his current form, it is certain that his goal tally for the entirety of 2022 will exceed 100. However, this year's World Cup in Qatar is unique, not occurring during the traditional June break, but in November. The scorching temperatures of June in Qatar render it unsuitable for hosting matches, prompting FIFA to agree to hold the World Cup in the winter of the Northern Hemisphere for the first time. Consequently, this will impact many matches in the following season, necessitating rescheduling for both League and Champions League fixtures, resulting in a denser season-esque calendar. With European leagues in full swing, FIFA has shortened the World Cup duration from 32 days to 28 days. As the match begins, Barcelona takes the initial kickoff. Li Mingyu receives a pass from Messi and deftly nudges the ball to De Jong with a flick of his heel, displaying remarkable composure. Li Mingyu elicits cheers from the Camp Nou faithful. Playing at home, his confidence is at its zenith, and against a formidable adversary like Paris Saint-Germain, he remains vigilant, aware of the threat posed by Mbappé and Neymar, both capable of decisive play. Initially, Barcelona's attack is measured. Li Mingyu continuously moves, passing, repositioning, and receiving, effectively stretching the opposition's defense. After approximately 5 minutes of high pressing from Paris Saint-Germain, they retreat, recognizing Li Mingyu's unerring control. Maintaining the rhythm set by Barcelona proves challenging for any team. Dressed in their iconic blue and red, Barcelona, under Li Mingyu's guidance, gradually encroaches upon Paris Saint-Germain's defensive territory. Paris Saint-Germain remains wary of Barcelona's capabilities. Mbappé and Neymar exchange glances, keeping a close eye on the young man in the number 11 jersey. Li Mingyu frequently drops back to collect the ball, orchestrating the team's attacking formation. When Mbappé attempted to assert his physicality against Li Mingyu, he soon realized that the now strong and resilient Li Mingyu is not the same player who could easily be knocked down last season. The expression on Mbappé's face shifts to one of concern as he finds himself unable to gain any advantage in physical confrontation. Neymar, however, holds Li Mingyu in high regard. After witnessing Li Mingyu's skillful dribbling in response to Haaland's provocations, Neymar has longed for the opportunity to compete alongside him, eager to see whose dribbling prowess reigns supreme. As soon as Li Mingyu receives the ball, he is either met by Mbappé or Neymar. Following a horizontal pass from De Jong, Li Mingyu steps forward to receive the ball, only to find Neymar closely shadowing him. As Li Mingyu prepares to release the ball, he hears Neymar exclaim in Spanish, "Hey, Li, don't pass it. Show me your dribbling skills." With that, Neymar aggressively nudges Li Mingyu with a shoulder while simultaneously reaching for the ball with his right foot. Li Mingyu deftly pulls the ball back with his left foot and retreats a step, creating space between himself and Neymar. In an instant, they stand face to face. Li Mingyu on his half, while Neymar stands on the opposing side, both gazing across the midfield line. The entire crowd rises to their feet, applauding and cheering. As such pure one-on-one encounters are rarely witnessed on a football pitch. Typically, it is only Neymar who takes on opponents in such a manner. However, it is indeed a rare sight to see Neymar, as a defender, engaging in this way. The other players, sensing the moment's significance, respectfully distance themselves, allowing the two to showcase their skills without interruption. After all, it is the midfield. Losing possession here carries minimal consequence, so let them play. Li Mingyu senses the intense competitive spirit emanating from Neymar, and the smile on his face gradually fades as he adopts a serious demeanor. While Neymar's dribbling skills are widely acknowledged as formidable in the current football arena, Li Mingyu is certainly not to be underestimated. With the skills of many great football predecessors amalgamated into his play, Li Mingyu's confidence rivals that of Neymar. He approached Neymar, deftly maneuvering the ball with the outside of his right foot. Neymar wore a carefree smile, but his eyes bore a seriousness that belied his expression. As he observed Li Mingyu's right foot, a sense of gravity settled over Neymar. He sensed that Li Mingyu's ball control exhibited no discernible flaws, as if the football were glued to his foot. Such touch, Neymar had only witnessed once before, during his time at Barcelona, when he beheld Messi's dribbling, characterized by rapidity and exceptional feel, making it seem as though the ball was an extension of Messi's foot. As Li Mingyu closed the distance, Neymar's brow furrowed momentarily, and in a flash, he extended his right foot to intercept the ball beneath Li Mingyu. Chapter 155, The Swift Ups and Downs of Life. Li Mingyu, seeing Neymar's foot move, felt a surge of excitement and gently shifted the ball to the right with the outer part of his right foot, feigning a breakthrough on that side. Neymar, with rapid footwork, sidestepped to the left, effectively obstructing Li Mingyu's path of attack. However, in a display akin to magic, as Li Mingyu executed a deft flick with his right foot, the ball was drawn back to the left side as if magnetically attracted. Stepping forward with his left foot, Li Mingyu lightly nudged the ball, executing a stylish cow-tail dribble that ignited the stadium. Since taking up the role of an attacking midfielder, Li Mingyu had seldom relied on his flamboyant dribbling techniques, preferring a more straightforward approach. Yet, this exquisite cow-tail maneuver rekindled memories among the Camp Nou fans of last season's elusive sprite, Li Mingyu, who seldom shot a goal. Just as he believed he had evaded Neymar and could advance, he was astonished to realize that Neymar had not been fooled by his feint. Perhaps Neymar had indeed been taken in by the ruse, but his ability to readjust was superb. As Li Mingyu prepared to surge forward, Neymar stepped in closer, prompting another gasp of admiration from the Camp Nou crowd. Neymar, the quintessential heir of Samba football, not only showcased his own dazzling dribbling, but also exhibited remarkable agility in countering his opponent's moves. Li Mingyu, recognizing Neymar's proximity, quickly shielded the ball with his body and executed a Marseille turn, but Neymar remained relentless, tightly shadowing him and applying constant pressure from behind. With his back to Neymar, Li Mingyu suddenly shifted the ball to his right, feigning a forceful breakthrough. Neymar promptly stepped in, placing his hand in front of Li Mingyu to deny him the opportunity to accelerate. It must be noted that when Neymar is determined to defend, he is an exceptionally skilled one-on-one player. Nevertheless, Li Mingyu's maneuver was a mere feint. As he shifted Neymar's weight, he deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, flicking it slightly with the outer edge and smoothly spun around to slip past Neymar on the opposite side. This time, Li Mingyu poured all his energy into a series of rapid turns, finally shaking off Neymar. Such sudden stops, in turns impose considerable strain on the ankles and knees. Only in the home arena did Li Mingyu dare to execute such audacious moves, observing Li Mingyu's almost reckless agility in evading him. Neymar could only watch in astonishment as Li Mingyu glided past him. Neymar couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of youth. As Li Mingyu left Neymar momentarily stationary, the atmosphere at Camp Nou erupted in fervor. One might have mistaken it for a goal from Barcelona. It was merely a dribble that left spectators in awe. The medical staff on the sidelines exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their concern over Li Mingyu's recent exploits. Koeman's mouth twitched slightly. Here we go again. Last season, Li Mingyu relished the opportunity to bewilder goalkeepers with his pendulum-style dribbles. Yet Koeman's intervention and positional adjustments had curtailed many one-on-one opportunities against goalkeepers. Why the insistence on dribbling the goalkeeper? Such moves carry a high risk of injury. Recall the renowned Brazilian star Ronaldo, whose knee injuries stemmed from similar dribbling maneuvers that placed immense pressure on his joints, leading to severe injuries. Witnessing Li Mingyu's recent dribble, Koeman felt a cold sweat break out, wanted to unleash his frustration at the folly of engaging in one-on-one duels with such risky movements. If Li Mingyu were to injure himself with such antics, Barcelona's season would be in jeopardy. However, seeing Li Mingyu sprinting forward, Koeman's heart finally settled, though he resolved to sternly caution Li Mingyu against further frivolous confrontations, in the manner of ancient battlefield champions, where the defeat of an opposing leader would bolster the morale of their own troops. Li Mingyu's dazzling dribble indeed reinvigorated the spirits of his Barcelona teammates. Conversely, the players of Paris Saint-Germain did not seem to lose heart. Many wore expressions tinged with intrigue, for during training, Neymar often subjected every teammate to humiliating dribbles, be it through rainbow flicks or nutmegs, which bred a deep-seated animosity among the PSG players towards him. Thus, when they witnessed Neymar falter under Li Mingyu's skill, a sense of vindication emerged. As Li Mingyu advanced with the ball, he recognized that opportunities were scarce due to the well-organized PSG formation resulting from their earlier duel. Opting for caution, he refrained from forcing a pass and instead delivered a lateral ball to the approaching Messi. Neymar, trailing behind, halted his pursuit upon seeing Li Mingyu release the ball. After receiving it, Messi was swiftly encircled by PSG's midfielders. Perhaps inspired by the earlier encounter between Li Mingyu and Neymar, Messi chose not to pass under pressure from three defenders. Instead, he displayed his mastery of close control, skillfully evading all three opponents. Amid the excited applause of the crowd, Messi executed a delicate flick with his left foot, extricating himself from their grasp. The synergy of Li Mingyu and Messi, both embodying a spirit of individual heroism, ignited the atmosphere in the stadium, electrifying the crowd. However, Paris Saint-Germain's defense was exceptionally tight, leaving Messi with no opportunities to exploit, forcing him to pass the ball back to Pedri behind him. Li Mingyu gestured for Pedri to continue the backward pass, slightly retracting their formation, as the previous attack had made PSG's defense too rigid, leaving no gaps for a pass. Pedri returned the ball to De Jong. Mbappe's pressing compelled De Jong to act swiftly, passing it to Piku. Like a lion on the hunt, Mbappe charged toward Piku. Despite Mbappe's aggressive approach, he was alone in the attack, unable to create a coordinated press, rendering his advance a mere nuisance for Barcelona. Yet, unexpected events often transpire. After receiving De Jong's return pass, Piku aimed to control the ball with his foot before distributing it. To everyone's astonishment, he failed to connect with the ball. Initially, Mbappe had approached merely to observe, but he suddenly noticed Piku allowing the ball to slip behind him, igniting a spark of opportunity in his eyes. Piku, realizing his misstep, quickly turned to reclaim the ball, but the already charging Mbappe was unstoppable, forcefully bypassing Piku. In a moment of despair, Piku witnessed Mbappe extend his right foot to intercept the ball. The crowd at Camp Nou erupted in a cacophony of boos, trying to rattle Mbappe. Yet, he remained unfazed. After reclaiming the ball, he shielded it with his robust physique from Piku, who felt as though he had collided with a steel wall, momentarily breathless and halting his advance. In that instant, Mbappe accelerated into the penalty area. Eric Garcia was still about 2 meters away, rushing to provide cover, but it was already too late. Theory staging. Cursing internally, charged out from his small box. Mbappe adjusted his stride and unleashed a low shot toward the bottom left corner of the goal. As the crowd gasped in horror, Ter Stegen, as if guided by divine intervention, swiftly lowered his center of gravity and executed a side dive, firmly securing the ball beneath him. Mbappé, in disbelief, clutched his head. How could he have missed such a chance? Behind him, Piku was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Little lion, I love you." Ter Stegen, cradling the ball, suppressed his exhilaration and swiftly rose, performing a throw to midfield, where De Jong awaited. Mbappé stood in the penalty area, his incredulity still evident. He had executed his shot to perfection, only to be thwarted by Ter Stegen's remarkable form, who had managed to save a close-range low shot. It was absurd. After receiving the ball, De Jong seized the moment, while PSG's players were still lamenting their missed opportunity. Driving forward, with 2 quick wall passes, he advanced into PSG's 40-meter zone. Messi and Li Mingyu approached, and De Jong passed to Li Mingyu, who, without stopping, deftly directed the ball to Messi before continuing his run. Upon receiving the ball, Messi delicately nudged it with his left foot, evading the left-back's challenge, revealing a shooting angle. He made a shooting motion, drawing the center-back forward to block his view. With a flick of his ankle, Messi delivered a concealed through ball, sending it past the center-back and into PSG's penalty area. Li Mingyu, having sprinted forward after the pass, arrived at the penalty spot just as Messi's ball reached him. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and, facing the onrushing goalkeeper, opted for the bottom left corner of the goal. Unlike Mbappé's earlier attempt, Navas was unable to stop the shot. 1-0, Barcelona took the lead at home. Fans in the stands clutched their chests, having just experienced a thrilling roller coaster of emotions in the span of about 10 seconds. From nearly conceding a goal to Mbappé to transitioning to attack after 4 passes. Messi's lethal through ball and Li Mingyu's nimble positioning resulted in a goal. While PSG failed to score, Barcelona succeeded, igniting frustration among the Parisian supporters. Indeed, for PSG's fans, it was a stark contrast of emotions. Mbappé's seemingly certain chance was thwarted by the outstanding Ter Stegen. Before the PSG fans could fully process their dismay, another blow struck them. Their missed opportunity was quickly followed by an opponent's goal. What was happening? On the sidelines, Koeman pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the immense pressure of the sudden tension and surprise. It was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Pochettino's expression darkened. What had been a lead for his team had turned into a deficit in a matter of seconds. Frustrated, he kicked a water bottle aside. The 4th official glanced at him, but remained silent, as the bizarre nature of the incident warranted a moment of venting. In the 25th minute of the first half, Barcelona had taken a lead. After the restart, PSG launched a full-scale attack. An infuriated Mbappé frequently received the ball in the forward line, attempting to penetrate Barcelona's defense. However, Barcelona's compact pressing repeatedly thwarted Mbappé's efforts. Neymar, upon receiving the ball, found himself frequently isolated, struggling to make an impact against Barcelona's highly focused defense. Di Maria, though technically skilled, at 34 years old, lacked the agility he once possessed and struggled to assert himself in the attacking third. The current Di Maria no longer resembled the formidable force he had been during his time at Real Madrid. Neymar and Mbappé squandered multiple opportunities in front of goal, leaving Di Maria shaking his head in resignation. Presently, Neymar and Mbappé were the team's 2 leaders, with Neymar having completed his contract renewal and Mbappé showing no inclination to do the same. Neymar had gained an upper hand in the distribution of the ball. However, Mbappé was unwilling to let his rights be encroached upon by Neymar. Although outwardly their relationship seemed fine, the underlying tension had escalated to a boiling point. Chapter 156. The Parisian duo strikes back. The front duo of Paris Saint-Germain exhibited little coordination. Whether it was Mbappé or Neymar, once they gained possession, they would pursue individual efforts. Both possessed world-class one-on-one skills, but Barcelona, having anticipated this, was least perturbed by such solitary pursuits. Barcelona's offensive and defensive system is essentially structured around the formation of triangular shapes on the field, facilitating seamless transitions between attack and defense. During offensive maneuvers, 3 players position themselves at the vertices of a triangle, continuously moving to create irregular formations. This unique approach renders Barcelona's attacks exceptionally incisive, as their unconventional tactics, characterized by frequent positional changes and ball control, leave opponents with little room for defense. In defense, particularly following a loss of possession, these triangular formations quickly regroup, enabling Barcelona to generate numerous opportunities from swift counterpressing in the opponent's half. While both Mbappé and Neymar possess the ability to take on 1 or even two Barcelona defenders individually. They find themselves ensnared within the triangular defensive structure of Barcelona when faced with coordinated pressure, rendering their offensive efforts ineffective. On the sidelines, Paris Saint-Germain's coach Pochettino furrowed his brow, taken aback by the lack of communication between his two star players in such a critical match. During a stoppage in play, he summoned Captain Kimpembe to relay a message to Neymar, urging him to mend his differences with Mbappé for the sake of the team's focus on the game. Given Neymar's recent contract renewal, he was more amenable to the coach's guidance. Kimpembe conveyed the coach's intentions to Neymar, who, although perturbed, recognized the significance of the match. In the subsequent offensive play, as Neymar advanced, he suddenly executed a precise pass aimed at a gap in Barcelona's defense. Mbappé, having seemingly relinquished his efforts, ambled in the forward area without intent to reposition. When he noticed Neymar's pass, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind, but it was too late to react. Neymar's delivery was astutely crafted. Had Mbappé been in position, it would have presented a rare opportunity. Barcelona's defense, sensing the danger, broke into a cold sweat. After passing the ball, Neymar observed Mbappé's lack of movement but chose not to comment, turning back towards the field. Their communication remained minimal. Following Barcelona's next offensive, Messi's shot was thwarted by Navas. As possession changed hands, Neymar received the ball and passed it to Verratti on the right before continuing his run. However, it appeared that their paths would overlap. Verratti, adjusting his angle, delivered a through ball toward Neymar, who, actively positioning himself, drew the attention of two defenders attempting to thwart his advancement. In an unexpected turn, just as Neymar was poised to make contact with the ball, he deftly stepped over it, causing the two defenders to miss their mark. The ball rolled forward, with Mbappé in position to receive it. After evading the football, Neymar surged forward, taking advantage of the defenders who had halted their pursuit. Upon receiving the ball, Mbappé, confronted by two defenders, lifted his right foot in preparation for a shot. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, he drew the defenders towards him. However, instead of striking the ball forcefully, Mbappé executed a delicate flick. The ball soared gracefully over the heads of the defenders, while Neymar, positioned between the penalty spot and the small box, focused intently on the descending ball. Ter Stegen, abandoning his goal, rushed out from the small box, but it was too late. As he charged forward, Neymar struck the ball with precision, sending it past Ter Stegen and into the net. In the aftermath of the goal, Neymar exuberantly beckoned Mbappé to celebrate together in front of the stands. Upon witnessing the goal, the tension in Mbappe's heart dissipated, and he joined Neymar in the jubilant celebration. Barcelona's players raised their hands, signaling for offside against Neymar. However, the assistant referee's flag remained down, and the main referee pointed to the center circle, confirming the goal. Piku expressed his discontent, insisting that Neymar was offside and persistently pressured the referee to reconsider. The referee, furrowing his brow, consulted with the video assistant referee regarding the potential offside. The video assistant referee, serving as an additional set of eyes on the field, has a significant role, typically intervening only in crucial moments such as validating a goal. The key question was whether Neymar had been in an offside position when the goal was scored. This could be clarified by reviewing the footage. If it were determined that Neymar had indeed been offside prior to the goal, the referee could annul it after the review. As the referee approached the video review area, the PSG players, who had begun their celebration, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. The atmosphere was tense. The goal was pivotal for both teams. If the equalizer were disallowed, it would be a devastating blow for PSG, potentially altering the entire course of the match. The referee donned headphones and reviewed the footage, while viewers at home witnessed the replay leading up to the goal. In that moment, as Mbappe's right foot made contact with the ball, a line was drawn on the screen, illustrating Neymar's position relative to the last defender, Piku. The two lines, one red for Neymar and one blue for Piku, were nearly overlapping. However, upon magnification, it became evident that Piku's blue line was closer to the goal, indicating that at the moment of Mbappe's pass, he was the furthest from the goal. Thus, Neymar was not offside, and the goal stood. The referee, exercising caution, reviewed another angle of the footage, which further confirmed that Neymar was indeed half a shoulder behind Piku. As the crowd held their breath, the referee gestured a square in front of him before pointing towards the center circle. The goal was valid. PSG's players collectively exhaled in relief. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the players of Paris Saint-Germain found themselves in an awkward predicament. The intervention of the referee had snuffed out their earlier elation and excitement. In a bid to ease the tension, they embraced one another briefly. It was akin to the anticipation of releasing a flatulence that, upon being startled, dissipated into nothingness, leaving one searching for that elusive sensation again. A rather vexing experience indeed. Upon noticing the referee's gesture, Piku shrugged nonchalantly, reasoning that his role was merely to stir the pot. Perhaps, if the referee were momentarily befuddled, it would work to his advantage. Ultimately, the current score held no significant difference for Barcelona. At 1-1, in the 38th minute of the first half, Paris Saint-Germain equalized with a powerful shot from Neymar. The remainder of the half was somewhat lackluster. Perhaps affected by recent events, Paris Saint-Germain did not capitalize on their momentum. With the referee's whistle, the first half concluded, and the score remained unchanged at 1-1. This result, of course, left Barcelona supporters decidedly dissatisfied, while the fans of Paris Saint-Germain were quite pleased. Upon returning to the locker room, Paris Saint-Germain's coach, Pochettino, summoned Neymar and Mbappé to reiterate the significance of the match, urging them to collaborate sincerely in overcoming Barcelona. Neymar and Mbappé exchanged a glance, fist-bumped, and thus solidified their resolve. In the visitors' locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Barcelona had not exhibited their customary dominance during the first half, although their defense was tight against Mbappé and Neymar. A single lapse allowed the opposing team to score through a brilliant combination play. In the forward line, Li Mingyu's performance remained outstanding, bolstered by the system's enhancements. Given that this was only Li Mingyu's second season, he had not enjoyed ample rest. With a grueling schedule of league matches, Champions League fixtures, the Copa del Rey, and international duties pushing his body to its limits, the system was indeed powerful, rapidly strengthening his physique and endowing him with considerable stamina. However, it could not alleviate the psychological fatigue weighing heavily on him. The relentless pace of playing 2 or even 3 matches per week imposed immense mental pressure on the young Li Mingyu, who had only a year of top-flight experience. Now, Li Mingyu had emerged as a supernova in European and global football. A year of stellar performances had placed him in the spotlight. Daily, he contended with the media's adulation, the fans' encouragement, and the weight of expectations for Barcelona's resurgence resting squarely on his shoulders, an overwhelming burden for someone so young. Messi's own anxiety was palpable. He had often shared his past experiences with Li Mingyu during their private moments. When Messi first joined Barcelona's senior team, he was showered with affection, his transition remarkably smooth, with coaches Rijkaard and Guardiola entrusting him with significant responsibilities. Ultimately, Messi became the emblem of Barcelona, a legacy that endures to this day. However, the dismal performances in the Champions League over the past 6 years had led many to lay the blame at Messi's feet. He refrained from defending himself. Understanding his role as the team's figurehead required him to exert every effort to aid the club. Yet, he was disheartened by the former president Bartomeu, whom he deemed a consummate deceiver. Having been misled by Bartomeu on multiple occasions, Messi's final message to him, recently revealed in a cache of texts, read, "You are leaking information and deceiving me. Damn it." In 2019, Messi had inquired whether Barcelona had signed Griezmann and whether Neymar could return. Bartomeu assured him that the team had not yet signed Griezmann and that Neymar's return was highly probable. However, days later, news of Neymar's extension with Paris Saint-Germain left Barcelona crestfallen. Griezmann's arrival further shattered Messi's trust in Bartomeu. Last season, when Koeman took the helm, Messi expressed his likelihood of departing Barcelona during a meeting, a conversation that quickly became public knowledge, with the blame directed squarely at Bartomeu. Consequently, Messi's furious text emerged. Bartomeu's subsequent imprisonment finally brought a long-awaited smile to Messi's face. Dawn had arrived. Nevertheless, Messi's heart remained set on leaving Barcelona, which had left him utterly disenchanted. Yet, the emergence of Li Mingyu reignited a flicker of hope within him. The championship victory from the previous season solidified Messi's determination to remain with the club. His voluntary pay cut in the summer earned him respect and provided the team with much-needed breathing room. Li Mingyu's declaration to the media, "I desire every championship," mirrored Messi's own aspirations. As the halftime intermission swiftly passed, both teams re-entered the field. Messi and Li Mingyu walked side by side for the player tunnel, with Messi offering words of encouragement to ease Li Mingyu's tense demeanor. Understanding the pressure Li Mingyu felt, Messi shared his wisdom to help alleviate his worries. Observing Li Mingyu's furrowed brow, Messi playfully remarked, "You must realize in this team, I'm the leader. Do not burden yourself with so much responsibility." "Do you wish to usurp my position?" Li Mingyu, catching the half-seriousness in Messi's tone, managed an awkward smile and replied, "How could that be, Leo? You will always be the leader of Barcelona. I merely wish to contribute more to the team. Do not misunderstand me." As Li Mingyu's idol, Messi commanded profound respect from him, although a faint notion of potential rivalry lingered within. Messi patted Li Mingyu's back, smiling, "All right, focus on the game. And do not overthink it. You are still young. There is no rush. In time, Barcelona will belong to your generation. For now, the most important thing is to secure this match." Li Mingyu nodded resolutely, assuring, "Leo, rest assured, we will definitely win this match." Griezmann chimed in from behind Li Mingyu. Grinning, "Li, make sure to pass to me in the second half. I feel in great form and am sure I can score." Messi smiled slightly, urging, "All right, let us prepare to take the field. Good luck." The three of them placed their hands together, shouting in unison, "Let us go." The second half commenced, with both sides engaging in a fierce battle for control in midfield. The players in the midfield and forward positions of both teams are among the world's elite stars, engaging in a thrilling exchange that captivates the audience. The fervent cheers and encouragement from fans in the stands resonate continuously, as they witness the players executing remarkable dribbles and passes, eliciting gasps of awe and sighs of disappointment. The front duo of Paris Saint-Germain momentarily sets aside their differences, establishing a formidable presence in the attacking third. Although Busquets and Piqué are seasoned veterans, their stamina and reflexes are no longer at their peak. Confronted by Mbappe's strength and speed, along with Neymar's agility and cunning, Barcelona's defense finds itself frequently in peril. Koeman, observing from the sidelines, furrows his brow in concern. Barcelona's ability to maintain a lead in the league has relied heavily on their imposing pressure in the attacking phase, with their exceptional ball control instilling fear in their opponents. However, when facing a team of equal caliber, the frailty of Barcelona's defense becomes glaringly apparent. Against such an elite attacking duo, their defensive shortcomings are laid bare. During PSG's offensive maneuvers, even Li Mingyu and Messi must retreat to their own half to assist in defense. Li Mingyu, energized by playing at home, often displays emotional determination, tracking back to his own penalty area to contribute defensively. Meanwhile, Neymar, seeking to regain the upper hand against Li Mingyu, attempts to utilize his deft dribbling skills. However, given the perilous positions Neymar frequently finds himself in, Barcelona is astute enough not to allow a one-on-one confrontation between Li Mingyu and Neymar. Li Mingyu's defensive capabilities are commendable. Every great midfield maestro is equally adept defensively. Neymar's repeated challenges against Li Mingyu result either in dispossession or entrapment by multiple defenders, forcing him into blind passes or shots. Neymar finds himself ensnared in a loop of trying to outdo Li Mingyu. Observing Neymar's reckless behavior, Mbappe chastises him vehemently, causing Neymar's expression to darken. He is acutely aware that his actions are detrimental to the team, yet he feels justified in his defiance, questioning Mbappe's right to criticize him, especially given Mbappe's impending departure from PSG, which leaves him in no position to pass judgment. Due to Neymar's obstinacy, Coach Pochettino's intentions are thwarted, and PSG's offensive efforts come to a standstill. Consequently, Barcelona's defensive burden is alleviated, presenting them with increased opportunities to attack. In the 65th minute of the second half, in Barcelona's defensive zone, De Jong and Busquets corner Mbappe, denying him the chance to accelerate or find a passing angle. Ultimately, he is forced to take a desperate shot, which lacks power and fails to reach the goal, being easily blocked by Eric Garcia. Mbappe expresses his dissatisfaction with Barcelona's defense, engaging in verbal skirmishes with Busquets. Busquets, struggling to keep pace with Mbappe's speed and strength, resorts to minor fouls to disrupt him. When confronted with Mbappe's verbal attacks, Busquets chooses to ignore him, swiftly joining the offensive play. Eric Garcia quickly distributes the ball, and after receiving it, De Jong is already nearing the midfield line. De Jong deftly nudges the ball to Busquets, who strides forward with purpose. In recent years, Busquets has seldom ventured into the attacking third, as his stamina has waned. Once a pivotal initiator of attacks for Barcelona, Busquets would often leave defenders bewildered after intercepting the ball in the back line. Today, however, the formidable Busquets of yesteryears has returned. As Busquets surges forward, Li Mingyu quickly positions himself to receive a pass, drawing defenders away from the center. Busquets feels as though he might burst from exertion, having not engaged in such vigorous attacking runs for quite some time. He recalls a decade ago when he was a linchpin in midfield, a stabilizing force in defense, and a dynamic threat in attack. The legendary Busquets is not merely a master of feigning injury. He possesses unparalleled skill. As the opposing defense closes in, Busquets realizes that despite his momentum, his legs are moving more from inertia than strength, making it impossible to dribble past defenders. He opts to pass the ball instead. Busquets plays the ball to Li Mingyu, who is in a better position, but he continues his forward run, propelled by habit and momentum. Upon receiving the ball, Li Mingyu refrains from attacking or passing to Messi or Griezmann, even though Griezmann is actively making himself available. Instead, Li Mingyu takes a moment before executing a lateral pass to the advancing Busquets. Taken aback by this unexpected decision, Busquets is momentarily stunned. Following the pass, Li Mingyu accelerates forward, maintaining his position alongside Busquets. A spark ignites in Busquets' eyes. He comprehends that Li Mingyu is attempting to create an opportunity for him. Even Messi, on the opposite flank, recognizes this and begins to make frantic runs to stretch PSG's defense. Busquets has surged to within 10 meters of the penalty area, with PSG's defensive midfielders and fullbacks closing in. With a swift kick of his right foot, he directs the ball toward Li Mingyu. However, the pass is slightly over it. After a sprint of over 20 meters, Busquets' legs are beginning to falter. Realizing his error, he experiences a pang of regret, lamenting the inevitability of age. Yet, his momentum compels him to continue his advance, drawing all attention to Li Mingyu. As the ball rolls toward Li Mingyu, just a meter ahead, PSG's defenders rejoice, believing they can intercept it. In a stunning turn of events, Li Mingyu executes a sliding tackle, deftly connecting with the ball just before it escapes his reach. However, now half supine on the ground, he finds himself with little opportunity to adjust, as PSG's defenders swiftly converge from both sides. Within a second, if Li Mingyu does not release the ball, he will find himself in a precarious situation, and Barcelona's attacking endeavor will surely fail. The ensuing scene leaves the crowd in awe, their eyes widened in anticipation. Li Mingyu was seen half reclining on the ground, his left foot planted firmly, left hand pressing against the earth, as he swiftly swung his right foot like a clock's hand, striking the soccer ball. Before the opposing defenders could close in, he executed an unconventional passing maneuver, directing the ball toward the edge of the penalty area. The approaching Paris Saint-Germain defenders paled, all eyes drawn to that spot. Thanks to Griezmann's tug and Busquets' pass, a vast gap appeared in the central defense of Paris Saint-Germain. There emerged a figure clad in red and blue, who met the ball with a fierce strike. The soccer ball skimmed the grass, shooting toward the Paris Saint-Germain goal like a bolt of white lightning. Navas quickly lowered his center of gravity and lunged toward the incoming ball. However, the speed of the shot, its sharp angle, and its suddenness meant that he could not make contact. The ball collided with the left post's inner side and ricocheted into the net. Watching the ball bounce within the goal and the ecstatic figure of Li Mingyu rushing toward him, the gleaming number 5 behind him was dazzling. Busquets stood frozen for a second after the goal, astonished that he had actually scored. All his previous movements had been instinctive, guided by Li Mingyu's pass, leading him to complete the goal. It had been 3 years since Busquets last scored for Barcelona, and this goal brought him a long-lost sense of joy. After scoring, Busquets excitedly rushed to Li Mingyu, enveloping him in a tight embrace. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "Thank you, Li," feeling the surge of emotions. Li Mingyu chuckled and patted his back vigorously. He held great admiration for this elder from the La Masia training camp. Busquets' significance to Barcelona was on par with Messi's. While Messi was the pillar of the attack, Busquets was the unwavering anchor of the defense. This goal dealt a significant blow to Paris Saint-Germain. Their forward duo had begun to bicker like characters in a palace drama, while the opposing duo willingly played supporting roles, creating opportunities for their teammates. The disparity was stark. However, the extensive sprint across the field had left Busquets' legs feeling somewhat weak. Yet, his formidable willpower compelled him to reject Coach Koeman's request for substitution. Busquets' performance irked Mbappé, who had just been dispossessed. Upon the restart, Mbappé seized the ball and charged toward Busquets. Though Mbappé possessed a robust physique that suggested great strength, his intellect was equally sharp. Busquets' earlier sprint had undoubtedly drained much of his stamina, and attacking his defensive position immediately after the kickoff, even if he could not break through directly, would likely result in a foul against Busquets. Indeed, Busquets found himself nearly devoid of energy to defend against the advancing Mbappé. As Mbappé approached, a hint of despair crossed Busquets' face, and he could only extend his arm, attempting to execute a mere foul. However, a figure surged in from the side. Just as Busquets prepared to tackle Mbappé, Li Mingyu slid in with a well-timed tackle, sending the ball flying away. The ball rolled to Alba's feet, who then charged forward with it. Mbappé, caught off guard, was taken down by Li Mingyu, who had first touched the ball before inadvertently bringing him down. So the referee did not call a foul. After the tackle, Li Mingyu quickly sprang to his feet and dashed toward the Paris Saint-Germain front. Meanwhile, Mbappé, in a state of confusion, could not comprehend why the referee had remained silent after he had been fouled. Enraged, he stood up and charged forward, but astonishingly, he was not heading toward the ball or Li Mingyu, who had just tackled him. Instead, he was approaching the referee, arms outstretched, bellowing loudly as he ran alongside the official. The referee, clearly startled by Mbappe's sudden advance, stumbled in his steps. At that moment, Alba's pass was intercepted and sent out of bounds by a Paris Saint-Germain player. The referee quickly blew his whistle to halt the match. Mbappé continued to roar in the referee's ear, persistently colliding with him. The referee, taken aback by the physicality, recoiled, his expression darkening. The closest player to the incident was Verratti, who, seeing this scene, rushed over and grabbed the irate Mbappé, pulling him back. Upon noticing Mbappé was restrained, the referee felt a sense of relief, fearing that this troublesome player might act recklessly and strike him. Mbappé felt that the referee had been biased, having overlooked several fouls against him. The most recent incident, where Li Mingyu's tackle had taken him down, was particularly infuriating, as the referee had not acknowledged it. This pent-up frustration finally erupted, and the referee, observing Mbappe's relentless protests, pulled out a red card from his pocket, sending him off the field. Upon seeing the red card, Mbappe's anger dissipated, his face transforming from a grimace to one of defeat. Noticing that Mbappe's aggression had subsided, Verratti released him, sighing at the sight of the red card. Paris Saint-Germain faced another disheartening season. Neymar, watching coldly from the sidelines, felt disdain from Mbappé, who seemed to think of himself as the team's leader, flaunting his World Cup victory. Now, with their star striker sent off and facing a suspension for the second leg, unless Paris Saint-Germain could defeat Barcelona, Mbappe's Champions League journey for the season would come to an end. On the sidelines, Pochettino, furious, kicked another water bottle away. Given Mbappe's inexplicable behavior, Pochettino had reason to suspect that he genuinely wanted to leave Paris Saint-Germain, pushing for a transfer. The players of Paris Saint-Germain gathered around the referee, hoping for leniency in his decision. However, the chief referee was resolute in his decision to impose strict penalties. Mbappe's demeanor moments ago suggested he was about to devour himself, a behavior that posed a personal threat to the referee. According to the regulations, the referee undeniably possessed the authority to issue a direct red card, sending him off to the locker room. Ultimately, Mbappé had no choice but to exit the field with his head bowed amidst the deafening boos of the crowd. He brushed past Pochettino, whose face was ashen, while Mbappé appeared lost and disheartened. Their fleeting encounter may have marked an irrevocable moment. In the 81st minute of the second half, Mbappé was dismissed with a straight red card. Despite Paris Saint-Germain being a man down in the ensuing match, they managed to maintain a resolute defense, keeping their goal intact. The referee glanced at his watch and blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. In the first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, Barcelona triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain with a score of 2-1 on their home turf. Following the match, media headlines did not focus on the scoreline, but rather highlighted a snapshot taken by a reporter. In the image, the referee appeared as a startled young girl, while Mbappé raged at him like a furious beast. The contrast between the referee's terrified gaze and the bulging veins on Mbappe's neck was striking. UEFA subsequently announced further sanctions, imposing a 3-match ban on Mbappé from European competitions, along with a fine of €50,000. This meant that even if Paris Saint-Germain were to defeat Barcelona in the next match and advance to the semi-finals, Mbappé would remain ineligible to play. He could only return if the team reached the finals. However, lacking Mbappé, Paris Saint-Germain would find it arduous to overcome Barcelona, let alone secure a place in the finals. Upon returning to Paris, Mbappé faced a barrage of criticism from the French media, as if overnight, the hero of Paris Saint-Germain had transformed into a pariah. In a fit of rage, he made disparaging remarks about fans and teammates on his social media, although he deleted them within a minute. Nevertheless, many fans had already taken screenshots. These images began to circulate online, forcing Mbappé to deactivate his account and withdraw from the public eye. Paris Saint-Germain quickly confirmed that Mbappé had submitted a request to leave the club, stating that he would not renew his contract. Derogatory labels, such as Judas and traitor, were hurled at him. Paris Saint-Germain found themselves in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Barcelona remained unconcerned about Paris Saint-Germain, as they were preparing to face Real Madrid once again. The highly anticipated national derby was approaching. In the first national derby of the league and the second in the Spanish Super Cup, Barcelona emerged victorious on both occasions. This time, Real Madrid was determined to claim victory. Following their recent Champions League match, players from Real Madrid expressed in interviews that Barcelona's dreams of championship glory could now awaken. After this national derby, the following weekend would see the Copa del Rey final, featuring the same two teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona. Naturally, Barcelona would not back down. Messi and Li Mingyu both granted interviews to the media, expressing their disdain for Real Madrid's bravado. Li Mingyu stated that the first two encounters this season showcased no exceptional qualities from Real Madrid, urging their fans to recognize that Barcelona, not Real Madrid, sat atop the league standings. After this match, Real Madrid would likely find themselves unable to keep up with Barcelona's taillights. Messi affirmed les sentiments. Li Mingyu's bold proclamations ignited a frenzy online. Real Madrid supporters began to vehemently criticize Li Mingyu, accusing him of disrespecting their team with his brash words, insisting that Real Madrid would teach him a lesson about who reigns supreme in La Liga. Conversely, Barcelona fans rallied in support of Li Mingyu online, appreciating such audacious remarks, which had not been uttered in years. It was not that such words had never been spoken, but rather that they often led to embarrassment afterward. However, Li Mingyu possessed the confidence and credentials to back his statements. Against Real Madrid in 3 matches, he had scored 10 goals and provided 3 assists. His astonishing scoring efficiency had established him as the new nemesis of the Madrid Giants. All of Spain eagerly anticipated the upcoming national derby, as the outcome could significantly influence the championship race in La Liga. Should Barcelona triumph over Real Madrid once more, the point gap between the two teams would widen to 7 points. Although 11 matches would remain, Barcelona's current momentum was formidable, and aside from Atletico Madrid, no other team appeared capable of hindering their impressive run. Conversely, if Real Madrid were to defeat Barcelona, the point difference would shrink to a mere 1 point, with 11 matches left, making a turnaround highly plausible. Hence, this match was crucial for Real Madrid. Failure to secure victory would likely extinguish their hopes of clinching the La Liga title this season. On April 11, 2022, at noon, the area outside the Camp Nou was teeming with fans. The square was awash in the vibrant colors of red and blue. With only 2 hours until the match kickoff, the stand were already filled with supporters from both sides. The Camp Nou, with a capacity of 109,815, had allocated fewer than 20,000 tickets to Real Madrid. Amidst the sea of red and blue, a defiant splash of white was also fervently voicing its support. Spanish fans, on the whole, are relatively mild-mannered. Despite the long-standing rivalry between Barcelona and Real Madrid, both fanbases generally share a mutual respect, with few reports of violent confrontations between them. Li Mingyu entered the locker room and gazed at the prepared kit hanging in front of his locker, with shin guards set aside and a pair of gleaming golden cleats resting in the shoe rack below. Adorning the approximately 1-meter-wide locker was a poster of himself, exuding a sense of dynamism, as if he were about to burst forth with the ball. After donning his jersey, Li Mingyu settled into a chair and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. The significance of this match required no reiteration from Coach Koeman. Everyone understood its gravity. Securing a victory would provide room for strategic adjustments in at least 2 upcoming league matches, ensuring that even a loss would not severely impact the final outcome. Conversely, a defeat in this match would deal a devastating blow to the team's morale, especially as they approached critical junctures, the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, the Copa del Rey final, and the league championship. This match could prove to be a pivotal turning point. Li Mingyu sat there, reflecting on his year in Barcelona, feeling as though he were lost in a dream. From the moment he was summoned last season in a time of crisis, A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, marking a profound transformation in his life. Following in the footsteps of his idol, aiding Barcelona in its magnificent resurgence. This was a dream Li Mingyu had longed to realize. Now, this dream was on the verge of fruition, and during such a crucial moment, he was determined not to falter. As he opened his eyes, a resolute glimmer shone within them. Today's match was one he must seize. The players encountered each other in the tunnel. Previously, players from both teams would often engage in light-hearted banter, as many were teammates on the national squad. However, today, the tunnel was unusually silent. The referees felt a shiver run down their spines. Caution was warranted for today's match. The young ball boys, seemingly intimidated by the solemn atmosphere, huddled together, resembling a flock of quails, daring not to glance around. As the head referee led the players out of the tunnel, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The entire Camp Nou resounded like a volcano erupting, a fervor that underscored the match's importance. Busquets and Ramos, the respective captains, stood at the center circle alongside the referees. The match commenced with Real Madrid kicking off. As the players returned to their half, the referee's whistle signaled the official start of the game. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Camp Nou. You have received a privilege immunity card for a Ruby promotion. What a delightful surprise. The immunity card was akin to possessing two lives. However, this privilege came with restrictions. If one deliberately handled the ball to prevent a goal, immunity would not apply. Essentially, this immunity covered situations where a foul could warrant a Ruby promotion, allowing the referee to exercise leniency due to this privilege. The potential value of this privilege was immense. If it could thwart an opponent's clear scoring opportunity, its worth would be unparalleled. The privilege had to be invoked within 3 seconds following a foul. Li Mingyu nodded. He would undoubtedly reserve this privilege for the most critical moments. The match began, with Real Madrid initiating play. Haaland kicked the ball back to Modric and surged forward. An intense tussle ensued in midfield. The national derby had officially ignited. Chapter 159, the strongest duo and own goal. Modric, a veteran star, had only grown more formidable with age. 4 years ago, despite Croatia's loss to France in the World Cup final, the team garnered universal respect. Modric not only received the Ballon d'Or for that World Cup, but also broke the decade-long dominance of Messi and Ronaldo to become the 2018 World Footballer of the Year. At 32, Modric reached the pinnacle of his career. Now, nearing 36, while his stamina may have waned, his seasoned experience and exceptional vision still secured him a vital role in Real Madrid's midfield. This season, Real Madrid excelled on all fronts, largely due to Modric's outstanding performances. Haaland's remarkable attacking prowess was fully unleashed under Modric's guidance. Currently, in the league, Haaland had netted 32 goals in 26 matches, demonstrating his formidable striking ability, even if he trailed behind Li Mingyu's impressive 40 goals. In the Champions League, despite Real Madrid's first-leg defeat to Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals, Haaland scored a crucial away goal, providing hope for a comeback. In the Champions League scoring chart, Haaland stood second with 12 goals, becoming the youngest player in history to reach 30 goals. Naturally, Li Mingyu led the scoring chart, having scored 18 goals in just 9 matches, averaging 2 goals per game, and was poised to break Haaland's record for the youngest player to reach 20 goals in the next match. Last season, Haaland's emergence had already astonished the football world. With such a powerful successor arising, the legendary duo of Ronaldo and Messi could finally retire from the historical stage. Mbappe and Haaland were heralded as the new generation's absolute stars. However, at the end of last season, when Barcelona faced existential peril, a young Chinese player remarkably turned the tide, single-handedly leading Barcelona to an incredible 13 consecutive victories, clinching the league title against all odds. Li Mingyu's arrival thrilled the Spanish Football Association, which had been catching up to the Premier League amid the turmoil following Ronaldo's departure and Messi's various controversies. This season, Real Madrid brought Haaland to Spain from Borussia Dortmund at an irresistible price. Consequently, the two hottest young stars of the football world converged in Spain, once again drawing the global gaze to this footballing haven. For the past decade, the Spanish National Derby, featuring the likes of Ronaldo and Messi, have been dubbed the Century Derby. Every clash between the two teams garnered worldwide attention. However, following Ronaldo's exit, the derby's viewership had significantly diminished. Yet, this season's first national derby shattered previous viewership records, with over 1 billion viewers across 182 countries tuning in live. Among these, the viewership from Huaxia constituted 30 of the total, approximately 300 million viewers. Such staggering numbers were enough to leave one in awe. During the peak of Ronaldo and Messi, the global viewership for the derby had only reached 650 million. This upcoming national derby was expected to rival the first in terms of viewership, especially as it would determine the season's La Liga champion. Moreover, the Spanish Football Association had thoughtfully adjusted the match time. Typically, such high-stakes derbies were scheduled for weekend evenings, ideal for fans to watch after dinner. However, today's match was set for 2 p.m. local time, a less favorable hour for Spanish fans and particularly challenging for the players. Nonetheless, this arrangement was made with the millions of Asian fans, especially those from Huaxia, in mind. As the clock struck 8 in the evening across the lands of Huaxia, it was indeed a splendid time for football. On this weekend evening, the once bustling streets of Huaxia, typically teeming with life, appeared unusually sparse, particularly devoid of men. It seemed that countless households had surrendered their televisions to the male occupants, who must have negotiated some inequitable treaties with their wives or mothers to secure the rights to watch the game. As the camera panned to the screen, showcasing the yellow-skinned, black-eyed and blonde-haired Li Mingyu, a wave of pride surged within the hearts of Huaxia's football fans. Although he could not represent Huaxia on the field, the presence of a player of Chinese descent in such a prestigious global competition was a source of unique pride. Suddenly, the air within each neighborhood resonated with the jubilant cheers of men, quickly followed by a chorus of discontent. The young Chinese player, Li Mingyu, excitedly blew a kiss towards the camera. Had Barcelona scored? A slow-motion replay unveiled the sequence of the goal, Modric's incisive pass, followed by Haaland's attempt to break through Lenglet's defense. However, the rejuvenated Lenglet was no longer the sieve he once was. He firmly positioned himself against Haaland, denying him the opportunity to accelerate, while Eric Garcia swiftly joined him to wrest the ball from Haaland's feet. Just before falling, Lenglet deftly nudged the ball away with his toe. Busquets intercepted the loose ball, gently nudging it to Frenkie de Jong, who surged forward, initiating Barcelona's transition from defense to attack. The Real Madrid players, too, hastily retreated to defend. After taking a couple of strides, de Jong unleashed a long pass to the right side of the pitch, where the already positioned Messi received the ball with his chest, displaying effortless grace. Before the ball even touched the ground, Messi flicked it with his toe, swiftly pivoting to evade Marcelo, who lunged in to intercept. After dribbling past, Messi made a quick inward cut, charging into Real Madrid's penalty area. His incisive pass disrupted the defensive line of Real Madrid, prompting Ramos and Nacho to rush forward, attempting to thwart Messi's advance. Yet, their movements inadvertently opened a gaping hole in the middle of the pitch. Messi feigned a run toward the baseline, compelling Ramos to shift his weight. But instead of continuing his run, Messi unleashed a powerful strike towards the edge of the penalty arc. Ramos, startled, turned to follow the play, only to witness a red and blue figure emerge, meeting the ball with a thunderous shot that rocketed towards the net, leaving Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Courtois, with no choice but to make a desperate dive. The ball found the back of the net, igniting a flurry of white waves as the crowd erupted with joy. Within just 10 minutes of the match, Barcelona had taken the lead, thanks to their number 11, the midfield maestro, Li Mingyu. The formidable duo of Messi and Li Mingyu had struck again, with Messi providing the assist and Li Mingyu executing the finish. Griezmann, observing from the sidelines, wore a sour expression, as if he were an outsider in their triumphant embrace. The Camp Nou reverberated with a cacophony of cheers. Yet amidst the sea of red and blue, a starkly visible white was unmistakable. The Real Madrid supporters, clad in their white jerseys, remained undeterred by the goal, their faces brimming with fervor as they sang and cheered, assuring their players that they were not alone. They had unwavering support behind them. It seemed the Real Madrid players could sense their fans' encouragement. Upon resuming play, despite trailing by a goal, they exhibited no signs of diminished morale. Instead, they orchestrated a series of intricate plays that created several tense moments in front of Barcelona's goal. Had it not been for Ter Stegen's commendable form that day, Barcelona might have succumbed to another goal. Real Madrid's relentless attacks continued, putting Barcelona on the defensive. The real-time possession statistics revealed a surprising disadvantage for Barcelona, as they trailed 48% to 52%. Although the gap was slim for a team that prided itself on possession play, This was a significant setback. The midfield partnership of Modric and Isco was equally formidable as that of Li Mingyu and Messi. Suddenly, Isco accelerated, elegantly maneuvering the ball past De Jong and directly confronting Barcelona's backline. Isco's breakthrough caught the Barcelona defense off guard as he bypassed De Jong approximately 30 meters from goal. He opted not to pass, but instead unleashed a powerful shot towards the net. The half-volley sped towards the goal, targeting the left center, but Ter Stegen quickly positioned himself, ready to claim the ball. In a shocking turn of events, 2 feet emerged from the crowd simultaneously, making contact with the ball and altering its trajectory. Ter Stegen's expression shifted as he had already begun moving to his left, helplessly watching as the ball veered towards the opposite side of the goal. "Please don't go in," he nearly shouted, but to his dismay, the ball ricocheted into the net behind him. Isco erupted in a jubilant roar, and within the penalty area, a player in a white jersey pushed through the throng, equally ecstatic as he sprinted towards the sidelines to celebrate wildly. The number on his back revealed it to be 7. Haaland. Isco's shot had deflected off Haaland's foot in the penalty area, ultimately leading to the goal. Watching Haaland celebrate passionately, Isco's expression darkened momentarily. Having gone 10 matches without scoring, Isco's long-awaited goal had been pilfered by Haaland, leaving him understandably frustrated. However, surprising details emerged for observant fans watching from home, as the official statistics displayed a score of 1-1. While Li Mingyu was undoubtedly credited with Barcelona's goal, the record for Real Madrid indicated an own goal by Eric Garcia. This meant that the Spanish officials had classified the goal as an own goal by Garcia. Slow-motion replays confirmed that Isco's shot had indeed first grazed Haaland's toe before striking Garcia's calf and deflecting into the net. Thus, attributing the goal as an own goal by Eric Garcia was entirely justifiable. However, the players of Real Madrid on the field remained oblivious to this situation, particularly Haaland, who executed a rather exaggerated celebration on the sidelines, provoking a chorus of boos from the Barcelona supporters. Zidane, standing on the sidelines, could not help but cover his forehead with his hand, wondering why this young man continued to provoke the fans, displaying a lack of understanding. The first national derby of the season had been marred by this player's impulsive actions, as he not only contested the penalty kick rights with Benzema, but also, in the final moments of the match, elbowed an opposing defender, earning himself a red card from the referee. Consequently, that match ended with a last-minute goal by Li Mingyu, sealing a devastating defeat for Real Madrid. After the game, Haaland became a target of media criticism. Fortunately, Zidane came forward to support Haaland, which quickly quelled the uproar. However, this action displeased Benzema immensely. As fellow countrymen, he felt slighted that Zidane would side with Haaland instead of him. The Real Madrid locker room was rife with factions, and as the leader of the French contingent, Benzema was determined to protest. Yet, Haaland's performance within the team continued to improve, with an increasing number of goals, while Benzema found himself in a drought, having gone 6 consecutive matches without scoring. Faced with Haaland's formidable prowess, Benzema recognized his defeat. Currently, Haaland had rightfully ascended to the pinnacle of Real Madrid. Moreover, he had the backing of Zidane, the head coach, as a formidable ally. Chapter 160. Real Madrid's unstoppable momentum following the goal. Real Madrid played with even greater tenacity. Barcelona's frail defense appeared to be on the verge of collapse under the pressure exerted by Haaland and Benzema. With a sharp whistle, the referee hastily approached the scene of the incident. Lying on the ground, Haaland expressed his outrage to the referee regarding the severity of the foul committed against him. Meanwhile, Busquets, also seated on the ground, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, implying he had committed no foul. Nevertheless, the referee signaled for Busquets to rise and promptly issued a yellow card for his earlier infraction. In slow-motion replays, it was evident that Haaland had retreated to receive the ball, only to execute a sudden turn and deftly maneuver past his opponent, showcasing his remarkable physical attributes. In a desperate attempt to halt Haaland's advance, Busquets reached out and pulled him down, resulting in Haaland collapsing to the ground. Real Madrid was awarded a free kick approximately 28 meters from the goal, presenting an excellent opportunity for a direct shot. As the Barcelona wall positioned itself 10 yards away, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Real Madrid had positioned 5 players in front of the ball: Modric, Isco, Kroos, Ramos, and Haaland, all lined up and gazing at the football. This scene left the Barcelona players bewildered. Was it truly necessary to have 5 players for a single ball? And what was Ramos doing standing there? Was he capable of taking a free kick? Ramos stood behind the ball, his gaze subtly directed towards a goal. However, Ter Stegen did not focus on him. Modric, Isco, and Kroos were all renowned specialists in free kicks. And even Haaland had previously scored remarkable goals from set pieces during his time at Dortmund. Ramos, on the other hand, seemed to lack a record of notable free kick successes. The referee, standing aside, blew his whistle, heightening the tension in front of Barcelona's goal. All 5 Real Madrid players feigned readiness to take the free kick. Suddenly, Ramos made his move, advancing towards the ball with 3 quick steps. Just when everyone expected him to take a run up, he instead delivered a powerful strike with the side of his foot, sending the ball soaring. The Barcelona wall, caught off guard, was unable to react in time, and the ball sailed over their heads. Positioned near the edge of the penalty area, Li Mingyu watched in astonishment as the ball arced towards the top right corner of the goal. Ter Stegen, seemingly frozen in place, could only watch as the ball nestled into the net, striking the intersection of the right post and the crossbar. This was a perfect shot, nearly impossible for any goalkeeper to save unless positioned precisely in that spot. After the goal, Ramos unleashed a primal roar. The Real Madrid players converged around him in celebration. Li Mingyu shook his head in disbelief, marveling at Ramos amid the jubilant crowd. This free kick showcased Ramos's exceptional technique, a remarkable display for a defender. The blade-like defender, Ramos truly embodied the spirit of a forward. With this exquisite free kick, Real Madrid surged ahead 2-1 in the match. The Barcelona players could feel the overwhelming energy from their opponents. Having suffered 2 previous defeats at the hands of Barcelona, the Real Madrid squad felt a sense of injustice. The first loss was due to Haaland's recklessness, which resulted in his expulsion, leaving the team a man down, ultimately leading to Li Mingyu's last-minute goal. The second defeat occurred when Hazard, who had just helped equalize the score, was injured due to Busquets stepping on his foot, exacerbating an old injury and necessitating his hospitalization. These unexpected events had a profound psychological impact on the Real Madrid players, culminating in their loss to Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup final. Both matches have been marred by significant disruptions within the Real Madrid team, granting Barcelona the final victory. This lingering sense of grievance fueled the determination of Real Madrid's players to demonstrate their superiority over Barcelona through sheer skill. Ramos's free kick ignited the morale of the entire team. Following the kickoff, the Real Madrid players, imbued with newfound vigor, aggressively pressed Barcelona. Li Mingyu passed the ball to Pedri and made a run to receive it. However, upon receiving the pass, Pedri found himself entangled by Isco, unable to release the ball. Li Mingyu rushed towards Pedri, but in a moment of oversight, Isco managed to poke the ball away from behind, sending it away. With a swift thrust, the football rolled towards Barcelona's defensive zone. Haaland, akin to a lion sensing blood, bared his fangs and dashed towards the ball, seizing possession before De Jong could react. De Jong, refusing to relent, pressed his body against Haaland, attempting to thwart his maneuver. In response, Haaland forcefully leaned against De Jong, creating a brief opening when De Jong staggered back. Seizing the moment, Haaland executed a 180-degree Marseille turn, not only distancing himself from De Jong, but also positioning himself perfectly towards a goal. Startled, De Jong rushed forward to resume his defense. However, Haaland had already created the necessary space for his advance. Unapologetically, he nudged the ball forward, leveraging his formidable physique and speed to overpower De Jong. The latter was sent reeling by Haaland's shoulder, utterly losing his defensive capability. Once in motion, Haaland resembled a high-performance sports car, his speed unmatched by the pursuing Li Mingyu. Within 2 seconds, he had reached the edge of the penalty area, with Barcelona's defender Eric Garcia on his left and Lenglet directly ahead. Faced with the dual defense, Haaland exhibited no trepidation. He skillfully flicked the ball to the right with his right foot, executing a wide-angle dribble that left Garcia in his wake, catching Lenglet off guard as well. This audacious maneuver not only evaded all defenders, but also opened an angle for a shot. With a powerful swing of his right leg, Haaland unleashed a strike that arced dramatically from the left side of the goal towards the far corner. Ter Stegen, who had blocked the near post, could only attempt a desperate save, ultimately powerless against such force and precision. As the ball found the back of the net, Haaland, elated, tore off his jersey and hurled it aside, flexing his muscles and roaring at the Barcelona fans. Yet, the crowd remained unresponsive to his provocation. still in shock from the stunning strike that showcased the raw beauty of football's brutality. Though many Barcelona supporters were reluctant to admit it, a flicker of admiration for the audacious young man from Real Madrid lingered in their hearts. Although the initial goal had been credited as an own goal, it was undeniable that Haaland's intervention had been pivotal. This latest goal was a testament to his individual prowess, a blend of agility and strength culminating in a breathtaking finale. With a score of 3-1, Real Madrid led by 2 goals at Barcelona's home ground. The visiting supporters were nearly losing their voices in celebration. The match had seen Real Madrid dominate, completely overshadowing Barcelona. Moments later, the Camp Nou erupted with deafening boos directed at the audacious Haaland. In response to the cacophony, Haaland leaned in, seemingly reveling in the attention. From initially leading to now trailing by 2 goals, the first half had left Barcelona's players bewildered. How had the situation deteriorated so drastically? Fatigue? Complacency? What was the root of Barcelona's troubles? Messi and Li Mingyu exchanged concerned glances, each recognizing the weight of the moment. This match posed a formidable challenge for Barcelona. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. The spirited Real Madrid players strode confidently towards the tunnel, while the Barcelona squad trudged with heads bowed, the atmosphere heavy with disappointment. It had been a long time since the Camp Nou had witnessed such a challenging contest. This season, the team had only faltered once at home, against Sevilla, due to a series of unfortunate performances. However, in the latter half of the season, Barcelona triumphed over Sevilla thrice, avenging their earlier defeat. At home, Barcelona boasted an intimidating record of 20 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss over their last 23 matches. Yet, in the first half today, Real Madrid had established absolute dominance. Not just in scoreline, but also in possession, outclassing Barcelona at their own game. Back in the locker room, Barcelona's players sat in scattered silence, grappling with the reality of a match they had not encountered in quite some time. Historically, even when they faced setbacks, their formidable attacking prowess would quickly rectify the situation. But today, not only was their defense faltering, but their midfield was equally subdued by Real Madrid's relentless pressure. Koeman, having discussed second-half tactics with his assistant, entered the locker room and was momentarily taken aback by the somber atmosphere. Observing his dejected players, he couldn't help but chuckle. This season, Barcelona had experienced an almost unblemished path, encountering little adversity until this highly anticipated match, which had revealed their psychological vulnerabilities. This was indeed the primary issue confronting Barcelona's youthful squad, brimming with energy, yet seemingly lost in the face of adversity. Only Messi seemed to possess the understanding of how to navigate such challenges, but his nature inclined him towards action rather than words. Li Mingyu, with merely a year of top-flight experience, was equally unprepared for such a predicament. After clearing his throat, Koeman addressed the team, stating in the second half, "We will alter our formation. We need to intensify our attacks from the flanks. Busquets will be substituted for Fati, who will take the left-wing position. I require you to create ample space for the center from the sides." Busquets nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging the coach's decision. Fati also agreed, promptly exiting the locker room to warm up. Koeman then outlined a few tactical adjustments and endeavored to uplift the spirits of the squad, reminding them that while this match was significant for Barcelona, it was not so dire that losing would spell the end of the world, especially with a 4-point lead still in hand. The players felt a slight alleviation of their tension thanks to Koeman's reassuring words. Emerging from the players' tunnel, Fati approached Li Mingyu and whispered, "Li, in the second half, please pass to me more often. I will strive to break through towards the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area to earn a free kick opportunity." Li Mingyu nodded in agreement. The performance of Barcelona's forwards today has been rather lackluster, making a free kick a promising option. Chapter 161. A sudden turn of events. The brief 15-minute halftime passed in the blink of an eye. Players strolled out from the tunnel in small groups, returning to the pitch. Despite the 15-minute respite, the fans in the stands appeared far from rested. Though the Real Madrid supporters were fewer in number, the advantage reflected in the scoreline bolstered their confidence. Conversely, Barcelona's fans were left to rely on sheer numbers. After all, playing at home and trailing by 2 goals to Real Madrid, they felt a sense of unease as the players returned to their respective halves. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the second half. Barcelona substituted Fati for Busquets, evidently intent on intensifying their offensive efforts. Real Madrid, made no personnel changes. As their first-half performance had been commendable, Barcelona initiated the second half with the kickoff. Li Mingyu received a return pass from Messi and executed a feint, evading the advancing Haaland, which drew applause from the crowd. He advanced the ball across the halfway line and, without hesitation, unleashed a long pass towards the left flank. Approximately 30 meters from goal, Fati had already begun his run forward the moment the ball was played. With Real Madrid's defensive focus still on Messi on the right and Griezmann in the center, Fati drew little attention, save for the right-back Odriozola, who was tasked with providing support. To everyone's surprise, Barcelona shifted their attacking emphasis to the left flank right at the start of the second half. With minimal opposition, Fati effortlessly brought the high ball under control and charged towards Odriozola, who had just begun to react. Performing a delightful bicycle kick, Fati deftly maneuvered the ball, causing Odriozola to misjudge his next move. Assuming Fati would attempt to cross from the byline, he was unprepared for Fati's sudden change of direction, which allowed him to cut inside. Spotting the opportunity, Griezmann made a timely forward run, momentarily causing Nacho and Ramos to hesitate in their defensive duties. This brief moment allowed Fati to create an angle for a shot, lifting his right foot in preparation. Odriozola, unwilling to take chances, lunged forward, grabbing Fati's jersey. Feeling the pull from behind, Fati halted and fell to the ground. Odriozola, bewildered, glanced at his hand, questioning whether he had exerted that much force. Positioned nearby, the referee observed the incident and immediately halted the match. Seated on the ground, Fati angrily waved his arms, signaling the referee to issue a red card for denying a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Odriozola realized his blunder, thinking, "What have I done? I was tricked by this kid." However, the referee, unswayed by Fati's protests, produced a yellow card instead. Had Odriozola been the last offender, a red card could have been issued, sending him off. Although dissatisfied that Odriozola did not receive a red card, Fati was content with the prospect of a free kick. The position was excellent. Located around 25 meters from the penalty area, suitable for a right-footed free kick specialist. Li Mingyu confidently positioned himself behind the ball, hands on hips, gazing intently at the goal. Courtois, with a serious demeanor, directed his wall's positioning. 5 Real Madrid players stood before the ball, forming a formidable wall. Yet their expressions betrayed their unease. Li Mingyu's free kick had been verified by numerous players, proving it could indeed inflict harm. As Li Mingyu retreated, seemingly preparing to strike from an extraordinary distance, the referee marked a line in the penalty area with a spray can. Amusingly, while walls typically inch forward when facing a free kick, the Real Madrid wall stood resolutely a foot away from the line, even showing signs of wanting to retreat further. Courtois glared at them, thinking, "You might as well back up into the goal." The referee stepped back from the penalty area, maintaining a safe distance to avoid being inadvertently struck by Li Mingyu's kick. After ensuring he was far enough away, he cast a sympathetic glance at the trembling Real Madrid wall and blew his whistle. The sharp sound acted like a death knell, causing the 5 players in the wall to tense up, their eyes fixed on Li Mingyu. With an impassive expression, Li Mingyu's gaze turned steely as he began his approach. Standing roughly 15 meters from the ball, he had ample distance to build momentum, allowing his strike to gain power and speed, enhancing its intimidation factor. With a few final strides, he arrived at the ball, planting his left foot firmly beside it, leaving a deep imprint in the grass. His right leg swung back high, akin to a whip, and struck the ball with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed across the stadium as the ball transformed into a white streak, hurtling towards the wall. The Real Madrid players finally understood why even the staunch Ronaldo chose to evade Li Mingyu's free kicks. It wasn't cowardice, but rather an instinctual response to fear. In unison, the 5 Real Madrid players ducked and recoiled, rendering the wall nearly ineffective. The ball zipped past Ramos, who felt a sharp sting in his arm and turned to see the ball mischievously bouncing within the net, while Courtois stood rooted to the spot, unable to respond. The speed of the strike and its trajectory through the wall left any goalkeeper helpless. Instantly, the Camp Nou erupted with renewed fervor as Li Mingyu once more demonstrated his prowess with a powerful free kick, scoring for the team. The score tightened to 2-3, and Barcelona glimpsed the possibility of equalizing or even overtaking their rivals. Li Mingyu's goal serves as a poignant reminder to Real Madrid. One must never commit fouls in such perilous areas just outside the penalty box. With a maestro capable of converting free kicks as if they were penalties, such infractions bear the same weight as those committed within the penalty area. Initially, Real Madrid's strategy for the second half was straightforward: defend and counterattack. Holding a 2-goal lead, the match seemed firmly in their grasp. However, just as the second half commenced, Barcelona managed to pull one back. The gap between the two teams was now reduced to a single goal, triggering a significant shift in the players' mentality. Within Real Madrid, a discord began to emerge among the players, and Zidane failed to unify their thoughts in a timely manner, resulting in a chaotic display following the restart. Some players sought to attack, while others aimed to defend, leading to errors in midfield passing. Under relentless pressure from Li Mingyu's substitute, Modric was forced to pass the ball back. Yet, Messi, having anticipated the trajectory, executed a splendid interception. This blunder in their defensive third proved catastrophic. Upon receiving the ball, Messi swiftly advanced and distributed it to Griezmann, who stood at the edge of the penalty arc. Though Griezmann faced challenges in turning with the ball, Nacho behind him dared not extend his foot and instead used his body to shield his position. However, Griezmann had no intention of going solo, for Li Mingyu was already charging toward him. Modric, desperate to recover the situation, hurried back but was outpaced by Li Mingyu, who darted past him effortlessly. Modric could only watch in despair as Li Mingyu received the ball from Griezmann and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball zipped along the ground like a white streak of lightning, eluding the outstretched fingers of goalkeeper Courtois and finding the back of the net. In a mere 3 minutes, Li Mingyu had netted 2 goals, leveling the score for Barcelona. The fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, their emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. Shifting from despair to newfound hope, Li Mingyu's performance was akin to that of a warrior, prompting Barcelona supporters to rise in reverence. Messi and Griezmann, positioned closest, rushed over in a frenzy, tackling Li Mingyu to the ground in jubilant celebration. Modric, standing 3 meters behind, remained in a daze, his mind blank. The expressions on Real Madrid's players mirrored his own, bewildered by the sudden turn of events just 3 minutes into the second half. The two coaches on the sidelines experienced a dramatic contrast of emotions. Initially, Koeman bore a grave expression, yet after the fervent celebration, he nonchalantly returned to his seat, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. In stark contrast, Zidane's face, once hinting at a smile, turned to ice. His eyes blazed with fury. The two conceded goals were a catastrophic blow to the team's morale. The pre-match strategies laid out in the dressing room had become irrelevant, and the tide of the game had turned, plunging Real Madrid into a dire predicament. Football is unpredictable, despite a strong first half. A halftime break can provide the opposition with renewed vigor, while one's own form may falter, leading to astonishing comebacks. The most iconic example remains the 2005 Champions League final in Istanbul. Milan led Liverpool 3-0 at halftime, and everyone presumed victory was assured for Milan. Yet, the second half witnessed a miraculous turnaround as Liverpool, seemingly possessed, scored 3 goals within 6 minutes to equalize. The world was left in awe of that match, culminating in Liverpool triumphing in a penalty shootout, thanks to the extraordinary performance of goalkeeper Dudek. Today's scene mirrored that unforgettable Istanbul night as Li Mingyu, embodying a divine warrior, scored 2 rapid goals within 3 minutes of the second half, equalizing the match and leaving Real Madrid in disarray. Following the restart, Real Madrid appeared disoriented, while Barcelona, fueled by their momentum, began to aggressively reclaim possession in Real Madrid's half. However, the players from Real Madrid, displaying their tenacity, responded to Barcelona's fervent pressing with heightened aggression. The referee's whistle frequently interrupted the game as players from both sides were pulled down or tackled, leading to a fragmented match. This was where Real Madrid's experience shone through. Sensing Barcelona's rising momentum, they resorted to aggressive tactics, including fouls, to stifle the opponent's attack. In this physical contest, Barcelona's players began to lose their composure. What should have been an advantageous situation was effectively neutralized by Real Madrid's rugged approach. Koeman could no longer remain seated, pacing along the sidelines, furious at the sight of his players being brought down and vocally chastising the opposing team's blatant actions to the fourth official. Zidane mirrored this sentiment, rushing to the fourth official in indignation, demanding that the referee admonish Barcelona's players for their excessive physicality. The proximity of Koeman and Zidane allowed them to exchange barbs, escalating tensions until the fourth official had to summon the referee, who issued stern warnings to both coaches, urging them to temper their emotions or risk being sent to the stands with a red card. The referee's issuance of 6 yellow cards temporarily restored some semblance of calm on the field. Although the atmosphere had cooled, Barcelona's attacking wave had been quelled. Koeman, with a grim expression, initiated substitutions, withdrawing Pedri, who bore a yellow card, in favor of Wijnaldum, recently signed from Liverpool. Despite not fitting seamlessly into the team style, Wijnaldum was more than capable as a substitute, providing Barcelona with a new pivot in midfield. On the other side, Real Madrid's Cruz received a yellow card, leading to his replacement by Casemiro, while Carvajal stepped in for the carded Odriozola. On the field, players adorned with the yellow gem god card included Li Mingyu and Fati for Barcelona, while Luka Modric and Haaland represented Real Madrid. Modric received his card for fouling Li Mingyu from behind, whereas Haaland was penalized for celebrating his goal in the first half by removing his jersey. The deadlock persisted until the 75th minute of the second half. During this period, Haaland had been virtually ineffective in Barcelona's defensive half, failing to register a single shot on goal throughout 30 minutes. Wijnaldum's advance was intercepted by Casemiro in midfield, who promptly delivered the ball to Modric's feet. Faced with the approaching De Jong, Modric simply stepped on the ball, allowing De Jong to rush harmlessly past him. This deceptively simple act showcased Modric's exceptional football intelligence, illustrating that sometimes the most effective dribbling does not require flamboyance, but rather a return to simplicity. After evading De Jong, Modric executed a precise through ball that sliced between 2 defenders, landing perfectly at Haaland's feet, who had successfully evaded the offside trap. Overjoyed by this opportunity, Haaland controlled the ball near the penalty spot, aiming to slot it past the on-rushing Ter Stegen with a deft touch intended to slip it through his legs. However, Ter Stegen reacted swiftly, closing his legs just in time, causing the ball to strike his left heel and bounce high behind him. Realizing he had made contact, Ter Stegen quickly turned to retrieve the situation. Despite the deflection, the ball continued its trajectory toward the goal. As Ter Stegen half-knelt, he hastily scrambled to his feet, rushing toward the goal, while Haaland, seeing the ball still heading toward the net, sprinted to intervene before Ter Stegen could reach it. The ball, having struck Ter Stegen's heel, veered toward the right side of the goal, while Haaland's momentum carried him toward the left. To make contact before Ter Stegen, he needed to maneuver around the goalkeeper. Despite Ter Stegen's clumsy recovery, his height and reach ensured he would likely intercept the ball first. Frustrated by his inability to seize opportunities in the second half, Haaland had given his all, only to be thwarted by Ter Stegen. As Ter Stegen prepared to intercept the ball, Haaland, in a moment of desperation, launched himself forward with urgency. In a stunning moment, the ball, having been deflected, accelerated and found its way into the back of Barcelona's net. Haaland, having fallen to the ground, quickly regained his footing, celebrating exuberantly despite his disheveled state. Yet Ter Stegen, on the ground, gestured animatedly, claiming Haaland had handled the ball. Rising, Ter Stegen vigorously insisted that Haaland had used his hand to score. The referee did not immediately validate the goal, but sought the assistant referee's counsel, who, after a moment of contemplation, admitted he had not seen the incident clearly. Given the significance of the match, which could influence the La Liga title, no one was willing to make a hasty judgment. The referee nodded and proceeded to consult the video assistant referee. The assistant indicated that a review was warranted. The referee drew a square in the air, signaling his intent to view the replay. Meanwhile, Haaland's celebratory demeanor turned somber, his earlier bravado fading. The Barcelona fans erupted in a chorus of boos. Anxiously, Haaland glanced toward the referee, who had taken to the video area, donned headphones, and began reviewing the slow-motion footage. The replay revealed the ball had indeed struck Ter Stegen's heel, altering its path. Both Haaland and Ter Stegen reacted swiftly, racing toward the ball, with Ter Stegen positioned closer to make the first contact. In a moment of desperation, Haaland flung himself forward, attempting to reach the ball before Ter Stegen could. The slow-motion replay meticulously captured the sequence of events. Although Haaland arrived first, Ter Stegen had the advantage of using his hands, while Haaland could only employ his head. The difference was glaring. Just as Ter Stegen was about to make contact, an inadvertent hand from Haaland brushed the ball, causing it to accelerate toward the goal. Ter Stegen reached out, but missed entirely. The referee attentively reviewed the footage again, confirming Haaland's handball infraction. As he lowered the headphones, all eyes turned toward him, including a visibly anxious Haaland. The referee first drew a square in the air, then signaled the goal as invalid, raising his right hand high and striking his left arm, indicating a handball offense. Haaland's expression darkened, frustration boiling over as he gestured angrily at the referee. Yet the situation escalated further when the referee approached Haaland, producing a yellow gem god card from his pocket and displaying it to him. Haaland was taken aback, aware that another card would see him sent off. Real Madrid's players rushed to plead for leniency from the referee, yet he remained resolute. From his shorts pocket, he produced a red gem promotion card, brandishing it at Haaland before dismissively gesturing toward the tunnel, signaling it was time for him to depart. Haaland felt a surge of indignation. Ramos clasped his hands, imploring the referee for leniency, arguing that Haaland's handball was unintentional. The main referee's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Goodness, that handball was unintentional. What kind of play would be deemed intentional? The referee waved his hand, signaling the players of Real Madrid to clear the field and urging Haaland to exit promptly, as the match needed to continue without this distraction. Haaland, gritting his teeth in frustration, stormed off the pitch with a pallid face. As he brushed past Zidane, the latter patted him on the back with a resigned expression. What had he done? He was a superstar chosen by the club, and it was up to them to soothe his ruffled feathers. In the league, facing Barcelona twice, Haaland had been sent off both times. Despite scoring 3 goals across those matches and showcasing remarkable performance, he had received 2 red upgrade cards, which was utterly absurd. For the next 10 minutes, Real Madrid would have to contend with 10 players against 11. Zidane substituted Madrid for a defender to bolster their defense. Victory was no longer his aim. Merely securing a draw would be a fortunate outcome. In the ensuing minutes, Barcelona unleashed a relentless barrage upon Real Madrid's goal. Every second, the possibility of a collapse loomed over the Madrid defense. In the 80th minute, Messi skillfully maneuvered past defenders and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. Courtois, seemingly touched by divine intervention, leaped and deflected the ball away. 3 minutes later, Barcelona struck again. After a splendid 1-2 with Li Mingyu, Messi received a backheel pass, and Griezmann, amidst the crowd, aimed for the goal but was narrowly thwarted by Courtois' toes, sending the ball out for a corner. In the 85th minute, upon receiving a pass from Li Mingyu, Messi executed a series of intricate cuts inside. The Real Madrid players hesitated to challenge him, but as Messi prepared to penetrate the box, Ramos, feeling helpless, resorted to bringing him down. Ramos was promptly awarded a yellow gem card, while Barcelona earned a prime free kick opportunity. Li Mingyu stood behind the ball, retreating nearly 15 meters. Real Madrid formed a wall of 6 players. Ramos, gritting his teeth, urged his teammates not to succumb to fear, emphasizing that even if struck by the ball, they could not allow Li Mingyu's free kick to find its mark. The players in the wall, though gripped by terror, understood the stakes. Allowing Li Mingyu to score would essentially deny Real Madrid any chance at the La Liga title. They could not permit such an outcome. The line drawn by the referee's spray had been trampled underfoot by the wall, yet despite their fears, they steeled themselves to block the impending shot. Li Mingyu stood expressionless, awaiting the referee's whistle. The referee demanded twice that the wall step back, but as soon as they complied, they stealthily edged forward again. With no recourse, the referee feigned ignorance and blew the whistle. Li Mingyu's expression sharpened as he adjusted his pace, quickening his steps. Observing his increasing speed, the Real Madrid wall bore expressions of grim determination, their fierce demeanor eliciting sympathy. Soon, Li Mingyu reached the ball and struck it with force. The ball surged toward the gap in the wall. With 6 players forming a barrier, all angles were effectively blocked, leaving Li Mingyu no choice but to rely on brute strength to breach the defense. However, the players of Real Madrid did not flinch, facing Li Mingyu's powerful free kick. They leapt with gritted teeth, shielding their faces and groins, resolutely using their bodies to contest the strike. A dull thud echoed as the ball struck the wall, soaring high over the crossbar. Courtois, positioned at the goal, exhaled deeply, his visage reflecting relief at having escaped disaster. Ramos, in the wall, grimaced in pain, clutching his arm, drenched in sweat. The ball had struck Ramos's right arm, feeling like a heavy blow from an iron rod. The team doctor rushed over to assess Ramos, confirming that the impact was a mere bruise, with no dislocation or sprain, alleviating the doctor's concerns. Meanwhile, Barcelona players vociferously protested to the referee about Ramos's handball, but the referee remained unmoved. Ramos's arm had not strayed from his body and was firmly pressed against his chest. Thus, it was deemed part of his body, negating any handball infraction. In the 93rd minute, as Messi's long-range shot glided past the goal, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. Ultimately, the Spanish National Derby ended in a 3-3 draw at Barcelona's home ground. Chapter 163. The Champions League ignites anew. The Christmas tree formation unleashed after 27 rounds of La Liga. Barcelona maintained a 4-point lead at the top of the table, while Real Madrid remained in contention for the championship title. With 11 rounds left, anything was still possible. Following the league's conclusion, the European battles resumed. The second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals proceeded methodically in midweek. On the first match day, disheartening news emerged. Real Madrid had drawn 0-0 at home against Bayern Munich, resulting in a 1-2 aggregate elimination. Since the departure of Ronaldo, Real Madrid's performance in the Champions League had become indistinguishable from Barcelona's, both teams struggling. In the waning moments of the match, Haaland maliciously retaliated against an opposing player, receiving a red upgrade card from the referee, who sent him to the locker room to cool off. Emotions ran high for Real Madrid in the second half. During a corner kick opportunity, Ramos charged into the opponent's penalty area and elbowed an opposing player, earning yet another red upgrade card from the referee. Following this match, nearly all media outlets lambasted Real Madrid for their conduct, tarnishing the image of their white jerseys. Adding insult to injury, in a concurrent match, Juventus, visiting the Estadio de Luz, dispelled the shadows of their previous game, with Ronaldo showcasing his prowess by scoring a hat-trick, leading Juventus to a resounding 4-0 victory over Benfica and advancing to the semi-finals with a 4-2 aggregate. They would face Bayern Munich for a spot in the final. The irony of Real Madrid's elimination coinciding with Ronaldo's success in propelling Juventus forward was not lost on anyone. Once again, Real Madrid's fans directed their ire at President Florentino Perez. The departure of Ronaldo has not merely diminished the attention surrounding Real Madrid. More significantly, without him, the club has struggled to even reach the finals of the Champions League. Following Ronaldo's exit, Hazard arrived, donning the iconic number 7 jersey. Yet his fragility has rendered him incapable of assisting the team, despite being the captain of the formidable Belgian national team. This season, the 2020 Golden Boy winner Haaland joined Real Madrid. Although he has showcased extraordinary individual prowess and scored prolifically, his tempestuous temperament and flamboyant personality have made him less than favored among his teammates. In direct encounters with the 2021 Golden Boy winner Li Mingyu, Haaland has consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Their elimination in the quarterfinals subjected Haaland to intense scrutiny from the Madrid press, as he remained virtually invisible during the match, registering only a feeble shot on goal, which resulted in the lowest rating of the game. Speculation arises that the team's malaise, along with Haaland's personal struggles, may be significantly linked to the recent El Clasico, which, though ending in a draw, psychologically devastated Real Madrid, particularly for Haaland, who faced Li Mingyu twice in the league. He received 2 red cards and was thoroughly outperformed statistically. Initially, Haaland had dismissed Li Mingyu as a rival, seeking merely to establish himself on a grand stage, only to unexpectedly encounter a formidable adversary. Indeed, in Haaland's mind, Li Mingyu has become an archenemy, a psychological burden that will persist unless he can triumph over Li at least once. As the second match day arrives, today marks the second leg of the quarterfinals between two groups. In the previous match, Barcelona triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain with a score of 2-1, while the latter star player, Mbappé, received a direct red card. Consequently, Mbappe's suspension leaves Paris Saint-Germain to field a 4-3-3 formation, with Costa Rican goalkeeper Navas, captained by Kimpembe, alongside Marquinhos, Florenzi, and Diallo in defense. The midfield comprises Paredes, Herrera, and Verratti, while the attacking trio features Icardi at center, with Di Maria on the right and Neymar on the left. This formation boasts formidable offensive potential, yet its vulnerability lies in the midfield and defense. Should Paris Saint-Germain fail to penetrate Barcelona's defenses, they may face immense pressure during counterattacks. A silver lining for Paris Saint-Germain is that Barcelona's players are fatigued from their recent El Clasico, which drained their energy. Additionally, Busquets is sidelined due to muscle strain, and Piqué is unable to play due to a minor ankle sprain sustained in the previous match. The absence of these two defensive stalwarts further exacerbates Barcelona's already porous defense. Today, Koeman has opted for a cautious approach, deploying a 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation, pioneered by the renowned Italian coach Capello. This setup features 4 defenders, 3 defensive midfielders, 2 attacking midfielders, and a lone forward. The formation's strength lies in its defensive solidity, as the midfield provides ample support without sacrificing defensive personnel. However, its primary drawback is the reliance on the fullbacks for attacking width, necessitating highly mobile midfielders to cover the flanks. Capello's successful implementation of this formation at AC Milan was facilitated by the presence of world-class defenders like Maldini and Nesta, alongside the tireless Gattuso in midfield. This match poses a significant challenge for Barcelona, as Paris Saint-Germain, despite their 1-2 defeat in the previous encounter, possesses the invaluable away goal. If Paris Saint-Germain can secure a 1-0 victory, they will advance on the strength of that away goal. The absence of 2 core defensive players leaves Koeman feeling uncertain, compelling him to deploy this rarely used formation. The goalkeeper is Ter Stegen, with a defensive line of Mingueza, Lenglet, Alba, and Eric Garcia. Among these defenders, only Alba is 33, while the others, including the 26-year-old Lenglet, 23-year-old Mingueza, and 21-year-old Eric Garcia, comprise a notably youthful backline. The 3 midfielders consist of De Jong centrally, with Pedri and Wijnaldum on the flanks, both of whom are in their early 20s. The attacking midfielders are Li Mingyu and Messi, with Griezmann leading the line. The absence of Busquets and Piqué renders Barcelona's youthful squad even younger. At 2100 hours on Wednesday evening, the highly anticipated Champions League quarter-final at Camp Nou commences. Simultaneously, last season's Serie A champions, Inter Milan, visit the Etihad Stadium, home of last season's Premier League champions, Manchester City. In the first leg, Inter Milan managed a 0-0 draw at home against the Sky Blues. Arriving at the Blue Moon's grounds, Inter Milan is acutely aware of the challenge ahead. With the referee's whistle, both matches begin. Returning to Paris Saint-Germain's home ground, Parc des Princes, the host receives an encouraging message. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Parc des Princes and received the legendary talent of PSG star George Weah, the Black Lightning. Known as the Black Lightning, Weah was renowned for his electrifying pace on the pitch. A figure of unparalleled legend in the football world, he transitioned from athlete to president of his home country. Such a remarkable narrative could easily serve as the plot for a novel. In 2017, Weah became the 25th president of Liberia. During his playing days, he was among the most formidable players of his era, having won both the Ballon d'Or and FIFA World Player of the Year in 1995. His only professional regret lies in never having participated in a World Cup, as Liberia, despite producing a player of Weah's caliber, remains a minor football nation in Africa. Li Mingyu glanced at his attributes. His speed had reached an impressive 95/99. The Black Lightning talent of Weah had granted him a slight enhancement in this regard. One must not underestimate this increment, for it signifies a qualitative transformation for Li Mingyu. The leap from 89 to 90 is a profound change, as is the transition from 94 to 95. Upon reaching the threshold of 95, each additional point signifies a further qualitative shift for the player. Li Mingyu felt his legs become remarkably lighter. Paris Saint-Germain kicked off first, observing Barcelona's meticulously organized defensive formation. The players from Paris Saint-Germain found themselves at a loss as to how to proceed. Koeman is a coach who highly values practicality. He does not allow notions of a team's dignity or honor to cloud his judgment. Given the current shortage of personnel, this Christmas tree formation is an optimal choice for Barcelona, who are already a goal ahead. Icardi of Paris Saint-Germain was making his first Champions League start of the season. As he faced the Barcelona team, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his eyes. Icardi hails from Barcelona's La Masia training camp, and Messi, a key player for Barcelona, is also his teammate on the Argentine national team. Ultimately, due to a stylistic mismatch with Barcelona, he departed and returned to his other homeland, Italy. As a dual national of Italy and Argentina, he ultimately chose to represent Argentina. Icardi possesses a comprehensive skill set as a pure striker. He has found himself relegated to the role of a substitute for Mbappé at Paris Saint-Germain. However, with Mbappé suspended today, he has been afforded a golden opportunity. This match is Icardi's chance to prove himself. Moreover, a more favorable piece of news for him is that Mbappé has decided to leave Paris Saint-Germain. If the club does not seek a replacement striker, the position of primary forward next season will undoubtedly belong to Icardi. As Icardi advanced with the ball, He was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by De Jong. The referee's whistle pierced the air, met with a cacophony of boos from the Parc des Princes. Sitting on the ground, Icardi looked up at De Jong, who was retreating with a sense of helplessness. De Jong's action was a clear message to Paris Saint-Germain. Barcelona's attitude today is resolute. This was the second foul committed by Barcelona. The first occurred at the outset when Neymar was halted in his tracks by Li Mingyu's persistent challenges. Nevertheless, the referee merely issued verbal warnings and refrained from brandishing a card. With these two fouls, Barcelona signaled to Paris Saint-Germain that they should refrain from encroaching upon their half. Barcelona's defensive line quickly retreated, leaving only Griezmann roaming near the center circle. Behind him, Messi and Li Mingyu maintained an impeccable distance, poised to execute a three-man press. The trio of defensive midfielders formed an impenetrable barrier, thwarting any attempts by Paris Saint-Germain to penetrate. Today, Barcelona's formation exudes a vintage charm. In light of the absence of two key defenders, Koeman has resorted to a Christmas tree formation, once popular in Italy. The interception capabilities of the three defensive midfielders severely restricted Paris Saint-Germain's offensive maneuvers. Neymar's ball control was consistently challenged by at least two defenders, giving the impression that Barcelona had an overwhelming numerical advantage on the pitch. Disaster struck for Icardi as he lost possession of the ball, prompting a swift counterattack from Barcelona. Alba seized the ball and advanced rapidly down the flank. He passed to Li Mingyu, who executed a brilliant feint, leaving Verratti grasping at air. This exquisite display of off-the-ball movement showcased Li Mingyu's football intelligence. Continuing his run, Li Mingyu's pace was electric as he evaded one defender after another. Was he about to shoot? No, he opted to pass instead, delivering a stunning through ball that sliced through the Paris Saint-Germain defense. Messi timed his run perfectly, evading an offside trap, and with a deft touch, he rounded the goalkeeper Navas and scored. Chapter 164. The Angel's Descent. Di Maria's eruption, the Parc des Princes fell into an eerie silence, akin to a graveyard. The spectators could scarcely believe their eyes. Within less than 10 minutes of the match's commencement, Barcelona's first counterattack had breached the Paris Saint-Germain goal. Was it truly that simple? De Jong's interception, Albausch repeated France. A pass to Li Mingyu, who then evaded two defenders before threading a ball to Messi. All of this transpired in under 10 seconds. 1 o'clock. With an aggregate score of 3-1, and the away goal had leveled the playing field. This goal lifted a tremendous weight from Koeman's shoulders. Indeed, Li Mingyu and Messi remained Barcelona's most trustworthy duo. The clean and decisive goal pushed Paris Saint-Germain closer to the precipice. Paris Saint-Germain's coach, Pochettino, seethed with rage, pacing the sidelines and shouting, though it was unclear whom he was addressing. Meanwhile, Icardi, still lingering in Barcelona's half, appeared utterly bewildered. What has happened? He had merely been dispossessed, yet somehow a goal was scored. Was he to bear the blame for this? With a 2-goal lead, the mood within the Barcelona camp lightened considerably. After the restart, their defensive demeanor became even more audacious, as their formation pressed slightly forward. The two teams engaged in a fierce tussle in midfield. A whistle blew, and Neymar collapsed to the ground in dramatic fashion. Li Mingyu stood nearby, wearing an expression of innocence. While he had indeed made contact with Neymar's lower leg, he had already pulled back, observing Neymar rolling on the ground. One might have thought Li Mingyu had broken his leg. The referee, exasperated, approached the writhing Neymar, issuing a stern verbal warning to Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu refrained from arguing, merely shrugging his shoulders in resignation. After a brief period of rolling about, Neymar, seeing that the referee showed no intention of issuing a card, sat up to complain. He insisted that Li Mingyu had kicked him from behind, a perilous act that warranted punishment. However, the referee dismissed him, signaling for him to rise and not waste time. Grumbling, Neymar stood up, feigning a rub of his lower leg, grimacing as he walked away. Yet, only a few steps later, he appeared fully recovered. The referee, observing Neymar's retreating figure, thought to himself, let the theatrics continue. Indeed, many officials held a less than favorable view of Neymar. Not only was he known to fall easily, but he also frequently tumbled several times in a single match. While many fouls against him were indeed legitimate, countless times, Neymar had feigned contact. Much like the tale of the boy who cried wolf, after so many falls, the referees had grown skeptical. Today, Paris Saint-Germain's formation places significant emphasis on the flanks, with Neymar and Di Mar playing crucial roles. However, from the outset until now, Di Maria has scarcely touched the ball. For the weekend's League One match, Pochettino intentionally rested Di Maria to ensure he could perform at his peak in this Champions League encounter. Initially, Di Maria's movements were lackluster, allowing Barcelona's defenders to overlook his presence. As Barcelona aggressively pressed, Paris Saint-Germain found it challenging to advance the ball and resorted to passing it back. Barcelona's formation continued to push forward. Had Capello been at the helm for Barcelona, he would have vociferously instructed his players to refrain from pressing too high. This Christmas tree formation is fundamentally defensive, requiring seamless coordination between the midfield and defense. Reckless forward movements could lead to disconnection between the back line and midfield, with advancing wingbacks potentially exposing gaps for the opponents to exploit. Nonetheless, this lineup is not Barcelona's standard arrangement. The team, accustomed to pressing high, has undergone slight modifications. Alba has positioned himself slightly higher, unaware that Di Maria stealthily lurks behind him. As Paris Saint-Germain's passing increasingly retreated, the ball ultimately found its way to goalkeeper Navas. Griezmann, Messi, and Li Mingyu formed a triangle, attempting to press in the attacking third. However, given the numerical superiority of Paris Saint-Germain's defense, Navas effortlessly passed the ball to the retreating Paredes. Following these two passes, Barcelona's defensive line was nearly at the center circle. Behind Paredes, De Jong closely tracked him, an unusual predicament for a defensive midfielder. Aware of the presence behind him, Paredes opted not to stop or turn, but rather return the ball to Navas. At this moment, Navas possessed the clearest view on the field, spotting the onrushing Di Maria. Due to the relentless pressing and passing, Barcelona's players fixated on the ball, eager to intercept and initiate an attack. The entire defensive line overlooked the ever-elusive Di Maria. Upon receiving Paredes' return pass, Navas played a long ball that soared across half the field, landing directly in front of Di Maria. In that instant, Di Maria seemed to be possessed by an angel, striding purposefully toward the ball, while the nearest defender was a good 5 or 6 meters away. Mingueza and Lenglet sprinted back frantically, with Mingueza angling towards Di Maria and Lenglet keeping an eye on the advancing Icardi and Neymar. Alba, upon witnessing the pass, turned in horror, realizing that Di Maria had appeared behind him. There was no time for regret as Alba desperately pursued. Di Maria deftly flicked the ball forward, contemplating his next move while assessing the situation in the center. Mingueza quickly closed in on Di Maria's side. With a graceful stop, Di Maria skillfully nudged the ball with his left foot, causing Mingueza to careen towards the byline. Di Maria cut inside, creating an angle for a shot. Lenglet rushed forward, attempting to block Di Maria's shooting path. To everyone's surprise, Di Maria feigned once more, deftly flicking the ball with his left foot and surging forward. Entering the penalty area, he faced the goalkeeper, Ter Stegen. It was a one-on-one opportunity. Ter Stegen stood within the 6-yard box, arms outstretched, attempting to cover the near post while fixating on Di Maria to gauge his shooting direction. Di Maria lifted his right foot, pushing the ball toward the center. Ter Stegen realized too late that it was a pass. He lunged forward, attempting to intercept the ball, but the speed was too great and the ball had a slight diagonal trajectory. Icardi appeared in the path of the ball, and with the goal gaping, he made no mistake. 1-1, Paris Saint-Germain equalized. The Parc des Princes erupted into a joyful sea of celebration. After scoring, Icardi dashed into the net, cradling the ball, exchanging a high five with the approaching Di Maria before swiftly returning to the center circle. After all, Paris Saint-Germain still trailed on aggregate, and it was not yet time to celebrate. This goal left Koeman, observing from the sidelines, visibly dismayed, aware that it marked a tactical failure. The formation had seen little rehearsal during training, leaving many players unfamiliar with their positions. When the two fullbacks pushed up, it was imperative for the defensive midfielder to cover the gaps behind. Otherwise, as demonstrated, Alba's back was left exposed. Di Maria, astutely aware, had identified the gaps in the defense during the opening minutes of the match. Initially, Paris Saint-Germain's strategy focused on Neymar's side, successfully concealing Di Maria. When Barcelona's defense faltered, Di Maria revealed his hidden prowess, striking decisively at Barcelona's throat. A lethal blow. Though Mbappé was absent, Paris Saint-Germain's offensive capabilities remained formidable, with Icardi, Di Maria, and Neymar, each a top-tier attacker, able to seize any opportunity to secure victory. Following the restart, Barcelona refrained from hurriedly attacking, as Koeman had already advised them during Paris Saint-Germain's celebration to maintain possession and focus on high-percentage plays. With Paris Saint-Germain's momentum surging, Barcelona prepared to evade confrontation. Li Mingyu retreated to the midfield to assist in organizing the attack. Paris Saint-Germain's high pressing was relentless, forcing Barcelona to advance the ball incrementally. Numerous perilous lateral passes nearly led to interceptions by Paris Saint-Germain players, each instance eliciting gasps from the crowd at the Parc des Princes. In preparation for this match, Paris Saint-Germain had made ample arrangements. Just 4 days prior, they had willingly sacrificed a match against Lyon to ensure rest for several key players. Lyon's victory over a lackluster Paris Saint-Germain had propelled them to the top of Ligue 1, leading Paris Saint-Germain by a single point. Should Paris Saint-Germain triumph over Barcelona and advance to the Champions League semi-finals, the loss to Lyon would not seem as detrimental. Conversely, failing to eliminate Barcelona would be a significant loss for Paris Saint-Germain. It was evident that Paris Saint-Germain's physical condition surpassed that of Barcelona. Messi, Li Mingyu, and Griezmann have all played the entirety of 2 consecutive matches, resulting in considerable physical exertion. Moreover, Li Mingyu's form and physical condition are far from optimal at this venue, and the fatigue, coupled with the hostile away environment, presents a daunting challenge, as the opposing players are relentless. Barcelona finds itself in a precarious situation. Following Real Madrid's defeat to Bayern Munich yesterday, head coach Zidane vociferously criticized the Spanish Football Federation, labeling the officials responsible for scheduling as incompetent. Questioning the rationale behind placing such a crucial match as the Clásico between 2 quarterfinals of the Champions League. A grueling schedule of 3 high-intensity matches within a week is akin to a hellish ordeal for both Real Madrid and Barcelona, which has been orchestrated by the Spanish Football Federation itself. Should Barcelona fall to Paris Saint-Germain, the federation will bear significant responsibility. The relentless pressing from the Paris Saint-Germain players has made it exceedingly difficult for Barcelona's attack to thrive, yet paradoxically, it has also drained their own stamina considerably. By the 35th minute of the first half, the intensity of PSG's defense began to falter. When Li Mingyu retreated to receive the ball, he suddenly felt a sense of ease behind him. He did not allow himself to be complacent. After sending a quick back pass, he turned to glance back, noticing that Paredes, who had shadowed him closely, was now standing 3 meters away, failing to close the gap. A relaxed smile crept onto Li Mingyu's face, realizing that they, too, were fatigued. After all, one cannot expect humans to maintain such high-intensity pressing indefinitely. Li Mingyu beckoned for the ball once more, and De Jong obliged. Upon receiving the ball, Li Mingyu swiftly turned, a rare opportunity to carry the ball toward Paris Saint-Germain's direction in the past 10 minutes. He passed the ball to Alba on the flank, who was quickly supported by Wijnaldum. After learning from past mistakes, Alba had been cautious, hesitant to advance for fear of being caught out of position. But seeing Li Mingyu's signal emboldened him to contribute to the attack. The current formation of Barcelona emphasizes the significance of wing play, where the flanks are paramount, while the center is responsible for support and creating space. Li Mingyu surged forward to receive Alba's pass, finding himself approximately 40 meters from goal. As Verratti approached from the side, attempting to intercept the ball, Li Mingyu executed a deft pullback to evade the challenge. Just as he prepared to advance, he felt a tug on his jersey from behind. Despite the strong pull, he managed to break free, though he had lost control of the ball. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air. With the referee's whistle signaling a foul for PSG's pulling, Li Mingyu turned back in dissatisfaction, only to see Verratti staring at him, astonished. From the slow-motion replay, it was evident that after Li Mingyu had evaded Verratti, the latter had instinctively grabbed Li Mingyu's jersey. Astonishingly, Li Mingyu had only momentarily halted before breaking free. Verratti's excessive force nearly sent him tumbling backward. Fortunately, Paredes arrived quickly enough to regain control, or else Li Mingyu would have continued his advance, presenting a favorable opportunity for an attack, and the referee would not have called a foul, putting PSG in jeopardy. Verratti, bewildered, pondered what manner of creature Li Mingyu was, as he appeared not particularly robust, yet exhibited a strength akin to that of legendary players like Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo. The free kick was awarded. However, the position was less than ideal, approximately 40 meters from goal. Though within Li Mingyu's powerful free kick range, the success rate remained low. Much like Roberto Carlos, who scored only one truly remarkable long-distance free kick in his career, Li Mingyu discussed with Messi and decided to execute a set-piece play instead. A cluster of Barcelona players gathered at the edge of Paris Saint-Germain's penalty area, poised to contest for the header. Li Mingyu positioned himself within the box, ready to challenge for the aerial ball. This time, Messi took the free kick. The referee's whistle sounded, and Messi's left foot propelled the ball, sending it arcing beautifully toward the penalty spot. A flurry of bodies surged as players jostled for position within the box. Li Mingyu quickly assessed the trajectory, yet found himself separated from a ball by at least 3 defenders. Griezmann managed a desperate flick with his head, directing the ball straight up and down. The opposing goalkeeper, Navas, decisively charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to clear the ball. Messi stood ready to reclaim the ball and reinitiate the attack. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, intercepting the ball with his chest. The unexpected turn of events momentarily disoriented Messi, and by the time he regained his composure, he saw Icardi deftly nudging the ball past him. The astute Icardi had remained in midfield, never returning to his own penalty area for defense during the free kick, thus seizing this rare opportunity. However, 2 Barcelona defenders, Eric Garcia and Mingueza, stood as the last line of defense. Unfazed, Icardi expertly maneuvered the ball toward the flank, with Messi sprinting desperately in pursuit. Neymar and Di Maria also surged forward, primed for a potential pass. While Icardi's speed was not exceptional, it sufficed. Although Barcelona had 2 defenders in tow, Neymar's and Di Maria's rapid advances effectively balanced the numbers in the attack. Yet, Paris Saint-Germain's attacking formation was superior. If Icardi could deliver the ball to the right flank, allowing Neymar and Di Maria the opportunity to receive it, Barcelona's defense would likely crumble. However, Icardi had long been criticized for his limited vision and lack of team awareness, typical of a striker who had not learned to facilitate play. With his head down, Icardi charged forward, while Eric Garcia closed in, attempting to obstruct his path. Mingueza rapidly retreated, keeping an eye on the incoming Neymar and Di Maria from the opposite side. Behind Icardi stood Messi, and it appeared that if Icardi chose not to pass, he would soon find himself ensnared by 2 defenders. Unexpectedly, in a moment before Messi and Eric Garcia could close in, Icardi executed a splendid horizontal pass with his left foot, sending the ball into the center. Mingueza was taken aback as the ball emerged from the encirclement, prompting him to halt his retreat and sprint towards it. However, racing into the path of the ball was the swiftly advancing Neymar. Neymar seized the opportunity, deftly nudging the ball past Mingueza. Mingueza, wary of committing a foul, could do nothing but watch as Neymar sped by. Goalkeeper Ter Stegen, upon witnessing the unfolding play, dashed out of his goal, striding purposefully towards the edge of the penalty area. Neymar, having caught up to the ball just outside the penalty arc, spotted Ter Stegen 2 meters away, and a sly smile crept across his face. Ter Stegen, feeling a pang of anxiety, pressed on. In a split second, Neymar feigned a strike, prompting Ter Stegen to dive, expanding his defensive reach. Yet, Neymar's right foot rose high, descending gently to flick the ball beneath it. The ball, like a mischievous black and white sprite, soared over the despairing Ter Stegen's head. Ter Stegen could only reach out in vain as Neymar dashed past him, meeting the descending ball with a delicate touch from his right foot, turning away from the area with arms outstretched in celebration. The ball rolled languidly towards a goal, ultimately crossing the line. The fans at Parc des Princes were ecstatic, deeming Neymar's audacious display utterly magnificent. With just 40 minutes elapsed in the first half, Paris Saint-Germain had turned the score to 2-1, remarkably gaining the lead. The aggregate score now stood at 3-3, with both teams having secured an away goal, placing them on equal footing. This goal ignited wild jubilation among the Paris Saint-Germain players, especially following their previous loss of 1-2 and the suspension of their star striker, Kylian Mbappé. The future appeared bleak for Paris Saint-Germain, which was one of the reasons Barcelona opted to fully commit to the league. However, to everyone's surprise, Paris Saint-Germain showcased a fervent desire to win in the first half. Barcelona, disoriented, struggled to regain composure. After the restart, Barcelona, unable to hold back, wasted time until the final moment. With the referee's whistle, the first half concluded, and the Barcelona players exited the field with heads bowed, having encountered significant tactical issues. Upon returning to the locker room, Koeman candidly stated that the team's passivity in the first half was entirely his fault due to miscalculations in his lineup. He instructed the players to revert to their previous formation for the second half. Eric Garcia, Lenglet, and Mingueza were tasked with anchoring the defense. De Jong and Wijnaldum were a partner as defensive midfielders, with the latter facing a heavier workload. The wings were entrusted to Alba and Pedri, who were expected to exploit the flanks and create openings against Paris. Li was to remain in the attacking midfield position, and Koeman urged him to elevate his performance. Messi and Griezmann were paired as forwards, with Messi instructed to assist Li and ensure no opportunities were granted to the opposition. Koeman restructured the formation, returning to the previously effective 3-5-2 setup. This formation balanced offense and defense, although it was Wijnaldum's first time assuming a defensive midfield role at Barcelona, leaving uncertainty about his adaptability. The 15-minute break passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the pitch. Barcelona made no substitutions, yet their pre-kickoff positioning hinted at a shift. Koeman finally recognized his errors from the first half. It had been perplexing why he had employed an antiquated Christmas tree formation, which allowed the opponent to equalize. Fortunately, he had regained clarity. Had he persisted with the Christmas tree, Barcelona's Champions League campaign might have ended there. However, it was uncertain whether Wijnaldum could fortify Barcelona's midfield. Observing from the sidelines, Pochettino furrowed his brow at Koeman on the Barcelona bench, noting the tactical shift. After kickoff, Li Mingyu received a return pass from Messi, initiating Barcelona's first assault of the second half. The familiar formation and movements brought a wave of relief to the Barcelona players. This was the rhythm that belonged to Barcelona. Each of Li Mingyu's passes and runs felt seamless, reminiscent of their training sessions. Initially, Paris Saint-Germain's defensive intensity remained formidable. Yet against a Barcelona side reverting to its familiar formation, such aggression held little significance. Rapid passing revived the familiar sounds of the field, and Paris Saint-Germain's players sensed a jolt of alarm. It was as if they were facing an entirely different Barcelona compared to the first half. Unbeknownst to them, Barcelona had begun to draw Paris Saint-Germain's formation further forward. Sensing danger, Pochettino was about to shout when he saw Li Mingyu, after receiving a pass from De Jong, use the inside of his right foot to sweep the ball to Pedri on the wing. Using Verratti as a pivot, he executed a graceful turn, shielding Verratti behind him. After receiving the ball, Pedri did not pause, but pushed it toward Li Mingyu's advancing position. In perfect synchrony, Li Mingyu extended his foot, controlling the incoming ball with finesse. The clarion call for Barcelona's attack had sounded. Pochettino's apprehension grew as he realized his team's formation had been stretched thin. Verratti found himself in the opponent's half, while his team's defensive line was a staggering 30 meters away. The midfield and defense were entirely disconnected. Li Mingyu swiftly released the ball to Alba on the flank. Unmarked, Alba surged down the wing like a galloping steed. Li Mingyu charged forward from the center, compelling Paris Saint-Germain's defense to retreat. Both Li Mingyu and Messi pressed on against the defensive line, with Paris Saint-Germain's midfielders trailing behind. Faced with Florenzi's advance, Alba opted not to take on the defender alone, instead passing the ball to Li Mingyu. After receiving the ball, Li Mingyu drew the attention of the defenders and executed a precise push with the arch of his foot. Alba surged forward at high speed, evading the challenge of the fullback and driving towards the byline. Glancing at the defensive setup in the center, Alba delivered a sweeping pass with his left foot into the middle. Griezmann, in the center, threw himself forward in an attempt to connect with the ball, only to watch in dismay as it slid mere centimeters past his toes. Before the players of Paris Saint-Germain could catch their breath, Navas, with a look of terror, frantically shifted to his left. At the back post, the unmarked Messi appeared as if descending from the heavens, meeting the incoming ball with a deft touch from his golden left foot. Navas, exerting every ounce of his strength, lunged toward the ball, but both he and the ball cascaded into the net. The Prince Park Stadium fell into a hushed silence once more. This goal, originating from midfield, unfolded seamlessly, with each player executing their role without hesitation. Alba, confronted with defensive pressure, chose not to attempt a solo breakthrough, but instead passed to Li Mingyu before continuing his forward run. Li Mingyu's pass was impeccably timed, allowing Alba to effortlessly shake off the fullback's defense and deliver a pressure-free cross. Griezmann, acting as a perfect decoy in the center, drew the attention of the PSG defenders entirely to the middle, leaving the back post completely exposed. Messi's appearance at that position was akin to a divine intervention, essentially sealing PSG's fate. In the 60th minute of the second half, Barcelona equalized the score at 2-2, yet the aggregate score stood at 4-3, with Barcelona holding an away goal advantage. For PSG to eliminate Barcelona, they needed at least 2 goals while ensuring that Barcelona did not score again. This goal pushed PSG who had labored tirelessly throughout the match, precariously close to the brink. Within 30 minutes, they required 2 goals while simultaneously preventing Barcelona from scoring. If this were the first half, PSG might have felt hopeful, but Barcelona in the second half had returned to their invincible form. A glimmer of despair flickered across the faces of PSG's players. The most terrifying scenario is not despair itself, but the cruel twist of hope followed by despair. Although only 60 minutes had elapsed, it was evident that Di Maria was struggling with fatigue. The match had primarily relied on the dribbling attacks of Di Maria and Neymar on the flanks, pulling at Barcelona's defense, resulting in significant energy expenditure for both. Upon resuming play, Barcelona continued their suffocating high press, leaving PSG's midfield and forward line powerless to resist. PSG players found themselves repeatedly passing the ball backward, while Barcelona's defense shadowed them closely, pressing right up to the edge of PSG's penalty area. PSG's players were forced to pass back and forth near the goal line, creating precarious situations. Several back passes to the goalkeeper sent shivers through the crowd. Their forward trio was rendered incapable of returning to receive the ball. Neymar, Icardi, and Di Maria could only stand at midfield, slowly moving to regain their breath. Yet, PSG's defense and midfield were unable to distribute the ball, ultimately resorting to a desperate long kick forward. However, the exhausted forwards could not control such a pass. The ball returned to Barcelona's possession, and their relentless defense smothered PSG, leaving them gasping for air. As the ball found its way to Barcelona's feet, PSG players inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Although possession had shifted, it seemed as if the match had become easier for PSG. They merely needed to defend. Unlike before, when they faced the constant threat of being counterattacked, the psychological burden had eased significantly. Barcelona's lineup had effectively trapped PSG, and their 3 forwards had lost their defensive capabilities. Even Neymar lacked the urgency he had shown in the first half, when he had sought to outshine Li Mingyu. This is the core reason PSG has struggled in recent years, a lack of a proficient midfielder. While Mbappe and Neymar are formidable, they can often carry the attack against League One teams without the need for collective effort. However, in the Champions League, the intensity and awareness of defenses cannot be managed by a solitary effort. Neymar had scored a goal, yet the extensive dribbling and one-on-one encounters with Li Mingyu had drained his stamina. At this juncture, Li Mingyu remained effortlessly involved in Barcelona's attacks, while Neymar had begun to meander across the pitch. Without the obstruction of the 3 forwards, PSG felt as if they were down 3 men. Barcelona's offense quickly pressed upon PSG's goal. PSG's defense grew increasingly cautious. A foul at this position was akin to conceding a penalty for Li Mingyu. Positioned 3 to 5 meters outside the penalty arc, he received a lateral pass from Messi. After passing, both Messi and Griezmann suddenly surged forward, and Li Mingyu feigned a pass. The PSG defensive line instinctively withdrew into the penalty area. Li Mingyu curled the ball with his right foot, arcing it into the small box. Griezmann, under close defensive scrutiny, managed to leap, but was still a distance away from the ball. However, astonishingly, the ball went untouched within the area, landing in the small box and bouncing off the inside of the post into PSG's net. Goalkeeper Navas appeared dazed. He had anticipated a pass and was prepared to defend against an aerial challenge, neglecting the ball's trajectory. He believed that if the ball were not headed, it would bounce out of play. Who could have predicted that the ball would find its way directly into PSG's goal after bouncing? Upon witnessing the goal, Li Mingyu was equally astonished. His intent had indeed been to pass, yet fortune had favored him unexpectedly. With arms raised high, he celebrated exuberantly. This goal utterly shattered the resolve of PSG's players. The PSG players in the penalty area sank to the ground in a daze, their eyes filled with bewilderment. PSG's owner is currently Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani of Qatar. With abundant financial resources, PSG has devoted years to assembling a super team. Despite their dominance in League One over recent years, the ultimate goal remains elusive. In the 11 years since the Qatari consortium took over, they have claimed 8 League One titles, exhibiting a formidable dominance that sets them apart from their rivals. However, in the UEFA Champions League, a competition they hold in high regard, Paris Saint-Germain reached the final for the first time in the 2019-2020 season, facing the German powerhouse Bayern Munich. Ultimately, Bayern Munich thwarted Paris Saint-Germain's aspirations. Despite the players of Paris Saint-Germain receiving exorbitant salaries and possessing some of the highest market values in the world, they have yet to grasp that coveted trophy. After the match resumed, the players of Paris Saint-Germain exhibited a drastic shift in their mindset, leading to increasingly aggressive actions on the field. During a breakthrough, Di Maria was dispossessed by Pedri, who cleanly poked the ball away from the side. In his eagerness to retrieve the ball and initiate an attack, Di Maria hurriedly attempted to pass the ball to his ball boy, inadvertently losing control. The ball rolled to Pedri's feet, who gleefully stepped on it, smirking at Di Maria. Infuriated, Di Maria charged at Pedri, shoving him in the chest, causing Pedri to fall to the ground. As Di Maria bent to pick up the ball, a cacophony of piercing whistles erupted. Just as he was about to take a throw-in, the referee approached him with a grave expression, pulling out a red card and gesturing towards Di Maria. Realization struck Di Maria as he glanced at the prostrate Pedri. Although Pedri did not writhe on the ground, Di Maria's earlier actions warranted his expulsion. The issuance of that red card shattered the remaining composure of the Paris Saint-Germain players. Following the restart, a scene unfolded that left Koeman aghast. As Li Mingyu advanced with the ball, Verratti executed a reckless challenge from behind, failing to even touch the ball and instead striking Li Mingyu's standing foot. Li Mingyu felt a sharp pain in his left ankle, cried out, and was sent sprawling to the ground. After rolling over, he lay on the pitch, clutching his ankle in agony, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Koeman's expression turned to one of despair. Disaster had struck. The Barcelona players, incensed like bulls, rushed to Li Mingyu's aid, with even the substitutes rising from the bench. Li Mingyu was well-liked among his teammates and often treated them to meals at his family's restaurant, akin to a younger brother in their eyes. Witnessing Li Mingyu brought down by such a malicious act incited their fury. Even goalkeeper Ter Stegen sprinted from his half to intervene. The atmosphere in the Parc des Princes descended into chaos, while the Paris Saint-Germain fans shamefully cheered as if celebrating Verratti's actions. All security personnel were mobilized, focusing on ensuring the fans in the stands did not exacerbate the situation. Standing on the sidelines, Koeman regretted not substituting Li Mingyu and Messi earlier, having underestimated Paris Saint-Germain's inability to accept defeat. The team physician, accompanied by an assistant, rushed onto the field as Li Mingyu lay on the ground. Several Barcelona staff formed a protective barrier around him to shield him from further altercations. The physician examined Li Mingyu's left ankle and inquired about his condition, but Li Mingyu was too pained to respond. That reckless challenge had struck him unprotected, directly impacting his support foot. This was not Camp Nou, where Li Mingyu's body had systematic protection. Nevertheless, he had previously acquired various healing items that could prove beneficial. Yet, in that moment, his mind was blank, unable to think clearly. Li Mingyu was carried off on a stretcher. The physician informed Koeman that there might be issues with Li Mingyu's Achilles tendon, suggesting he would likely miss the remainder of the season. The prospect of a season-ending injury felt like a blow to Koeman's heart. He instinctively clutched his chest, a grimace crossing his face. Cursed be Paris Saint-Germain, those brigands, dragging us down with them in defeat. Koeman envisioned the toll this season would take on Barcelona. The upcoming Copa del Rey match would surely have Real Madrid laughing. Would the league title slip away at the last moment, much like Atletico Madrid's misfortune the previous season? Without Li Mingyu, this team bore little resemblance to the formidable Barcelona of yore, and the prospect of reaching the Champions League final now seemed just as unattainable. As Koeman observed the ongoing turmoil on the field, he stood frozen like a statue. Eventually, with the assistance of security personnel, the players were finally separated. The instigator, Verratti, bore the brunt of the backlash, his face swollen and one eye resembling a panda's, with a broken nose. Almost all Barcelona players had engaged in the fray to some extent. The referee's face was a portrait of frost. Such egregious violence during a match he officiated was a calamity for his career. As he witnessed the furious Barcelona players, who looked ready to devour him, Verratti shrank back, escorted to the dressing room. However, he could not escape the consequences of his actions. Had it not been for regulations, the referee would have gladly issued him multiple red cards. After reviewing the incident, the referee presented a red card to both parties, expelling the two players most culpable for the violence. For Barcelona, it was Griezmann, who, despite being jestingly dubbed Li Mingyu's sycophant, regarded him as a worthy friend. In their private moments, they shared a strong bond. When Li Mingyu first arrived at Barcelona and had no vehicle, Griezmann would always drive him home before embarking on his own adventures. Upon witnessing the malicious foul against Li Mingyu, Griezmann exploded with rage, being the first to confront Verratti, delivering a punch that broke Verratti's nose. On the Paris Saint-Germain side, Captain Kimpembe was also expelled. He had rushed in to protect Verratti, but, upon witnessing the extent of Verratti's injuries, succumbed to his anger and joined the brawl. Both teams retreated to their respective halves. Barcelona, now a man down, saw Fatty replace Li Mingyu on the field, leaving them to contend with 10 players. Paris Saint-Germain found themselves in a state of utter despair, with Di Maria, Verratti, and Kimpembe all sent off, leaving the team with a mere 8 players on the field. The referee delivered a stern warning to both teams, instructing them that any retaliatory action, regardless of severity, would result in an immediate red card and a trip to the locker room. Perhaps intimidated by the referee's words, or perhaps because their minds had already drifted away from the game, the next 10 minutes passed in a remarkable calm. Barcelona players casually passed the ball around midfield, while the remaining Paris Saint-Germain players observed from a distance. Although this could be seen as a form of passive play, the referee welcomed it. Ultimately, the match concluded with the referee's whistle, resulting in a final score of 5-3, with Barcelona eliminating Paris Saint-Germain and advancing to the semifinals. Yet in this encounter, there were no victors. Barcelona's next opponent in the UEFA Champions League semifinals would be the victor of another match, where Manchester City triumphed over Inter Milan with a score of 2-0. The Premier League champions had bested the Serie A champions. However, the conclusion of this match marked not an end, but the beginning of a tempest of public outcry that would prove far more daunting. Chapter 167. The announcement of the European Super League, a tremor in the football world indeed. In the aftermath of this match, football media across Europe and the globe seized upon the image of Verratti's foul against Li Mingyu, elevating it to front-page headlines. In no time, Paris Saint-Germain and Verratti became the subjects of widespread condemnation. Numerous extreme Barcelona fans recorded proclamations from their homes, vowing to travel to Paris to confront Verratti. As a result, the Paris police found themselves on high alert. Many football legends publicly denounced Verratti's actions, asserting that he deserved to face criminal charges for a foul that could potentially ruin the career of an extraordinary talent, a prodigy unlike any other. Spain's national team coach, Enrique, spoke with red-rimmed eyes during an interview, expressing his outrage. For Enrique, the previous day's match had been nothing short of nightmare. Early that morning, Barcelona had officially announced that Li Mingyu would be sidelined for the season due to a ruptured Achilles tendon. The news of the injury sent Enrique into a frenzy, wishing he could storm to Paris with a knife to exact his vengeance upon Verratti, yet he knew such actions would not quell his anger. A ruptured Achilles tendon is a common injury for athletes, albeit one that entails a lengthy recovery. Fortunately, with the World Cup scheduled for November, Li Mingyu had ample time to recuperate. However, whether he could regain his previous form post-recovery remained an uncertainty. Many exceptionally gifted young talents have faded into obscurity following a significant injury. No one could ascertain if Li Mingyu would emerge from this ordeal unchanged. In the National Hospital of Barcelona, Li Mingyu lay in his hospital room, his mother Sonia by his side, tears streaming down her face as she held his hand. Beside her, Li Jinfei wore a grave expression. Andrew stood by the window, engaged in a quiet phone conversation. Li Mingyu smiled at his tearful mother and gently reassured her. "Mom, it's all right. It's just a minor injury. Once I have surgery, everything will be fine." Sonia, exasperated, playfully swatted his arm and replied, "A minor injury? It's a ruptured Achilles tendon. How painful that must be." Li Jinfei remained silent. After ending his call, Andrew approached with a look of discontent. "Li, those clubs that were eager to make an offer for you have all backed out. They claim the current economic climate does not justify the risk of your recovery," he stated. Li Mingyu's expression remained unchanged. It was a natural response. Andrew continued, "However, Manchester City has not retracted their interest and seem quite earnest. It appears they urgently need a midfielder following De Bruyne's announcement that he will not renew his contract." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyu shook his head. "I am still a player for Barcelona. I have 3 years remaining on my contract. I will not leave unless Barcelona decides to sell me." Sonia proudly interjected, "That's impossible. Even if Barcelona sold Messi, they would never part with my son." Andrew shook his head. "That may not be the case, my dear cousin." Sonia's expression shifted, and she turned to Andrew, asking, "Andrew, Do you know something we don't? Both Li Junfei and Li Mingyu looked at Andrew in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Andrew remarked, "You should be aware that Barcelona's financial situation is dire." Messi only stayed because he agreed to a significant pay cut. However, due to Li's injury, Barcelona's prospects this season are now uncertain, which will lead to substantial financial losses. Sonia, agitated, exclaimed, "What does this have to do with my son? He didn't injure himself on purpose. Are they really going to place the blame on him?" Li Mingyu grasped Sonia's hand tightly, attempting to comfort her. Andrew offered a rueful smile. "My dear cousin, the situation is not as straightforward as you believe. Barcelona sold off several players last season, but the funds they generated are but a drop in the bucket compared to their predicament. They urgently need a substantial influx of capital to alleviate their financial strain. Otherwise, they risk facing severe penalties from UEFA for violating financial fair play regulations." A glimmer of confusion crossed Sonia's face. "Financial fair play regulations?" Li Mingyu narrowed his eyes, saying, "Violating financial fair play regulations? Indeed, several clubs have faced UEFA sanctions for such violations. The penalties are harsh, involving hefty fines, and most devastatingly, the possibility of being barred from participating in next season's European competitions." Andrew nodded. "That's correct. I've heard that Barcelona's higher-ups are considering utilizing you as a bargaining chip to secure at least 300 million euros to address their deficit." Li Mingyu's lips curled into a bittersweet smile at this revelation. He shook his head and remarked, "If I could truly fetch 300 million euros for Barcelona, then I would be worth it." With that, Li Mingyu closed his eyes. Andrew and the others exchanged glances, all recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in their eyes. For Li Mingyu, leaving Barcelona was an inconceivable notion. Yet, if the club faced penalties due to financial issues, it could mean a year-long absence from the Champions League, exacerbating their financial woes. If his departure could provide Barcelona with the necessary funds, then perhaps a temporary exit might not be entirely out of the question. Suddenly, the smartphones of Andrew, Li Junfei, and Sonia emitted a distinctive chime simultaneously. What significant news could this be, prompting all three to receive the same notification? Andrew, holding his phone, swiftly swiped to unlock it, his mouth gradually agape with astonishment. Likewise, Li Junfei and Sonia retrieved their devices, their expressions mirroring disbelief. On April 23, 2022, a shocking event unfolded in European football. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, Tottenham, Arsenal, Inter Milan, AC Milan, and Juventus, 12 prestigious clubs from La Liga, the Premier League, and Serie A jointly announced a decision that sent shockwaves across the globe: the inception of the European Super League. Prior to this, there had been no inkling of such intentions in public discourse. The collective force of these 12 clubs possessed the potential to reverberate throughout the European football landscape. Yet, why this sudden revelation? This development holds profound implications for European football, even extending its significance to the global arena. UEFA and FIFA would undoubtedly oppose such a venture, viewing it as a direct challenge to their authority. Indeed, within 2 hours, UEFA, in conjunction with the FA, the Premier League, the Spanish Football Association, the Spanish League, the Italian Football Association, and the Italian League, swiftly issued a joint statement. All clubs participating in the European Super League would face bans from domestic leagues, European competitions, and international events, while players might be barred from representing their national teams. Furthermore, UEFA announced the cessation of the upcoming Champions League and Europa League semi-finals in response to the establishment of the European Super League. Notably, 3 of the 4 clubs in the Champions League semi-finals, apart from Bayern Munich, were among the 12 founding teams of the Super League. Initially, the European Super League was to feature 15 permanent founding clubs. However, Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain declined to join. The global pandemic of 2017 inflicted significant financial strain on numerous clubs. In their declaration, these clubs expressed a yearning for revenue. The pandemic exacerbated the instability of the current economic model in European football, prompting the creation of a new league. For many years, the founding clubs have strived to enhance the quality and intensity of European football, particularly aspiring to create a competition that allows the finest clubs and players to compete more frequently. The pandemic underscored the necessity for strategic foresight and commercial acumen to generate value, benefiting the entire football ecosystem. While the pandemic's impact was a primary catalyst for the Super League's birth, another crucial factor emerged. Both the top 5 leagues and the Champions League struggled to captivate audiences. Particularly in domestic leagues, the element of suspense had diminished. With the exception of the Premier League, other leagues predominantly showcased narratives of elite dominance. Juventus's 9 consecutive titles, Paris Saint-Germain's 8 League One championships in 11 years, and Bayern Munich's 8 consecutive Bundesliga victories exemplified this trend. In La Liga, Barcelona and Real Madrid monopolized the championship for nearly a decade, as domestic leagues increasingly found it challenging to attract fans through suspense. The broadcasting revenues of elite clubs face stagnation. Although the Champions League is touted as the pinnacle of European football, the proliferation of participating teams and the disparity in their abilities have diminished its commercial value. Conversely, the European Super League, comprising the elite clubs from the top 5 leagues, is poised to garner heightened attention and visibility due to its compelling matchups. More importantly, clubs participating in the European Super League would wield greater influence over scheduling and prize distribution, resulting in escalating financial benefits. According to estimates from the Times, permanent founding clubs could receive between $1.3 billion and $2.3 billion in prize money each season, whereas Liverpool, the Champions League title holder for the 2020-2021 season, earned $129 million in prize money. Originally, Florentino Perez, the chairman of Real Madrid and head of the Super League, intended to engage in a strategic standoff with UEFA that summer. However, the refusals of Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain, coupled with Barcelona president Joan Laporta's indiscretion, led to the premature disclosure of the Super League's plans, enabling UEFA to gain advance knowledge. Florentino was compelled to publicly unveil the initiative to garner broader attention. After all, high-stakes matches between formidable teams would undoubtedly thrill fans, ensuring robust support. With the backing of the fans, Florentino believed he had achieved considerable success. However, to their astonishment, it appeared that fans were not in favor. Following UEFA's awareness of the situation, they initiated countermeasures. Positioning themselves on a moral high ground, UEFA began to dissect the implications of the Super League. They viewed it as a quintessential instance of capital intervention aimed at subverting European football. JP Morgan Chase planned to invest $4.6 billion in the event, anticipating returns through broadcasting rights. The 15 founding clubs would share $3.1 billion in infrastructure funding, with each club potentially receiving between $89 million and $310 million. Nevertheless, the establishment of the Super League would inflict severe damage on smaller clubs, posing an existential threat. The Super League and the Champions League could not coexist. Without these 12 teams, both the Champions League and Europa League would lose their significance. The absence of these 12 teams would likely render Serie A, La Liga, and the Premier League of little interest to viewers. Thus, these 12 clubs sought to exert pressure through this approach. However, with Bayern Munich and Paris Saint-Germain opting not to join the Super League, UEFA found room for maneuver. The following day, UEFA's 55 member associations jointly issued a statement vehemently condemning the European Super League. The emergence of this so-called Super League threatened to deprive smaller clubs of any benefits. Conversely, if the Super League were to materialize, UEFA would be rendered powerless, and millions in annual subsidies could vanish. In light of these vested interests, nearly all criticisms coalesced around the newly formed Super League. Shortly after the statement's release, fans of the 12 clubs mobilized, brandishing banners in opposition to their club's participation in the so-called Super League outside stadiums. On that day, the 12 teams also had matches, and within the stadiums, fans displayed banners opposing the Super League, turning against their own clubs. The match between Leeds United and Liverpool garnered particular attention. Leeds players warmed up in specially designed shirts emblazoned with anti-Super League slogans. Following their 1-0 victory over Liverpool, Leeds United's official Twitter account mockingly derided the club's decision to join the European Super League. Chapter 168. Farewell, Barcelona. In the days that followed, many players from these 12 clubs participated in media interviews. Yet, nearly all expressed ignorance regarding the so-called Super League. Within the clubs, a growing sense of unease permeated the atmosphere. The plans for the European Super League have been shrouded in secrecy, even from executives within the clubs. One executive remarked, "This is a matter for the owners." Additionally, many within the clubs were left bewildered by the unfolding events. In some cases, Staff received related emails only shortly before the announcement of the European Super League's formation. Fortunately, Li Mingyu was hospitalized and thus spared from media harassment. However, outside the hospital, numerous journalists were dispatched, eager to infiltrate the premises. With Li Mingyu being a sensational rising star in the football world, any snippet of his words would undoubtedly garner significant media attention. Yet, accessing the room where he lay was a formidable challenge for reporters. During these past few days, Li Mingyu has observed the situation from his hospital bed with a detached demeanor. As a member of FC Barcelona, he harbored a strong aversion to this feeling of being kept in the dark. He had not heard any whispers regarding the matter until it was publicly unveiled. Immediately after the news broke, he reached out to Messi, who similarly expressed ignorance about the situation. After ending the call with Messi, Li Mingyu felt a sense of frustration. How could such a pivotal issue not be communicated to the players? This unilateral decision-making left him questioning their treatment. Were they merely seen as tools? Increasingly, officials from various clubs began to voice their own ignorance regarding the situation, and anger began to spread. It became evident that this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the upper echelons of the 12 founding teams. Despite Florentino Perez's repeated claims on television that the Super League was a purely altruistic endeavor, asserting that European football required reform to avoid stagnation, more and more individuals sided with UEFA. On the afternoon following the Super League's inception, Manchester City's official Twitter account announced their withdrawal from the competition. This unexpected move left the European Super League executives in shock, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Florentino, in a fit of rage, denounced Manchester City as traitors. Yet, shortly thereafter, the situation took an even more absurd turn as the 6 Premier League clubs sequentially announced their exits from the Super League, resulting in a loss of half of its founding clubs and eliminating its foothold in England. Hours later, Inter Milan announced their withdrawal, followed in quick succession by Atletico Madrid and AC Milan. The European Super League was left with only Juventus, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. Alexander Efren had returned to Slovenia, having stayed up until around 2 in the morning to digest crucial information. He issued a statement welcoming the English clubs back to the UEFA family and began responding to the thousands of messages that had inundated his phone over the past few days. Subsequently, he closed his laptop and poured himself a glass of whiskey. In less than 48 hours, the once prominent European Super League had crumbled into oblivion. Li Mingyu rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and displayed a smile that was difficult to articulate. After all, he was merely a 20-year-old, and he found the machinations between UEFA and the Super League perplexing. However, Barcelona had yet to withdraw, and UEFA had issued an ultimatum. If Barcelona, Juventus, and Real Madrid did not exit the Super League, they would face countermeasures. This season's Champions League semifinals would exclude both Barcelona and Juventus. UEFA might even choose to reinstate Paris Saint-Germain and Benfica to participate in the upcoming semifinals. This news loomed over Barcelona like the sword of Damocles. Nevertheless, Laporta refrained from making a statement. The days were particularly challenging for Juventus's president, Andrea Agnelli, who had long served as UEFA's vice president. He maintained excellent relationships with all European clubs and was a close friend of UEFA President Efren, who was the godfather of Agnelli's youngest child. Yet, at a press conference, Efren's remarks were acerbic, labeling Agnelli as deceitful and untrustworthy. Efren expressed his disappointment in Agnelli, stating, "I have never encountered anyone so persistently dishonest." Conversely, Florentino insisted that only the Super League could provide salvation. The 3 clubs exhibited no intentions of departing from the Super League. Fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona found themselves in a state of uncertainty, developing an unexpected sense of camaraderie amidst the crisis. At such a critical juncture, their greatest support came from their rivals. While the situation remained unresolved, the footballing calendar continued unabated. Over the weekend, the Copa del Rey final took place at Sevilla's Ram in St. Pizjuan Stadium, featuring a clash between a Barcelona side without Li Mingyu and a spirited Real Madrid. Despite the tumult surrounding both teams, the stadium was filled to capacity, and they delivered an enthralling match. However, lacking their most crucial player, Messi struggled to shoulder the burden alone. In this contest, Messi scored twice, yet it was insufficient to stem the onslaught from Real Madrid, where Haaland netted a hat-trick with ease against Barcelona's defense. The match concluded with a score of 4-2 in favor of Real Madrid, who claimed the Copa del Rey title. Messi's despondent expression became the focal point of post-match discussions. Without Li Mingyu, he truly could not manage alone. 2 days prior, Li Mingyu had undergone successful Achilles tendon surgery, with an expected full recovery within 3 months. However, following the operation, he utilized a rapid recovery card, anticipating a return to the pitch within a month and a half. Yet by that time, both League and Champions League competitions would have concluded, rendering a comeback this season impossible. In the week leading up to the Champions League semi-finals, media attention fixated on whether UEFA would indeed expel Barcelona and Juventus from the semi-finals. Efren consistently urged these two clubs to recognize the situation and return to the UEFA fold without further resistance. Nevertheless, the three clubs remained silent. As the semi-finals approached, UEFA President Efren issued a final ultimatum, demanding that Juventus and Barcelona make a decision by the following Monday or face sanctions. The eyes of the world were fixed upon Barcelona and Juventus. Yet the Super League struck first. They filed a lawsuit against UEFA in Madrid, claiming unfair treatment by both UEFA and FIFA, who had explicitly threatened that any player daring to participate in the Super League would be barred from competing in their events and prohibited from representing their national teams. Judge Manuel Ruiz de Lara of Spain has accepted the appeal and announced a provisional ruling, stating that at the time, the European Super League had not disbanded, prohibiting UEFA and FIFA from making further threats or taking any actions to intimidate the Super League and its participants. In an unusual move, Judge de Lara issued only a provisional ruling without hearing UEFA's defense. He has now requested the European Court to investigate whether UEFA and FIFA possess the authority to obstruct competition and whether they are abusing their power. This has caused a significant uproar in European football. UEFA President Alexander Ceferin appeared visibly distressed, taken aback by Florentino's bold retaliation. Should he choose to impose penalties on teams like Real Madrid, he would find himself in direct opposition to the highest court within the EU, an undeniably foolish decision. Ceferin recognizes the complexity of the situation. Although reluctant to compromise, he finds himself compelled to do so. The European Court has indicated that the matter requires investigation time and will provide an opinion in 2 months. By then, all matches of the season will have concluded, allowing both parties to engage in thorough discussions. Meanwhile, Li Mingyu has turned his attention away from the matter, as an unexpected guest has arrived at his home. He gazes at the smiling bald gentleman. "Mr. Guardiola, I am pleasantly surprised to see you here," Li Mingyu expresses with an admiring smile. Indeed, the visitor is none other than Pep Guardiola, the esteemed former coach of Barcelona. After inquiring about Li Mingyu's injury and receiving a clear response, Guardiola's expression turns serious. "Li, my team needs you," Guardiola states directly, revealing his intentions. Li Mingyu is not taken aback. After all, as the coach of Manchester City, Guardiola has persistently pursued him. Moreover, Manchester City is the only team that has dared to invest heavily since his injury, which deeply touches Li Mingyu. Shaking his head, Li Mingyu replies, "Mr. Guardiola, I have no intention of leaving Barcelona. I wish to bring more championships to this team." A glimmer of warmth flashes in Guardiola's eyes, as his most illustrious moments in his career were spent at Barcelona, a place that holds a special softness in his heart, whether as a player or a coach. Guardiola looks at Li Mingyu as if he were the young Messi, filled with talent and loyalty. "But what if Barcelona decides to let you go? Would you still wish to remain?" Guardiola's sudden question casts a shadow over Li Mingyu's face. He recalls having heard something similar from his agent, but had not believed it. After pondering for a moment, he responds, "Mr. Guardiola, I am unaware of where you obtained this information, but I will not make any decisions without concrete news." Following this, Li Mingyu furrows his brows and adds, "Mr. Guardiola, I am feeling a bit fatigued." Guardiola smiles faintly, rises, and says, "Li, I will be waiting for you in Barcelona. I hope our next conversation will be delightful." After Guardiola departs, Li Mingyu promptly calls Andrew. A flustered Andrew arrives at Li Mingyu's home. "Li, I heard Guardiola came to Barcelona?" Andrew asks eagerly. Li Mingyu nods. "He just left a while ago." Andrew chuckles wryly. "That guy is still as shrewd as ever." Li Mingyu inquires, "Andrew, tell me, has Barcelona's management decided to sell me?" Andrew meets Li Mingyu's gaze and nods, saying, "Li, it's true. I have received explicit news from Brida. Manchester City has made an offer that they find hard to refuse." Li Mingyu feels a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He's been sold by Barcelona. A smile crosses his face more painful than tears, as he realizes he has been sold by the very club he vowed to protect for a lifetime. Andrew continues, Manchester has offered $300 million, and Barcelona did not refuse. I heard from a Barcelona executive that they did not wish to sell you. They hoped the Super League's prize money could help the team through this rough patch. However, now that the Super League is entirely defunct, funds are undoubtedly lacking. If they do not secure finances quickly to cover their debts, Barcelona will find themselves unable to participate in next season's Champions League without UEFA needing to use the Super League as a pretext. Therefore, they had no choice but to accept Manchester's offer and sell you. Lee, do not be disheartened. Football is fundamentally a business. Moreover, the Premier League's development is currently healthier and more orderly than La Liga's, making it a good choice for you. Li Mingyu abruptly interrupts Andrew's monologue, saying, Andrew, I understand. Please allow me some time to reflect. Andrew, feeling sympathetic towards Li Mingyu, knows the young man cannot yet reconcile his feelings. Thus he gently pats his shoulder and quietly closes the door behind him. Li Mingyu lies on his bed, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Farewell, Barcelona. Chapter 169. Hello, Manchester City. Due to the intervention of the European Court, Barcelona and Juventus have not been stripped of their rights to participate in the upcoming Champions League semifinals. However, as a UEFA-sanctioned competition, it would be exceedingly simple to impose regulations on Barcelona and Juventus. Following Li Mingyu's departure, Barcelona's midfield is left without a player capable of shouldering the burden of attack and defense, exposing vulnerabilities in their defense line. In 2 matches, both ending in 2-0, Barcelona once again reveals its frailty as Manchester City advances to the Champions League final without a struggle. This marks Manchester City's first ever entry into the Champions League final. After the match, Guardiola turns away from the field and finds Ferran Soriano in the executive box, clenching his fist and nodding at the club CEO. These two individuals, who have won the Champions League twice with Barcelona, have been hired by Manchester City's Abu Dhabi owners to replicate their success at Camp Nou within the blue-clad Manchester team. In the other half of the draw, everyone is well aware of the events. Ronaldo scored crucial goals in both legs, only to have them disallowed by the officiating referee. In the second leg, Ronaldo's last-minute goal against Bayern Munich was ruled offside, and the referee refused to utilize the replay, standing firm on his decision. Consequently, Ronaldo, in a fit of rage, kicked the ball into the stands and received a direct red card for his actions. While it was known that UEFA would take action against Juventus, no one anticipated the blatant nature of their measures. Many fans who watched the match suddenly realized that the European Super League does possess its merits. The UEFA Champions League final this season is scheduled for May 26, 2022, at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, featuring a showdown between Premier League champions Manchester City and Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich. Having lost both the Copa del Rey and the Champions League titles, Barcelona now finds itself with only a league championship to its name, with 5 matches remaining. They currently lead Real Madrid by a mere point, placing them in a precarious position as they prepare to face their nemesis from last season, Atletico Madrid. Consequently, Ibrahimovic and Suarez unleashed a fierce onslaught, mercilessly defeating Barcelona 5-1 at their home ground, avenging last season's title loss. Following the match, Messi, having scored a goal, sat on the ground with tears of helplessness in his eyes, stirring deep sorrow among onlookers. With 4 matches left, Barcelona now trails Real Madrid by 2 points. Observing the remaining fixtures, it appears that Real Madrid faces no formidable opponents, effectively sealing their league championship fate. After the conclusion of the match, Real Madrid's official Twitter account took a moment to express gratitude towards their Madrid brethren. In a particularly cutting remark, Atletico Madrid's official Twitter suggested that Suarez's photo be hung in the Louvre, leaving Barcelona fans utterly mortified. Transferring Suarez to Atletico Madrid is arguably one of the most foolish moves Barcelona has made in recent years. A top-tier forward capable of scoring nearly 30 goals in a single season was let go without a transfer fee, only for Barcelona to include a mere $6 million performance-based bonus in the transfer agreement, essentially giving him away. Last season, had it not been for Li Mingyu's unexpected rise, Suarez would have already tarnished Barcelona's reputation with his performance. This season, Li Mingyu's injury has allowed Suarez to rightfully take his turn in diminishing Barcelona's standing. With 30 goals, Suarez ranks 4th in the scoring chart, trailing only Messi with 32 goals, Haaland with 38, and Li Mingyu with 40. An impressive feat for a forward deemed too old to run. In the final round of La Liga, Barcelona suffered a humiliating 0-1 defeat at home to newly promoted Espanyol amidst a chorus of boos, completely losing face, following the realization that they had relinquished their championship aspirations. Barcelona's players displayed a lack of spirit, appearing like mere shells of themselves in the vital Barcelona derby. Wu Lei scored a goal that can only be described as classic, carrying the ball from midfield, bypassing 4 Barcelona defenders, and delivering a low shot to seal the score at 1-0. Barcelona faced the disgrace of 5 consecutive losses in their last 5 matches. Had it not been for their earlier points, they would likely have failed to secure a top 4 finish. Ultimately, in the 2022 season, Barcelona finished 4th, even falling behind Sevilla. This season, the ambitious Barcelona secured only the Spanish Super Cup, nearly ending the season empty-handed. Li Mingyu's injury exposed the team's frail interior. The midfield and defense were in disarray, while Griezmann flitted about the front line like a headless fly. Messi bore the weight alone, scoring a goal only to concede 2 shortly thereafter. Following the loss to Atletico Madrid, the Barcelona locker room was engulfed in a tomb-like silence. A Barcelona staff member recalled that the atmosphere post-match felt eerily reminiscent of the 2-8 defeat to Bayern Munich in the Champions League, with morale plummeting to unprecedented lows. As the clock struck May 26, 2022, the UEFA Champions League final commenced at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. Bayern Munich and Manchester City had both secured their respective league titles in the Bundesliga and Premier League once again. Bayern Munich achieved the remarkable feat of 9 consecutive Bundesliga titles, while Manchester City claimed their 4th Premier League title in 5 years. These 2 elite teams clashed in the Champions League final, with Bayern Munich striving for their 7th title and Manchester City aspiring for their inaugural trophy. In the end, Bayern Munich triumphed 3-1 over Manchester City, thanks in large part to a stellar performance from Lewandowski, securing their 7th Champions League trophy. Guardiola and his disciples were left in deep sorrow, since leading Barcelona to a 3-1 victory over Manchester United at Wembley to claim the 2010-11 Champions League title. Guardiola had not touched the trophy again. This time, he had come closer than ever, yet it still eluded him. Nevertheless, Guardiola remained optimistic, knowing that next season, Manchester City would emerge as the most formidable team in Europe, for young prodigy was soon to grace the Etihad Stadium. On June 30, 2022, the opening of the summer transfer window marked an indelible moment in the annals of football history. Both Barcelona and Manchester City announced the permanent transfer of Barcelona midfielder Li Mingyu to Manchester City for a staggering fee of $300 million. The football world erupted in shock. Barcelona's official website was swiftly overwhelmed by furious fans. Outrage consumed Barcelona as all criticism was directed at the club's upper management, as few believed Li Mingyu had desired to leave. Amidst the turmoil in the Spanish media, a plane for Barcelona landed at Manchester Airport. Li Mingyu, donning sunglasses, emerged from the airport and entered a sleek black Bentley. Guardiola beamed with joy, extending his hand to greet Li Mingyu, saying, "Welcome to Manchester, Li." Li Mingyu removed his glasses, shook Guardiola's hand, and replied with a smile, "Mr. Guardiola, I am delighted to serve you." Guardiola chuckled, saying once in England, "You must adjust your form of address. Here, we don't use Mr. You may call me boss or chief." Li Mingyu pondered for a moment and said, "I think I shall call you chief." The two engaged in a lively conversation during the car ride, though they refrained from delving deeply into Barcelona, for the season had been too disastrous. "Li, is your injury fully healed? I heard the doctors say it would take 3 months for recovery. It's only been a little over 2 months, and you're already completely fit?" Guardiola expressed keen concern for Li Mingyu's health, as he was due for a medical examination at Manchester City, and any failure could jeopardize the transfer. Li Mingyu confidently replied, "Chief, rest assured, I have never felt healthier." Seeing such unwavering confidence in Li Mingyu invigorated Guardiola's spirits. Pep Guardiola had begun to take notice of the young Li Mingyu when he first emerged on the scene. At that time, Li Mingyu exhibited remarkable offensive talent, yet he did not particularly captivate Guardiola. Hailing from Barcelona, Guardiola's essence was deeply rooted in teamwork, a principle he consistently emphasized during his tenures at Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Manchester City. Notably, even with Manchester City's impressive record of 4 Premier League titles in 5 years, No player from the team had ever made it into the top 10 scorers. Nevertheless, Manchester City led the league in goals, their formidable attacking unit being the key to their dominance in the Premier League. However, this season, the team's playmaker and assist king, the Belgian Kevin De Bruyne, announced he would not renew his contract, forcing Manchester City to sell him to Real Madrid for a staggering $150 million. The arrival of Li Mingyu, valued at twice De Bruyne's price, sent waves of exhilaration throughout the Manchester City squad. Other Premier League teams were left feeling a sense of impending doom, especially Manchester United, which expressed discontent over Manchester City's inflated player valuations. Behind Manchester City stands a robust Emirati consortium, which had once harbored dreams of signing Messi. Yet, the meteoric rise of Li Mingyu led them to abandon those aspirations. A grand welcoming ceremony was held at the Etihad Stadium for Li Mingyu, drawing nearly every media outlet from around the globe to witness the unveiling of the world's most expensive player. Li Mingyu proudly displayed the blue number 10 jersey, while countless flashes captured the moment. During the press conference, he adeptly navigated questions from journalists, skillfully deflecting attempts to provoke him into disparaging his former club, Barcelona, asserting that he would always be a child of La Masia. This summer, European football witnessed significant developments, most notably the conflict between the European Super League and UEFA. After more than 2 months of investigation, the European Court ruled that the Super League was not an illegal competition and that UEFA could not impose sanctions on participating teams. However, the Super League would need to operate under the auspices of UEFA or FIFA, as an unregulated league could pose unpredictable threats to the sport. Despite this, Florentino Perez did not indicate that the Super League would align with UEFA or FIFA, and the plan was temporarily shelved as other clubs feared the repercussions of joining. The inception of the Super League awaits a pivotal moment and must remain dormant for now. During the off-season, Li Mingyu purchased a luxurious mansion in Manchester for his residence. He continued his rigorous training regimen throughout the summer, aiming to elevate his skills before the new season commenced. The summer of 2022 was devoid of major tournaments, as the Qatar World Cup had been rescheduled for November due to the oppressive heat. Time flew by, and Li Mingyu excelled during Manchester City's training sessions. After all, Guardiola is the architect of the cosmic team, possessing unparalleled tactical acumen. His utilization of Li Mingyu surpassed that of Koeman, as he recognized the potential of a playmaker faster than Xavi and more proficient in shooting, a dream player for any coach. Under Koeman, Li Mingyu's contributions have been downplayed, constrained by Koeman's singular understanding of Xavi's playstyle, whereas Guardiola had personally nurtured Xavi's talents, elevating their respective realms to incomparable heights. In 2 preseason friendly matches, Li Mingyu shone brilliantly, igniting the already formidable attacking prowess of Manchester City's midfield and forward line. Teammates such as Gabriel Jesus, Riyad Mahrez, Raheem Sterling, Ferran Torres, Phil Foden, and İlkay Gündoğan thrived in the matches, invigorated by Li Mingyu's presence, realizing that playing could be immensely enjoyable. On August 25, 2022, the UEFA Champions League draw and UEFA Awards ceremony took place at the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. Guardiola and Li Mingyu represented Manchester City at this prestigious event. Dressed impeccably in a suit, it was Li Mingyu's first time attending the draw. Outside the Grimaldi Forum, he was met with enthusiastic cheers from fans, and he graciously posed for photographs and signed autographs until staff had to intervene, urging him to enter the venue. Apologizing to fans he could not attend to, he proceeded inside. At the entrance, a striking journalist with captivating features greeted him. "Hello, Li. Is this your first draw? Do you have any words for the audience?" Emma Jones, a reporter from Leeds United, was assigned to cover the event. Li Mingyu, with innocent eyes, remained unaffected by her allure and replied, "I'm thrilled to be part of such a grand occasion. I hope Manchester City draws a favorable group today, which would make our matches considerably easier." Emma felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite her allure, Li Mingyu's focus was elsewhere, igniting her curiosity. It was widely known that he was currently the most sought-after player in football, yet at 20, he remained single, a rarity among his peers in the sport. Since his transfer to England, countless young women in Spain have been left heartbroken, while English beauties began to vie for his affection. Realizing that winning over Li Mingyu would elevate their status immensely, with a playful adjustment of her attire, Emma caught the attention of a nearby cameraman. But Li Mingyu remained oblivious. "Li, which team do you least wish to encounter?" She inquired. Isn't that obvious? He replied with a slight pause and a wry smile. If possible, I would never want to face Barcelona. With a nod in Emma's direction, he stepped into the venue, only to be met by a thunderous cheer from behind, turning to see none other than Messi. Standing beside him was his wife, Antonella, their hands intertwined as they approached the grand entrance of the venue. Messi spotted Li Mingyu lingering nearby and waved at him, signaling a greeting. Li Mingyu nodded in acknowledgement before continuing into the hall. Upon entering, he made his way to his designated seat. Shortly thereafter, Messi and Antonella entered, making their way directly to Li Mingyu's side. Rising to greet them, Li Mingyu embraced Messi tightly, a moment captured by the cameras and broadcasted to countless homes. This poignant scene brought tears to the eyes of Barcelona fans, who understood that Li Mingyu had been compelled to leave the club, and thus had never held him accountable. However, the emotional burden Li Mingyu carried remained unresolved, leading him to decline the farewell ceremony organized by Barcelona. Today, in front of the entire world, the heartfelt embrace between Li Mingyu and Messi melted the hearts of all present. Before the ceremony began, the two engaged in deep conversation for an extended period. When it was time for the ceremony to commence, Messi reluctantly returned to his seat. As per tradition, before the draw ceremony, a summary of the previous season's UEFA Champions League was conducted, along with the presentation of various awards. Having triumphed in last season's final, Bayern Munich emerged as the big winner of this award ceremony. Robert Lewandowski was honored as the UEFA Player of the Year, having scored 2 goals in the final to lead his team to victory over Manchester City. The accolade for UEFA Coach of the Year was awarded to Hans-Dieter Flick, Bayern Munich's head coach. Li Mingyu, not merely a spectator, despite missing both the semi-finals and finals, secured the Golden Boot for last season's Champions League with 19 goals across 10 matches. With the addition of this award, Li Mingyu has now claimed 3 Golden Boots within 2 years, having already earned 2 in La Liga. Following the award ceremony was the exhilarating draw for the Champions League group stage. This summer, UEFA not only addressed the threat posed by the European Super League, but also approved reforms to the Champions League, set to commence in the 2024-2025 season. The tournament will expand from 32 to 36 teams, which is promising news for League One, as one of the additional 4 spots will be allocated to them, providing a sense of balance. Otherwise, while the top 4 leagues each receive 4 spots, they, much like the Russian Premier League, only have 2, which hardly reflects their status as one of the top 5 leagues. Naturally, this restructuring will bring about significant changes to the tournament format. However, for now, the Champions League still comprises 32 teams. Chelsea, having secured the UEFA Europa League title last season, did not finish in the top 4 of their league. Hence 5 Premier League teams remain in this year's Champions League. Bayern Munich's berth as Bundesliga champions was transferred to League One's third-place team, Lyon. The first pot includes teams such as Chelsea, Europa League champions, Real Madrid, La Liga champions, Manchester City, Premier League champions, Bayern Munich, Bundesliga champions, Juventus, Serie A champions, Paris Saint-Germain, League One champions, Zenit St. Petersburg, Russian Premier League champions, and Sporting CP, Primera Liga champions. The second pot features Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, Manchester United, Borussia Dortmund, Shakhtar Donetsk, Inter Milan, PSV Eindhoven, and Lille. The third pot comprises Sevilla, Liverpool, Lyon, RB Leipzig, Salzburg, AC Milan, Spartak Moscow, and AK Athens. The fourth pot includes Dinamo Zagreb, Arsenal, Bayer Leverkusen, Napoli, Galatasaray, Victoria Plze, Crvena Zvezda, and Club Brugge. This season's Champions League lineup showcases numerous new faces, a sight UEFA eagerly welcomes. Following the announcement of the avoidance principles, the draw commenced. The first pot teams were drawn into groups. Group A, Zenit St. Petersburg. Group B, Juventus. Group C, Real Madrid. Group D, Bayern Munich. Group E, Manchester City. Group F, Paris Saint-Germain. Group G, Chelsea. And Group H, Sporting CP. The initial rounds of the draw held little significance, primarily serving to set the stage for the more consequential subsequent draws, which could potentially lead to 1 or 2 groups of death. This year, the second, third, and fourth pots contained several formidable teams, and should they form a group together, it would indeed create a highly competitive scenario. Atletico Madrid was drawn into Group A alongside Russian Premier League champions Zenit St. Petersburg, a favorable draw indeed. The satisfaction on Simeone's face was palpable. League One runners-up Lille found themselves in Group B with Juventus. Group C saw Real Madrid paired with Premier League runners-up Manchester United. Group D had Bayern Munich facing the strong Ukrainian side Shakhtar Donetsk. At this moment, Li Mingyu straightened in his seat, attentively watching the draw unfold, as the next selection would determine Manchester City's opponent. It would be ideal to draw PSV Eindhoven. However, reality proved harsh. The draw official retrieved a ball from the transparent bowl, opening it to reveal the name, Barcelona. Indeed, UEFA never misses an opportunity for a dramatic clash steeped in rivalry. If anyone believed this was purely coincidental, Li Mingyu would firmly disagree. Just after leaving Barcelona, he was now set to confront them in the group stage of the Champions League. A glance exchanged with Messi revealed a mutual sense of resignation. In Group E, Paris Saint-Germain faced the formidable challenge of Borussia Dortmund. Group F saw Chelsea matched against PSV Eindhoven. Group G had Sporting CP encountering the formidable Inter Milan. Group H comprised Zenit St. Petersburg and Atletico Madrid, while Group B featured Juventus and Lille. Group C brought together Real Madrid and Manchester United. In Group D paired Bayern Munich with Shakhtar Donetsk. Lastly, Group E consisted of Manchester City and Barcelona, while Group F had Paris Saint-Germain and Dortmund. In Group G matched Chelsea with PSV Eindhoven, finishing with Sporting CP and Inter Milan in Group H. Once the first two rounds were revealed, everyone's eyes lit up. Groups E and F were particularly fierce, likely contenders for the group of death. Li Mingyu felt unfortunate, having faced a group of death last season. He found himself in another perilous situation with a new team this season. Unexpectedly, the first draw of the third round revealed Liverpool, joining Zenit St. Petersburg, Atletico Madrid, and Liverpool in Group. Unexpectedly, the first group of death has emerged so swiftly. Simeone's expression was devoid of any smile. He had anticipated a favorable draw, but the sudden appearance of Liverpool plunged the group into turmoil. The initial draw set the atmosphere ablaze. In Group A, we have Juventus, Lille, and Athens. Group B features Real Madrid, Manchester United, and RB Leipzig. In recent seasons, RB Leipzig has surged with remarkable momentum, proving to be a formidable force. Group C could also be deemed a semi-group of death. It comprises Bayern Munich, Shakhtar Donetsk, and Sevilla. For Bayern Munich, this group is manageable. Yet for Shakhtar Donetsk and Sevilla, it represents a dire challenge. The exhilarating moment arrived with Group D. Li Mingyu felt his heart race again. The remaining teams, Lyon, Salzburg, Milan, and Moscow Spartak, seemed promising as long as they did not encounter Milan and Lyon. However, the draw guessed directly placed Milan into Group D. Thus, a group of death was born: Manchester City, Barcelona, and Milan. For Li Mingyu, both of these teams bore significant connections. The announcement of this draw elicited gasps from the crowd. This group of death mirrored last year's configuration. In Group E, we find Paris Saint-Germain, Borussia Dortmund, and Salzburg. Group F consists of Chelsea, PSV Eindhoven, and Lyon. Group G features Sporting Lisbon, Inter Milan, and Moscow Spartak. After 3 rounds, 2 groups of death had materialized. However, among the fourth-tier teams this season, Arsenal, Bayer Leverkusen, and Napoli were undeniably strong contenders, making the fourth round of draws even more daunting and thrilling. Should these 3 teams be drawn into the previous groups of death, those groups would transform into hellish realms. In Group H, we find Zenit St. Petersburg, Atletico Madrid, Liverpool, and Dinamo Zagreb. This draw relieved the other 3 teams, thankful to have avoided those 3 strong opponents. The final groupings were established. Group A, Zenit St. Petersburg, Russia, Atletico Madrid, Spain, Liverpool, England, Dinamo Zagreb, Croatia. Group B, Juventus, Italy, Lille, France, Athens, Greece, Arsenal, England. Group C, Real Madrid, Spain, Manchester United, England. RB Leipzig, Germany, Victoria Plies, Czech Republic. Group D, Bayern Munich, Germany, Shakhtar Donetsk, Ukraine, Sevilla, Spain, Brugge, Belgium. Group E, Manchester City, England, Barcelona, Spain, Milan, Italy, Bayer Leverkusen, Germany. Group F, Paris Saint-Germain, France, Borussia Dortmund, Germany, Salzburg, Austria, Galatasaray, Turkey. Group G, Chelsea, England, PSV Eindhoven, Netherlands, Lyon, France, Napoli, Italy. Group H, Sporting Lisbon, Portugal, Inter Milan, Italy, Moscow Spartak, Russia, Kalabara, Serbia. The groups formed a rare occurrence where all top 4 European leagues were represented, rightfully earning the title of hellish groups. Chapter 171. Li Mingyu's first match of a new season, the Community Shield. On August 28, 2022, the English Premier League was set to commence on September 12, but today marked the first match of the season in England, the Community Shield. This historic tournament dates back to 1908 when its predecessor, the Charity Shield, was first introduced. It wasn't until 2002 that the British government mandated a name change to the Community Shield due to regulatory violations concerning the use of funds. Unlike other cup competitions, the winner of this event receives a shield rather than a trophy. The match generally pits the previous season's Premier League champions against the FA Cup champions. If the same team holds both titles, the contest is then held between the Premier League's first and second place teams. Last season, Manchester City not only claimed the Premier League title, but also the Community Shield, the FA Cup, and the League Cup. Should they secure the Champions League title, they would achieve a quintuple. Thus, this Community Shield match is contested between the Premier League champions Manchester City and the runners-up Manchester United. The Manchester Derby has become the most captivating derby in England since the rise of Manchester City. Wembley Stadium serves as the traditional venue for the Community Shield. City fans eagerly awaited the debut of Li Mingyu, whom they acquired for a staggering $300 million. In recent years, Manchester United has lost the fearsome reputation they once held across Europe. Since 2008, they have not tasted Champions League glory, nor have they captured the Premier League title since 2013. Since the inception of the Premier League in the 1992 to 1993 season, United has dominated with 13 championships. Following their consecutive Premier League title win last season, Manchester City has claimed 6 titles, surpassing Chelsea's 5, making them the second most successful team in the Premier League era. The transformation of Manchester City since 2008, under the ownership of the Abu Dhabi United Group, has been monumental. Over the past decade, City has secured 6 Premier League titles, a testament to their excellence. This season, City's acquisition of Li Mingyu for $300 million is not solely a response to De Bruyne's departure. It symbolizes their insatiable desire for the Champions League trophy, a coveted prize they have long yearned for, akin to Juventus in Serie A. In a pre-Community Shield interview, Li Mingyu stated, "My purpose in joining the Premier League is to aid Manchester City in achieving victory. The Community Shield is merely the first trophy of the season. I will strive for the second, the third, and until every trophy is claimed." His declaration left everyone astounded. During his time in Barcelona, Li Mingyu frequently showcased his talents. However, with the presence of the illustrious Messi, he did not aspire to position himself as the leader of the team. Yet, with his arrival this time, he has earned the respect of his teammates through rigorous training and friendly matches. The staggering transfer fee of €300 million, along with an annual salary of €30 million and various bonuses, has solidified Li Mingyu's core status within the squad. Moreover, he enjoys the trust of Guardiola, and his declaration serves to affirm his position. Within Manchester City, a sea of blue erupted in fervor, while the red side seethed with indignation. Again, the colors red and blue dominate. Is it possible that Li Mingyu is destined to be forever intertwined with these hues? Bruno Fernandes, the midfield stalwart of Manchester United, expressed his discontent, stating, "Young man, this is England, not Spain. Here, do not flaunt your skills. I hope you can utter such words on the pitch." His remarks drew cheers from United supporters, who clamored to ensure Li Mingyu faced a stern challenge on the field, making it clear that the Premier League is the world's foremost league, while dismissing La Liga as a mere provincial affair. English fans have long harbored resentment towards La Liga's exalted status among the top 5 leagues. Aside from Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, the rest of La Liga's teams are deemed inferior, unable to be compared with the Premier League, often hailed as a mini-World Cup. Indeed, the viewership of the Premier League has been steadily climbing globally, while La Liga has suffered significant losses since Ronaldo's departure. Only with the arrival of Haaland and the rise of Li Mingyu has there been a glimmer of recovery. However, following Li Mingyu's exit, La Liga's attention plummeted, particularly in Asia, where interest, especially in China, has seen a dramatic decline, while the Premier League has captivated this audience. Even before the match commenced, Li Mingyu's Manchester City jersey had become a global sensation, emerging as the season's best-selling shirt, with the club poised to reap substantial profits from merchandise alone. At Wembley Stadium, on August 28th at 3 in the afternoon, the summer sun blazed brightly. Yet, the atmosphere inside and outside Wembley was electric, with the venue's 90,000 seats long since filled. 3 months of anticipation had rendered the football-imbued English fans eager. Within Wembley, the red and blue colors dominated. The South Stand was packed with die-hard Manchester United supporters, while the North Stand overflowed with fans of the Blue Moon. The two factions, through their songs and chants, transformed this ostensibly inconsequential Community Shield match into a spectacle akin to a Champions League final. In the Manchester City locker room, Li Mingyu gazed at his reflection clad in blue, complemented by white shorts. His deliberately short hair accentuated his already striking features, enhancing his vibrant presence. This marked his second visit to an English stadium, the first being during last season's Champions League group stage at Chelsea's Stamford Bridge. That match acquainted Li Mingyu with the tenacity of English football. However, Chelsea suffered a significant blow, with a season of home matches played without fans. Last season, they failed to secure a top-4 finish, ultimately placing 5th. Without their triumph in the Europa League, they would not have qualified for the Champions League, resulting in substantial losses. Wembley Stadium, the home ground of the England national team, has hosted numerous significant matches. Furthermore, this season's Champions League final is also set to take place there. Li Mingyu felt a surge of excitement should he secure victory in this season's opening match at Wembley, claiming the Community Shield, and later triumph in the Champions League final at the same venue. This season would be nothing short of perfect. However, upon his arrival in England, he learned that the number of matches is greater than in Spain, with the League Cup, FA Cup, and Community Shield all in play. The FA Cup, with its perplexing rule of requiring replays in the event of a tie, has led many Premier League teams to undervalue it, often fielding reserve squads, as the lengthy Premier League season demands substantial physical reserves. Good evening, viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Welcome to the English Community Shield match. The Community Shield is a venerable English competition, its predecessor being the Charity Shield, with the victors awarded a trophy shield, distinguishing it from other cup competitions. Traditionally, the Community Shield has not garnered much attention, often only drawing the interest of the fans of the participating teams. However, this year is different. Everyone is aware that the Chinese player Li Mingyu made history this summer with a record transfer of €300 million for Barcelona to Manchester City, becoming the highest valued player in the world. This match marks Li Mingyu's debut for Manchester City, capturing the attention of fans worldwide, with viewership expected to exceed 1 billion. Now, let us delve into the starting lineups for both teams. Manchester City has deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Ederson and a defensive line comprising Ukrainian defender Oleksandr Zinchenko, John Stones, Aymeric Laporte, and Kyle Walker. This season, City's defense remains unchanged, with these players well acquainted with one another. In midfield, the reliable Rodrigo Hernandez anchors the midfield, while the attacking pair of Gundogan and Li Mingyu form a formidable front line. The trio of Jesus, Sterling, and Mahrez is enough to instill fear in any opponent. Aside from acquiring Li Mingyu, Manchester City has made no major changes, as the €300 million transfer fee places considerable pressure even on a club of their stature. This season, Manchester City's total valuation has surpassed €1 billion, making them the first club in Europe and worldwide to exceed this milestone. With Liverpool trailing at over €800 million, still less than the value of De Bruyne. Now, let us examine Manchester United's lineup, which utilizes their customary 4-2-3-1 formation, featuring goalkeeper De Gea, who regained form in the latter half of last season, with defenders Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire, and Luke Shaw. The two defensive midfielders are Fred and McTominay, while the attacking trio comprises Fernandes, Rashford, and Pogba, with Greenwood leading the line as the striker. The Manchester United squad exhibits a commendable balance of offensive and defensive prowess. However, it remains uncertain whether they can secure victory against the formidable Manchester City team, bolstered by the presence of Li Mingyu. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. In the players' tunnel, the bald gentleman with a scruffy beard, Guardiola, stands at the forefront of the Manchester City lineup, clad in a casual white shirt, exuding an air of nonchalance that belies his role as head coach. The two linesmen meticulously inspect the players' equipment, ensuring that no prohibited items are present. Li Mingyu occupies a central position within the City squad, which may seem unremarkable, yet he captures significant attention. This marks Li Mingyu's inaugural official match with Manchester City, and many eyes are fixed upon him, eager to witness whether this 300 million prodigy can maintain the same formidable form he displayed at Barcelona. De Bruyne's departure has left many Manchester City fans harboring doubts about the team's continued dominance in the Premier League this season. After all, the unpredictability of Li Mingyu's recovery from a serious injury raises questions about his return to peak condition. Manchester United, once the illustrious Red Devils of the Premier League, undoubtedly serves as an excellent litmus test. The Manchester United manager, Solskjaer, arrives late, exchanging a friendly handshake with Guardiola before taking his position at the forefront of his team. Staff members signal that it is time to enter the field. Following the conclusion of last season, City captain Fernandinho announced his retirement, leaving Ilkay Gündoğan, the midfield stalwart and a German international, as the new captain. Gündoğan, now in his sixth season with City, has recently signed a 4-year contract with the club. At 31, Gündoğan's presence is invaluable, and in light of Fernandinho's departure, Guardiola entrusts him with the captain's armband. As the players enter the field, Li Mingyu notices the prominent emblems of both teams displayed on the pitch, one representing the Blue Moon and the other the Red Devils. The players, along with the referee, gather in the center as officials from the FA make their entrance, exchanging handshakes with players, coaches, and the referee. The two captains introduce their respective teams to the officials. Peter McCormick, the FA chairman, greets everyone warmly. However, upon reaching Li Mingyu, the chairman's smile becomes even more genuine as he gazes upon the young face before him. This young man has brought unprecedented viewership and attention to the FA, facilitating the Premier League's ascent to the pinnacle of global football, surpassing La Liga. In recent years, the excitement of the Premier League has escalated, particularly since Ronaldo's departure from Real Madrid, which has seen La Liga's popularity wane. The esteemed position of the top 5 leagues has become increasingly precarious. Additionally, English clubs consistently reach the latter stages of the Champions League. With Liverpool's consecutive triumphs and Manchester City's second place finish last season further solidifying the Premier League superiority over La Liga. Chapter 172. The fastest goal in the Community Shield amidst the thunderous applause and cheers from the fans. The players return to their half, signaling that the match is about to commence. Positioned just outside the center circle, Li Mingyu watches as Sterling and Gündoğan take their places within the circle, his heart racing with anticipation. After 4 long months, he is finally set to showcase his talents on the field once more. Detection indicates that the host has departed from La Liga. The binding to Barcelona's home ground, Camp Nou, has been released. Please bind to the new home ground for the system. Li Mingyu silently commands, bind to the Etihad Stadium. Congratulations to the host. The system has successfully bound to the Etihad Stadium. The host will receive system protection at the Etihad, with full status and complete injury resistance. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match is officially underway. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Wembley Stadium, earning the long-range shooting ability of English legend Gerrard. Gündoğan passes the ball to Li Mingyu, marking his first touch as a Manchester City player. With a gentle touch, Li Mingyu brings the ball under control, reveling in the sensation of the football meeting his boot, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. The joy of playing is truly unmatched. As Li Mingyu gains possession, fans from both sides, including those of Manchester United, rise to their feet in applause, the echoes of their admiration resonating throughout Wembley Stadium. However, the Manchester United players remain undeterred by this heartwarming scene. From the outset, forward Greenwood charges at Li Mingyu like a fierce tiger, eager to reclaim the ball. Amidst the gasps from the stands, Li Mingyu effortlessly executes a deft nutmeg, leaving Greenwood in his wake. The brilliance of his maneuver elicits yet another round of applause from the spectators. With a slight smile, Li Mingyu whispers to himself, "Initiate the assault skill." Before him, a golden path materializes, leading straight to the edge of Manchester United's penalty area, where their defense appears alarmingly vulnerable. In an instant, Li Mingyu strides forward, leaving Greenwood behind, while Faye, lurking just behind, scoffs at Li Mingyu's audacity. In Spain, such flamboyant dribbling might go unpunished. But here in the Premier League, Faye is determined to teach Li Mingyu a lesson. He closes in on Li Mingyu, intending to execute a fierce challenge to reclaim the ball while using his robust physique to intimidate the slender player. Yet, reality proves harsh. The moment Fei makes contact, it feels as though he has collided with a speeding train, leaving him stumbling as he watches Li Mingyu glide past him effortlessly. What has transpired? Fei, bewildered, stares at Li Mingyu's receding figure. Fei, known as the big brother in this realm, have been outmaneuvered by a mere rookie. This is intolerable for someone who has been crowned the Premier League's best player for 3 consecutive years. Fei pursues Li Mingyu furiously, but to his astonishment, he finds himself unable to keep pace with the ball-carrying sensation. How is this possible? Although speed is not my forte, I am certainly not slow. Why can I not catch up to this nimble youth? After deftly evading Fei, Li Mingyu accelerates, akin to a horse charging through a field, slicing through the Manchester United defense, which now resembles mere wooden posts. With unparalleled speed, he evades 3 defenders and approaches the edge of the penalty area. Faced with a panicked Manchester United backline, Li Mingyu raises his foot and unleashes a powerful long-range shot from just outside the box. The ball schemes along the ground, hurtling toward the bottom right corner of the goal. United's goalkeeper De Gea hastily lowers his center of gravity, launching himself toward the ball. However, the shot's velocity proves too much, and it slips just past his fingertips into the net. In less than 10 seconds from the kickoff, Li Mingyu has scored. The entire stadium is left in a state of disbelief, gazing at the exuberant young man celebrating just outside the penalty area. What just happened? Especially for those fans who had only just turned on their televisions, the scoreboard leaves them utterly confounded. What on earth? Did I miss the goal while taking a quick bathroom break? Oh dear, had I known, I would have chosen to wet myself rather than venture to the restroom. Li Mingyu's goal sent the Manchester City fans into a euphoric frenzy. The match had barely commenced when he achieved this stunning strike, creating a dreamlike start that was simply exhilarating. On the sidelines, Guardiola, with a look of sheer delight, embraced his bald head, unable to contain the joy sparkling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Solskjaer appeared utterly bewildered, questioning whether he had yet to awaken from slumber. The City players, brimming with excitement, surrounded Li Mingyu, celebrating the sheer brilliance of his goal. The stadium's large screen displayed the time taken for this goal, a mere 975 seconds, marking the fastest goal in the Community Shield's history. With this inaugural strike in an official match in England, Li Mingyu validated his worth. Doubts about the young man's ability to justify Manchester City's $300 million investment were swiftly dispelled. This singular goal unequivocally indicated that the club's investment was a resounding success. As the game resumed, only a minute had passed since the kickoff, yet the score stood at Manchester City 1, Manchester United 0. United initiated a fierce offensive against City's defense. After conceding the earlier goal, Fred wore an expression of defiance, convinced that his lack of balance had merely caught Li Mingyu off guard. After receiving a back pass, Fred evaded Sterling's challenge and executed a long pass from 30 meters, finding Rashford darting down the left flank. Rashford skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, and as he faced Zinchenko's defense, he deftly maneuvered past him. Zinchenko could only grab at Rashford's shirt. Witnessing this, Li Mingyu's expression darkened. Was he to receive a yellow card so early in the match? However, the referee offered no indication of a foul and simply instructed Rashford to rise, awarding him a free kick near the sideline. Li Mingyu was taken aback. Was the English officiating so lenient? This reflects the very essence of English football, where referees often overlook certain infractions. Rashford, undeterred, dusted himself off and sprinted towards City's goal, ready to contest a header. In La Liga, such a decision would have prompted Barcelona players to surround the referee for an hour. Li Mingyu realized there were numerous aspects he needed to adjust to, particularly the leniency regarding fouls. As Manchester United took the free kick, chaos ensued in the penalty area. Yet the goalkeeper soared high, punching the ball away. It flew directly towards Li Mingyu. Observing the trajectory, he sensed pressure approaching from behind and opted not to control the ball directly. Instead, he turned sharply and dashed towards United's half. The ball, after bouncing, sailed over Fred's head, who stood frozen in disbelief as it passed. By the time he turned around, Li Mingyu had already secured the ball at his feet and was racing forward. In a 2-on-2 situation, City had Li Mingyu and Sterling, while United was left with only 2 center-backs. Sterling's movement was exceptionally agile. He pulled to the right, forcing the United defenders to separate. The moment Li Mingyu saw the gap between the defenders widen, he delivered a perfectly timed through ball, threading it between the two. Sterling, sensing the opportunity, surged forward, effortlessly bypassing the United defenders and positioning himself just outside the penalty area. The ball rolled to his feet, and with composure, he evaded De Gea's advance, slotting the ball into the empty net. In less than 5 minutes of play, Manchester City had scored twice. The Blue Tide at Wembley Stadium overshadowed the Red Flames of United. Though the latest goal was attributed to Sterling, all eyes remained fixed on the young maestro, Li Mingyu. With a deft feint, Li Mingyu had left Fred, who attempted to close him down, momentarily stunned, and then delivered a precise pass that set up Sterling for a one-on-one with De Gea. After the goal, Sterling sprinted to the midfield to embrace Li Mingyu tightly. This goal was largely due to Li Mingyu's contribution. He had orchestrated the play, claiming 70 of the credit. The impact of this goal was a significant blow to United's morale. In just 2 touches, Li Mingyu had facilitated 2 goals for City. This young talent was truly formidable. Guardiola, wearing a satisfied smile, returned to the bench, reclining comfortably with crossed legs, exuding an air of tranquility. Li Mingyu's transfer was a masterstroke for both him and Manchester City. One could only wonder how Barcelona now viewed Li Mingyu's performance, or how those clubs that had opted against acquiring him felt. As play resumed, Manchester United's mindset had shifted dramatically. Fred's pass was intercepted by Gi-Ndouen without hesitation. After regaining possession, Gi-Ndouen swiftly sent the ball to Li Mingyu. Upon receiving it, executed a spin that left the surrounding United players in disarray. Spotting a gap in the United defense, Li Mingyu unleashed a 40-meter through ball that sliced between 4 United defenders, landing at Jesus' feet. Even Jesus was caught off guard by the precision of Li Mingyu's delivery, leading to a slight miscontrol that culminated in a weak shot easily saved by startled De Gea. A collective sigh rippled through the City supporters, followed by a wave of applause and cheers directed at Li Mingyu. Jesus, after his miss, turned to give Li Mingyu a thumbs up, which Li Mingyu reciprocated with a smile. United's defense was left sweating under the brilliance of that extraordinary pass. Should Jesus score, they might as well concede. As the match progressed, United's attack began to regain its composure. Fred re-established himself as the Premier League's best player for 3 consecutive years, orchestrating the United offense with clarity. In their encounters, Fred finally recognized that Li Mingyu's reputation was well-earned. His popularity in Spain was not merely due to his looks. He possessed genuine talent. Both players led their respective teammates in a fierce battle at the midfield. In recent years, the Premier League has embraced global football trends, shifting away from the long balls that once defined their style, opting instead for intricate ground play. However, when faced with an inability to control the midfield, Manchester United resorted to their old tactic of long balls and aerial plays. Repeated attempts to send long passes failed to pose any significant threat to Manchester City's defense, primarily because Manchester United lacked forwards with exceptional aerial prowess. With the midfield lost, this seemed to be the only recourse for Manchester United. Rodri leapt high behind Rashford, deftly flicking the ball to the side for Gundogan. Upon receiving the ball, Gundogan did not immediately seek out Li Mingyu, for he was presented with a vast expanse of open field. Swiftly, Gundogan advanced the ball, signaling the onset of Manchester City's attack. Observing that Gundogan had not passed to him, Li Mingyu hastened forward, ready to support from the flank. After advancing over 10 meters, faced with an approaching defender, Gundogan opted not to pass to the better positioned Li Mingyu, but attempted to outmaneuver his opponent through skill. However, Manchester United's right back, Wan-Bissaka, known for his robust playing style, executed a precise sliding tackle, intercepting the ball cleanly. Gundogan was sent sprawling, but as Wan-Bissaka had made contact with the ball first, no foul was called. Following the interception, Wan-Bissaka sent the ball forward to Fernandes. Upon receiving it, Fernandes executed a long pass that traversed half the pitch, reaching Pogba, who was surging down the wing. After taking a step forward, Pogba delivered cross. Greenwood darted into the box, striking the ball amid a crowd of players. Chapter 173. Remember, do not leave for the restroom at the start of the halves. Wan-Bissaka's tackle, Fernandes' long pass, Pogba's cross, and Greenwood's decisive strike. This swift counterattack by Manchester United took less than 5 seconds from interception to finish. Greenwood's effort left City's goalkeeper Ederson helpless, watching as the ball rolled past him, beyond his reach. The score was now 1-2, with Manchester United clawing back a goal. At that moment, Wembley Stadium transformed into a sea of red, a fiery crimson igniting in the stands. In England, Manchester United is undeniably the reigning champion, having claimed the Premier League title 13 times, accounting for nearly half of the championships since the league's inception. With such accolades, Manchester United enjoys a vast following both in England and globally. Despite their lackluster performance in recent years, countless fans remain steadfast in their unwavering support. Upon witnessing Manchester United score, their fans erupted in passionate celebration. This goal showcased the team's determination in attack and served as a wake-up call for Manchester City. The long ball tactic is not outdated. It simply requires proper execution. Li Mingyu observed the jubilant celebration of the Manchester United players, a smile creeping onto his face. This was more like it. A one-sided match would be utterly dull, especially against an opponent like Manchester United. Unbeknownst to him, his enigmatic smile was captured by the camera, prompting various interpretations from commentators. Jesus passed the ball to Li Mingyu, and Manchester City resumed play. Following the goal, Manchester United's morale surged as they continued to tussle with Manchester City in midfield. Since Pep Guardiola took the helm in 2016, he has diligently endeavored to mold City into a team centered on cohesive teamwork. After all, Barcelona's essence flows through his veins. A coach's style ultimately shapes a team's identity. Historically, Manchester City has dominated the Premier League with their formidable team play. However, with Li Mingyu's arrival this season, the team finally acquired a helmsman. Through a summer of integration, Li Mingyu has fully assimilated into the Manchester City squad. Within the team, Li Mingyu sensed a lineage reminiscent of Barcelona, yet distinct in its execution. Barcelona, as the purest origin, boasts numerous players emerging from La Masia, allowing for a natural flow of passing and positioning. Conversely, Manchester City, while echoing some aspects, retains the quintessential efficiency characteristic of Premier League football, rarely achieving the 70 possession or thousands of passes typical of a Barcelona match. After a few transitional passes, Li Mingyu delivered the ball to Sterling on the flank. Exploiting his exceptional speed and skill, Sterling outmaneuvered the opposing fullback and sent in a cross. Jesus, in the center, exerted himself but failed to connect, allowing De Gea to easily gather the ball. This exemplifies the swift nature of Premier League attacks and defenses. They seldom permit prolonged ball circulation in the back, preferring to seize offensive opportunities. De Gea surveyed the field and, seeing no viable options, gestured to slow the tempo. Once Manchester City's players vacated the penalty area, De Gea launched the ball to Wan-Bissaka. As United advanced slowly, City's pressing forced Wan-Bissaka into a back pass to De Gea. Li Mingyu, positioned just 5 meters from the penalty area, noticed the back pass and sprinted forward, intending to pressure De Gea into a hasty clearance. However, unbeknownst to Li Mingyu, De Gea attempted to feint him instead. Li Mingyu astutely read De Gea's intentions, swiftly intercepting the ball from his feet. The ball rolled toward the goal as De Gea, alarmed, tugged at Li Mingyu's jersey while rushing to reclaim it. Li Mingyu, unwilling to squander such a scoring opportunity, used his body to push past De Gea. Despite the noticeable size difference, it was astonishing that the towering De Gea was no match for Li Mingyu. As they approached the goal, De Gea lunged forward, aiming to swat away the now slowing ball with his right hand. Li Mingyu, too, launched himself, deftly tapping the ball with his right foot, sending it into Manchester United's net. Li Mingyu sprang to his feet, arms wide open, racing toward the side stands, embracing the blue sea of fans. The supporters of the Blue Moon rose in unison, cheering wildly for the young man below. Meanwhile, United's fans erupted in disapproving boos, directed at De Gea for his blunder. In distant Russia, a renowned commentator of the Premier League described De Gea's error as colossal, emphasizing the gravity of his mistake. On the sidelines, Solskjaer's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that De Gea would commit such a rudimentary error at this critical juncture, effectively dampening the burgeoning morale of Manchester United. The players on the pitch looked on helplessly at De Gea, who remained prostrate before the goal, reluctant to rise. After a considerable pause, a dejected De Gea stood up, retrieved the ball from the net, and hurled it forcefully towards the center circle. Li Mingyu shook his head in disappointment at De Gea's performance over the past few years, which had become increasingly untenable. Even his position in the Spanish national team had been usurped, highlighting the dire state of his form. Should De Gea fail to improve this season, his prospects for participation in the upcoming World Cup would be bleak. After this edition of the World Cup, it is likely that he will be thoroughly distanced from the role of national team goalkeeper, as several capable goalkeepers have already emerged as starters. By the 20th minute of the first half, Manchester City led Manchester United 3-1. The ensuing play saw both teams probing for opportunities, yet neither could capitalize on them. Li Mingyu found himself firmly contained by the opposing midfield, but Gundogan emerged to seize control, causing significant trouble for Manchester United. After a minute of stoppage time, the referee signaled the end of the first half. Back in the dressing room, Guardiola expressed his approval of the team's performance, particularly praising Li Mingyu's debut. It was hard not to be satisfied. In his first official match, he had contributed 1 assist and 2 goals. What more could one desire? For the second half, Guardiola decided that a strategy focused on counterattacks would be most prudent given their 2-goal advantage. Indeed, as the second half commenced, Manchester United unleashed a vigorous assault on Manchester City's defense. However, City had anticipated this, with even striker Jesus retreating to the edge of the penalty area. Unexpectedly, in a moment of reckless enthusiasm, Jesus blindly extended his foot and inadvertently struck Greenwood's calf while he was maneuvering within the box, resulting in a loud cry from Greenwood as he collapsed inside City's penalty area. Jesus looked bewildered at Greenwood's reaction, while the other City defenders stared at him in confusion. "What are you doing? We had him surrounded. He had no shot." The referee, positioned a mere 4 to 5 meters away, clearly witnessed the infringement. Despite Greenwood's somewhat exaggerated response, the opportunity had been afforded by Jesus' indiscretion. The referee decisively awarded a penalty. Barely a minute into the second half, Manchester United was granted a penalty opportunity. Guardiola's lips twitched as he nearly uttered a Spanish expletive, but ultimately refrained. After all, Jesus had shown commendable defensive intent, though the outcome was unfortunate. United's 3-time Premier League Player of the Season stepped up to take the penalty. With the referee's whistle, Fernandes struck the ball, sending it towards the bottom corner of the goal. City's goalkeeper Ederson correctly anticipated the direction and managed to touch the ball with his fingertips. But its pace proved too much, and it found the back of the net. The score was now 3-2, and Manchester United had clawed their way back into contention. Following the goal, Fernandes sprinted to the sidelines, executing a stylish slide on his knees in celebration, invigorating United's spirits once more. Guardiola, who had been comfortably seated, could no longer contain himself and stood at the edge of the pitch, vocally urging his players. In contrast, Solskjaer returned to his seat, chewing gum and smiling as he conversed with his assistant coach. The initial 2.5 periods of the match had featured goals right at the beginning, provoking ire among fans who had taken advantage of the breaks to use the restroom or smoke. "Damn it, I won't step out again," they grumbled, frustrated at having missed the excitement. As play resumed, Manchester City did not immediately launch an attack. Li Mingyu maintained possession in his half, drawing the eager Manchester United players forward in search of an equalizer. However, City was not Barcelona. Their defenders lacked the accuracy and speed of play. Li Mingyu found himself in a continuous cycle of running to receive the ball, constantly seeking better passing options. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, stroked his bald head, impressed by Li Mingyu's tireless movement, which facilitated fluid passing from City's midfield and defense. United's pressing was effective, with 5 players in red looming over City's backline, poised to exploit any passing errors for quick counterattacks. During a span of 3 minutes, Li Mingyu made almost no forward passes under United's intense pressure. His passes were primarily backward, with few lateral options. However, as City circulated the ball in their own half, United's formation unwittingly advanced toward the midfield. An opportunity had arisen. After one more backward pass, Li Mingyu swiftly turned to assess United's formation, his eyes lighting up as he noticed their impatience. This time, he received a direct pass from the goalkeeper in the center of the pitch. Based on his previous movements, it was expected that he would pass to the center back who had pulled wide. Even Fernandes, positioned behind him, assumed this, failing to close the gap. Before receiving the ball, Li Mingyu sensed a lack of pressure from behind, bringing him a moment of joy. Just as he was about to push the ball forward, he deftly withdrew his right foot, halting the ball at his feet instead. Quickly pivoting, Li Mingyu's unexpected maneuver startled Fernandes, who rushed forward to intercept. Yet, it was too late. Having turned, Li Mingyu did not carry the ball but instead executed a precise diagonal long pass, perfectly targeting the sprinting Mahrez. In the first half, Mahrez had been somewhat overshadowed, with the ball primarily at the feet of Jesus and Sterling. Nevertheless, regardless of whether he received the ball, he relentlessly sprinted whenever he spotted an opening. This time, the opportunity had arrived. As Li Mingyu turned, Mahrez had already begun his advance, finding himself in a wide-open space. Li Mingyu's pass was impeccably accurate, landing right in front of Mahrez, who deftly nudged the ball forward, maintaining his speed as he continued his run. Mahrez felt that this was the most comfortable ball he had ever received. Mahrez swiftly dribbled the ball towards Manchester United's penalty area. The Red Devils' defense frantically retreated, yet the already accelerating Mahrez rendered them helpless. As Mahrez approached the box, De Gea had already left his line, hoping to slow Mahrez down and block his shooting angle. Chapter 174, Balotelli, Lost in the Ether. This marked Mahrez's first shot of the day. During the first half, he had tirelessly pulled wide, but opportunities had eluded him, with scarcely a touch to his name. Nevertheless, he exhibited no frustration or complaints, tirelessly running back and forth, observing Li Mingyu and Sterling's goals. He genuinely embraced them with heartfelt congratulations. Finally, after a wait of 50 minutes, the chance arrived at his feet. Confronted by De Gea's advance, Mahrez remained composed, executing a deft shot that slipped beneath De Gea's arm and into the net. The score was now 4-2, as Manchester City extended their lead to 2 goals. The Blue Moon supporters erupted in ecstatic chants of Mahrez's name. After scoring, Mahrez did not rush to celebrate with the fans. Instead, he turned back towards the center, sprinting 30 meters to passionately embrace Li Mingyu, who had provided the exquisite assist. Mahrez understood that this goal was made possible by Li Mingyu's impeccable pass, which granted him such a straightforward opportunity to score. Li Mingyu's remarkable performance had made the City players forget De Bruyne, as they now possessed their own midfield maestro. The City players gathered to celebrate the goal, while the Manchester United squad seemed demoralized. At the start of the second half, they were struck by another goal from Manchester City, trailing by 2 goals. Solskjaer could no longer remain seated. He stood up, vociferously urging his players to invigorate their spirits. However, the prior goal could hardly be blamed on United's defense, as Li Mingyu's sudden, incisive long pass had rendered their backline utterly ineffective. In that moment, Solskjaer found himself reminiscent of the golden-haired gentleman in the number 7 jersey, who once dazzled from that very position with astonishing long passes. Solskjaer initiated substitutions, replacing midfielder McTominay with forward Martial. United's formation shifted to a 4-1-3-2, a configuration brimming with offensive potential. Upon resuming play, Martial was presented with a golden opportunity. A precise through ball found him just beyond the offside trap. Faced with Ederson's advance, Martial's shot soared high, eliciting laughter from the Manchester City supporters in the stands. Indeed, it was the familiar Martial. At 27, Martial had been named to the French national team for the World Cup, yet injuries last season had rendered his finishing hesitant. This latest chance was no exception. Confronted with a clear shot on goal, Martial hesitated, ultimately unleashing a wild strike that flew into the stands. Missing such a prime opportunity inflicted a significant blow to United's morale. In the 75th minute, Li Mingyu danced past 3 defenders in midfield before unleashing a long-range shot from 35 meters, penetrating De Gea's grasp for the 5th time. In the 87th minute, Li Mingyu and Sterling executed consecutive 1-2s on the flank, completely dismantling United's defensive line. As Sterling advanced, drawing the defensive focus away, Li Mingyu opted not to pass again, but instead delivered a no-look pass, threading the ball into the box. Foden, who had come on for Jesus, found himself near the penalty spot, controlling the ball before firing a shot that marked the 6th time De Gea retrieved the ball from his net. Following the goal, Li Mingyu was substituted by satisfied Guardiola. As he walked off the pitch, he raised his hand in applause, acknowledging the crowd. Remarkably, even some of the Manchester United fans donned in red could not help but applaud Li Mingyu in tribute. In his inaugural match in England, the Community Shield, Li Mingyu's 3 assists and 3 goals proclaimed his ascension to greatness. Manchester City, behold your king. After the match, all of England's media echoed this title in their coverage of the Community Shield this season. The Community Shield had never been so popular. Thanks to Li Mingyu, viewership for the event set a new record for the Premier League. His dominant performance left everyone in awe of Manchester City's prospects, as not every club could afford to wager $300 million on a young talent's future. Barcelona's official Twitter account also sent congratulations, albeit tinged with a hint of envy. Even Messi made an unprecedented post. "Congratulations, my brother. You are truly deserving." Li Mingyu's extraordinary 3 assists and 3 goals stunned the entirety of England. While other Premier League teams lamented their fate, the already formidable Manchester City had acquired yet another midfield powerhouse, leaving their competitors at a loss. Even Manchester United, once capable of challenging City, found themselves utterly outmatched. Regardless of the sentiment of other Premier League teams, Li Mingyu had claimed his first trophy in England. After a fortnight's rest, on September 12th, the Premier League finally commenced its first round. Manchester City welcomed Tottenham Hotspur, ranked 6th in the Premier League, to their home ground, the Etihad Stadium. Last season, Tottenham's dismal performance saw them finish 9th, missing out on European competition. Despite substantial investment in new players over the years, they had yet to break through their barriers. Following Mourinho's departure, Tottenham had cycled through 3 head coaches in one season. The frequent changes in management only exacerbated the team's lack of confidence, leaving them precariously poised. This season, Ryan Mason took on the role of interim head coach. Not only were Tottenham struggling with their performance, but the locker room was rife with conflict. The losses in the last 3 critical matches of the previous season had ignited discord among the squad. Their star striker, the affable Kane, had informed the club in the summer of his desire to leave. With 2 years remaining on his contract, he was not inclined to renew. Throughout the summer, Tottenham negotiated with their star forward, but ultimately failed to reach an agreement. Kane had initially sought a move to Manchester City, but after the acquisition of Li Mingyu, City closed the transfer window. Ultimately, Chelsea secured last season's Premier League Golden Boot winner for $100 million. In this opening match of the Premier League, few anticipated that the depleted Tottenham side could pose any threat to Manchester City. September 12th, 3 p.m. Etihad Stadium. The stadium, both inside and out, has been enveloped by a sea of blue. Fans who were unable to witness Li Mingyu's performance in the previous match have now rallied together, transforming Manchester into a melancholic sky blue. This marks the opening match of the Premier League, where last season's champions, Manchester City, host Tottenham Hotspur at their home ground. Dressed in their blue home kit, Manchester City appears spirited, while their opponents, Tottenham Hotspur, seem somewhat listless. The Spurs have yet to finalize their head coach for the season. Although 2 candidates are on the table, a decisive choice remains elusive. This Tottenham side, already showing signs of disunity, resembles a hot potato that few dare to handle. Good evening, viewers of 10 Cent Sports. Welcome to tonight's Premier League encounter. We present to you the opening match of the 2022-2023 season, featuring last season's champions, Manchester City, as they take on Tottenham Hotspur at home. Fans who witnessed the previous Community Shield match have already savored the prowess of Manchester City, with the Chinese player Li Mingyu delivering a stellar performance, contributing 3 assists and 3 goals, thus affirming his status as a $300 million player. Upon arriving in England, Li Mingyu has experienced no cultural dissonance, largely due to the fact that Manchester City's coach, Pep Guardiola, hails from the legendary Barcelona team. Under Guardiola's mentorship, Li Mingyu has thrived. In today's match, Manchester City faces Tottenham Hotspur, who finished 9th last season. Following the resignation of coach Mourinho and the departure of star striker Kane, the current Spurs team has lost the capacity to contend with Manchester City. As this match marks Li Mingyu's Premier League debut, we hope he can maintain the form displayed during the Community Shield and deliver a captivating performance. Let us first examine the starting lineups. The home side, Manchester City, has not altered their lineup since the Community Shield. Ederson remains in goal, with defenders Oleksandr Zinchenko, John Stones, Militao, and Kyle Walker. Rodri serves as the defensive midfielder, while Li Mingyu and Gundogan occupy the attacking midfield positions. The forward trio consists of Sterling, Jesus, and Mahrez. In contrast, Tottenham Hotspur has made significant changes to their starting 11. Lloris is in goal, with defenders Regill, Dier, Alderweireld, and Eric Dier. The double pivot comprises Harry Winks and H. Jurg, while the attacking trio features Gareth Bale, Dele Alli, and Lucas Moura, with South Korean international Son Heung-min leading the line. With Kane's absence, Son's positioning as a forward presents a considerable challenge for him. As the match is about to commence, we eagerly await its unfolding. Li Mingyu stands outside the center circle, poised for his inaugural Premier League match. Inside the circle, Son Heung-min, ready to kick off, gazes curiously at Li Mingyu, whose name has echoed through the football world over the past 2 years. Had it not been for his injury, He would likely have reached the pinnacle of European football last season. Alas, this season, he finds himself in the Premier League, joining Manchester City, a development that has sent shockwaves through all Premier League clubs. However, for the beleaguered Spurs, it bears little significance, as their objective this season is merely to secure a top-6 finish and retain their European competition qualification. In the face of the formidable Manchester City, the Spurs have not exhibited a vigorous fighting spirit within the locker room. Interim coach Ryan Mason has attempted to rally the team, but his words have fallen on deaf ears. With the referee's whistle, the 2022-2023 Premier League season officially kicks off. Congratulations, host! You have checked in at the Etihad Stadium and received the passive skill out-of-body experience from Balotelli. Out-of-body experience. The host may experience moments of mental blankness on the pitch, lasting anywhere from 1 to 3 seconds. Once this episode concludes, the host will gain an enhanced cognitive capacity, akin to that of a radar, with pinpoint passing accuracy for the subsequent 10 to 30 seconds. Li Mingyu's expression fluctuates between uncertainty and determination. Balotelli, one of Italy's most gifted players in recent years, is known for his erratic temperament, which has led to inconsistent performances. When in form, he dazzles. Yet, when his temper flares, he can become a liability. Now, dubbed Super Mario, he finds himself in Serie B. Li Mingyu's awareness of this out-of-body experience skill leaves him apprehensive, as it is an uncontrollable phenomenon. Although the subsequent compensation is quite advantageous, as a central midfielder, he must constantly engage in offensive play. A lapse in critical moments could spell disaster for the team. However, the match has commenced, leaving Li Mingyu little room for contemplation. Son Heung-min initiates the play, sending the ball back to the defense. Manchester City's midfielders press forward immediately, launching a high press against Tottenham's backline from the outset. Jesus chases the ball relentlessly, closing in on goalkeeper Lloris. With no other option, Lloris clears the ball upfield. Li Mingyu positions himself at the midfield, meeting the ball with his head and redirecting it to Gundogan at his side. Following the loss of possession, Tottenham opts for a swift regroup, leaving Son Heung-min to provide minimal pressure up front. Upon receiving Gundogan's pass, Li Mingyu prepares to advance, but suddenly, he experiences a moment of mental blankness. Gundogan, noticing Li Mingyu's sudden stillness, is puzzled by his behavior. What could this be? Unbeknownst to him, Son Heung-min, positioned just 2 meters away, seizes the opportunity as the ball slips from Li Mingyu's control and charges forward. Chapter 175, Balotelli Spirit, the Superbrain Unleashed. The air above the Etihad Stadium suddenly feels thin, as all the City supporters collectively gasp. Their midfield maestro, in a crucial moment, has momentarily lost focus. What a bewildering sight. Some veteran fans widen their eyes in shock, as Li Mingyu's moment of distraction starkly resembles that of the once gifted young player from Manchester City. Has Balotelli's spirit taken hold? Fortunately, this lapse lasts but a fleeting second. Li Mingyu regains his composure, realizing that Son Heung-min is now mere meters away, and the ball lies between them. However, with Son charging forward and Li Mingyu standing still, it seems inevitable that Son will reach the ball first. If Son Heung-min were to touch the ball, his likelihood of bypassing Li Mingyu would be considerable, subsequently posing a direct threat to Manchester City's defense. However, Li Mingyu suddenly felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. Every player's position on the field vividly manifested within his thoughts, including their expressions and movements. It was as if a high-speed camera had been placed before each player, capturing their every action. Li Mingyu darted forward, extending his leg to intercept the football. This unexpected maneuver startled Son Heung-min, who initially believed that Li Mingyu was merely feigning, attempting to lure him into a defensive stance before evading him. Yet, as Son rushed towards Li Mingyu, he noticed Li's vacant expression, clearly in a state of distraction. Seizing this rare opportunity, Son Heung-min would not let it slip away. Nevertheless, Li Mingyu's timely return to focus compelled Son to engage in a direct challenge. Although Son was not well acquainted with Li, he observed Li's slender physique and confidently raised his right foot to strike. With a resounding thud, their feet collided with the ball almost simultaneously. Son felt as if his right foot had collided with a speeding vehicle, the immense recoil causing him to cry out in agony and tumble to the ground. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Nearby, the referee gestured with outstretched arms to continue the match, signaling no foul had occurred. Despite Son's disheveled appearance, Li Mingyu had not committed any infraction during their clash. As Li Mingyu took 2 steps forward with the ball, his extraordinary cognitive prowess had already elapsed 2 seconds, during which the positions of the players had shifted, and he could foresee their next movements. With a deft flick of his right foot, he struck the ball with his left, executing a long pass that traversed nearly the entire length of the field, landing within the penalty area. Gabriel Jesus' positioning was impeccable. Upon seeing Li Mingyu's passing motion, he instinctively surged forward, just as Li executed the pass, gliding past the last defender. The football soared across the field into the penalty area. With his advantageous position, Jesus, having anticipated the incoming ball, chose not to halt it, but instead unleashed a powerful volley, sending the ball hurtling toward the Tottenham goal. Goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, caught off guard by Jesus' sudden strike, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past him into the net. The Manchester City supporters felt a shiver of exhilaration. What an extraordinary feat. Initially, it seemed Li Mingyu had momentarily lost focus in his own half, leaving himself vulnerable to a counterattack. Yet upon regaining his composure, he had executed a decisive challenge, thwarting Son Heung-min and delivered an almost 50-meter pass right to Jesus' feet. Jesus, brimming with confidence, had not opted to control the ball, but instead struck it cleanly on the volley, leaving the opposing goalkeeper with no chance to react. This goal was undoubtedly a contender for FIFA's Goal of the Year. Following his achievement, Jesus was overjoyed. His first goal of the season was a remarkable one. He dashed to the sidelines and performed a stunning slide kneel. However, when he turned to celebrate with his teammates, he awkwardly realized that he was alone in that section. While the other Manchester City players had rushed to the midfield to embrace Li Mingyu, who had orchestrated the assist, Jesus, feeling embarrassed, quickly stood up and sheepishly made his way back to the midfield to share a brief hug with Li Mingyu. The juxtaposition of his earlier confident slide kneel and his sudden awkwardness became a comical highlight for fans. Nevertheless, the satisfaction of scoring outweighed the embarrassment of the moment. Although it felt awkward not to celebrate with his teammates, the goal was what truly mattered. Meanwhile, Son Heung-min, still in Manchester City's half, wore a dazed expression. What had just transpired? Wasn't it supposed to be him who intercepted Li Mingyu's ball and scored the first goal of the Premier League season? Shouldn't he have been the center of attention? Why had the script unfolded so differently? Who had stolen his leading role? As he became aware of the curious gazes fixed upon him, he realized the football was already placed at the center circle, with Manchester City players returning to their half, waiting for him to restart the game. Blushing with embarrassment, Son limped back to the center circle and kicked the ball forward. Although he had not sustained any injury from the earlier challenge, he felt compelled to feign one, providing an explanation for his previous dismay. Yet, the attention of the spectators remained elsewhere. After the kickoff, Tottenham faced Manchester City's relentless high press once again. Li Mingyu advanced past the center circle, forming a compact formation with his teammates. He felt a twinge of discomfort. While his extraordinary cognitive abilities had proven beneficial, his earlier moment of distraction must have appeared quite foolish. He pondered the frequency of this passive skills activation. Should it trigger numerous times in a match, he could easily earn the moniker of a second-rate Balotelli. He certainly did not wish to be perceived as a fool. Fortunately, for the next several minutes, the moment of distraction did not reoccur, indicating that this passive ability would not activate frequently, which was a relief. Under the intense pressure from Manchester City, Tottenham struggled to mount any effective offensive. Deprived of Harry Kane, even long balls lacked a focal point in the attack. Son Heung-min was ill-suited to play as a central forward, quickly becoming lost amidst Manchester City's defense. In the 25th minute, a counterattack opportunity arose from Manchester City. Tottenham's desperate long ball from the back was intercepted by Rodri, who swiftly passed it to the retreating Li Mingyu. Li quickly distributed the ball to the flanks, then turned, maneuvering past an opponent, receiving a return pass from the wing. With a beautiful 1-2 combination, he rapidly advanced the ball into Tottenham's half. The structure of Tottenham's defense had collapsed under sustained pressure, compressing their backline into a single line. Just as Li crossed the midfield, he executed a splendid through ball with his right foot, bypassing 2 Manchester City defenders, delivering the ball to Sterling on the flanks. Sterling, moving with remarkable agility, performed a series of dazzling step-overs, leaving Tottenham's left-back bewildered. He swiftly advanced down the byline, assessing the defensive situation in the center, where Jesus and Mahrez were converging but found themselves ensnared in a tight cluster of defenders. Suddenly, Sterling's eyes sparkled as he fiercely struck the football with his left foot. Instead of directing the ball towards the goal, it traced an inverted triangle path, landing just outside the penalty area. The Tottenham defense had collapsed into a single line, with all players congested within the box, leaving the area outside completely unguarded. At that moment, a player clad in the blue number 10 jersey surged forward with great speed. After passing the ball to Sterling, Li Mingyu sprinted ahead, for before him lay a vast expanse of open field. Indeed, Sterling noticed his run and delivered a precise inverted triangle pass, placing the ball right at Li Mingyu's feet. With the support of Lampard's late run and Gerrard's long-range shooting prowess, Li Mingyu, embodying the essence of these legends, met Sterling's pass with a powerful shot. The football found a narrow opening amidst the crowd and soared directly toward the net. With so many players obstructing his view, goalkeeper Lloris was rendered helpless. By the time he spotted the ball, it was already too late to react. For the second time in this match, Lloris could only watch in astonishment as the ball sailed into the net. 2-0, Li Mingyu's long-range strike had once again breached Tottenham's defenses. Following the goal, Li Mingyu stood in place, arms outstretched and head held high, surveying his surroundings like a king surveying his domain. The crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers, invigorated by Li Mingyu's commanding celebration. The king has arrived, as the media proclaimed, "Manchester City, your king is here." Within 25 minutes, Li Mingyu had both assisted and scored, completely winning the hearts of the City fans. In the 40th minute of the first half, Li Mingyu orchestrated another Manchester City attack, passing to Sterling, who cut in and shot, only to be thwarted by the goalkeeper's right hand. Mahrez capitalized on the rebound to score. At halftime, Manchester City led Tottenham 3-0. In just 2 years, the once formidable Spurs had become utterly powerless against Manchester City. The first half saw City dominating possession at an astonishing 78, with a passing accuracy exceeding 90. They had taken 7 shots, 4 of which were on target, resulting in 3 goals, while Tottenham failed to register a single shot, remaining locked in their own half for the majority of the match. Ederson, City's goalkeeper, became the most idle player on the pitch, even caught on camera yawning, a testament to his boredom throughout the match. As the second half commenced, Manchester City maintained their relentless pressure. Initially, Tottenham hoped to mount a struggle, showcasing their resilience. But in the 60th minute, Li Mingyu extinguished their aspirations with a direct free kick from 30 meters out. "Come on, if you have the ability, take me down. I won't resist." 5 minutes later, Guardiola opted to substitute Li Mingyu. A bewildered Li Mingyu questioned the early change, thinking, "What is going on? I could play 10 more." Guardiola embraced him warmly, whispering a few words in his ear. Li Mingyu shrugged, conceding, "All right, you are the boss." This season coincided with the ongoing World Cup, leading to a tightly packed schedule. Every month would be consumed by the tournament, necessitating postponements for subsequent leagues in the Champions League. Guardiola, therefore, was cautious with every player's deployment, especially Li Mingyu, ensuring not only his form but also his health. After all, in 2 months, Li Mingyu would be indispensable to the Spanish national team. Enrique had called, emphasizing the utmost importance of keeping Li Mingyu injury-free. He almost suggested, "Let Li Mingyu rest for 2 months, my friend." For Guardiola, the concern for Li Mingyu mirrored his own worries for the Spanish team's recent struggles. Finally, with a glimmer of hope for this year, he wouldn't let that hope fade. Thus, with victory assured, any opportunity to let Li Mingyu rest would be seized, not only for the World Cup, but also for the second half of the season's sprint thereafter. In the end, Manchester City triumphed in the opening match of the Premier League at the Etihad Stadium, obliterating a demoralized Tottenham team with a score of 5-0. Li Mingyu contributed significantly with 1 assist, 2 goals, and an indirect assist, marking a splendid beginning for the team. Following this match, other Premier League fixtures commenced, with Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal all securing victories in the first round. Nevertheless, Manchester City stood atop the league, boasting a 5-goal advantage. Chapter 176. The Group of Death in the World Cup. The Champions League approaches due to the congested schedule. The initial fixtures of the Premier League consisted of double matches each week. 3 days later, Manchester City arrived at St. James Park to face the Magpies of Newcastle United. Once a formidable force in the Premier League during the 1990s, having secured consecutive second-place finishes, the team had declined significantly since the turn of the millennium, particularly after the retirement of their captain, Alan Shearer. Although they remained in the Premier League, Their best finish in recent years was merely third place. In the past 2 seasons, Newcastle battled relegation, narrowly avoiding the drop. The team's current capabilities could be considered as among the lower echelon of the Premier League. For the spirited Manchester City, there was little resistance in this match. They comfortably secured a 3-0 victory, with Li Mingyu once again achieving the remarkable feat of 1 assist and 2 goals. Although he did not achieve his first hat-trick in the Premier League. With 4 goals and 2 assists, Li Mingyu firmly held the top positions in both the scoring and assisting charts. The 5 major leagues in Europe were fervently underway. Yet the rescheduling of the World Cup had created significant challenges for teams across Europe. The dense fixture list forced many clubs to implement extensive rotations to maintain player fitness. Following the conclusion of the final World Cup qualifying matches, the 32 participating teams were finalized. European Zone: Belgium, France, England, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Denmark, Netherlands, Russia, Germany, Poland, Croatia, Switzerland. African Zone: Egypt, Senegal, Nigeria, Morocco, South Africa. Asian Zone: Qatar, host, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Iran, Syria, Asia's 5th place. Victorious in the playoff against New Zealand from the Oceania Zone. South American Zone: Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Paraguay, Uruguay, South America South 5th place. Victorious in the playoff against Trinidad and Tobago from the North Central America Zone. In the North and Central America and Caribbean region, the teams from Colombia, Mexico, and Chile have all qualified, bringing the total number of teams to 32. With the inclusion of the host nation Qatar and the playoff team Syria, Asia has for the first time sent 6 teams to the main stage of the Qatar World Cup. This summer, FIFA unveiled the group stage draw for the tournament, which was determined entirely by the world rankings. Group A: Qatar 58, Uruguay 9, Mexico 11, Egypt 50, Group B: Belgium 1, Chile 17, Japan 28. Morocco 43, Group C: Argentina 5, Spain 8, Netherlands 14, Syria 79, Group D: France 2, Poland 19, South Korea 40, South Africa 71, Group E: Brazil 3, Colombia 10, Russia 38, Iran 33, Group F: England 4, Switzerland 12, Germany 15, Australia 42, Group G: Croatia 6, Italy 13, Nigeria 31, Paraguay 41, Group H: Portugal 7, Denmark 16, Senegal 20, Ecuador 63. This World Cup draw has produced 2 so-called groups of death. One group features Argentina, Spain, and the Netherlands. 3 teams ranked among the top 15 in the world, guaranteeing thrilling matchups. The duel between Argentina's Lionel Messi and Spain's Li Mingyu, 2 close friends, adds an intriguing narrative. Moreover, Spain finds itself pitted against the Netherlands once again, raising the question of whether they can avenge their previous 1-5 defeat. The second group of death also comprises 3 top 15 teams, alongside a formidable Australia, heightening the anticipation surrounding this group. Other groups display a clearer hierarchy of strength. Yet surprises are always a hallmark of the World Cup. Underestimating any opponent could lead to bitter disappointment, as many pre-tournament favorites have found themselves eliminated in the group stage. Opinions abound regarding this World Cup, with Spain's odds currently rising to the top. The presence of a fit Li Mingyu promises to inject vitality into the Spanish squad, as evidenced by his performances in 2 matches in England. This World Cup may also mark the final appearance for both Messi and Ronaldo. In the previous World Cup in Russia, Spain, Portugal, and Argentina were all eliminated in the round of 16. This tournament is anticipated to be the most thrilling yet. The Qatar World Cup is set to commence on November 21, 2022. However, all national leagues will cease play from November 10th, granting national teams 10 days for training and preparation. This compressed timeline raises concerns about potential unrest leading up to the World Cup. As October unfolds, the English Premier League has already seen 10 matches. Manchester City is on a remarkable run, boasting 10 consecutive victories and firmly holding the top position in the league. However, aside from their opening match against Tottenham, they have yet to face significant challenges. On October 13th, the Champions League group stage will begin. Last season, despite missing the semi-finals due to injury, Li Mingyu emerged as the top scorer, netting 19 goals. Should he score in the first match of this season's Champions League group stage, He would break Erling Haaland's record for the fastest 20 goals in the Champions League, 14 matches, and the record for the youngest player to reach that milestone, 20 years and 231 days. Li Mingyu achieved his first 19 goals in just 10 matches, and at present, he is 20 years and 201 days old. All eyes in European football are on Manchester City's encounter with Bayer Leverkusen in this Champions League group stage. As a long-established force in the Bundesliga, Leverkusen possesses a commendable level of talent. The first match takes place at Bayer's home ground, the Bay Arena, which is aptly nicknamed the pharmaceutical company due to its founding by the globally recognized Bayer Corporation. Despite their storied history, Leverkusen has yet to claim a Bundesliga title. In the 1999-2000 season, Leverkusen emerged as one of football's most heart-wrenching tales. With an impressive unbeaten streak of 14 matches, they were poised to secure their first Bundesliga championship. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as they inexplicably lost to a struggling team, allowing Borussia Dortmund to overtake them and ultimately claim the title. 2 years later, Leverkusen returned to form, leading the league and reaching the final of the DFB Pokal, as well as the Champions League final alongside Real Madrid. The prospect of a treble had fans exhilarated, and even the prestigious 14-club organization welcomed Leverkusen as a formal member. All signs pointed to the rise of this new force in German football, yet as one of the most tragic teams in football history. Leverkusen's story is a cautionary tale of joy turning to sorrow. On April 27, 2002, despite previous losses, they led the Bundesliga standings, only to suffer a shocking defeat against a relegation-threatened team, allowing Dortmund to clinch the title. In the DFB Pokal final on May 11, 2002, Leverkusen took an early lead, but Schalke 04 rallied to win 4-2. The Champions League final on May 15th was their most significant match, yet it remains overshadowed by Zinedine Zidane's iconic goal and the legendary Real Madrid team, as well as Michael Ballack's near-miss with the coveted trophy. In a mere 18 days, Leverkusen transitioned from potential treble winners to enduring the heartbreak of 3 runner-up finishes, exemplifying the bittersweet nature of football. At the turn of the century, Leverkusen was undeniably a phenomenal team, managing to build a formidable squad with limited resources before the rise of money in football. To this day, their cabinet boasts only 1 UEFA Cup and 1 DFB Pokal title. Although Leverkusen remains competitive in the Bundesliga, their performance in the Champions League has been less than stellar in recent years. Good early morning to all the viewers of 10 Cent Sports. We warmly welcome you to today's program, where we present a UEFA Champions League group stage match featuring the formidable Bundesliga side Bayer Leverkusen against the English Premier League champions, Manchester City. This encounter marks the first meeting of these two teams on the grand stage of the Champions League. Currently, Bayer Leverkusen holds a record of 4 wins, 3 draws, and 3 losses after 10 rounds in the Bundesliga, placing them 6th in the league, an outcome that can be described as somewhat disappointing. In stark contrast, their adversary, Manchester City, has been on an impressive winning streak, securing 10 consecutive victories and presently dominating the league standings. They're the only team in the top 5 leagues maintaining an unblemished record. The contrasting performances of these teams suggest that Manchester City is an unstoppable force at present. It remains to be seen whether Bayer Leverkusen can shatter Manchester City's perfect record in today's match. Let's first examine the lineups of both teams. Playing at home, Leverkusen has adopted a 3-6-1 formation, emphasizing a robust midfield presence. The goalkeeper is the number 1, Radecki, with 3 defenders, Dragovic and Tapsoba. The midfield setup, as observed, includes 2 defensive midfielders, 2 wingbacks, and 2 attacking midfielders. The defensive midfielders are Demurbe and Aranguiz, while the wingbacks are Diaby and Wendell, and the attacking midfielders are Amiri and Wirtz. Leading the attack as the central striker is Ilario. This formation highlights Leverkusen's intent to exert control and interception in midfield, aiming to leverage their numerical advantage against Manchester City. Manchester City's lineup remains unchanged, featuring a 4-3-3 attacking formation that has proven successful in the league. Ederson continues to guard the goal, with 4 defenders: the Ukrainian Alexander Zinchenko, John Stones, Aymeric Laporte, and Kyle Walker. Rodri serves as the defensive midfielder, while the attacking midfielders are Bernardo Silva and Ilkay Gundogan. The front 3 consist of Sterling, Jesus, and Mahrez. Today's focal point will be whether Manchester City can find a breakthrough amid Leverkusen's dense midfield. The match is about to commence. Let us head to Bayer Arena to witness this enthralling clash in the Champions League group stage. The home team, Leverkusen, dons an all-black kit, accented only by red cuffs and collar. This season's new jersey is strikingly beautiful, with subtle patterns that add depth to its design. Manchester City, whose away kit is also black, will wear their sky blue home kit for this match, creating an atmosphere where they appear to be the home side. With over 30,000 spectators filling the Bayer Arena, Leverkusen's fans passionately cheer on their team. As the referee's whistle signals the start of this highly anticipated match, we also celebrate the host's achievement of signing in at Bayer Arena, earning the active skill, Bollock's Roar. Bollock's Roar, when activated, this skill allows the host to uplift the morale and performance of their players through a powerful shout, with a chance to diminish the spirit of the opposing players, potentially leading to a loss of will to fight. This skill can only be used once per match. As a prominent figure in German football, Bollock is regarded as one of the nation's finest midfielders, adept in any midfield position. His extraordinary physical attributes, diverse attacking techniques, and high success rate in long-range shots with both feet, along with his impressive heading ability, make him a formidable presence. As the captain of the German national team, he consistently rises to the occasion in tense moments, using his offensive prowess to break the deadlock. Furthermore, Bollock's Roar exemplifies another facet of his character. Often dubbed Little Caesar, he inspires his teammates through his fervent shouts during matches.